Hi, my name is Emma, and some people used to call me a spoiled brat. At the time, I didn't have the faintest idea why. I just thought they were jealous and rude. Sure, my dad was the biggest business tycoon in the city, my mother was a socialite, and I just happened to go on shopping sprees every weekend, exclusive parties on private jets, and have maids, servants, a stylist, and a chef. Daddy, I want a pink Porsche with silver sparkles. I can't drive a blue Porsche. It'll clash with my nails. Take it back, now. We're so sorry, honey. We'll fix it right away. Jeez, was I that bad? I was worse than a spoiled brat. I was a nightmare. What are you talking about? I'm not spoiled at all. Who are you anyway? Ugh, it doesn't matter. Security, take this trash away. Hi, don't listen to that crazy person. Do you see her clothes and those shoes? Such a disaster. If you want to know the truth, I'm actually very sweet and kind and all that sappy stuff. Plus, I've got 1 million followers on Insta and TikTok that love me. Every year, I take myself on vacation with my own money. Well, technically it's my parents' money, but who cares? What's theirs is mine. And what's mine? Well, that's obviously mine. Anyway, my life was fabulous, like me, but then it fell to pieces. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. It happened during spring break. Every year, I'd go to a new and exciting place to vacation with my friends, and this time, we were heading for Norway, and I couldn't be more excited. Of course, I took my private jet. Sitting next to other people for hours on end would never work. I needed space and privacy to do yoga, try on all my new clothes, lie in my tanning bed, and take a nap. Okay, fine. I admit it, I snore sometimes. Please don't tell anyone. It's so embarrassing. By the time I reached Norway, it was past noon. I'd rented out a private villa for me and my friends who were going to meet me there. I planned to arrive fashionably late, as usual. I put on my sunglasses and headed out of the airport, but as I was walking, I noticed these scary guys following me. I got a little nervous, so I ran outside and saw this amazing Maserati with dark tinted windows parked at the curb. It was the most expensive car around, and it must have been for me. So I hopped inside. A cute boy, a few years older than me, sat in the driver's seat. He stared at me like he was totally confused.
Where's your father?
Who knows? The boy started to panic. Calm down. Forget about my father. You work for me. Let's get going. The boy glanced out the window, then sped off at top speed. He said his name was Grayson. I told him I'd call him Gray because I didn't have time to waste on him and his extra syllables. I posted a bunch of cool selfies, and I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, the car was swerving and I was jerked out of a lovely dream where I was being crowned Miss Universe. What's going on?
It's a snowstorm. There's ice all over the road. I can hardly see a thing.
Then stop the car.
We can't stop the car. They're after us.
Who's after us?
Your uncle's men.
Gray pointed behind us. 3 SUVs were hot on her tail. But I don't have an uncle. Gray gave me the strangest look, then pulled a photo out of his pocket of a girl that looked just like me.
Hold on. You're Stephanie Spaghetti, right?
No, what kind of name is that? I'm Emma Stringbean.
Hi, I'm MSA lawyer. Sorry about this stupid tie. It's ugly, and I didn't have a choice. And the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Oops, I forgot to mention my name. Sorry. Now can you please leave? You're standing in my spotlight. What a stupid tie.
Yeah, right? I was like, guys, give me a blue one. It suits my eyes better. But the owner was like, no, our icon is purple, so your tie should also be...
Why would anyone hire someone like him? Anyway, back to my story. When Gray realized that I wasn't this spaghetti girl, he turned really pale. Then one of the SUVs pulled up beside us.
Stop the car, now!
Leave us alone, or I'm telling my dad. The scary man smirked, then rammed our car really hard. Gray drove faster, trying to get away, but our tires slid on some ice, and Gray lost control. The car smashed through a railing, ran off the road, down a slope, and straight for a tree. Gray jerked the wheel, and we missed the tree by an inch, and the car rolled into a ditch. Gray pulled me out of the car and held me in his arms. He was so handsome and strong that my heart skipped a beat.
Are you hurt?
I didn't have any broken bones or bruises. I think I'm fine. Gray put me down, and my shoes got all wet. I started screaming like a maniac.
What's wrong?
My shoes! They're ruined! Gray glared at me.
Forget about your stupid shoes. It's dangerous out here. Those guys are still after us, and when it gets dark, we'll have to worry about wolves or worse. I know these woods, and there's a cabin that's not too far from here. We can lay low there for the night, and then I can contact my associate to pick us up.
I'm not going anywhere with you. You're not even my driver. You kidnapped me.
I didn't kidnap you. You jumped into my car.
Tomato tamale.
That's not how that saying goes.
Whatever. This is all your fault. Who are you anyway? Are you some kind of criminal? Are you a crazy psycho?
I'm a driver for the spaghettis, but we don't have time to argue. We need to get to that cabin. It's a hike, but if we hurry, we can get there before the sun sets. Follow me.
Gray headed into the forest, but I just couldn't move.
What are you waiting for?
Do I look like I'm dressed for a hike? I'm wearing Versace.
Are you kidding? You're worried about your dumb clothes?
Do you know how much this outfit costs?
Suit yourself. I'm out of here.
Gray walked away. I couldn't believe he was being so inconsiderate. You're fired.
I don't work for you.
I pulled out my cell phone to try to call my dad, but I couldn't get any reception. So I tried to get to higher ground. I walked past a creek and a clearing of trees, but my stupid phone still didn't work. Then I heard a wolf howl in the distance. I was so scared, I didn't know what to do. Come on, Emma. Don't be afraid. You're a girl boss, a tough chick. Nothing can hurt you. I took a deep breath to calm myself down, and then I heard footsteps coming toward me. A half-man, half-wolf appeared in the shadows and whispered my name in this creepy, deep voice.
Emma.
I screamed, threw my phone at the monster's head, and ran as fast as I could. But I tripped on a log and fell. I rolled over, covered my face, and pleaded for my life. Please don't eat me. There's not much meat on my bones. There's a boy around here somewhere, and he's got lots of muscles. He'd be a better meal than me, I swear. Gray stepped out of the shadows. He had a big bruise on his head.
Are you crazy? You almost took my eye out with your cell phone.
I thought you were a wolf man, and you were gonna eat me or turn me into your wolf girlfriend, and then I'd have to eat rabbits and squirrels. I can't be a wolf girl. I get hair all over my body and even my face. My face is too cute to be covered in hair. Gray helped me to my feet and told me we were going to the cabin. Why did you come back for me?
You'd freeze out here by yourself, and I guess I felt kind of guilty about leaving you behind.
Aw, that's sweet. Do you have a crush on me, Gray?
No.
Why not? I'm gorgeous, smart, and my family has lots of money. Are you playing hard to get?
Sorry, I'm not into rich girls.
Well, I'm not into broody boys with bad attitudes and stupid muscles and handsome faces and…
Right.
Gray and I walked for over an hour in the freezing cold. We reached the cabin just as the sun set, and it was the worst. It was dusty and smelled like a bus full of farts.
We should start a fire. There's some firewood out back.
I sat on the couch and wrapped myself in a tattered old blanket.
A little help, please?
No thanks, I'm fine here. And while you're out, could you find something to help with the smell? Gray rolled his eyes and left. He came back 5 minutes later with a handful of wood. He started a fire, but I was still pretty cold.
You're shivering.
I'm fine. Gray sat next to me and put his arm around my shoulders.
Our body heat should warm us up.
I smiled. I knew he couldn't resist my spectacular beauty and charm.
Why are you looking at me like that?
You're confusing. First, you're mean to me, and now you're nice.
I'm sorry about earlier. I've got a lot on my mind. And what?
Admit it, you have a crush on me. Gray tossed me a blanket and walked over to the window.
I'll keep watch. Those guys might still be after us. Try to get some sleep.
I tried to sleep, but my stomach wouldn't stop making weird noises. So I went to the kitchen and sat at the table.
What are you doing now?
It's time for dinner. Can you please make me something to eat?
I'm not your chef.
Well, I can't cook and we can't order in. What do you want me to do, starve to death? Ray pulled out 2 crusty cans of beans out of the cupboard and plopped one down in front of me. You're kidding. I am not gonna eat that.
It's either that or an air sandwich.
I pouted and crossed my arms as Gray ate his beans in front of me. Gray finished his food and checked his cell phone. He still couldn't get any reception. He searched the drawers and found a walkie-talkie.
Hello? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
My stomach started gurgling really loud. I was so hungry I couldn't take it anymore. The beans were so disgusting I almost gagged. But I forced myself to take a couple of bites. Then, the most amazing thing happened. A couple of headlights shined through the window. Hey, look! We're being rescued! Oh, thank goodness your friend came early. I ran to the door.
Emma, wait!
I was so excited. I ran outside and started waving my hands in the air like a madwoman. We're here! Save us! An SUV pulled up to the cabin, and the scary men from the airport stepped out. Why do your friends look like the scary men that ran us off the road?
Those aren't my friends.
Gray grabbed me, pulled me into the cabin, then slammed the door. Didn't you call them on that silly gadget?
You mean the walkie-talkie?
Whatever.
It's broken.
One of the scary men pounded on the door. The other smashed a window with a rock. Gray shoved me into a closet.
Stay here and don't make a sound.
Gray tossed a couple of blankets on my head and closed the closet door. I peeked through a crack in the wood and watched as 3 huge, scary men charged at Gray. Gray grabbed a chair and smashed it over a big guy's head. He punched another guy in the nose and shoved him into the coffee table. Another guy crept up behind Gray, grabbed him from behind, and pinned him to the ground.
Where's the girl? Let her go. She doesn't matter. She's not even a spaghetti. That little witch saw our faces. Both of you have to go.
Gray was a goner. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit back and watch. I burst through the door, growling like a wolf. The Batman turned to me and laughed. Then he punched Gray in the stomach, tossed him to the side, and started running toward me. I ran into the kitchen, grabbed my half-eaten can of beans, and threw it in his face. The beans got into his eyes, and while he was distracted, I grabbed a huge pot and whacked him over the head. The big man dropped to the ground. I pulled the keys out of his pocket and rushed back to Gray. Come on, we've got to go! I helped Gray to his feet, and we ran to the SUV. I started the engine, entered the address for my private villa into the navigation system, and then we sped off. A few minutes later, we were on a highway. Did you see me back there? I was amazing!
You were all right.
I saved your butt.
Okay, fine. I owe you one.
Really? You could rub my feet, or maybe give me a massage? Just then, an SUV jumped onto the road and rammed us from behind.
They're still after us.
How?
They must have put a tracker on the SUV.
What do I do?
Keep driving.
I clutched the wheel and pressed my foot hard on the gas. Then suddenly, my phone started beeping. I reached into my pocket to check it. It was my best friend, Tracy.
Hey girl, where are you? We've been waiting for you for hours. Who's that cute guy?
Oh, that's Gray. He's my driver. I think he's got a crush on me.
Emma, keep your eyes on the road.
Sorry, girl, gotta go. Bye. Gray snatched the phone out of my hands and called 911. The SUV was gaining on us. Then 2 more hopped on the road beside us. Gray grabbed the wheel and started swerving the car like a lunatic. I saw a road sign up ahead. The villa's that way. Gray turned the wheel hard. The SUVs were still hot on our tail.
Faster!
I'm trying! We raced onto the off-ramp. Then I looked up and saw the craziest thing. There were half a dozen police cars in front of us and a row of spikes in the middle of the road.
Stop the car!
I slammed my foot on the brakes. The spikes pierced our tires, and we skidded to a stop. The SUVs behind us did the same. The police dragged the scary men out of the SUV and arrested them. Then one of the officers walked up to Gray.
Agent Grayson, we're so glad you're safe. What happened to the spaghettis? We intercepted them at the airport and took them into the witness protection program. They're safe because of you.
I was shocked. Wait, I thought you were just a driver.
I work for the FBI. I've been undercover on the spaghetti case for years.
My heart skipped a beat. Gray was a real-life hero. And somehow, he was even cuter than before. The next morning, Gray
Can be arranged.
Hi, I'm Sunny, and I have a curse to live with. I'm too nice, and I can't say no. Whenever I try, I'm hit by a tsunami of guilt. I feel nauseous, my butt starts sweating, and I have to fix the situation. I just can't stand someone being displeased with me. I know what you're thinking. She's a people pleaser, a pushover. And of course, you're right, but it took me some time to realize that. But before I continue, like and subscribe. Sorry, it's not an order, it's just a request. Please, I never disobeyed my mother. I always shared my lunch at school. I always gave up the swing at the park, and I could never turn down a poor person's request. Like this one time in 10th grade, I was running back home after school when the homeless guy around the corner asked me for a favor.
Hey, Sonny, could you hold this shovel for a few minutes? It's really heavy, and I need to run to the soup kitchen before it closes.
Sure, no problem. I kept standing there for 2 hours, and he didn't return. Finally, I left the shovel in the homeless guy's corner with an apology note, but later that night, the police turned up at my door to arrest me. Apparently, they'd found my fingerprints all over a murder weapon, a frickin' shovel. It took a while to get my name cleared. Or this one time, I had to go to the bathroom in the mall when I accidentally went into the disabled people's stall. When I came out, I was met by a furious woman in a wheelchair. I've been holding my pee for 10 minutes. People like you are what's wrong with society. What? Oh no, this was a mistake. I'm so sorry. I followed her all all over the mall begging for forgiveness till she called security and told them I was harassing her. Well, naturally, I followed her home and started showing up at her door every day. Her servants wouldn't let me in, so one day I broke into her house through a window. Please, please, just say you'll forgive me. I can't live like this anymore. She filed a restraining order that day. I still pay for a plane to go over her house every week and skywrite my apology. In addition to being nice, I'm also a teen model. I know, I'm breaking stereotypes. I've been on the cover of a dozen fashion magazines, and I've walked on many big runways. My career was amazing, till my mom convinced me to fire my agent and hire her instead. Trust me, honey, I'll make you a star. That's nice, Mom, but you have no experience. What does that matter? I'm your mother, and no one will ever have your interests at heart like I do. I was in labor with you for the worst 23 minutes of my life, remember? Right, of course. You can be my agent. I already knew it was a horrible idea. Mom hated people and rubbed everyone the wrong way. She screamed at the photographers and made a makeup artist cry. She even yelled at a famous designer and started mopping the floor with his dress to show him what she really thought of it. Soon, Mom started complaining about our small house in our dingy neighborhood and started making trouble with the loud, ugly neighbors. Her words, not mine. So, I bought a chic new apartment in a posh area. But then, Mom started complaining about her privacy. Sonny, you really are getting in the way. My new boyfriend and I need our space. But you're standing in my room. Maybe you should move. Yeah, I know. It didn't make any sense. I bought the place. I was bringing in the money. I shouldn't be the one to move out. But as always, I gave in. After buying the apartment, money was a bit tight. Luckily, I found a room in a beautiful beach house that I had to share with 3 other models, Sasha, Tracy, and Mika. And I soon discovered that living with models, the drama was always out of control. I mean, what would you expect from girls who eat a cube of cheese, 1 grape, and 2 almonds a day? They're always hangry. That's my seat, you stupid cow. Is your name written on this seat? OMG, are you wearing my shirt? Is your name written on the shirt? Show me where it is. Can you idiots shut up? If I don't get enough sleep, I look like a raccoon, and then I'll bite like one too. I had to break up almost a dozen cat fights. One day, I cooked us all dinner so we could try to get to know each other. Sasha dreamed of being a pop star. Tracy loved to work out, and Mika was insanely pretty and loved rubbing that in everyone's face. I asked Sasha to sing us one of her songs, and I'd never heard something so horrible in my life. Of course, I still clapped for her, but Mika and Tracy fell off their seats laughing. What's so funny? You sound like a constipated pig. I'd rather put my head up a cow's butt than listen to you. Yeah, stick to modeling. As long as you can. I mean, you're already showing signs of aging. Sasha got so mad that she threw her plate of pasta at Tracy. Tracy ducked and the food landed on Mika's dress, and they started shouting and pulling at each other's hair. I tried to break up the fight, but I slipped on some sauce and fell. Then someone tossed a hair extension onto the stove, and the kitchen caught fire. When the landlord found out, he was furious and banned us from the kitchen. I put up an ad online for a chef, and a ridiculously good-looking candidate named Lance showed up the next day. So Lance, you can cook, huh? Yeah, that's why I applied for the job. Lance, your cologne is to die for. I'm not wearing any cologne. Lance, did you just fix our sink? You're such a genius. It wasn't broken, you just left the faucet on. Your biceps look like boulders. Can I touch them? I'd prefer it if you didn't. Lance was an amazing chef, a handyman, and even a gardener. One day, all of us were drooling at his abs as he pulled out weeds, when suddenly, some crazy paparazzi climbed over our garden wall. Lance ran towards them like Tom Cruise, broke their cameras, kicked their butts, and sent them running. Oh my God. I can't take it anymore. I have to ask him out. No, he's mine. What? I saw him first. I don't think he's interested in dating any of us. Shut up. Who asked you? The girls cornered Lance in the hallway to get his attention. Sasha sang Lance an awful love song. Tracy did a cheerleading routine. Then Mika walked up in a bathing suit. Hey, Lance, you want to go for a swim? No thanks. I gotta get back to work. But the girls' constant flirting and fawning over Lance got so out of hand that he couldn't do his job properly since he was always trying to to hide from them. One of the toilets got clogged, the shower stopped working, and the front yard was starting to look like a jungle. I can't live like this! How are we supposed to share one bathroom? I haven't taken a shower in 2 days. I proposed a solution. Okay then, from here on out, Lance is off limits. No one is dating Lance. They reluctantly agreed, and we made a pact. We all left Lance alone, and soon the house started getting back to normal. A couple of months later, I threw a party and invited a bunch of rich models. Sasha, Tracy, and Mika seemed to forget about their crush on Lance in about 2 minutes. Just then, the doorbell rang and Mom walked in. Hey, honey, did you miss me? Clearly not, or you would have sent me a proper invite. Mom, actually, yes. You're right. I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're here now. Just for 10 minutes. I don't want to overstay where I'm not wanted. I just need to borrow a couple of dresses from you and about, $20,000. But I let you borrow $10,000 last week. Don't be cheap, honey. It's unattractive. Don't you want Mommy to buy something nice for her birthday? Your birthday isn't for another 11 months. But Mom was being pushy, and I knew she'd make a scene. So I gave her my credit card and told her to return it in 2 weeks. Just then, I noticed Lance shaking his head at me, and then he walked away. After the party, the house was a mess. So I asked the girls to help me clean up. Sorry, I have plans with my new boyfriend. I'm allergic to dirt. I twisted my ankle. I'm gonna rest. Okay, no problem. Sleep tight. I was up well into the night still cleaning when Lance joined me and started to help. Why are you still here? You don't need to do this. I stayed back in case you girls needed me. I don't mind. As we were cleaning, I kept catching him looking at me strangely. Okay, I can't take it any longer. Why are you staring at me like I have 2 heads?
You're not like the others. You're a misfit.
Well, that's rude.
No, it's a good thing. You're beautiful, but not self-absorbed. You're smart, and you seem like a really kind person.
You think I'm beautiful?
That's all you got from what I said?
Lance gave me that strange look and went back to work. You're doing that thing with your face again. Did I do something to make you mad? Are you disappointed?
Why do you care what I think?
I don't know why, I just do. It's how I'm built.
Want some advice? Just stop caring what others think and stop letting people push you around and use you. You deserve better.
Excuse me? I am not so naive that—
Really? Then how come you're the only one who's cleaning up after the party? And has your mom ever returned the money she keeps borrowing?
That's none of your business. Okay. That was kinda rude. I'm sorry.
Why are you always sorry? Also, would you like to go out with me sometime?
What? After you just insulted me? No. I mean, I'm sorry to crush your feelings, and it feels nice to be asked out by someone like you, but no, sorry. I spent the rest of the night replaying my conversation with Lance, feeling angry. But as I cooled off, I couldn't help thinking that maybe he was right. I did a lot for Mom and the girls, and I couldn't remember the last time they did anything nice for me. The next day, I was watching my favorite MSA videos on the TV when the girls walked in and Tracy just snatched the remote from me and changed the channel. I want to watch a movie. Sunny, please sit on the other sofa. No, Sunny, don't sit anywhere. You've got to drive me to the nail salon. Sunny, all my clothes are wrinkled. Iron them when you're back. Lance was right. I was a pushover, and I didn't like it. No!
What do you mean, no?
I won't take you to the beauty salon. I won't iron your clothes, and I was watching TV. All you do is use me, and you don't respect me, and that's not cool. Oh, also, I'm gonna go out with Lance, and you all have boyfriends, so I don't care if you're mad. I am breaking the pact. They were shocked, and so was I. I'd never yelled at anyone in my life, and it felt good. Later that day, the girls apologized for treating me badly and promised not to take advantage of me anymore. They even gave me their blessing to date Lance, and of course, I forgave them. Lance and I started dating soon, and we had such a good time together. He helped me stand up for myself more often and gain confidence. I even booked some modeling gigs without involving Mom, and I was doing great. One evening, Mom invited me to dinner at a fancy restaurant, and I decided to introduce Lance to her there.
Break up with him, honey. That boy's a waste of time. I'm sitting right here.
Mom, Lance is a nice guy, and he makes me happy.
He's a loser. By the way, Lance, are you gonna finish that cheesecake? Before I forget, Sonny, I need to borrow your credit card again to book a flight to Hawaii. So just give it to me after you've paid for this meal, okay?
I felt a wave of rage sweep through me. No!
What's that sound you just made? I've never heard it from your mouth before.
Hear it now, loud and clear. No, 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 and sayonara. Oh, one last thing, you're fired. I snapped my credit card in half, grabbed Lance's hand, and stormed out of there. I'm sorry about my mom. She shouldn't have treated you that way.
Don't worry about it. I'm so proud of you for standing up to her.
Lance was such a supportive boyfriend, but Mom got more conniving by the minute. She started sending me dozens of texts begging me for money, and it got harder to ignore her each day. One night, Lance caught me sneaking out of the house.
Where are you going?
For a jog?
At midnight?
Fine, I admit it. I can't help myself. It's a curse. I know my mom's using me, but I can't sleep at night since I refused her money. There's no hope for me. I'm doomed. Leave now and save yourself. I started crying like a baby, and Lance pulled me into a hug.
Maybe you should try giving money to a good cause, Sonny, to people who really need your help.
I thought that was a great idea. The next day, Lance introduced me to his cousin Nancy, who owned a nonprofit to feed hungry kids. I was so excited to help that I wrote Nancy a big fat check.
Sonny, that's a lot of money. Maybe you should think about this.
No, I insist. A couple of weeks later, I donated double the amount, and the month after, I tripled it. It felt amazing! But one morning, Lance didn't show up to work and didn't answer any of my calls either. When 2 days passed by, I started getting really worried and filed a missing person report. I even called up Nancy, but her phone was off too. And then, I found pictures of Lance and Nancy on social media living their best life on some beach. Lance wasn't even his real name. Their whole charity was a big scam. And duh, Nancy wasn't his cousin. I was so devastated I couldn't get out of bed, take a shower, or comb my hair for days. What is up with you, girl? You smell like a gym sock soaked in spoiled milk. Is there something living in your hair? I burst into tears and told them everything. I knew Lance was trouble with his perfect eyes and hair. He was way too good to be true. Of course he was evil. We'll make him pay. First, we went to the police, who put out a warrant for the pair's arrest, but they were smart and couldn't easily be found. Next, the girls and I went online and told our followers about Nancy and Lance's scam and asked for help to find them. Within minutes, we got a dozen leads. Nancy and Lance were arrested at an airport trying to leave the country. Sasha threw a party at the house to celebrate, but for some reason, I still wasn't happy. I took a walk to get some air, and I saw these kids waiting in line outside a soup kitchen. Suddenly, it turned on a light bulb in my head. Before I knew it was a fraud, it had made me really happy thinking my money was going to needy kids. I could start my own charity. Being nice didn't have to be my weakness. It could be my superpower. And now, 5 years later, I'm running soup kitchens all over the country. My model friends volunteer sometimes too. How about I perform for these kids after they've all eaten? No. You two are just jealous. You like my music, right, Sonny? Sasha, I love you, but I really, really, really hate your music. Sorry, I'm not that nice anymore.
Hi, my name is Benita from Colombia. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by a single mom who was always so busy at work that she never had any time for me. So she'd try to make up for it by getting me expensive gifts.
Honey, I bought you this lovely dress in your favorite color.
It's red, Mom. My favorite color is green, and this dress isn't even my size.
Well, it was no surprise that Mom knew nothing about me, but things got too much when she even forgot my birthday.
I am so sorry, Benny. I was just so caught up and...
Forget it, Mom. You're never there for me. I guess you're not so different from Dad.
Hey, that's not fair.
But I just walked off to my room and slammed the door shut. I knew she hated it when I compared her to Dad. And I decided if she didn't care about me, then I was going to learn how to be happy on my own. After that day, I became friends with the neighborhood kids and started playing with them until Mom got back. And it was pretty fun. Until one day when I was 8, one of the kids kicked a ball and it broke a neighbor's car window. Shoot! All the kids ran away, but I was too slow and the neighbor caught me.
You did this. I'm gonna tell your mom now.
Before I could even protest, a little girl spoke up.
No, it wasn't her. The girl who broke your car ran that way.
The neighbor immediately ran in that direction and my eyes lit up.
Hi. Thanks for saving me when my own friends ditched me. Guess they ain't your friends then.
She introduced herself as Sarah and told me her parents had recently moved to the neighborhood. And just like my mom, they also kept busy most of the time. After that day, Sarah and I started spending time with each other, and soon we became besties. We even started with our very own china collection after we bought the most beautiful green-colored teapot in a yard sale.
One day, we'll have a whole room filled with beautiful china. Yeah, and everyone is gonna call us queens. Queens of China.
Time went by and our friendship grew stronger until one day, Sarah told me her family's business had grown and they were moving to a richer neighborhood. Of course, both of us were really sad, but there was nothing we could do. But only after a few days, Sarah started acting weird. She'd spend more time with other rich girls at school and avoid me.
Hey, remember this really awesome cafe you wanted to go visit? They're giving away free desserts this evening. We should definitely go.
The girls behind her started laughing and Sarah joined them.
Are you kidding me? Free stuff is for poor people, Benny. Yeah, that's poor people talk. By the way, what does your dad even do?
Oh, I'll tell you. None of your business.
Chill out, Benny. And sorry, I can't hang. I'm going shopping with my friends for a party tonight.
A party? Well, that sounds fun too. I wasn't invited, but we could go together.
I don't think so. If they didn't invite you, maybe they don't want you there, but I'll see you later.
How could she say that to me? The next few days, I saw her running errands for other rich, bratty girls, and I felt so bad. She was my best friend after all, and I wasn't gonna give up on her so easily. So I thought of reminding her of the good old days. Hey Sarah, it's been ages since I saw our china collection. Did you add anything new to it?
That collection was trash. After we moved into our new mansion, I threw it away to make space for my new branded stuff.
But those were our childhood memories.
Come on, Benny, give me a break. It was just childish stuff.
We're too grown up for that anyway. And it's not like we're friends anymore. Gosh, that made me so mad that I jumped on her and we both went crashing into the girl standing behind her. And just then some teachers caught us and we got detention for a week. But after this incident, I knew one thing for sure. I was so done with Sarah now, and I was never gonna be friends with anyone ever again. Later in the detention room, I was drawing something when I heard a scary voice from behind me. God, you suck at this, don't you? I turned around and saw a monster. Jeez, you scared the heck out of me. Who are you and what are you doing here? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm Martha, and I was put in detention on my very first day because I tried to prank some kids. God, she was something. From that day, she'd come and sit in the detention room and talk my ear off all the time. This school is so fancy. Even the detention room is so big. Did you know I'm here on scholarship? I brought a ham sandwich. Want to have lunch with me today? My dad works in a hospital. What does your dad do? Nothing. Why do you talk so much? I'm sorry. I talk a lot when I'm nervous and I don't have any friends here, so I feel a bit left out. Looking at her sad face, I felt bad for being so rude to her. So I told her she could talk to me. But I regretted my decision very soon, because now Martha became my unwanted shadow and followed me everywhere. One time after math class, I tried to avoid her by hiding in the gym, but moments later I heard her voice. There you are. I've been looking for you. Phew, it's like you almost didn't want to be found. God, did she have some kind of tracker on me? Finally, it was the weekend and I was so grateful that I wouldn't have to see Martha for the next 2 days. I was in my room watching my favorite MSA videos when Mom called me. Benny, your friend is here. My friend? I walked downstairs and found Martha in my living room chatting away with Mom. What are you doing here? Don't be rude, Benny. Your friend came to study with you. Yes, you said we could work on the assignment together. Ugh. Mom sent her upstairs with me and Martha kept blabbering about how beautiful my house was. Wow, your mom is so amazing, but where's your dad? He's away on a business trip. Awesome, where to? China. What does he do? Are you here to do homework or interview me? Let's just focus on the assignment, Martha. And surprisingly, she was really good at studies. She helped me finish my assignments quickly and showed me some super cool tricks to solve equations. Over the next few weeks, Martha and I started to get along. She was really cool and I loved how she always made me laugh. Then one time, when we were having lunch together in the cafeteria, Sarah kept staring at us. And then suddenly, she tripped over something and all the food in her tray landed on one of her girlfriends.
What the heck? Do you know this dress costs more than your entire net worth? She pushed Sarah down and poured juice all over Sarah's head. The rest of the crowd just stood there laughing and making videos of her, while my blood boiled. But since Sarah made it clear that we weren't friends anymore, I turned away. But Martha stopped me. "We should help her, Benny." I saw Sarah's miserable face, and I went ahead and helped her up from the floor while Martha shooed everyone away. After she calmed down, we both left from there. But the next day, Sarah came running to us in tears. "Benny, I am so sorry. After you helped me yesterday, I realized you're my only true friend, and I behaved so horribly with you. So please, forgive me and let's be friends again." "Nice try, Sarah, but I know you're only here because your old gang dumped you. So no, you ain't welcome here." "But Benny, maybe she really is sorry." "No, it's all right, Martha. If she doesn't want me here, I'll leave." She got really sad and walked away. But then a few days later, something shocking happened. It was raining very heavily, and I heard a knock at my door. When I opened it, I saw Sarah covered in bruises. "Oh God, Sarah, what happened?" "It's so slippery and I tripped on my way, but luckily this didn't break. Here, it's for you." She handed me a box, and when I opened it, I screamed with joy. It was the first antique green china teapot we bought together. "You had it all this time?" "Yeah, I lied in front of those girls to look cool, but I could never throw it away because we had so many memories with it." "Oh, Sarah." I let her in and got her some hot chocolate to drink. After that, I dressed her wounds and she apologized to me for everything. I could see how sorry she was, and I decided to forgive her. And just like that, Sarah, Martha, and I became friends. It was so great to have her back because, to be honest, I really missed her. One night, I decided to call both of them for a sleepover at my place. I went downstairs to get them more snacks, but when I came back, Martha wasn't there. I went looking for her and saw her going through my stuff in my room. "Martha, what are you doing?" Sorry. I was just looking for something to wear. I spilled some juice over," and that's when I saw her holding up a magazine in her hand. "Where did you get that from?" I snatched it from her hands, feeling sick to my stomach. It was like my worst nightmare had come true. "It's your dad, right?" I stood there like a statue, but then she held my hand. "You know you can trust me, right?" "Yes, that's my dad, and he's in jail. My mom and I had to move here and restart our lives after Dad was arrested in England. I've always felt so ashamed, and Mom was so heartbroken that she threw herself into her work, leaving me all by myself. Oh, Benny, I'm so sorry about this, but you're not alone anymore. I'm here for you. I'll always be with you." She hugged me tight, and I felt like a weight lifted off after talking about my dad. But a week later, I walked into school, and everyone kept staring at me like I was some alien. I didn't know why, till I got to my locker and almost had a heart attack. Pictures of Dad and his trial were posted everywhere. Just then, I saw Sarah running towards me. "Benny, are you okay?" "Sarah, did you have something to do with this?" "What? Don't be ridiculous. I've known since we were kids and I've never told anyone. Why would I do this now?" She was right. She had always known, and even when we weren't friends, she had never told anyone. And that's when my heart felt like it stopped beating. Martha. Just when I started to trust her, she did this. I saw Martha skipping happily towards me, and I went ahead and pounced on her. "How could you do this, you little snoop? Why would you do this?" "Benny, wait, what are you—" Sarah came in and pulled me away. "Let it go, Benny. Don't get upset." The next few days, I didn't go to school, but Sarah came to visit me every day and kept me company. It felt so nice to have her around. She even tried to convince me to give Martha a second chance, but I stood firm. But one night, when she didn't come, I decided to polish the china teapot she brought me. And that's when I noticed it wasn't the china teapot we bought when we were younger. What the heck? Could it be that she lied to me too? I stepped out of the house to get some fresh air, and that's when I noticed two figures arguing. "Why are you even here? Benny and I are best friends, and you need to back off." "But she needs to know I didn't do it. It was actually you." "Yeah, it was me, but there's no way you can prove it, weirdo. So get lost now." "What? So she was the one who told everyone about my dad and framed Martha?" I went right up to her and slapped her right in the face. "Benny, what are you doing here? And why? Drop the act, Sarah. How could you stoop so low? I trusted you. And Sarah suddenly looked like a psycho. You left me no choice. I hated seeing you so happy with her, and I just wanted my bestie back. And about your dad, don't worry. Everyone at school will forget about it in no time. You know high schoolers and their short-term memories. No harm done. God, you're crazy. I know the teapot is fake, Sarah, and so is your friendship. I hate you, and you stay away from me. I went over to Martha and immediately apologized to her. I am so sorry for not believing you, Martha. Please forgive me. It's okay, Benny. It wasn't your fault. I'm the one who asked you to give this crazy witch a chance. Forget about her. Let's go grab some ice cream. But where are we going to get ice cream this late? In my fridge. You're staying the night with me. Hello, everyone. My name is Tony, and this is my crazy story. I was just a baby when my parents moved from China to America. Growing up, Mom was always busy since she worked as a nurse, but Dad worked from home, and I loved spending time with him. Mom was the exact opposite. All she cared about was work. Sometimes I tried to get her interested in my life, but it never worked. Mom, I have a huge science test tomorrow. Can you help me?
Honey, my back hurts. I just finished a 48-hour shift. Can you ask your dad, please?
It was always the same. As I got older, I stopped trying and Dad became my everything. My parents have always been super proud of their Chinese culture, but I didn't care so much for it. For me, America was the only home I ever knew. Still, I was known as the nerdy girl of the school. Teachers adored me because I was a smart kid, but the kids, well, they disliked me because I loved tests and quizzes and would always remind my teachers in case they forgot. Other than academics, I was practically invisible in school. I never had a boyfriend, and the only person that thought I was cool was my best friend Ashley. We had been friends since our first day at school. Our sheer love of mathematics connected us like two pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. One time when I was in 6th grade, Dad gave me a traditional Chinese hairpin, and Ashley loved it. Whoa, such a big hairpin. It looks so awesome, so Chinese. Dad made me wear it as a symbol of good luck. Here, you try it on. Just as Ashley was checking out the pin, someone snatched it from her. It was Mason. He was the absolute worst. His mission on Earth was to annoy me every day. He was the school jock and the head of the cool squad. The guy had started school with Ashley and I, but he was our junior now because he flunked grade 3 twice.
Wow. Good for you for bringing China to school today. Ooh, this looks cool. How much would it make at a pawn shop? Couple of cents?
Give it back, Mason.
Hey, come on, Tony. I was just goofing. Here, it looks good on you. Don't give it to this wacko.
What did you call me? How dare you? It was always the same. Mason just loved messing with me and Ashley, and every time it turned into some argument. That was my life. I know, not quite happening. But things flipped when I turned 15, and one day, Dad announced that he was leaving Mom and going back to China. He wanted me to come with him, but the court didn't agree with Dad. After the divorce, Mom got custody of me, and I was devastated. I tried to get Mom to send me away by being naughty, but she wouldn't budge. One day, Mom was stuck at work and she asked me to order dinner. Instead, I invited Ashley and the entire math club for a pizza party. Are you sure your mom would be fine with this? Cut her some slack, Tony. No way. Come on, let's party. Just then, I heard a loud crash in the kitchen. Someone had broken my mother's favorite china set. Ooh, if that doesn't get her to send me to Dad, nothing else will. When Mom got back, she was pretty upset.
What is the meaning of this? Tony, how could you throw a party without asking me?
I wanted to, but you know, you're always busy. I didn't think you'd care.
Don't say that. I care about you. Everything I do is for you to have a good life. Your dad, he left us. You, for someone else.
What? You're lying. He'd never do that. Just then, Ashley interrupted and showed me her phone. It was some woman's Insta ID, and she had wedding pictures with my dad. Even Ashley knew? No. This all happened because of you. I hate you. I was so angry that I ran out of the house without even thinking. And right at that moment, something hit me and knocked the wind out of my lungs. Then, everything went black. When I woke up, I tried to open my eyes, but everything was pitch black. Who turned off the lights? Put it back on. I can't see anything.
Honey, the lights are on.
It turned out that the impact of the accident made me lose my eyesight. I was blind. Mom informed Dad, and he wanted to talk to me on the phone, but I refused. He could have visited me from China, but he didn't. After I was discharged from the hospital, Mom had a hard time taking care of me, so Ashley was practically living with us. I wanted to be angry at her for not telling me about Dad, but I couldn't. My family drama shouldn't affect our relationship.
The craziest thing happened at school today. Mr. S was teaching a class, and boom, his wig fell off. OMG, that must have been epic. I was way happier to spend time with Ashley rather than with Mom. It was her fault that Dad left in the first place, I suppose. I mean, it must have been, because she was always so busy. I can get up by myself. I'm blind, not handicapped. And you must have work. You can go. I can handle it. But over time, I noticed how Mom was home more. It was like she was changing. She wanted to be constantly by my side. And even though I was always so snappy with her, she was patient. One time, I was listening to an old birthday video recording, and hearing Dad's voice made me cry. Right then, Mom came and hugged me. Oh, Mom, how could Dad forget me so soon?
It's his loss, honey. You have me. You'll always have me. I promise.
6 months passed by, and the doctor suggested surgery for my eyesight, which was not only risky, but also very expensive. Mom needed time to think, and that's when the doctor suggested it would be good if I started school again. I needed to get back out into the world, but I was so terrified. As I walked into school with my cane and Ashley by my side, I could feel my heart in my mouth. I was expecting to hear mean comments, but instead, I heard kids gasp.
Is it her?
OMG, she's back.
Yeah, she's here.
And then, all of a sudden, kids started clapping. I was baffled. What's going on? Are they making fun of me, Ashley? No, everyone is lined up in the hall, clapping for you. What? But why? Well, the day was full of surprises. Kids were super nice to me in class. During lunchtime, tons of kids sat at my table. Even Mason was there.
Hey, it's good to see you. School hasn't been the same without you.
Why? You didn't have anyone to pick on? Ashley was here. You could have bothered her.
Nah, not the same without you. Oh, I came up with a joke for you. You want to hear it? Of course you do. What do you call a blind dinosaur? Do you think he saw us?
God help me, Mason. I will punch you. Oh yeah, Mason? Tell me this. What do you call a blind reindeer? No idea.
Now that's a good one.
I guess Mason wasn't such a jerk after all. While everyone was always being nice to me, Mason did something different. He made me feel normal, and I liked it. He'd still tease me, call me a nerd, but now he also cared for me. Every day, the moment I'd enter school, Mason would hold my hand and guide me to class while telling me how he'd rather be doing something else. But I laughed because I knew it was the first thing he looked forward to. And whenever he rubbed his thumb on the back of my hand, I somehow felt calm. With him, soon our duo became a trio. Mason went everywhere with us. Yeah, he was still annoying, but in a sweet way. It was refreshing. Ashley, on the other hand, thought he was up to something. Why is he always hanging out with us? Like, where are his guy friends? Are we not nerds anymore? Gosh, he's always looking at you. It's weird, isn't it? Do you think he likes you? And that's why he hangs out with us? Ashley, it isn't weird, but now you made it weird. Yeah, fine. Mason was handsome, but him being friends with us didn't mean he liked me. He was just being nice, I think. A few days later, when I got home from school, Mom gave me the biggest news ever. My surgery was happening. She finally had the funds. I was super scared for the surgery, but Ashley and Mason were at the hospital when I woke up. I was so happy. It was so good to see their faces again. When I got back to school, I thought the attention from my classmates would end, but it didn't.
Hey, gorgeous.
Whoa, why was I feeling butterflies in my stomach seeing Mason?
One of my friends is having a party tonight. Wanna come?
Was Mason asking me out? Was a party a date? Sure, pick me up at 7. When Mason arrived to pick me up, he looked like $1,000,000, as he always did. Where's the ride? Are we gonna walk there?
Actually, I was thinking, what if, Tony, I need to ask you a huge favor. My exams are starting soon, and you know me. It's just that I don't want to fail. Could you
help you? Of course, yeah. Come on in. We studied together that night, and I realized Mason just had some attention problems. He would just get bored really fast. So over the next few weeks, I tried different ways to help him understand concepts, and he was able to. But on the day of his exam, he was still nervous. Hey, it's okay. You've worked really hard.
What if I still fail? Everyone thinks I'm stupid.
They must be jerks. You are awesome and kind and amazing. Mason, I think, never mind. Just as I turned, Mason grabbed my hand and pulled me in for a kiss. It was perfect.
Gosh, Tony, you are perfect. If only you could see yourself as I see you.
Saying that, Mason leaned in and kissed me. The entire night, I couldn't stop thinking about the kiss. Once his exams were over, Mason asked me to the prom. And of course, I said yes. But when Ashley found out, she totally freaked out. Now something is definitely up. There's no way he would just ask you. Why not, Ashley? Am I not pretty enough? Spit it out, Ashley. That's not what I mean. I mean, it's just weird. The way he's just oh so nice all of a sudden. And of course, you're pretty. I don't know what you mean, but I'm tired of this. Mason likes me. Deal with it. I hated how she said that, but I knew Ashley had a point. Was this just a game to Mason? That night, when he came to my window, I couldn't help but ask, Mason, why did you ask me to the prom and not one of the cheerleaders? Do you still pity me as the blind girl?
No, I really like you. I know we didn't start off on the right foot, but I always had a crush on you. I didn't know how to express it. I just sort of annoyed you instead. But that day, after the accident happened, seeing you lying there in your pink PJs and unable to do anything, I felt horrible. When I saw you in the hospital, I knew I had to show you how I felt about you. Tony,
Wait a minute. How did you know I was wearing pink PJs? Were you there when the accident happened? Mason looked shocked, and I knew why. OMG, it was you, wasn't it? I just realized you don't have a car anymore. What happened? Your dad took it from you after you hit a girl with it? After you hit me?
Tony, I wanted to tell you like a million times, but I couldn't. I didn't know if you'd ever talk to me again. It was an accident. You just came out of nowhere. It wasn't my fault, and yours neither. I am so sorry.
Not your fault? Get out. I don't ever want to see your face. Leave. I felt like a million emotions wash over me. Ashley was right. There was no way someone like Mason could like me. He was just hanging out with me because he felt guilty. I sent a message to Ashley. She came over right away, and after learning everything, she hugged me tight. Over the next few days, I kept replaying the whole accident scene every night in my head, and I realized Mason was right. It was me who came in front of the car. I am such an idiot. I needed to make things right. I tried calling him, but he never picked up. The next day when I went to school, I looked everywhere for Mason, but he was nowhere to be found. And when Mom came to pick me up, she gave me the most shocking news ever. Apparently, someone had come forward regarding my accident. It was Mason.
I am shocked. That boy was your friend. He looked like a saint. He helped us so much, and in the end, he turned out to be the one responsible. I don't know what to believe.
Helped us? What do you mean?
He didn't tell you? He helped raise money for your surgery. He set up a GoFundMe and ran ads all over the internet. Maybe he was doing it just to not feel guilty.
Mom, I gotta tell you something. I told Mom all about the accident, how it was me who ran in front of the car. She immediately called her cop friend, and Mason was released. I love you, Mom. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry I treated you badly before and blaming you for what Dad did. I love you so deeply. Later that night, I waited for Mason to come to my window. When he didn't, Ashley and I went to his. I still don't like him, but fine. I'll accept him. For you. Bet you would. As I climbed his window with Ashley's help, I caught Mason watching MSA videos on his phone. So, why didn't you tell me you helped raise money for me?
'Cause it didn't matter. What mattered was how I felt for you, how you felt for me, how you feel for me. I'm sorry about...
Before he could finish, I rose up on my toes and kissed him. So, is the offer to go to prom with you still on? Look, Dad. Look at that bright, shiny star. Do you think it's Mom watching us from heaven?
Don't be ridiculous, Amara. It's just the North Star. Stars are just giant balls of hot air and matter. Come, it's time for bed.
I felt so disappointed as I walked away from the telescope. I really wanted to believe it was Mom. Dad always got so weird whenever I brought her up. It seemed like he never wanted to talk about her. My name is Amara, and people say I'm a child prodigy. My dad is a scientist, and ever since I was a kid, I've heard him say that science is the most important thing in life. And I decided that I would become a physicist like him one day. But that day came sooner than anyone had expected. You see, my teachers in school soon discovered that I was a genius, and I was bumped up quite a few grades. I was done with high school by the time I was 10 years old. By 13, I'd graduated from college, and by 16, I'd gotten my PhD in astrophysics. Soon enough, I was hired as a professor at a university where all the students were older than me. Once I entered the lecture room, and one of my students looked at me pitifully.
Are you lost, kiddo? You want some help?
Yeah, I want you to sit there and be quiet.
What?
Just take a seat. I'm your professor.
Hey, don't lie, you idiot. That's not funny. It's disrespectful.
Shut up and get lost before I make you regret the moment you saw me. The guy's face turned red and he started yelling at me.
Don't you have some respect for adults, kid? Your mama didn't raise you well, did she?
When he mentioned my mom, I got mad. Don't mention her. Don't talk like this about her, you good-for-nothing moron. And I left the room. Minutes later, I returned with the head of the department, and he introduced me to the students. Their jaws dropped open and the room was awkwardly silent. That guy looked shocked. He left and I never saw him again. I started teaching, and students really liked me and my teaching style. Even though I was really proud of everything I'd achieved so young, I sometimes envied other kids who seemed to be having fun with their family and friends. Dad was always too busy, and so was I. And I had no friends my age, except Tanya, my next-door neighbor. She was into fashion, and I never understood what she was talking about. Once, she came and said, "Amara, I feel down. I just broke up with my boyfriend." "But you broke up with him last week, no?" "Oh no, not Mike. Today I broke up with James, and tomorrow I'll dump Marcos. But after he brings me dinner. You know, food is every girl's weakness." Oh God, this girl. But speaking about weakness, one day as I was getting ready to get to work, I saw the most awful tweet on my phone that changed my life forever. Joan Feynman had died. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I knew she was 93 years old, but she was a pioneer in astrophysics and my personal heroine. I was so devastated that I could barely focus on my lessons that day. That evening, Dad asked me what was wrong. I told him I was really shaken by my idol's death.
Oh, that's so pathetic, Amara. To feel sad about someone's death? That's just so silly. I thought you were more mature than this.
Dad, she's my role model.
I can't believe you're like this. You're too emotional to be a real scientist. So disappointing.
I bit my tongue and didn't tell him that NASA had offered me a position on the International Space Station. I just went into my room. I decided to watch a documentary instead. It was about how single women who don't have boyfriends live shorter lives than those who get married. It seemed silly at first, but then they presented hard scientific evidence, and I was convinced I did not want to die young. And then I got a brilliant idea. I should have a boyfriend. It's not like I was dying to have a boyfriend. I just really needed to test out this theory. When I walked downstairs for breakfast, I made an announcement. "Dad, what do you think about me having a boyfriend?" My dad almost dropped his fork into the food he was eating.
A boyfriend? Why?
"I'm just a human with emotions, Dad. I deserve to love and be loved."
What does that even mean? You're too young to have a boyfriend.
Oh? Weren't I young when you made me work as a professor?
That's something else. It's because you're the smartest kid I've ever seen.
Oh, so I'm smart to teach and not smart enough to have a boyfriend.
Romance is for dumb people only.
Oh, Dad, I made my decision. I'm not asking for your permission. I'm just letting you know.
I can't believe you're doing this. You're like animals now, like a monkey.
Oh, I don't mind being a monkey. I just want to live longer.
What are you talking about?
Nothing, Dad. You won't get it. Dad didn't look pleased at all, but he didn't say anything else. We ate in silence and I left for work. I had to meet lots of guys. I reached home and called my friend Tanya. "I want to have a boyfriend."
What? Is this a prank?
"Oh, come on, Tanya.
I'm just a girl like you.
You are?
Tanya, I'm serious. I need your help.
Okay. You want one?
One what?
One boyfriend or more?
Oh, no. I would just like to start with one, please.
But what did your dad say about this?
Oh, him? He's evil. Trust me. He doesn't want me to have a life, but I'm done listening to him. Tanya then downloaded a bunch of dating apps on my phone. I worked on my profile and put up my best picture that showed me winning the government grant last year for special research. I didn't have a single request in days. What's wrong, Tanya? Don't guys like smart girls?
Oh, poor Amara.
Just come with me. I had no idea about the torture waiting for me there. I hated shopping, and she dragged me through stores, picking out short pink skirts and Hello Kitty tops. But Tanya, no one would take me seriously at work if I wore this stuff. And no one is going to send you a request on the app if you have a picture of yourself in a lab coat. Just try it on. It's a really cute look. She took me to the salon next for some extremely painful procedures. I was being attacked by thread and wax and hair tongs, after which those women proceeded to slap makeup onto my face. Next, Tanya took some pictures for me and uploaded them onto the app. When I looked at the dating profile, I couldn't recognize the face I saw. I shook my head and went along with it. Apparently, Tanya was onto something because soon enough my phone was buzzing with notifications. It had worked. The next day, I went dressed exactly as Tanya had taught me. As I was walking out the door, Dad looked like he was about to have a fit. The first boy said I didn't look anything like the picture on my profile, and I needed to learn how to apply makeup better. The second one didn't even let me get a word in. He just kept talking about his bodybuilding and kept asking me to touch his biceps. Boy number 3 was just really angry about everything and shouted at the waiter for not giving him ketchup with his fries. The fourth one just sat silently for 30 minutes before he said he had a session with his therapist and he just left me to pay the bill. In 3 days, I had 14 dates, and it was clear something wasn't working. I needed to meet people who I had something in common with. I decided to make a list of all my favorite science and cultural clubs and museums, and from the next day, I attended every meeting and party. I went to classical concerts and painting exhibitions and tried to talk to every boy I could find. I finally met a guy who seemed really interesting. Sam. We spent 3 evenings discussing books, physics, and our favorite insects. Then on the 4th date, I noticed his phone ringing when he was in the bathroom. We were in a quiet cafe and the loud trilling made everyone glare in my direction. I quickly picked up the phone and said, "Sam's phone, who's calling?" The answer on the other end made me almost drop the phone.
His girlfriend. Who are you?
I was shocked and threw it to Sam, who had just come back to the table. When he saw who it was, he looked at me speechlessly, and I just walked out. I was devastated. I went back home and clutched onto my NASA acceptance letter and sobbed. I sobbed because all boys seemed like jerks. But after a day of staying in bed, I decided I needed to continue with my experiment. I had to find someone single. I booked an appointment with the internet's finest matchmaker and set off to meet them. When I told them all my details, they said my IQ was too high and they didn't have anyone who could be matched with me. Fed up and angry, I stomped home. My dad, who had been watching all these changes silently, stopped me that day.
Amara, what has gotten into you? Why are you behaving like such a stupid person?
Something inside me snapped, and I yelled at him. You never talk about Mom and her death. You never once asked me how I felt when she left us. You mocked me when I told you I felt sad over my idol's death. I'm really scared, and I'm just doing all of this because I don't want to end up alone. And with that, I just stormed off to my room in tears, and Dad didn't follow. When I came down the next day, my father had made my favorite pancakes. That surprised me. He gave me some coffee and sat me down. I was shocked to see him clutching a picture of Mom.
Your mom was the love of my life. Her death devastated me, and no science or logic can explain that pain, so I don't talk about it. I don't know how to.
I stared at my father. I couldn't believe he was talking about his feelings.
I'm sorry that I was selfish and never let you express or process your emotions. You were only a kid, and it's your loss too. And the only reason to be with someone is because they're your soulmate, not some stupid study.
A tear slid down my cheek.
I told Dad about the NASA mission, and he hugged me in delight. I emailed NASA back the next day and accepted their offer. I flew to the training session and finished my lessons. In 3 months, I was on the International Space Station. I couldn't believe I was in space. I looked at the stars around me and felt closer to my mother than ever before. It was beautiful. I stared at Earth in the distance and felt a surge of happiness. I felt free. 2 months later, I was back on Earth, and I got into the plane to go back home. The seat next to me was empty, and then I heard a voice. "Hey, Amara." I turned and saw a man with spectacles and a kind smile. Peter? It was my old school friend Peter, who had left school early. We laughed and talked about old memories. At the end of the flight, he asked me for my number. "Amara, would it be okay if I asked you out sometime? I always had a crush on you." I smiled and said yes.
Hi there! My name is Kathleen, and this is the story of how I ended up in a crazy marriage contest. Before we continue, please click like and subscribe. Do you have someone in your life who is just always one step ahead of you, and it's really annoying? Well, I do. My twin sister and my arch nemesis, Jessica. She had to one-up me on everything, even our birth. I was born 3 minutes earlier, loser! Height, hair, clothes. She wanted to beat me at it all. If I wanted to dress up as Ariel for Halloween, Jessica would steal the costume the night before. Then she would wear it right in front of me. "You stole my costume!" "Well, you stole my chance to be an only child." She was the worst. In the 7th grade, I waited for Valentine's Day to ask out this really cute guy in my class, Sam. As I was walking up to him at the bleachers to give him the card I'd made, I suddenly stopped in shock. He was busy staring at Jessica, who was standing on top of the cheerleading pyramid and holding up a banner that said, "You suck less than the rest, Sam. Be the bread to my jam." He ran up to her and they kissed. With furious tears, I ripped my card and stormed off. On our 18th birthday, Jessica crossed all her limits. I was so excited for my party, but when I came out, all the signs had changed. They no longer said "Happy birthday, Jess and Kathy." They said, "Congratulations, Jessica." What? Jessica arrived in a glittering red gown. No one was even looking at me. "Jessica, what did you do to my party?" "I'm valedictorian. I can speak 5 languages, and I'm traveling the world right after high school. I'm the better twin, so I get a party." Honestly, I was so angry because at that moment, I realized she really was better than me. 5 languages? Wow! I could only speak in my mother tongue. If I wanted to be the better twin, I had to be as brilliant as she was. But how? I was sitting alone, thinking and crying, when my friend Raj came up to me. He came to say goodbye because he was planning to return to his hometown in India. When I asked him why he was going back, he looked very sad. "My family wants to arrange my marriage to some girl I don't even know." The moment Raj said the word marriage, I had an incredible idea. What if I married him and went to India? Then I could start traveling before Jessica. I could even learn their language. So I told Raj my idea. It would solve his problem of marrying a stranger, and I could finally become the better twin. Raj looked confused. "But how will you explain all this to your parents?" "Not a problem. I don't have to tell them everything. I'll just say that I'm going to visit you in India." And that's how Raj became the first guy I married. I told my family I was going to travel to India with my friend, and Jessica literally burned with jealousy. Ha! I left home the day after and hopped on a plane with Raj. I was ready to start my international adventures. I married Raj in a traditional Indian dress, met his parents and relatives, and ate lots of amazing Indian food. I studied Hindi day and night. It was really hard to learn another script, but the result was so rewarding. When I could actually talk to the locals and hold my own in the city, I knew it was time to move on to a new destination. A few months after my marriage, I met the perfect person, Rodrigo. Rodrigo was a Mexican tourist in India, and I bumped into him in a supermarket one day. For him, it was love at first sight. Latin people must be very passionate because when I asked him to marry me in a week, he said yes. So I ended my marriage to Raj and went off to Mexico with my new husband, Rodrigo. I worked hard on learning Spanish, and it was way easier than Hindi. I could speak in fluent sentences in only 2 months. Rodrigo was such a caring and sweet person, and after 2 months of marriage, he took me to a romantic dinner and told me he loved me. He was so charming that I almost fell in love with him. But I had to keep my eyes on my objective. Travel the world and learn more languages than Jessica. So I looked into his eyes and said, "Our marriage ends tonight." I think I broke his heart because he started bawling like a baby. Then he kicked me out of his home. Now I was all alone with no money in Mexico. I started walking aimlessly down the streets, feeling scared and guilty. I almost thought of giving up my crazy plan to travel the world and just go home. Just then, a guy walked up to me and asked me why I was crying. And that's how I met Pierre, my third husband. Pierre was from Paris, and he was for sure one of the most handsome guys I'd ever met. He was also really kind and offered me a warm meal and a place to stay. When he asked me what I was doing here, I decided to tell him the plain hard truth. "I need to marry someone to travel with. Are you okay with that?" At first, Pierre seemed taken aback by my idea, and then he shrugged. "My mom is always complaining that I've never introduced her to a girlfriend, so why not? Let's do a marriage contract." The next stop was Paris, and what a wonderful city it was! As soon as I went to Pierre's home, though, I realized why his mom was worried about him not finding a girlfriend. Pierre was a video game nerd. I wanted to be out in the city of love, eating croissants and cheese, and he just wanted to play video games in his room. Our wedding was super lame. Pierre didn't have any friends and spent most of the party playing his stupid games. I didn't care. My plan was to study French with his mother. I became pretty fluent in 2 months. And then as planned, I divorced him. Soon after, I found a job in a bakery and I loved it. One day while I was serving a customer, a Chinese guy entered and asked if we could talk. He was so sweaty and nervous, and I wondered what he had to say to me. "Pierre told me you marry people, right?" "Oh, yes, that's me, the girl who marries." The Chinese guy's name was Lang, and he needed a bride. He had a secret love story with another girl his parents didn't like, so he needed marriage as a cover for it. So that's how I flew to Shanghai and married my fourth husband. Lang was sweet, and his family was super happy that he was finally married. We lived in an apartment in downtown Shanghai where I had all the time to study and learn Mandarin. Everything was going perfectly till I opened Instagram one day and saw Jessica's update about traveling to her 6th country. Oh no! I needed to speed up. I asked Lang for help, who had an idea. I could find guys through wedding agencies and marry as many as I wanted for the honeymoons. That sounded perfect. The day Lang and I divorced, my mom called. She was worried because I'd been away from home for too long. I told her I was having the most incredible time of my life, and I hung up the phone because it was time to meet my next husband. My 5th husband's name was Ling Wei, and we had a fake wedding certificate because dealing with that many divorces started to be annoying. So we had our honeymoon in Thailand, and it was terrific. I think I had 4 different fake marriages in China, which gave me the opportunity to go on honeymoons to Indonesia, Japan, Australia, and Korea. Being with so many Chinese guys, I'd really perfected my Mandarin too. I was really moving forward, but slowly, I was getting tired of it. After my 9th marriage ended, I was emotionally exhausted. I needed some alone time in one place. So I shut myself in my apartment in Shanghai and refused to go out. I only opened the door to get my food deliveries and turned down all my phone calls. In the darkness of my room one day, I realized it was my 21st birthday. 3 years had passed since I left home, so I decided to call my mom and dad. When I finally explained why I'd left, they were really upset with me. "You're a terrible daughter, Kathleen. While you've been away having fun, we've been sick with worry. Don't come back now. Keep living your crazy life." That day, as I was eating my birthday cake alone, I realized how my actions had shaped my life. My parents hated me, and I'd married 9 guys but never found love once. At that moment, I received a phone call from Lang. "I know you're sad, but your 21st birthday is a big deal. We're going out, Kathleen." So, after a long time of being cooped up in my apartment, I put on some makeup and a cute outfit and went out. Lang took me to a lovely party on the roof of a skyscraper. We danced for hours and had a lot of fun. But when the DJ put on a romantic song, people started dancing in couples, and I felt alone again. I wanted to leave, but Lang stopped me. We started dancing, and I felt something I never felt before. Were there butterflies in my stomach? When the dance ended, I actually felt bad. I wanted to be near him again. I started hanging out with Lang more often. We had so much fun together, and slowly, my feelings had turned into a full-blown crush. But Lang had married me so he could date some other girl in peace. What about her? My doubts were cleared when one day, Lang and I were going home from dinner, and he kissed me. I asked him, "What about that girl you were with?" "Oh, it didn't work out with her. I was a little too busy falling for you." Oh my God! Lang was falling for me? I threw my arms around him and kissed him, my heart soaring. We started dating for real this time. He was my first real boyfriend. For a while, I'd really regretted my stupid competition with Jessica, but it had led me to Lane. Being with him gave me enough self-confidence and strength to do something that I was putting off for a long time. I was going to go back home. I promised to come to China soon, and he promised to come see me. Ha! Okay, whoever makes it first. We will see each other soon. I was crying when I said goodbye to him and flew back home. When I met my parents and finally apologized, I thought they were going to get mad, but they ran to me, hugged me, and started weeping. Oh, we're so happy you're okay. I'm so sorry about what I said. You're always welcome home, baby. I hugged them back and we cried buckets together. When Jessica showed up, she started mocking me right away. Is the little loser back? Are you crying because you finally accepted I'm better than you? Her jokes had zero impact on me. I'm not competing with you anymore, Jessica. You're not worth it. No one is. From that day on, I focused on living my life the way I wanted to. Lang joined me at home a few months later, and my parents just loved him. We got married at an adorable ceremony, and even my past husbands attended. Jessica was super jealous of me that day too. What is this? Husband number 10 for you? Maybe, but he's definitely the last one. I kissed Lang right on the lips, ready to start the rest of our lives together.
Hi, I'm Maria from Mexico. Everyone called me the Crystal Girl because I was so delicate and always at risk of getting hurt. In fact, my whole life was caught inside a bubble. But before continuing, don't forget to like and subscribe to My Story Animated. Once when I was little, I hurt my 2 little arms and cried so much. When Mom saw me cry and suffer as a newborn baby, she went crazy and grew crazier since then. Maria, don't get on there. No, Maria, you know you can't play on the swings. You can't ride a bike. No, no, no! When I was 7, Mom made a protective shield around me, so I literally grew up in a bubble. Life was not easy living like that. I never had friends. I never went to birthday parties, movies, the sea, or shopping. My whole world was those 4 walls inside my house. I was even educated at home. Mom played at being my classmate. Is there anything more creepy than that?
Maria, do you want us to go to recess together?
Mom, you're not a girl. You're my mother. I want to go to school. Please, I beg you.
Oh, Maria, how funny you are. Let's play in the yard. The one that arrives last loses.
I hate my life. The years went by. Mom decided to change the bubble models, and I got them air-conditioned. My life was boring, very boring, and Mom was becoming crazier and crazier. One day when I was 9, Mom left the front door open. I tried to get through it, but my bubble got caught in the middle of the door frame and I was trapped there for 3 hours. All my neighbors saw me and made fun of me, but something that I had never seen in real life approached. A little puppy. I managed to get my hand out of the bubble and touched it. The puppy drooled at me, and it was the grossest and most exciting thing so far. Of course, Mom punished me. No TV for a whole week. But when I was 12, something unbelievable just happened. Maria, come here. I want to introduce you. Meet Mario, your new friend. We said hello, and Mom gave us a list of things that are forbidden and another list of things that are allowed. But Mom only let us play chess and put together puzzles and watch documentaries of wild animals? Take it or leave. It's okay, Mrs. Lopez. We will be fine. And I was looking at him like an alien. The only person I had ever seen up close was Mom, and she wasn't very pretty. Mario had dark skin and green eyes, and when he spoke, he moved his hands exaggeratedly. He almost spoke with his hands. Mario hadn't seen many people either. Maybe yes, but definitely not one like me. Mario became my best friend. With my mom looking at us all the time, we invented a secret language through chess. Maria, I have to talk with you. Tell me, Mario, I'm in love with you. And I'm in love with you. Are we a couple? We are. Mario and I became inseparable. We communicate telepathically. One day, Mom had a very bad cold. She sneezed, coughed constantly, but thanks to the cough syrup, she fell asleep. Yep, it was my time to get closer to Mario. Psst,
Mario, come here. Are you sure?
Yes.
And this is how I got my first kiss.
What do you two think you're doing? Mario Pinto Fresias, get out of here right now! Do you want to spread a plague to my daughter?
No, Mom, please. Mrs. Lopez, please, don't hurt me. And so I was locked behind Mom's bars again, and I never saw Mario again. My heart was broken, but Mom didn't care. I became a very quiet teenager. I read the books that Mom bought me. With not many options, I made up a parallel world within mine. When I looked at an illustration in a book, I managed to get inside it with my mind. I was in the jungle. I stroked elephants. I fought with lions. Another day, I flew to the moon. I was an astronaut and I nailed a flag on Mars. One not so fun day, I got into a scary story, and I quickly fled from there. Another 2 years passed, and no one came to rescue me. When I turned 16, I managed to convince my mother that I wasn't going to break into 1,000 pieces. My method was not very conventional.
Maria Lopez, get down from the top of that table right now!
You will get your hand broken. You already know that you are very delicate. I'm not getting off, Mom. I am not made of glass.
Enough, Maria. You are punished.
I'm sorry, Mom. I'm 16 years old. You can't have me in a bubble anymore.
Well, no bubble, but you will take these pills.
What pills are those?
No questions. You take them.
It sounded better than the suffocating bubble, so I agreed to take those remedies. But strangely, I started to feel weak, practically unable to get out of bed. Those days passed me like a nightmare. I was totally scared. I didn't know what would happen to me, and my mom was getting crazier every day. I turned 17 and decided not to take my pills anymore. When Mom brought them, I was lucid enough to start pushing them aside in my mouth. When Mom left, I spit them out and hid them in a jar. I was better without the pills, but I didn't want to hold on anymore. One night, I decided to flee. At the train station, I made a list of all the dreams that I had been waiting to fulfill and that I had only imagined. To travel, parachute, go to a water park, learn to swim and swim in open water, run a karting race, try an exotic food, make friends, take revenge on Mom, fall in love, write a book. All these dreams looked impossible as I had nothing but myself and my bag. To travel, I needed money. I started singing on a corner, and with the money I raised, I was able to get away from there. I danced in the rain, I made friends, I could feel what it feels like to be alive. At last, the jail was over. One day I climbed a cliff, and when I was there, so high up, feeling that I could breathe freely, I thought of Mom and all that she made me miss by not leaving her house. I told myself I was never gonna let anyone lock me up again. And of course, I fell in love. Jose, the guitarist, had olive skin and the most beautiful honey-colored eyes. We spent a month together and he was a great traveling companion. I didn't want to tie myself to anything or anyone, but Jose couldn't understand, and he left. I had my list of dreams to fulfill, and that was all I had in mind. I traveled and traveled, did things that thrilled me. When I ran a go-kart race, sadly, I had an accident, and I broke down. That's not because I am made of glass. It just happens when one lives. It strikes. But while I was unconscious, they called my mother. When I opened my eyes for the first time after the accident, I saw her huge, on top of me. I felt totally collapsed. It was like the freedom and happiness I had never existed. Easy, Maria, my little one. Here I am to take care of you. Look how you ended up. No, Mom. I don't want you to take care of me anymore. You make me sick.
Sorry, Maria. Here's the rule. I have your custody because you can't take care of yourself.
You won't get away with it.
I think the medication is confusing you a bit. Mom is going to take care of you. Stay calm.
And just like that, this doctor was whom I could talk to telepathically because, coincidentally, it was Mario. Mario, thank God it's you. You have to save me.
Of course, Maria. I'm never leaving you again. Ma'am, are you responsible for this young lady?
Yes, I am the only one responsible.
She is very sick and she cannot take care of herself.
Mario, tell this to Mom. Exactly everything I tell you.
Very well. What a good mother. So devoted. As you know, your daughter has a very serious fracture. We're going to operate on her. No,
I will not be separated from my daughter again. I'm going into the surgery room with her. Please, have a glass of water. We put Mom to sleep with a powerful sedative. We left her at the hospital. Mario left a very clear indication. This patient must start psychological therapy. And because of that, I took revenge on my mother. And at the same time, I fell in love. And so, I checked my wish numbers 8 and 9 off the list. Mario asked me to marry him, but I said no. I didn't want to get married yet. We have all the time in the world. And so, we wrote a new wish list, but this time together. Wondering what happened to my last wish? Write a book? Right now, I am writing the last sentence of my book. And this is my story, how the crystal girl turned to steel.
Move it, weirdo! I heard as I was pushed out of the line. I turned around angrily. Of course, Christina. I glared at her and said, "Or what, you'll bite me?" She laughed and said, "Hell no! All I need to do is show you a mirror!" At the mention of the word mirror, my knees began to shake and I turned red. I hated my weird condition. I was horribly, horribly terrified of mirrors. But before I could reply, Mark rushed up to me and hugged me. He said, "Happy 16th birthday, babe!" Christina started to laugh and said, "Happy? Your parents were so happy they just dumped you in a stupid orphanage." Hi, my name is Sarah, and I'm going to tell you about how I went from a poor orphan to a rich heiress. Anger rose in me. She was sort of right. Of all the kids here, I was the only one who didn't know her parents. Everyone else had someone or something. Even Mark's mom had left him a picture of herself, though he never really knew her. Mark turned to her and said, "You want a piece of me, Christina?" She smiled at him and said, "I most certainly do, Mark." I said, "Shut your trap," and dragged Mark away, saying, "I have to show you something." In my dorm, I showed him my most precious possession and said, "Miss Stacy gave this to me this morning. She said when I was left here, this was the only thing I had." Miss Stacy was the principal's assistant, and she'd hidden it away in case someone stole it. Now that I was 16, I could take care of it. Mark said it was lovely and looked expensive. I said, I'd much rather have a picture of my parents. I just wanted to know who they were. He jumped to his feet and said, "I've got an idea. Meet me in the basement after lockup and bring this along." Then he was gone. At dinner that night, Christina put on her nice clothes and her sickeningly sweet smile as we all headed to the dining hall. She rushed to the principal's usual spot and cleaned the seat for him just as he was about to sit down. She then ran to grab his meal from the pantry. His meals always looked the most delicious. We, on the other hand, only got watery porridge. He then gave half of his steak to Christina and loudly said, "This girl here is the only one worthy of treats." We all rolled our eyes. Thankfully, dinner ended, and I went to the basement. In the dark, Mark put his hand over my mouth and said, "Shh!" He led me to the door and pushed it open. Suddenly, we were out on the main road. I asked him what he was trying to do, and he said he knew a jeweler who could trace old jewelry back to its owners. I couldn't believe my ears and I hugged him. He said, "It's my birthday present to you, babe." At the jeweler's, though, the assistant kept telling us to leave. Suddenly, a door at the back opened and a man stepped in. He asked the assistant who we were. I rushed over to him and said, "Please help me. Can you trace the original owner of this?" The jeweler led us to his office. The minute I stepped in, I almost screamed. There were mirrors everywhere. Mark immediately pulled me in a bear hug and told the jeweler to cover them. Then he held my hand and said, "I'm here, babe. I'll look after you." He asked the jeweler to hurry up. After examining it for a while, he told me that it was a precious antique, but he had no idea who it belonged to. My last hope of finding out something about my family seemed dead already. I was devastated, but Mark tried his best to console me as we headed back to the orphanage. As soon as we got back to the basement, a pair of eyes glared at us in the dark. "And where have you been?" But just as I was about to speak, I heard another voice mocking us, and I knew immediately why the principal was in the basement. "Christina!" She said, "See, sir? I told you they were gone." Then to my horror, she told him that she'd heard me talking about some necklace. He demanded to see it and tried to take it from me, but I told him Miss Stacy knew it was mine. The principal was furious. He decided to give the two of us a week of detention. Immediately, Christina said, "Oh no, it's not Mark's fault. She convinced him. I heard them. He just went to keep an eye on her. He shouldn't be punished." The principal agreed and dragged Mark away. Before she left, Christina turned to me saying, "I'll make sure to keep him company for the time being." The next morning, As I waited for Miss Stacy in her office to be assigned my punishment, I could hear voices from the principal's office. He was saying, "Don't worry, my friend. This land is as good as yours. I'll make sure that the old bat sells it to you. Just remember me when you build your hotel." I was shocked. They were selling the orphanage? Just then, Miss Stacy came in and said, "Could you sort these, dear?" But the very first envelope I picked up made me super curious. It was addressed to the principal. I opened it, and what I read almost made me pass out. It was by some woman who said she was the mother of one of the children here. But what was really crazy was that she'd written that the father of her child was the principal. The letter said, "Look after your child, Stephen, or I will ruin you." The next day, as I was working in Miss Stacy's office, a man came in. Miss Stacy immediately led him to the principal's office. Curious, I listened to what was going on. Pretty soon, I heard the man say that he had been looking for his niece. Having had no luck, he was planning to sell the orphanage. It was the owner, Mr. Douglas. After a while, I heard the principal ask if the woman in the picture was really Miss Douglas's sister. Then the principal said, "Well, Mr. Douglas, I think I recognize your heirloom. I believe I will have quite the surprise for you when you return next week." The next Monday, I had a plan. I was going to expose the principal and save the orphanage. Mark and I waited for Mr. Douglas at the door, but as soon as he came in, we were both pushed aside. Then Christina ran past us and hugged him, screaming, "Uncle!" It turned out that Christina was his missing niece. The principal had apparently recognized her from the picture. Once things settled, I went up to him and told him we needed to talk. But the minute the principal saw me, he yelled, "Get away from him, you shameless girl!" Then he told Mr. Douglas that I was a bad kid who snuck out at night with her boyfriend. Before I could get a word in, he dragged me to his office and said, "If I ever see you near Mr. Douglas, I will kick you out. Do you understand?" He then told Miss Stacy that I was to stay indoors the whole day. Mr. Douglas was overjoyed at finding his niece, and he decided to spend a few days at the orphanage. A few days later, Mark surprised me with a date in the orphanage garden. He said he hated seeing me upset, saying, "We'll always have each other." Suddenly, I saw something that left me shook. Miss Stacy and Mr. Douglas were behind the bushes. Mr. Douglas was declaring his love for her while she nodded shyly. Then they kissed. Mark and I started laughing. As soon as Miss Stacy saw us, she jumped out of the bushes. She then introduced us to Mr. Douglas. Mr. Douglas seemed like a kind man, and he offered for us to walk with him. I instantly accepted his offer, even though Mark was a bit hesitant. Just then, the principal came out yelling, "You beast! How on earth are you roaming around freely? And when you're supposed to be in detention? Miss Stacy, aren't you supposed to be taking care of all this?" Before Miss Stacy could respond, Mr. Douglas asked why I was being punished. However, the principal diverted his attention, saying they had important issues to discuss and that Miss Stacy would deal with it. I was furious. The principal couldn't even look at me without thinking of a punishment. I literally couldn't have a few happy hours, let alone a happy life. The next few days, I went around trying to avoid the principal and hung out with Mark until one day, Christina decided to barge in again. Christina said, "Come with me, Mark. I'll get my uncle to adopt you too." Against my better judgment, I begged Christina to plead with her uncle not to sell the orphanage. She simply laughed at me and told me that she didn't care what happened to the rest of us. Just then, Mr. Douglas said, "Don't say that, sweetie." Christina jumped and started giggling. "Oh, I was just joking, Uncle." But he turned to me and asked me why I was upset at the idea of the orphanage closing. I told him that while we, the older ones, could probably make it, the younger ones would be in a lot of trouble. They couldn't work or look after themselves. He looked at me for a minute. I felt nervous, but then he just left, saying, "The city isn't good for my family." The next day, the principal called me and Mark to the office. He said that we were behaving shamelessly, and he had seen us kissing. He yelled and said, "You two are setting a bad example for the kids. I never want to see you together again." Then he ordered us to leave, and as I left, I heard him tell Mark that for the next week, he was to be Christina's personal bodyguard. "You're not to leave her side, do you understand? Your job is to make sure she's happy at all times." Thankfully, something happened that pushed all the drama out of my mind. The next day, we found out the craziest thing. Mr. Douglas had proposed to Miss Stacy. They were having a party to celebrate, and Miss Stacy insisted on having it in the orphanage. For a week, we did nothing but prepare for the party. A few times, Mark would sneak away from Christina, but she would immediately find him, like some bloodthirsty hound. One day, I was sitting in the storeroom. The storeroom had numerous mirrors, and the principal had said I couldn't leave until they all were clean. I couldn't believe he had assigned me this. even though he knew how absolutely terrified I would be. Suddenly, someone grabbed my arm. I screamed, but then I saw it was Mark. It felt like I hadn't seen him in forever. I hugged him and told him I missed him. He asked me to wait outside and quickly cleaned everything. Then he leaned in to kiss me. At that moment, the door flew open and Christina screeched, "Oh, Marky Mark, come here. I have the most important job for you. I'm bored. Come watch a movie with me." Then she practically dragged him away while I wanted to gag. On the day of the party, I was looking for Miss Stacy and ended up in Mr. Douglas's office. On the table, I spotted something. I got closer and gasped. The woman in the picture was wearing the same necklace as me. Just then, I heard the principal's voice from outside the door. He was holding Miss Stacy's hand and said, "Oh, darling Stacy, don't go with him. Stay with me. I love you." Then to my shock, he tried to kiss her. She pulled back, slapped him, and ran away. The principal yelled, "Just you wait." But I had another problem. The picture. I went to get my necklace, but to my horror, it was nowhere to be found. Just then, Mark came looking for me. He said, "Where are you, babe? The party is starting." I showed him the picture and told him I couldn't find my necklace. He said we'd discuss it with Mr. Douglas later. But at the party, while everyone was busy admiring how lovely Miss Stacy looked, suddenly a murmur ran through the crowd. Someone said, "What a lovely necklace!" I turned to see what the commotion was for and almost passed out. It was Christina, but she was wearing my necklace. Suddenly, I was livid. I yelled, "What the hell?" Everyone fell silent, and Mark and Miss Stacy rushed over to me, but I was quicker. I jumped onto Christina, yelling, "You witch! You good-for-nothing thieving witch! Give me back my necklace!" Christina screamed and said it was hers, and the principal knew it too. Suddenly, the two of us were fighting. Miss Stacy jumped in to try and break us apart, but to my horror, Christina took out a mirror and thrust it into my face. I began to scream, and then everything went black. I finally snapped back when I heard a mirror break, and Miss Stacy screamed. When I came to my senses, she was lying on the floor, hurt and cut. I stood stunned as everyone gathered around her. Mr. Douglas tried waking her up, but she wouldn't move. He ran around like a madman, yelling for an ambulance. The ambulance came, and Miss Stacy was taken away. Suddenly, Mr. Douglas turned to me and said, This is all your fault!" I tried to explain, but the principal jumped in and shouted, "You disgusting monster! Get away from us and pray that we don't kick you out after what you've done!" But there was no way I was giving up. "Not after this!" I screamed. "That necklace is mine, and you know it! I saw that picture. That woman was wearing it too! Who is she?" But to my utter shock, the principal said I was a liar, and he had never seen me with the necklace. Then he took Mr. Douglas away, saying, "She has a history of violence, sir." The two left, and Christina followed, crying. For the next 2 weeks, everyone was gloomy and silent. There had been no news about Miss Stacy, except that she still wasn't awake. The doctors had apparently told Mr. Douglas that Miss Stacy had lost a lot of blood and also had some heart problems, possibly due to the stress of our fight, and that he should prepare for the worst. But he was acting like a madman. Every morning he left and would only come back at night. I mostly stayed in my room, and Mark was forbidden from seeing me. The last thing he had said was the woman in the picture was Mr. Douglas's sister. The necklace was hers. That meant Mr. Douglas was my uncle, but he hated me. One day, he came back when I was working in the garden. The minute I saw him, I ran over to him to apologize. Miss Stacy was the only person who'd ever looked after me, but as soon as I got near, he gave me a look of death and said, "My niece and I will leave this place as soon as Stacy is better. Don't come near me, ever." That broke my heart, and I knew there was only one thing left to do. The next morning, I slid a note of apology under Mr. Douglas's door and left the orphanage forever. I got onto a bus and went to the next town over, where I worked in a local McDonald's. Even though I missed Mark, I tried to date another guy. Mark would be better off if he dated Christina. I moved into a shelter. Months went by, and then one day, when I got back from work, I almost fainted. At the door sat Mark. The minute he saw me, he ran over to me and dragged me with him. I protested, but he didn't reply. When he finally stopped, I was stunned to see who else was waiting for me. Miss Stacy! They told me Mr. Douglas and Christina were set to leave the next day. I told them, I don't care. He hates me. But they told me I had to try one last time, especially now that Miss Stacy was there to tell him the necklace was mine. We rushed back only to find the entire orphanage in an uproar. A woman was outside yelling at the principal. "I want my child back, you monster!" She was yelling at the top of her lungs that he had left her alone. I knew who she was, the woman who wrote the letter. Just then, Mr. Douglas and Christina came out. The woman jumped at Christina and screamed, "My daughter! My lovely daughter!" Mr. Douglas looked shocked and said she must have been mistaken. Then he stopped. He had seen Miss Stacy, and tears welled up in his eyes at the sight of her. He rushed to her and she said, "Sarah is your niece!" Mr. Douglas looked absolutely lost, and as Miss Stacy told him that she had indeed given me the necklace, and that, on the night of the party, she thought she had seen the principal put something in her glass, but she wasn't sure. But now she knew. She had been ill because of him, not because of me. She said, "After I found out he had stolen Sarah's necklace and I confronted him, he tried to kiss me and asked me to be a part of his plan. When I refused, he knew I was a threat. That woman really must be Christina's mother." Well, after that, things sorted out quite quickly. Mark and I started dating again. I told my uncle about the principal's call I overheard, and he kicked the father-daughter duo out. Even though I was still terrified of mirrors, I started to feel safe. My uncle even decided that we would stay there and look after the orphanage with Miss Stacy, who, by the way, I now call Aunt Stacy.
My 6-year-old sister opened the classroom door during my exam and started crying.
Mommy said I'd find you here. You promised to buy me donkey milk for my skin, and not ostrich milk. What am I supposed to do with it?
The teacher ran to calm her down, and while she was hugging her, my sister handed me a paper that had my essay written on it.
Okay, I feel better now. I hope you fail your exam.
Writing an essay about whether manufacturers should be responsible for the effects of the chemicals used in their products was harder than giving birth, I swear. 5 minutes later, I submitted the essay, and when the teacher left, my classmate said, "Who is that girl? You don't even have a sister, or even a mom. You're an orphan." And smart, she's someone I hired. Ask Brain 2 wrote me the essay. And how are you so sure that's a good essay? Oh, it's not the first time, and I always get an A+. In a matter of hours, I was the most popular girl in school, and kids started asking me for all types of advice on which apps could help give them an edge. Is there an app to get someone to fall in love with me? What about an app that could make me $1 million? That's when I got a brilliant idea. I could start making my own apps. How much are you willing to pay? Oh, by the way, my name's Paige, and I live with a family of gangsters. Before I continue my success story, please like and subscribe. Technically, we're not really a family. That 6-year-old girl I hired, her name is Spot. Yeah, weird, I know. Me, Spot, and my best friend Felix met in an orphanage. I'm the smart one. Like Einstein smart, but when I was younger, I was really small for my age, so the other kids used to pick on me. Hey, Shrimp McNugget, get out of my way. They'd push me down in the playground and take all my toys. I quickly figured out that I needed some muscle. That's when I found Felix. Felix was dumb as dirt, but strong as an ox. So we made an arrangement. I taught him everything I knew, and he took care of the bullies. A few years later, some stupid family wanted to adopt me, but they refused to take Felix. There was no way we were gonna let them separate us, so I came up with a plan. I found this really old couple online. I mean, like dinosaur old. They lived in this huge house and had a bunch of money. They would have been the perfect parents, except... What's that you say, honey? You want a mop? No, I want you to adopt us. How is the crop? Oh, it's doing well, dear. Thanks for asking. Have a good day. It was so frustrating. That night, me and Felix snuck into a science lab, and Spot was our lookout. I borrowed a few things to make a supersonic hearing aid and added a couple more features, like super hearing and super strength, that I knew those old people would like. Hey, try this. Wow, I can hear. What was that? That's a bird. What's that smell? I farted. Sorry. Look, honey, I can walk and run and jump. I can pick up this car. I told the old couple they could keep my gadget if they adopted me, Felix, and Spot, and they agreed. The next day, we moved into this huge house. We had our own rooms, and I had my own science lab in the basement. And the best thing was that the old people let us do whatever we wanted. I spent all day in my lab making gadgets and apps. I made a robot that brushed Spot's teeth and washed her hair.
No! Anything but the shampoo! Please don't!
Felix liked to cook, but he always burned the food. I made him an assistant chef to help him out. This is unacceptable! This chicken tastes like poo! It flipped over a couple of tables and sent Felix crying to his room a few times, but the food was delicious. My new parents invested a ton of money into my gadgets. Come to find out, they weren't just a sweet old couple. They were leaders of a notorious underground gang that— Hold on, editor. Cut that out of the video, please. I'm not supposed to talk about that. You won't tell anyone, right?
If you do, you'll end up sleeping with the fishes.
Okay, they get it. Don't scare them, guys.
We're watching you.
And listening, too. Anyway, moving along. After a while, I got bored and enrolled in a fancy high school. Felix and Spod weren't interested in school. They liked to sleep in all day, go on shopping sprees, and run other errands for our parents. My first day of school was pretty lame. I was smarter than the teachers, and the kids didn't like me much. They even made fun of my green hair. What? Green's my favorite color. Then I caught this boy named Lucas checking me out. He was popular, captain of the football team, super smart, class president 2 years in a row, and even volunteered in a food kitchen on the weekends. That is, when he wasn't doing a photo shoot. Did I tell you he was a teen model? Yuck, I could barf. Did he walk out of an MSA video or something? Lucas was so not my type, but he didn't get the hint. During lunch, he sat beside me. I mean, seriously, there were a dozen open seats.
Hey, Paige, is this seat taken?
Yeah, I was saving it for Nunya.
Who's Nunya?
None of your business. He eventually cornered me in science class. Somehow, he convinced the teacher to pair us up for a project. Lucas and I started spending time together. He was almost as smart as me. His sparkling brown eyes, his perfect hair, and handsome face were nice to look at. But there was one thing that really annoyed me. He was such a goody two-shoes. I'd never met anyone so honest. One time we went to a coffee shop and the barista gave him change. We were all the way across town when he realized that she'd given him an extra penny, so he insisted that we walk all the way back to return it. It's a penny, it's no big deal. Plus, I'm tired and my feet hurt. But he couldn't rest until he returned it. On my birthday, Lucas bought me a shirt, but it was the wrong size, so we went to the store to return it, and we ran into this woman who had on a hideous dress, and she caught us staring. Young man, what do you think? Does this dress look good on me?
You look wonderful.
The moment we left the store, Lucas started freaking out.
I shouldn't have lied to that poor woman. That was wrong. I should go back and tell her the truth.
And Lucas, being Lucas, found the woman and told her the truth.
I'm sorry, ma'am. That dress is horrible. It makes you look like a cow.
The woman punched Lucas in the face and stormed off. Later, when I put a cold bag of peas on Lucas's eye, I asked him why he was so obsessed with being honest.
I just think it's the right thing to do. Speaking of honesty, I really like you, Paige, and I was wondering, maybe you liked me too?
By then, Lucas had grown on me. He was less annoying than all the other kids at school, and he made me laugh. You're cool, I guess.
Cool enough to be your boyfriend?
Out of nowhere, Lucas held my hand. He took the peas off his face and stepped close to me. I mean, our faces were inches apart. And then, I don't know how, but suddenly we were kissing, and to my surprise, I liked it. After that, we were officially dating, and life was pretty good. But then everything turned upside down. Felix, Spot, and my parents came home from one of their vacations. Paige, it's terrible. We lost all of our money. I was in shock. Just a week earlier, we had at least $2 million in the bank. My parents explained that they spent all of our money investing in my gadgets. They stored my gadgets in a bunch of warehouses downtown. But someone burned them all down, and we lost everything. All of the warehouses caught fire? How is that possible? What about the insurance? Did you report it to the police?
There's no insurance. And the police, well,
Just 1 second. Hey, editor, we'll need a bit of privacy. It's about the family business.
no problem.
I guess they can hear the rest.
Gotcha.
So we're gonna lose the house? And the cars?
And a bunch of bad guys are after us. We kind of owe them too.
Always so much excitement. I forgot how much fun it is being a businesswoman. What am I supposed to do about it?
You're the brains of this operation. Save us!
And that's when I decided to make a new app called P-Mind Soup Juice. Yeah, that's not the real name and the app doesn't exist anymore, but it was awesome. I cleverly designed a game where kids had to keep paying money to play the higher levels. And when they reached level 7, they got a ticket for the $1 Million National Lottery. Of course, no one ever wins that thing, right? But the kids were hooked. They were using up all their pocket money and even stealing their parents' credit cards to keep paying and playing. And I was getting richer by the day. Wow, Paige, this is awesome. This is almost enough to pay off our debts.
You're my hero.
You're the best. But things got a little complicated with Lucas. One day after school, he showed up at my house.
You have to shut down pea mind soup juice.
Why?
It's unethical.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Don't be such a goody two-shoes.
Paige, everyone's getting addicted and it's driving all the kids crazy.
I need my pea mind soup juice. You can't take it away from me. It's just an app. It's not my fault they're too dumb to turn it off.
You have the highest IQ and you could use it for good, but you're using it to ruin people's lives. Plus, if the principal finds out you're making money off of these kids, you'll get expelled.
Everyone loves pea mind soup juice. No one's gonna tell. The principal doesn't ever have to know.
I know.
What's that supposed to mean?
I love you, Paige, but what you're doing is just wrong. If you don't shut it down tonight, I'll have to tell the principal.
I tried to convince Lucas to change his mind, but he just stormed off. And to make matters worse, I caught Felix and Spot listening from the upstairs window. And that's when the war between Lucas and my family began.
We can take care of him for you. I can punch him in the nose.
I can hit him with a rock. He'll never remember a thing.
Or I can bake him a special pie. No, you're not doing any of that. Lucas is my boyfriend, and I think I love him.
Love? Yuck.
He's not even your type.
Oh, honey, that boy doesn't love you. He wants to rat you out. You'll get suspended, and he won't stop there. He'll try to bring this whole family down. Believe me, we know.
I told my family I'd take care of it. The last thing I wanted was Lucas hurt. I went over to Lucas's house, and his parents' car wasn't in the driveway, so he was all alone. I tapped on the window to wake him up and accidentally broke the glass. Help! Help! Intruder! He was so scared. It could have been because I had a mask covering my face, but it was really cold outside. And what else are you supposed to wear when you're climbing into someone's window at night? I mean, duh, it's practically a uniform. Lucas grabbed a fly swatter and started waving it around. Lucas, it's me.
What the heck are you doing climbing through my window at midnight?
I needed to talk. Please don't tell the principal about pea mind soup juice.
I've made my decision, Paige.
My family needs it to pay our bills.
Can't your parents borrow the money from their friends? What about their savings?
That's easy for you to say. Your family's rich with dozens of rich friends. Then the craziest thing happened. I spotted Felix's robot chef in Lucas's driveway, and it started pounding on the door.
What is that?
I got a FaceTime call from my family. What's going on?
We all discussed it, and we decided that RoboChef, that's what we're calling him now, can take care of our little Lucas problem.
What do you mean, take care of? Then RoboChef broke down the front door.
Ooh, that's loud. What's that noise, honey?
It's RoboChef.
Oh my, get out of there.
My phone lost its signal, and then RoboChef smashed through a couple of walls, then charged up the stairs. We have to go, now! I grabbed Lucas. We climbed out of the window and hopped on my bike. I rode as fast as I could. RoboChef was on our tail.
What is that thing?
It's a robot I made.
Can you turn it off?
RoboChef, shut down.
RoboChef, slice and dice.
It's gone crazy.
What do we do?
I had to think fast, and then I remembered. I had an emergency remote in my bedroom drawer that could shut RoboChef down. Hold on. Lucas held tight as I turned a corner. My heart pounded and my legs throbbed as I rode faster and faster. Then, the worst thing happened. My front tire hit a rock, and Lucas and I flipped over. I sprained my ankle, and Lucas scraped his knee really bad. Lucas held me in his arms as the crazy robot drew closer. This is it. He's gonna turn us into Lucas and Paige puree.
A Luke Cage or a Pecos?
What are you talking about?
It's our names combined, like a couple's name. We never got to choose one. You know, like Benifer, Kimye, and Brangelina.
Shut up!
I've got a better idea.
Lucas pulled me close and kissed me. Then he climbed to his feet and glared at the robot.
Come on, you stupid robot. Let me introduce you to my little friends.
Lucas showed the robot his fists, and the robot couldn't stop laughing as it marched towards us. I knew we were gonna be goners, but out of nowhere, my family appeared.
Get away from my sister, you crazy bot!
Spot threw a rock at the robot's head. Felix body slammed it and then gave it the people's elbow. My mom smashed a pie in its face, and my dad picked it up and threw it so far that it landed in a trash heap a couple of miles away. My dad still had his super strength, by the way. My family was impressed that Lucas had risked his life to save me. And Lucas was so thankful that my family saved both of us that he decided not to tell the principal about pea mine soup juice.
I won't tell, but you still have to shut it down.
But what about my family? They still need money.
I have an idea.
My family met with Lucas's dad, and after he saw the footage of them kicking that robot's butt, he hired my family to run security for his company. After a couple of years, my family made so much money that they started their own security business and started traveling the world protecting celebrities and famous politicians. As for me and Lucas, I agreed to shut down pea mine soup juice and live an honest life. Hey guys, I'm Eva from Canada. Please like and subscribe, and you might just get that new present you've been wanting. As you can see, I was born with a birthmark on my face that covered my right eye. Though it sometimes caused others to stop and stare, which made me feel insecure, the one person who always made sure those feelings didn't stay around too long was my cousin Anna. My dad brought her home to live with us on my 8th birthday. Don't worry, I got you, Anna. You can stay in my room and share all my toys. Oh, please don't be sad. Oh, Eva, you're the kindest. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Uncle. I was happy to have Anna with me. Soon, we started going to school. She was shy, but I introduced her to everyone, and my friends were a little too thrilled to see her. Whoa, is she really your cousin? She is way too pretty. If she were my cousin, I would feel jealous. I know, right? Anna's the best. I did put on a smile, but I'm not gonna lie. It did sting a bit when my friends were going all gaga for Anna. But it was true. She looked like a movie star. That day when I got home from school, I decided to put on some makeup to cover up my birthmark, and even tried to dress and style my hair like Anna's. But Anna saw me. She told me that my birthmark was cool. It made me unique and special, and that it was like a little star shining on my face. Anna was the sister I'd always wanted. We truly loved each other and had so much fun together. She was smart and helped me with my studies, while I showed her how to make social media accounts. Can you believe she didn't even have Instagram or TikTok? What do I do with this? Which rock are you under? Jeez, you upload your cute pics. But why? Well, that's what Instagram's for, to share the moments of your life with others. Everyone has it. Seems like allowing people to invade my privacy. But I'll try it out, just for you. Of course, I would grow to regret ever having done that, but I couldn't have known it at the time. When I was in 8th grade, Dad's friend's son Parker came to live with us from Paris for a couple of weeks for his mom's treatment. The moment I saw him, I may have developed a teeny tiny crush. Oh my God, he was too cute with his glasses, just like Harry Potter. Parker seemed kinda uptight, no doubt due to all the stress he was under. His mom was in the hospital and all. As I sat near him one day, he scooted further away. I thought it was funny and was trying to make him laugh, so I did it again. He fell off the couch. I am so sorry. Please, don't mind me. Still silent? Cat got your tongue? Look, I lost. 'Cause of you. Oh, sorry. Late at night, I got up to get some water, and I bumped into Parker, who was still playing some game on his phone. Dude, it's like 12 a.m. No wonder you have glasses. I just couldn't sleep. I have a cure for that. Come on, follow me. I took Parker to the kitchen to make him some hot chocolate. Slowly, he opened up to me. I was surprised by how chatty he was. I could feel this connection between us, and I found myself really liking him. One day, Anna, Parker, and I were in the garden, and Parker was looking kinda down, obviously missing his mom. I could see that he was getting a bit emotional, so I tried to think of something to lighten the mood. Hey, let's play a game. And let's see who hangs upside down from the tree and for how long, and... Oh, no. Okay, how about a bubble making competition? Right then, I tripped over a rock, and thank God Parker caught me before I fell. My heart was fluttering. Then the gum popped and splattered all over his face and glasses. I wanted to help him clean it up, but before I had the chance... Here, let me help you. Anna took off Parker's glasses and started wiping them down, and he just stood there and stared at her. I just couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Parker stayed with us for 2 weeks while his mom recovered, and I got pretty attached to him. I was glad his mom was okay, but it was kind of sad to see him go. I missed our talks. One day when I was studying with Anna, I saw unread messages from Parker on Anna's Instagram account, the one I had made for her and she never used. Well, I knew Anna was obviously not interested in replying to him, so I decided to chat with him from her account. And then I made an account like hers to talk to him. I mean, it wasn't like we would be seeing Parker anytime soon anyway, right? I just thought it would be fun to get to know him more. And I was right. We talked about everything under the sun. But the more we talked, the more I realized we had a lot in common. We both loved Chinese food and taking pictures of nature. He even told me the story about his first breakup in kindergarten. And I told him my secret, how I was afraid of heights. I think I was falling in love, but I couldn't even tell him because he thought I was Anna. One day, as Anna and I were hanging out, I got a message from Parker that absolutely rocked me. He was coming to town and would be staying at our place. OMG, this was gonna be mad. I was up all night and decided that I'd tell him the truth when I met him. But once he arrived, he had his eyes only on Anna.
Someone got handsome. Whoa, was he always this huggy? Why is he talking to me like he's known me forever?
How would I know? I just got a fist bump. I had managed to make the guy I loved fall in love with the one person I was always jealous of. Parker was totally head over heels for Anna, and she seemed to be liking the attention. But still, I held on to a tiny bit of hope that maybe, if I told him the truth, he'd feel something for me too. I tried so many times to tell him, but every time I was about to, I'd chicken out and my heart would sink. Just a week later, I was displaying my photography in an art gallery, and Parker, Anna, and Dad were also there.
Wow, the angles, the lighting, everything's perfect. Eva, you're a pro. And I thought Anna loved photography.
Ah, she does. I learned everything from her.
Oh, okay. Eva, I need to ask you something.
I need to tell you something.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's okay. You go ahead. I chickened out again.
I want to buy one of these photos from you.
Really? I never sold my photography before.
Yeah, I want this one of Anna. I'll give it to her when I ask her out. Do you think she'd like it?
And right at that moment, I felt like I was hit by a train. You want to ask her out? Really? Don't you want to get to know her more first?
I know her better than anyone else. She's my soulmate. I've known that all these years, and she's the one.
I was too shocked and just smiled. Yeah, I think she'd love it. Parker bought it right then and there and gave it to Anna. I couldn't hear them, but I knew what he was asking. And then he kissed her. Once we were home, I asked Anna why she agreed to date Parker, and her answer broke my heart into a million pieces. Eva, I really like him. Boys have always chased me, but Parker, he's different. It's like we've known each other forever. He's so confident with me. That's nice. I walked away with a heavy heart. Parker and Anna both liked each other and were happy. I couldn't take that away from Anna. A couple of days later, Anna was out shopping and called Parker to join her. He asked me to accompany them. I tried to refuse, but he practically begged me, saying how much he hated shopping and would need someone to talk to while Anna shopped her heart out. The ride started off a bit awkward, at least for me. Parker broke the ice by playing some songs and asked about what music I liked, which made me feel a lot more relaxed when we started talking. It was so much fun.
It feels like I've known you forever.
Like you felt like you knew your kindergarten girlfriend forever?
Wait, how did you know about that?
What? Oh, Anna told me. After we picked up Anna, Parker asked to take us both out for lunch. How about Chinese?
Oh, I love it.
Chinese? No way. I don't like it at all. I'd rather just get a burger.
But I thought you loved Chinese food.
Parker was super confused, and I felt goosebumps all over my body. To make matters worse, when Anna told Parker how she wanted to try skydiving, he looked totally shaken.
But I thought you hated heights.
Me? No, it's this scaredy cat who's afraid of heights. It was the most difficult lunch of my entire life. That's when Parker looked at me all side-eyed and suspicious. I quickly excused myself for the restroom, but ended up running into a waiter carrying a glass pyramid, and it tipped all over the next tables. Eva, are you okay? Yeah, sorry, just in a rush to pee. I felt so embarrassed. And Parker stayed quiet the whole time, even on the ride home. As soon as we were back, I hurried out and hid in my room. And then I realized I had left my phone in his car. I ran outside. Anna had already gone in,
but Parker was still in his car. He was looking at my phone. Oh no. I had my doubts, but now I know. How could you, Eva? I thought Anna and I had a real connection. It was all a lie. Here I was thinking Anna was my soulmate.
Parker, I know I messed up, but I was afraid that you wouldn't like me. You were always too busy looking at Anna to pay attention to me anyway. I was just trying to get to know you. But then I fell in love with you and couldn't stop myself.
You couldn't stop yourself? That's your excuse? What am I supposed to tell Anna now? I can't do this.
But she likes you.
You still don't get it, do you? Eva, I am in love with the person I talked to all these years, but now I don't know if I can ever trust that person ever again.
Saying that, Parker walked away while I crumbled. I was stuck in this mess of lies I'd created for myself. I had no idea how to get out of it. I went for a walk, trying to clear my head and think of how I would explain it to Anna, when I heard her crying at the top of her lungs. I rushed to her and saw that she'd smashed her phone. No one ever did this to me. That jerk. He said he wanted to date me, and now he called and said he wants to break up because I'm not the one. I can't believe this. Like, who even breaks up on the phone? Oh no. I hugged her tight and told her there must be a misunderstanding. I needed to talk to him and make him get back with Anna. I couldn't see her cry like this, and it was my fault. But when I called him, he never replied, and a few days later, I learned he had gone back to Paris. Anna was devastated, and I knew the right thing would have been for me to tell her the truth, but I didn't have the courage, and the guilt was eating me up inside. Over the next few weeks, I did everything I could to help her get over the breakup. I took her out for laser tag, bowling, mini golf, and even on a short trip to Hawaii. We had the most amazing time ever. And on our last day in Hawaii, as I was looking at the setting sun, Anna came and sat next to me. You are the best sister ever. I'm so lucky to have you. No, I'm not, Anna. There's something I need to tell you. I told her the truth. I'd expected her to be upset, but I hadn't expected her to be so silent. I felt like my heart was going to burst out of my chest on our flight back home. When we got back home, Anna didn't talk to me at all. I was desperate to make things right, so I started doing little things for her. I made her favorite chocolate chip cookies, gave her notes telling her how sorry I was, even made her a scrapbook of all our childhood memories, but nothing seemed to work. I was starting to feel hopeless. One day, I was in my room when Anna suddenly barged in. If you want me to forgive you, you have to go skydiving with me. Skydiving? You know I'm terrified of heights. I need proof that you're actually sorry. Anyone can make cookies, Eva. This would show me you really care. Wait. Okay, I'll go. When we got on the plane, I felt like I would black out, but I was willing to push myself to make up for my betrayal. When it was time, Anna grabbed my hand. I closed my eyes, and we both jumped together. The feeling was peace. At first I was scared, but then I felt calm, and once we landed, I looked over at Anna and she smiled back at me. Without a word, I ran over and hugged her tightly. I am so sorry, Anna. Eva, I know how insecure you are when it comes to boys, and since I was always being chased by them, I realized I don't know how you must have felt, even though you are beautiful. I can't believe I ruined what you and Parker had. Maybe you can forgive me, but I can't forgive myself. But it wasn't real, our relationship. I only thought it was. I'm not mad at you for that anymore, but I will be mad at you if you keep doubting yourself. I talked to Parker and decided he's right. I'm not the one. He's back in town today, but he's leaving in an hour. Go, tell him how you really feel. Really? I got an Uber and rushed to the airport. I couldn't get past security without a ticket, so I bought one. There goes all my savings. After looking for him everywhere, I saw him sitting on a bench looking at his phone. I went and sat next to him, and he scooted over without looking at me, just like the first time we met.
Hey, excuse me. Oh, Eva, it's you.
Yep, it's me, Eva, the girl who just jumped out of a plane to prove how sorry she really was, and the girl who really, really likes you, but was too insecure to be herself.
Anna actually made you skydive, and you did it?
Of course I did. She's basically my sister. And for you, I would go anywhere. Hi, I'm Lily, and when I was 13, my parents moved to the seaside and opened a seafood restaurant. We lived in an apartment right above the restaurant, and I got to swim in the ocean every day, help my dad catch fish on our sailboat, and eat the most delicious seafood. Life was perfect. At least it would have been if it wasn't for Enzo. Who's Enzo, you ask? He's a nightmare, a monster, a terrible, diabolical fiend. Oh man, I need a moment to calm down. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Enzo was my age. His family owned the restaurant next door, and they were the absolute worst. They were always trying to steal our customers. One time, Enzo and his dad put a sign on their restaurant that claimed that their food was better than ours. Of course, I wasn't gonna let that go, so I made a ton of flyers saying that our restaurant was the best and posted them on dozens of mailboxes, street signs, and lampposts. 2 minutes later, I caught Enzo pasting his flyers on top of mine. What are you doing, you jerk?
What does it look like, pea-brain? I'm saving the people of this town from eating your lame food.
Take it down or else. Enzo laughed in my face. I got so mad I ripped off his flyer, he ripped mine, I pushed him, and he shoved me back. Then I slipped and scraped my knee on the ground.
Sorry, I didn't mean to push you so hard. Are you okay?
I grabbed a cold fish out of my dad's cart and hurled it at Enzo's dumb face. Enzo ducked, and the fish hit Enzo's dad in the head, who lost his balance, fell down, and broke his arm. For a week, Enzo's restaurant was closed because his dad was their only chef. At first, I felt really bad, but the next day at school, I opened my locker, and a bucket of sardines fell on my head. The stench was so bad, I had to sit outside during class, and all the kids started calling me Fish Face. And if that wasn't enough, during our dinner rush, I caught Enzo creeping around behind our restaurant. I chased him off, but a few minutes later, our power went out. All of our customers left and went to Enzo's restaurant, and we couldn't get the lights back on for a week. Enzo was evil, and he was obsessed with destroying me and my parents. Every time we saw each other, we'd give each other death glares. But then one day, the strangest thing happened. My parents invited Enzo and his parents over for dinner, and then they made a huge announcement.
We've talked it over, and we've decided
to go into business together. I couldn't believe we were joining hands with the enemy. Enzo and I begged and pleaded for our parents to change their minds, but they didn't budge. After the restaurants merged, Enzo worked at the restaurants on the weekends, just like me, and I tried avoiding him as much as I could. But things at school were worse. The kids loved making fun of me thanks to Enzo and his stupid prank. So I kept to myself and focused on my studies. But then one day, a new girl named Yasmin sat next to me in history class. She was beautiful and wore the most fashionable clothes, and everyone wanted to be her friend. The teacher partnered us up for a huge assignment that was almost half our grade, and we met at the library to work on it. I can't do this anymore. My brain is on fire. My eyes are about to go numb. We've been working on the assignment for less than 10 minutes. I'm not a machine. Yasmin had a meltdown and ran off. She didn't come back for hours. I finished the assignment on my own. Just as I was about to leave, Yasmin came back with a brand new outfit on, looking like she'd stepped off a runway. Where have you been? We were supposed to work on this together. Sorry, girl. I had to get ready for my date. Are we almost done? What do you mean, we? You didn't do anything. Then these mean girls walked up to us. Gosh, Yasmin, you're so cool and pretty. Why are you talking to that fish face? Drop the geek and come hang out with us. I thought Yasmin would join them immediately, but she didn't even laugh at their jokes. Hard pass. Have you looked in the mirror lately? Your face is hideous. Your dress is so last year. And that cheap perfume you're wearing smells like rose-scented turds. The girls were speechless. I was shocked. It felt so good to have someone stick up for me. So, about that assignment, you gonna add my name to that, or what? After that, Yasmin and I started hanging out all the time. I helped Yasmin with all her homework and helped her pass her tests. No, it wasn't cheating. I just liberated the answers and shared them. That's what besties do. Hanging out with Yasmin was the best. I got to sit at the cool kids table at lunch, even if it meant carrying Yasmin's books around. She had delicate arms. I couldn't let her strain herself. One day during cheerleading practice, I was getting Yasmin a bottle of water when a football came flying toward my head. Then Kurt, the most beautiful boy in the world, came out of nowhere and caught it. Kurt winked at me with his dreamy green eyes, and my brain turned to mush.
Hey, fish face, is that for me?
He grabbed the water bottle out of my hand, took a sip, and handed it back to me.
You're sweet.
His finger touched mine, and I fell in love. I felt like I was walking on a cloud, but I must have wandered onto the football field because all of a sudden someone crashed into me. Of course, it was Enzo.
What's the matter with you? This isn't a sidewalk. Stop daydreaming and watch where you're going.
You watch where I'm going. Trust you to ruin everything.
Are you having PMS?
You're having PMS, jerk!
Later that day, I saw Kurt in the hallway surrounded by a dozen beautiful rich girls. My heart sank. He was totally out of my league. That night, I looked up into the stars and made a wish to be pretty and rich just so that I could have a chance with Kurt. The next morning, my life turned upside down. This huge celebrity had eaten at our restaurant and posted an amazing review online. That night, people were lined up outside our doors. Within 2 weeks, our restaurant became one of the most popular in the city, and we made a ton of money. Soon enough, my parents bought a new house and gave me a credit card. You've worked so hard, honey. Go buy yourself something nice. Whatever you want. You deserve it.
I told Yasmin all about my new credit card, and she suggested we go on a shopping spree. I bought us a ton of matching outfits, expensive shoes, and jewelry. Bestie, I'd love a day at the spa. How about we go tomorrow? Your treat? No problem. I didn't mind picking up the bill at all. Yasmin was a great friend. She even invited me to a cool party. She did my makeup and my hair, and I looked like a goddess. When I walked into the party, all the boys noticed me, even Kurt. But when he waved at me, I got really nervous. What's wrong? You look like someone pooped on your shoes. I told Yasmin all about my crush on Kurt. Don't be shy, girl. Go get him. I gathered up the confidence to ask Kurt to dance, but just as I was approaching him, Enzo stepped in my way.
Hey, Lily, you look great.
Get out of my face, Enzo.
No, really, I'm being honest. You look amazing. Listen, I've been meaning to talk to you. I want to apologize for always being a jerk to you. I guess all the pressure from working at the restaurant and school was getting to me. I was hoping we could have a fresh start.
Just then, Kurt walked up to me.
Hey, beautiful, you want to dance? Excuse me, we were in the middle of a conversation.
Actually, we were at the end of it, and I'd love to dance with you. I ditched Enzo to dance with Kurt. After the song was over, I asked Kurt out, and he said yes. On our first date, we went to a really nice restaurant, but when the bill came, Kurt asked if I could pay.
Sorry, babe. I forgot my wallet and my other pants. Oh, so embarrassing.
But no big deal, I'll handle it. I paid the bill, then Kurt pulled me close and kissed me. That kiss was so magical, I couldn't stop smiling for days. Soon, we were a couple. Kurt loved it when I bought him nice gifts and took him and his friends to concerts. But after a while, things didn't feel right, so I talked to Yasmin about it. Oh, don't be so shallow. Kurt's the boy of your dreams. Girls buy their boyfriends gifts all the time. By the way, can I borrow $500? I've had my eye on this Gucci purse. Yasmin and I went shopping, and I felt so much better. For a while, my life felt like a fairy tale, with the perfect boyfriend and the best friend in the world, though Enzo was still a troll. Ever since the party, he's been acting so strange. Whenever he saw me and Kurt, he'd shake his head and walk the other way like he was disgusted. He even had a problem with Yasmin. Like this one time, he saw her leaving my house with a bunch of shopping bags from our latest shopping spree, and he lost his mind.
Are you an idiot? Kurt and Yasmin are using you.
You're wrong. You don't even know them.
You're Yasmin's personal ATM.
Yasmin's parents cut her allowance. She's accustomed to a certain lifestyle. I can't stand by and watch her suffer.
Kurt flirts with every girl on earth.
No, he's just a nice, friendly guy. He likes giving hugs.
Jeez, you really are a moron.
I got so mad I slammed the door in Enzo's face. I refused to let him drag me down. So I decided to avoid him forever. But my plan failed because later that night, Enzo and I had a meeting with our parents.
We're opening up 3 new locations. We'll need you two to manage the restaurant while we're away. No problem, whatever you guys need. This is awesome.
Enzo and our parents were so excited, but all I could think about was how much I'd miss hanging out with Kurt and Yasmin. Sorry, that won't work for me. I have plans.
Well, you'll need to change them.
I tried arguing with my parents, but they insisted that I help out or they'd take away my credit card. That would be a nightmare. So I agreed to their terms. I got so busy with school and work that I hardly saw Yasmin and Kurt, and I really missed them. So one day, as I was taking a cash deposit to the bank, I decided to stop at Yasmin's house to say hello. But when I got there, I saw Yasmin and Kurt kissing on the porch. I felt someone had stabbed me in the heart. Suddenly, I lost my balance and fell back into a trash can, which caught Yasmin and Kurt's attention. What's going on? I saw you kissing.
Lily, it's not what you think.
Yeah, we were just practicing. Practicing for what?
That play,
Romeo and Suzette.
You mean Romeo and Juliet?
Right, that one.
When did you guys join the drama club?
Oh, silly. We told you weeks ago. You must have forgotten. You know my heart belongs to you. Kurt hugged me and I started crying like a baby.
I do. It's just, I'm tired of working all the time. And Enzo is the absolute worst. He's been saying all these mean things. Forget about Enzo. You've got us.
Yasmin and Kurt spent the rest of the afternoon cheering me up. They even walked me to the bank. From then on, Kurt and Yasmin joined me at the restaurant to protect me from evil Enzo's mind games. It was really nice to have their support. But one time, Kurt and Yasmin were hanging out with me in the back office as I was doing some accounting when Enzo burst in like a crazy maniac and pulled me to the side.
You can't have them in the office. It's for employees only. All our cash is in the safe there. I told you, they can't be trusted.
Neither can you. I pushed Enzo aside and walked back into the office.
A few weeks later, Kurt and Yasmin stopped hanging out with me. They said it was because they couldn't stand Enzo. Then, the day I was supposed to make the deposit, I opened the safe and the money was gone. I panicked. I searched everywhere for it, but I couldn't find it. I even asked Kurt and Yasmin about it.
Are you accusing us of stealing?
I thought we were friends. After that, Kurt broke up with me and Yasmin stopped taking my calls. My parents came home the next week and they were furious. They told me that the accountant discovered that the money from the deposits had been short for weeks. I looked at the calendar and I noticed that it all began when I started hanging out with Kurt and Yasmin in the office. I realized that I'd opened the safe in front of them on numerous occasions. We checked the surveillance cameras, but they had mysteriously stopped working when the robberies began. The last image we saw was of two kids in masks sneaking into the office, spray painting the cameras. One of the robbers was wearing a fancy bracelet and a pair of really expensive sneakers. The same bracelet and sneakers that I bought Yasmin months ago. My blood boiled. I marched straight to Yasmin's house, where I found her and Kurt hanging out by the pool with a bunch of their popular friends.
Hey Lily, what's up, girl?
How could you do this to me?
I didn't do anything.
You and Kurt stole from my parents' restaurant. I showed her the footage of the robbers.
Ooh, that girl's got style. She's rocking those shoes and that bracelet.
I know it was you. Admit it. I called the police. Hello? I'd like to report a robbery. My friends Yasmin and Kurt. Before I could finish my sentence, Kurt ran away and Yasmin snatched my phone. Yasmin and I fought for the phone like a pair of wildcats. I slipped on a towel, hit my head, and fell into the pool. The next thing I knew, I was in the hospital. Enzo was sitting by my side, holding my hand.
Please, Lily, you have to wake up. I miss you. I never got to tell you that.
He paused, then looked away. I should have let Enzo know that I was awake, but I was so curious to hear what he had to say, so I pretended to be asleep.
I love you. I was an idiot before. I should have just told you earlier. If I had, then maybe none of this would have happened.
Enzo started to cry. I squeezed his hand. It's not your fault. I was the idiot. Then Enzo kissed me, and it was so sweet. As for Yasmin and Kurt, they fled the party after my accident, but they didn't get very far. The police arrested them at a bus stop and hauled them off to jail. Our family's restaurant eventually recovered from the robbery and got 10 times more popular. Enzo and I started dating, and after college, we started to run the business, got married, and lived happily ever after. So, yeah, I was wrong about Enzo. He wasn't an evil monster after all.
Wait, what now?
It's a long story. What up, friends? I'm Lavender from Ohio, and ever since I was born, I've been physically attached to my sister Rose. Rose, we're live! Oh yeah, like, subscribe, blah blah blah. Can we go now? I have to pee. Anyway, growing up with a literal human conjoined to me was anything but normal. We had to have clothes made especially for our joint bodies and go to doctor appointments every month for health checkups. Everyone treated Rose and I like we were some kind of magical beings. Once when we were in the 5th grade, this girl came up to us at the playground, squealing.
The two-headed creatures from my book are alive! Oh, thank you so much for saving the kingdom! Can I have your autograph? Can you tell me my future?
I can give you a mouthful of fist.
Rose, what have I told you? Punching children is not polite.
Also, it's borderline assault.
You're right. I'm sorry. We'll tell you your future, but first, you have to drink a potion to ward off any evil that might come your way. Wait here while we get it for you. It's from a magical fountain called La Toilette.
Rose gave the poor girl a bottle of toilet water every day that week until another kid caught her and reported her to the principal. My sister had an awful temper,
and messed with everyone who pissed her off. Eventually, my parents decided to homeschool us. Then one day when we were 16, our lives took a total 360. Mom and Dad had gone bankrupt and we could barely afford to pay rent. So, Rose and I decided to get jobs to help our parents out. Except there was one problem. Rose's anger problem kept getting us fired from everywhere we worked. Sorry to keep you waiting. Enjoy your buckets of greasy, chemically processed poison. What kind of demon are you? You run a movie theater and you're not showing the new MSA movie? You might as well just murder a kitten. There was only one way I could cope with all the insanity, by talking to my secret online friend, Bryce. We'd met on a video game platform, and every night when Rose went to sleep, we'd talk on the phone for hours. My sister had ruined all my friendships, my school life, and job, but my relationship with Bryce was untouchable. And one day, he gave me some advice to go back to a regular school so I could get to socialize and try to live a normal teenager's life. I just needed to teach Rose how to control her anger issues. So after I convinced my parents to send us back to school, I had a talk with Rose. We're starting 11th grade next month, and we're probably gonna be the only pair of conjoined twins. So unless we want to be the school freaks again, riding on a freak show train— wait, no, we never take the train. But if we want to go to a normal high school, you have to learn to control your psycho ways. Yeah. Why do you want to go back to real school anyway? Because I'm a 16-year-old girl with needs. I want a social life that's so busy, it'll make jealous witches scream while looking at my Instagram. I want to be like other teenage girls. You know, have friends, go to parties, cry into a pint of ice cream after a breakup in a bathrobe. Why can't I have that too, Rose? Rose seemed to take my speech seriously because when we entered high school the next day, she was actually on good behavior, even when kids inevitably stared, whispered, and pointed at us. But when lunchtime came, we got a wild shock in the cafeteria.
Guess who?
A weirdo with freakishly tiny hands.
Uh-oh, wrong twin?
Holy crud, it was Bryce. I recognized him from his Instagram photos. And boy, was he gorgeous in person. But what was he doing here?
I'm so sorry, Lavender. I wanted to surprise you. When you told me the high school you were going to, I asked my parents if I could transfer so we could be in the same class and finally be real-life friends. I really enjoyed talking to you over these past couple years. Also, are my hands that tiny?
No. You hesitated. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. My BFF was here at my school, and in person, he looked like a Roman god. Stay cool, stay cool. And I actually did. Bryce ended up hanging out with us after school, and it was amazing. Then, towards the end of our evening, we were doing homework when Rose decided to cross-examine my friend. So, Bryce, I find it fascinating that you suddenly transferred to our school just to be closer to my sister, even though you two had never even met in person before. And when I went through your backpack, I found a heart-shaped box of chocolates. How interesting it is that Lavender loves chocolate.
Almost 90% of the world's population likes chocolate. And what do you mean you went through my backpack?
It's a thing I do. I go through everybody's stuff because I have trust issues and I'm convinced everyone's evil at heart. My therapist says it has to do with— okay, this has been a delightful get-together. Bryce, I'll text you later. That night, I tried to go to sleep, but Rose wouldn't shut up about Bryce. She kept saying that he was shady and hiding something and that I should stay away from him. I didn't listen to her at first, but over the next couple of weeks, I wondered if my sister was onto something. While Bryce was handsome and sweet, he acted way different in person than online. He was constantly buying me expensive gifts and was always asking who I was texting and where I was going. It made me uncomfortable sometimes, but it was also flattering to have a gorgeous heartthrob be so into me. Plus, it was awesome for my popularity. So when Bryce eventually asked me out, I said yes. One day, Bryce invited us to dinner at his house so I could meet his parents. He lived in a pretty small apartment, and the furniture looked like it was falling apart, but his parents were really sweet, and everything seemed to be going well, until Bryce invited me to his room afterwards to hang out. That was when Rose pulled me aside. So, how are we gonna do this? Should I accidentally lock that creep in the closet while I search his room? Or maybe there's a way to make him mysteriously fall asleep? Can't you stop acting like a sociopath for one freaking minute? Just let me hang out with my boyfriend in peace. For the next couple hours, Bryce and I had a blast playing video games, checking out his comic books, and having deep conversations. He was so lovely, and more than anything, I wanted Rose to be wrong about him. Finally, Bryce passed out in front of his Xbox controller, and Rose insisted we dig up some some dirt on him before leaving. We searched his room for evidence of anything suspicious, but just as we were gonna give up, Rose found a hidden folder, and when she opened it, my heart dropped. It was a restraining order. Well, look at that. Your boyfriend got a restraining order last year for stalking another girl. Everything makes so much sense now. Why a total stranger transferred to your school all of a sudden and immediately asked you out? I knew this guy was a sleazebag. This has to be some kind of mistake. I don't believe Bryce would do something like this. But Rose just told me I was in denial. And the next day, before I could even confront Bryce, she did the unthinkable. She brought a megaphone to school and made a huge announcement in the hallway.
Attention, all ladies. You all know Lavender's mega hot boyfriend Bryce? That yummy smoke show you all wish you could date? Well, I have bad news. We discovered last night that Bryce is actually a criminal who got a restraining order for stalking. So consider this a warning before he puts any of you in danger.
And for the record, you creep, this is also me telling you to stay away from me and my sister. Bryce just stood there, looking pale with shock, as everyone started staring at him and whispering. So Rose had been right all along. I had been such a naive idiot. I was just about to officially break up with Bryce when suddenly he walked over.
How could you do this? Rose, these criminal records aren't what they look like. I've never stalked anyone.
Well, according to your files, it looks like you did, which makes perfect sense since you immediately transferred to the same high school I was going to after I told you the name of it and asked me to be your girlfriend right away.
I transferred to your school because I wanted a fresh start. Lavender, listen, I used to get bullied a lot at school. I was shy and awkward and didn't know how to interact with other kids. I also didn't always look like this. At one point, I had a crush on this girl and I tried flirting with her, but she wasn't interested, so I backed off. Though on the last day of school, she dropped this really expensive sweater on the floor and I wanted to bring it back to her. But since I didn't have her number, I followed her home. The second she saw me, she freaked out and accused me of stalking and harassing her before I got the chance to explain myself. Worst of all, my backpack zipper was open, so it looked like I stole her sweater for creepy reasons. It was all a misunderstanding, but I became even more of an outcast at my school after that. Lavender, you were the first friend I ever had, and when you told me you were transferring to a real high school, I just got excited and saw it as an opportunity. And yeah, I kind of had a crush on you, and I know I went over the top with the expensive gifts and stuff, but I never meant to make you uncomfortable. I just have never been good at talking to girls I like.
I was speechless as Bryce told me all this. I had no idea he had suffered so much. I just threw my arms around him and started apologizing, begging him not to transfer schools again. But it was too late. Rose had already ruined his life here, even though she had just been trying to protect me. I was certain Bryce was going to break up with me. Days went by, and he didn't call or text or anything. Come on, how many times do I have to apologize? I know. We'll watch MSA together, but on YouTube, not on TikTok. I'm not letting you turn your brain to mush, sis. Thankfully, a few days later, Bryce came by and decided to give me a second chance since the criminal record drama hadn't been my fault. I thought everything was gonna work out, except it didn't. I couldn't hang out with my boyfriend for 2 seconds without him and Rose fighting. Bryce accused her of messing with his life. Rose argued that she'd just been trying to protect me, and there was a lot of name-calling.
You're just jealous because Lavender can get a boyfriend and you can't. Maybe it's because of your awful personality, or the fact that you chew your food like a horse.
At least I don't have biceps that look like photoshopped soccer balls. Seriously? Looking at your muscles gives me a stroke. Lavender, get up so I can make an important announcement. Who's that ugly dummy that my crazy sister loves? His hair's kinda crummy, his weird biceps hurt my tummy. He's little baby Satan from above.
Enough with your freaking public announcements.
Yeah, Rose's tabletop rap got us kicked out of the restaurant. And that night, after our movie date, Bryce and I had a difficult talk.
I don't know how much longer I can do this. I'm not happy in this relationship anymore because of your sister. Why does she have to be so—
Look, the two of us have been through a lot. Being conjoined twins and all, I've always been able to be positive and keep my head up, but Rose took the trauma much harder. Bryce, if you really love me, you have to learn to love my sister too, because she's literally part of me.
Lavender, I'm sorry, but as long as she's here, I can't be with you. We're over.
And just like that, Bryce broke up with me. I was devastated. Once again, Rose had unintentionally ruined my relationship and my happiness, and I felt nothing but anger towards her. Then, several months later, things got worse. Rose and I started having serious health issues, and
and the doctors didn't know what to do. My parents had always been too scared to let us get the separation surgery, but as time passed, it was looking like we didn't have much of a choice. We had to take the risk. We were sitting in the hospital room an hour before our surgery when suddenly Rose started to cry. I immediately asked her what was wrong, but she was almost too upset to speak.
Lavender, I am so sorry about everything I've done to you. For making Bryce leave you, for getting us kicked out of places because of my anger problems. You turned out so normal, while I turned out to be such a freaking train wreck.
Rose, don't cry. This is why we're getting separated. We can finally live our own separate lives.
But I don't want to get the surgery. I don't want anything to happen to you.
It hurt me to see Rose so sad and scared. Though when we finally got the surgery, the doctors were amazed by our quick recovery. And yeah, we each had to get a prosthetic leg, and it felt weird walking in my new solo body, but we felt healthier and happier than ever. We even got to do a news segment about our successful separation and make some money. Are you ready for your new life? Are you ready for a new boyfriend? Because that weirdo in the audience has been checking you out. Don't worry though, I won't wreck your love life this time.
You know those stories about the sons and daughters of famous people? Well, that's not my story. I mean, I am the daughter of an Oscar-winning actress, yes, but my story is far crazier. My name is Layla, and I live in a huge mansion in Beverly Hills with my mother. It had always been just the two of us. I never knew my dad, and Mom never spoke of him. I didn't have siblings because Mom said pregnancy ruined her perfect body once, and there was no way on earth she would let that happen again. But Mom was delighted to have me. You see, I had my perks. I was a beautiful baby, so much that by the time I was 3, Mom had me cast hundreds of ads and made sure my face was everywhere. Magazines, TV commercials, formula, even diapers. But I didn't care much for it. On my 4th birthday, she woke me up saying we were late for a photo session.
Mommy, I don't want any more photos. I want to watch Cinderella. It's my birthday.
She rolled her eyes and tossed the CD aside. Cinderella is poor and filthy. You have nothing to learn from her. We did not watch Cinderella. But while Mom was super proud that I had started my career so early, I just thought feeling lucky was a pretty crummy feeling. I was always tired and so bored. We were always traveling, and Mom only paid attention to me to explain how important beauty creams and lotions were. Once I asked her to read me a bedtime story, and she laughed and tossed the book aside and said, "Oh, sweetie, stories are for dumb, ugly kids. You need to know how much more important it is to start using this lotion early." I wasn't even 5 yet. Mom decided that I should be homeschooled since my schedule was tight and there was no room for school. But by the time I was just 6 years old, I started to try to learn about creams and beauty processes because when I didn't, Mom stopped talking to me and ignored me. The first time I tried a DIY face mask, my mother was thrilled. She picked me up and swirled me, saying, "I knew you weren't dumb." I was so happy with her attention that by 7, I was practically a professional. I knew everything there was to know about beauty, and trust me, I knew a lot. Day creams, night creams, shower creams, astringent lotions, and flowers. So many flowers. We lived in a pretty big house, and Mom and I had started cultivating all these flowers when I was 8. By the time I was 12, it was hard to distinguish which part was the greenhouse and which part was the rest of the house. We practically lived in a jungle. Mom loved flowers and was always talking about how pretty I would look because of them. "You'll look like a flower too." I was so curious that I tried to add some flowers to my plate, and to be honest, it didn't taste bad. But Mom wasn't the only one obsessed with beauty, and once she finally allowed me to go to school, I began to realize everyone was obsessed with beauty. Not only was I famous, but I was also a living encyclopedia of DIY beauty hacks. So obviously every girl wanted to be my friend. One day they all started to beg me to take them home. "We'd love to see where you live." I was thrilled. I'd never had any friends over. But as soon as we got home, they ran to Mom and said, "Oh, MG, we thought we'd never see you." One of them actually said, "Adopt me so I can be as pretty." My mother was delighted with my new friends. She turned to me and said, "At least you're smart enough to be friends with the right kind of girls." Then she spent hours talking about flowers and beauty. Pretty soon I realized that I didn't have any real friends. Everyone just liked me so they could be beautiful. I talked about flowers at home. I talked about flowers at school. I was beginning to lose my mind. Luckily, around that time, Mom took me to the Cannes Festival. That's when my entire life changed. We went to see an art exhibition of this famous artist and the paintings. That was a whole new world for me. And suddenly, I realized I wanted to do that. I wanted to paint flowers. I immediately signed up for art class at school. I became obsessed with it. A few years of practice, and I was getting really good at it. It was my hiding place because my friends just wanted to drag me to the mall all the time.
You're so lucky to have your mom. Mine doesn't understand anything about beauty or fashion. She lives in flip-flops.
Oh gosh, don't even get me started on mine. She doesn't even know what a primer is. But now I started to care even less about fashion, and that translated to my clothing quite quickly. One day, we were walking through Rodeo Drive, and my mom looked uncomfortable. I was enjoying a greasy bagel. Honey, people are staring at you. So? You're not even wearing makeup. So? She stopped walking and looked at me desperately. You look ugly. I realized we were in front of the beauty salon. I sighed and we got in. It was still nice to share a moment with my mom from time to time. This was the only place where she was really happy. Layla, it's been so long since the last time you were here. The shop owner put on her glasses and scanned my face closely. Oh, that porcelain skin, no makeup at all and still perfect. It reminds me of your mom's younger days. My mom looked at her annoyed and didn't smile again throughout the entire day. I got the impression that something changed inside her after that. She became more obsessed with creams and lotions and makeup and fashion, and the day I said, I want to go to art school when I graduate, she snapped. That beautiful body of yours is not going to last forever, you know? Do you know how lucky you are to have inherited my genes? All your friends would kill to be in your place. Maybe I don't care about beauty or fashion. Maybe I don't care about your stupid creams. You seem to like my friends more than me, so why don't you throw me to the street and adopt them? Oh, honey, they are not even half as pretty as you are. I went to my art studio and continued to paint. Mom followed me and looked at all my pieces with disgust. There's no future in the art world, honey. You should take advantage of your beauty while it lasts. Like you did? It doesn't look like it worked. What are you talking about, you little brat? Look around you. How do you think I got all this? You really think you'll get all this with those stupid drawings?
I don't care if I get all this. I never cared for any of this. All I ever wanted was to be with you.
Mom rolled her eyes and said, Drama, drama, drama. I wasn't going to leave my dream aside, so I applied to every university in the country that had a good art program. My mom looked at my computer monitor from behind and said, I'm not paying for this nonsense.
I don't need your money. My art will speak for me.
I received acceptance letters from 6 different universities. High school was finally coming to an end, and I would probably choose the one with more miles between it and my home. I felt invincible and free. But when I got home that afternoon, not only was my mom not there, but all my paintings were gone. I started panicking. I needed my work for university. I had over 50 pieces. Where the hell were they? My phone started to buzz with hundreds of messages. Your mom is so awesome. I didn't know your mom was such a gifted painter. Your mom rocks. And emoticons everywhere. Mom? A painter? I saw a picture of my mother with all my paintings, and behind her, the place, National Museum of the Fine Arts. I jumped into an Uber and rushed there. There were photographers everywhere. There she is, it's her daughter, and blinded me with their flashes. I saw my mother waving at me and smiling. That witch! She came to me and said to the reporters, My beautiful daughter, isn't she beautiful? She's always there for me. For you? You stole my art! She stole my art! The flashes stopped for a moment, and then my mother started laughing. Everyone laughed too and followed her back inside. You will not get away with this! But it was too late. I was alone. I went back home and directly to my now empty art studio. I got a message on my phone. It was a video of me shouting at reporters. It went viral in an instant. The very next day at school, everyone was looking at me like a freak. I heard their laughs and whispers. I went to the art room. It had been my refuge for years. Now I felt like an imposter. What's wrong, honey? I looked around and saw my art teacher. She must not have seen the video. Before I knew it, I had broken into tears. My mom stole all my art. I felt helpless. No, she didn't. I looked at her and she was smiling.
She didn't steal these ones, and I have you on video.
What?
I always film my students. It's for academic purposes.
She handed me a tape with a smile. I looked at it for a moment. I was so angry I thought of taking it directly to the news. But then I thought of my mother. This would ruin her.
This is your art, your life. Don't let anyone take that away from you. Fight for it.
And so I did. I went to the news and gave them the tape and explained everything. And that too went viral. And it did ruin my mother. I didn't want to see her again, but I had no choice. I went home and saw her sitting in the dark. But that woman wasn't my mother. The container was the same, but her spirit was gone. I felt awful. She looked at me and said, "You did the right thing." She had tears in her eyes. Huh? I got scared. What? You're leaving for college. You have your whole life ahead of you. I'm so proud of you, but I don't know how to live without you. I got scared. Oh, Mom. I hugged her. I'm not going anywhere. I already decided to go to USC. It's 10 minutes away. Okay, yes, that was a lie. The night after she stole my work, I wanted to go as far away from her as possible, but then I realized I don't need to leave her to paint. I can do that from anywhere. I was happy on my first day of college. USC was huge. Some people knew who my mother was, but nobody knew me, and that was okay. A few months later, I did my first art exhibition, and it was a huge success. I sold all my paintings, and my mom was there for me. She stole a few flashes, but I was happy to know that now we could share time without any makeup or fashion involved.
Hi there, my name is Mishka, and for the longest time, I was the only girl in my whole village. Before we continue, please hit like and subscribe. My village was stunning and bountiful, but for ages, our people thought this land was cursed. Before me, no girl had been born in this village for 50 years. Everyone just kept giving birth to boys. Some couples had 14 babies just to get one girl, but they all failed. The villagers had to find women from other towns, like my mama, to marry their boys. They were beginning to think Mother Nature had abandoned them, when one day, my mother finally gave birth to a baby girl. Me. The whole village wept with joy and relief. The curse is finally lifted. The divine feminine has returned. The day of my birth was declared a holiday, and I became the town's princess. People came to worship me, taking turns to kiss my feet and be blessed with a daughter themselves. I was made to sit on every pregnant woman's lap. They thought my magic would turn the unborn babies into girls. Being a girl wasn't my only talent. I stunned the entire village when I uttered my first word at only 6 months old. By the time I was 4, I could read long paragraphs. The princess is a genius. I was too precious to be sent to school, so expert tutors were brought in from other cities just for me. Shockingly, I was smarter than most of them. One time, my teacher tried to eat a random mushroom growing in the dirt. I slapped it right out of her hands before she could take a bite. "There's white stripes on the stem. That's poison." She ran through the town screaming, "The princess is an angel. She saved me. She saved my soul." The entire village worshipped me even more now. If I was spotted, everyone would fall to the ground and start bowing. People showered us with gifts and jewels that filled our vaults to the ceiling. One man even gave away his sons to become our servants for free. "Take 2 of my boys to serve our precious princess. I don't need these 2. I have a lot of them." At first, I kind of enjoyed the attention, but as I grew, I became more beautiful, and that's when things started getting crazy. One day, my teacher told me about a special new library full of books. "I can take you there. Jump into my cart." "I want my mama to come with me." She grabbed my wrist. "Come on, princess. You don't need mama anymore." She tried to cover my mouth, and I bit her. "Ah! Mama!" My screams echoed in the mountains, and the villagers jumped on her. "I want the girl for my son. She will give birth to girls. Give her to me." She wasn't the only one losing it. Fights between angry villagers started breaking out in front of my house every day. They were fighting over whose son I would marry. The village was breaking down into chaos. We had to put a stop to this. When I turned 10, the village elders declared that a contest would decide my future engagement. All the boys in town would compete, and I would get to make the final choice when I turned 16. "Mama, this sounds weird." "This is the only way to keep peace in our village, Mishka. Don't worry. We'll be with you the whole way." So, every few days I was dressed and primped to perfection to attend the marriage contest. Archery, hunting, sword fighting, mathematics. There were several levels for the boys to compete in. I was so bored. All I did was sit there and look pretty. I was really starting to wish I was a boy. They got to play games and run free in the village while I was caged like a bird. When I turned 12, I put my foot down. "I want to go to school, Mama." "It's too dangerous, Mishka. I'll dress up as a boy. I'll wear a wig. Please, Mama. I need a life." After a lot of begging, she accepted my request. She bought me a wig and helped me pick out boyish clothes. Soon enough, I was ready to start my second life as a boy. I was so nervous on my first day. What if someone found out about me? I should have been more worried about the school bully, Carl. Once he saw me, he said, "Do everything I say, or we'll throw you in the lake." What? I refused his orders, and he actually threw me in the water. He was horrible, not just at school, but also during the marriage contest. He said, "My stunning princess, if you choose me, all of my lands will be yours, and all of my body." Ew! I would never choose a horrible bully like him. One day when he threw me in the lake just for fun, again someone came to help. It was Ren, the son of the village chief. He was really quiet and aloof, and he was the only boy in the town who had refused to participate in the marriage contest. Thank you, I said in my best manly voice as I took his hand. Suddenly he started staring at me like I was a ghost. Your hair. I touched my head and nearly screamed. My wig was gone. My long hair was loose right in front of Ren. You're the princess. I ran out of there as fast as I could. I was finally caught. What was I going to do? When I went to the marriage contest the next day, I was literally shaking. Did everyone know my secret already? I was stunned when everything was just normal. No one suspected me or accused me of anything. Had Ren not told anyone? Why would he do that? Not only was Ren keeping my secrets, he started following me around in school to make sure no one would mess with me. I told him I could handle myself, but he'd always say, "I'm the chief's son. It's my job to protect the princess." One day I just snapped. I'm not a princess. I'm Mishka. If you're here because you think I'm blessed or something, you can just go away. I don't think you're blessed, but you could get hurt if anyone finds out about you. Was he actually just nice? I started trusting Ren, and before I knew it, I was actually falling for him. He was the kindest, strongest person I'd ever met. One day I lost all control and I kissed him. I was so amazed when he kissed me back. I didn't want to do that stupid contest anymore. I just wanted to be with Ren. At the next event, I made a public announcement that the contest was over. People went mad with rage, but I ignored them. Surely they'd get over their disappointment soon enough, right? Wrong. One day, some unexpected guests showed up at home. The entire town, with Carl and his family standing right ahead. They had pictures of Ren and I kissing and hugging. She has been pretending to be a boy to enter the school, and she chose a husband without the consent of any of the villagers. No! None of you have any right to choose who I marry. You're the only girl. We own your future and your destiny. You own nothing. I'm not just a girl, I'm a person. I slammed the door shut and ran up to find Mama. When I got there, I found her puking on the bathroom floor. Mishka, I'm pregnant. Holy wow. 9 months later, Mama gave birth to a new baby, another girl. The whole town rejoiced at Kira's birth, and they started worshiping our family even more. I thought another girl would set me free, but Kira being born was one of the worst things ever. As she grew up, Kira learned about our village's history. She realized that if it weren't for me, she would be the only girl in this village. I wish you were never born. Then all of this would be mine. She would lock me in a room every time Ren came over the house. Why should you get the chief's son? It's not fair. Open the door, Kira. Only if you dump him. Kira tried to get rid of me about 100 times a year. Fake jobs out in the city, framing me for theft so I would go to jail. She tried everything. She was my baby sister, and I was never going to go against her, but she had no problem going around the whole village bad-mouthing me. Carl and his family joined her happily. Mishka is a fake. She wasn't even born in this town. People actually believed her lies. My parents got threatening letters asking them to remove the fake princess. One day, Kira broke all her limits. She showed up to our house with a whole crowd of angry people carrying torches who demanded that I leave our village forever. I told them to eat dirt, and my sister tried to drag me out of the house. That's when the rest of the town showed up. What are you doing to our princess? She's a fake. She's adopted. And she needs to leave our village. We saw her being born, you idiot. You're the idiot. You... Before I knew it, the entire village was at war. People pitched tents in our yards to sleep there so they could protect me the entire day. The chief tried to settle the dispute, but they refused to calm down because Kira would keep riling them up. I will not live with this fake. We need to split the village in half. What? Draw a line through the village. You take one half, I take one, and we never see each other again. No matter what I tried, I couldn't change her mind. It took months of deliberation, but we finally managed to create the line, white chalk that divided our land's resources. I took the people that trusted me and began my own village. We are going to do things differently from now on. We will learn and improve our village. While I took an oath to change things, Kira wanted things just the way they were before. She restarted the marriage contest in her village. She loved being the judge. She could dress like a queen and have men fight over her. While my home stayed the same, Kira built a castle just for herself. She made the boys do it to prove their love. I focused on building schools, playgrounds, and filling up our libraries. One day, a little boy came to me and said, "Princess, I want to see the stars." "Sure you will. I promise." So I bought them a telescope. "The princess brought us magic." Wow! My people loved me because my work showed results. They became happier, wealthier, and had more comforts in their life. Unfortunately, things on Kira's side were really bad. One day, Kira chose the same boy twice for a date. The other boys got really mad. "If this is really happening, I'm gathering my family to fight your family, and I will bring more people to kick your butt." "What did you say?" And a war broke out between the families. One time I woke up to the sounds of people screaming. When I ran out, I saw a cloud of smoke on top of Kira's crops. They were burning. If the fire spread, her whole village could go hungry. I moved my people to put out the fire as much as we could, but we had to stop once Kira showed up. "Get back to your side. I'm helping you, you idiot. If I ever see you on my side again, I'm throwing you all in jail." She didn't care about the fire one bit. "If we don't have crops, we will have fish." She made her villagers fish the lakes dry. By next year, they had totally run out because none of the fish had survived that season. This was a disaster, and her people were the ones suffering while she sat in her castle. I had to do something. I started sending grain and fish to their side secretly. I sent them tools, books, clothes, really anything my village could spare. One day, we were shifting a huge box of bread to the other side when suddenly a dozen people surrounded us with bats and sticks in their hands. "I thought I told you to stay away, sister." "I'm trying to keep your people alive." "You were stupid to do this, Mishka. Now I'm going to throw you in jail and the rest of the village will be mine." "We don't think so." Kira's villagers were here. They pushed her men away from us. "Mishka has done more for us than you ever could. We were fools to believe you." But I'm the princess." "You're a moron. We will not suffer and ruin our land for you anymore. We choose Mishka." Kira was shunned to the side, and that day, my home became one again. The villagers who doubted me wept with apologies, but I couldn't let their tears flow too long. This was a time for celebration. We joined together and finally rebuilt our homes. Years later, I married Ren, and we became chief and chiefess of the village. Even Kira showed up for the ceremony. She fell to my feet when she saw me and began to beg for forgiveness. "I'll kiss your feet. I'll clean your house. I'll do anything, Mishka." I grabbed her shoulders and pulled her up. "I don't know if I can trust you, Kira, but lucky for you, I believe in second chances. Home will always welcome you back." She began to cry and joined our people in celebrating their new leaders. I finally had full power to improve my home and my family, with true love by my side.
Hi, I'm Rigel from Washington. Please like and subscribe. My parents were space scientists at NASA, so they named me after one of the brightest stars in the galaxy, Rigel. Now, problems started when they expected me to be a star performer at school, too. But there was only one thing that got me starry-eyed, watching anime. But my parents kept pushing me towards space science.
Rigel, we got you the latest spaceship Lego set. Come on, let's put it together.
I haven't pooped for 3 days, so the gas inside me might explode. I gotta go.
Rigel, it's such a clear night. Let me show you some constellations.
Some other time, Mom. I have to go walk our goldfish.
I darted out of the house faster than a bullet train. When I was in grade 6, my parents had to move to New Jersey for a year for some project. On my first day there, I was in the garden when I saw a girl my age next door. She had long blonde hair and blue eyes, and she was dancing like a ballerina princess on her porch. When the music stopped, I clapped for her.
That was beautiful. Thanks. You must be the new neighbor Mom was talking about. Are your parents astronauts? Have they been to the moon?
I told her what my parents did, and her eyes widened.
So their job is to look at the stars? Do you know how many of them are up there?
Of course. There are 20,000 gazillion million stars.
Wow, you sound like a genius. Mom says when God forgets to give someone beauty, he makes up for it by giving them brains.
Okay, that was kind of insulting. The girl introduced herself as Bianca, and she told me her mom was a model and her dream was to become the best ballerina in the world. We even went to the same school, and I found out Bianca was super popular. She had her own YouTube channel with amazing dance videos and thousands of subscribers. We grew close, and most days after school, she'd hang out at my house, mainly because of Mom's cupcakes.
My mom doesn't let me eat sweets. She says I won't be able to dance if I put on weight.
No need to listen to your mom, honey. Scientific studies suggest that makeup gets absorbed through the skin and shrinks brain cells. Imagine how tiny your mom's brain must be. Put that cupcake down, Bianca, and tell me something. Did you become a space person because you're ugly and no boy on Earth wanted you? What? I have a husband. And where did you meet him? At work? Exactly. But we don't work in space. Then why do you keep telling people you're a space worker? Liar. Come, Bianca, let's go. Clearly, our moms couldn't stand each other, but that didn't stop Bianca and me from being friends. Once in class, our math teacher, Mrs. Watson, was giving a really boring lecture, so I started sketching her. Suddenly, Bianca grabbed my notebook, scribbled something, and handed it back. She'd made Mrs. Watson's butt bigger and labeled the picture Mrs. Butson. I giggled loudly, and just then, Mrs. Watson walked up and snatched my notebook. Who made this? I did?
No, I did.
We were both sent to the principal's office, and our moms were called in, and they went crazy. My daughter would never do such a thing. She's an angel. Then why don't you take her to space with you next time? And don't bother coming back. I'm a space scientist, not an astronaut, but a bimbo like you wouldn't understand. Bimbo? As if counting the stars is really a smart job. And at least I'm gorgeous. Your looks could make onions cry. Suddenly, Mom lunged at Bianca's mom and pulled her hair, and her wig came off. She pounced on Mom's face and broke her glasses. The principal had to call 4 teachers to pull them apart. That evening, I was on my way to the market when I heard loud noises coming from Bianca's house. Stop hanging out with that girl. She's a good-for-nothing loser just trying to get you in trouble.
No, Mom. Rigel's my best friend.
Bianca, you're too innocent. If she was the one who made the sketch, why did she let you take the blame too? Bianca fell silent, and I quietly walked away. Why didn't Bianca say she'd drawn something too? I tried to avoid Bianca after that day, but it was hard since she kept following me around like a lost puppy. One day, she was at my place when she saw my bicycle and said no one had ever taught her how to ride one. Well, I can teach you if you want.
Woohoo! This is so much fun!
Suddenly, Bianca's mom came out running and started shouting, "Get off that thing right now. You'll hurt yourself before your big ballet performance next week. And you, stop teaching my daughter stupid things. Riding a bicycle isn't stupid, but you wouldn't understand because when God gives you beauty, he forgets to give you brains." Did you just call me stupid? No, I called you beautiful. Bianca's mom refused to let her go out after that until the day of her ballet performance. But one night, I got a text from Bianca saying she was super bored, so I asked her to sneak out of the window where I was waiting for her with my bike. We both had so much fun taking turns riding it. When it was Bianca's turn, suddenly a car whizzed past her. She lost her balance and went crashing into a lamppost. My parents rushed her to the hospital where the doctor told us she'd broken a bone in her left foot and would probably never be able to dance again. I'm so sorry, Bianca. Get lost, you witch. I won't ever be able to live my dream because of you. Mom was right. You're just a good-for-nothing loser who can't stand anyone who's prettier and more popular than her. I was shocked at her words. How could she mean that? She made it sound as if the accident was my fault. Honey, she's really upset right now. But don't worry, she'll come around. Only Bianca never did. She blamed me for what happened and turned into this mean bully who didn't miss a chance to put me down. Thankfully, I didn't have to deal with it for long since we moved back to Washington soon after. By the time I was in high school, my parents had given up all hopes of me becoming a NASA scientist, but I was still obsessed with anime. So when our teacher announced career day in class, I decided to dress up as my favorite anime character. As I entered the classroom in costume, I saw all the boys gushing over a new girl. She had blonde hair and really blue eyes. OMG, it was Bianca. I quickly tried to hide my face behind my bag, but Bianca spotted me.
Hey, Rigel. Long time no see.
Ew, what are you dressed as? A homeless beggar girl? I'm dressed as my favorite anime character, Mikasa Ackerman.
So you're still making those weird drawings, huh?
As they say, once a loser, always a loser. Bianca became super popular thanks to her stunning looks. All the boys wanted to date her, and all the girls wanted fashion tips from her. And Bianca never failed to rub her popularity in my face.
Rigel, 97 guys proposed to me today.
Or wait, was it 99? Well, good for you.
I bet no one's ever asked you out. Such a loser.
Mikasa Ackerman can never be a loser. I turned around to see Toby standing behind me. He was a year senior to us and was an awkward skinny guy with braces and huge glasses. I just wanted to tell you that I loved your outfit that day.
Thanks. Are you into anime too?
Yeah, big time. We ended up discussing our favorite shows and characters and didn't even notice when Bianca marched off angrily. After that day, I started hanging out with Toby, and he told me something shocking. Bianca was his stepsister. Her mom married my dad a few months back. Things are weird between Bianca and her mom. They hardly ever talk to each other. I told him about our friendship and how things ended between us. Now I get why she's mean to you. Do you want me to talk to her?
No, I don't want things to turn ugly between you two because of me. Toby and I started getting closer day by day, and we had tons in common. One evening, he invited me to his house to show me his collection of anime comics. His favorite anime character played the guitar, and he had a similar one in his room too. When I asked him if he knew how to play, Toby shyly took the guitar and started playing, and he was phenomenal. Wow, Toby, you could easily play in our school band. You're so good. The next day, I insisted Toby meet our school band teacher, and he agreed to give him a chance after hearing him play. After that day, Toby joined the school band. I even gave him a little makeover, and his popularity in school shot through the roof. But he just wanted to hang out with me, and this really pissed off Bianca. My brother doesn't know what a two-faced person you are. Stay away from him. He deserves someone better. Why do you have to be so mean, Bianca? What happened all those years ago wasn't my fault. Really? You have to have some nerve to say that. If you hadn't made me sneak out of my room that day, I'd still be dancing.
How was I to know you'd get into an accident? We were just kids, Bianca. Let it go.
Easier said than done.
She pushed me aside angrily and marched off. Gosh, this girl was something else. A few weeks later, Toby and I were chilling at my house when he saw some of my anime drawings on the table.
Oh, it's nothing.
Just a hobby right now. I tried hiding my drawings, but when Toby insisted, I showed him the anime series I'd been sketching. Wow, these need to be published. You have no idea how amazing you are, Rigel. Can I show these to my dad? Toby told me his dad's friend owned a big publishing house and he could actually get my series published. I was super excited by the idea, so I put my sketches in a folder and gave them to him. The next day, I reached school early and waited anxiously for Toby when a girl from my class told me he was waiting for me in the auditorium. But when I got there, it was completely empty. I was about to leave when the stage lit up and Bianca walked onto it. And she was holding the folder Toby took with him. Surprise, surprise.
So what were you saying that day about letting things go?
Well, today, I'm gonna do something, and you're gonna have to let it go. Okay, Rigel? Just then, Bianca pulled a lighter from her pocket and set my folder on fire. I watched in horror as years of my hard work got burned to ashes. But just then, I noticed a spark from it land on her dress, and in a fraction of a second, it caught fire. Before Bianca had a chance to react, I ran on stage, peeled off the thick carpet, and wrapped it around her. Thankfully, that was enough to put out the fire. Are you hurt?
No, I'm okay, I think.
Bianca, what did you just do? Are you insane? Toby told me he'd been looking everywhere for the folder this morning, and a maid told him she'd seen Bianca take it from his room last night. Yes, I stole the folder because I wanted to show Rigel how painful it is when something you've worked so hard for is snatched away from you. Bianca, I'm so sorry for what happened to you, but it was an accident. Yeah, but it ruined my chances of becoming a ballet dancer. It's everything Mom ever wanted. After I stopped dancing, Mom basically lost interest in me. And then she got remarried and got busy with her life. I felt so lonely.
I was always there for you, Bianca, but you never warmed up to me.
Because every time I saw Mom being nice to you, I felt jealous. And then you started hanging out with Rigel, and that just made me angrier. Life always gives us a choice, Bianca. We can choose love or we can choose hate. You chose hate today, but I choose love. I forgive you for burning my drawings. With that, I walked out of the auditorium. A few weeks later, it was my birthday, and I'd thrown a small party for my friends. I was in my room getting ready when I heard Mom talking to someone. It was Bianca.
Rigel, you never told me Bianca had moved to Washington too.
It just slipped my mind. Just like it slipped your mind to invite me to your birthday party? Well, I'm here anyway. Happy birthday, Rigel. I don't want anything from you. Just open it. My jaw dropped when I saw it was a book of my anime series. But you'd burned all my drawings. I tried, but I couldn't. I just burned the empty folder that day, Rigel. When that accident happened, Mom kept blaming you for it, and I started believing her. And when I saw you after all these years, the hurt came back. I'm sorry for what you went through, Bianca. Believe me, if I could turn back time, I'd be on that bike instead of you. I know. When I saw you being so nice to Toby and encouraging him to play in the band, I realized maybe I was wrong all along. I know you think of me as this evil person, but I'm not as bad as you think. No, you're not. I hugged Bianca, and she hugged me right back, and it felt great.
Okay, now I'm feeling a little jealous.
Bianca and I laughed as we pulled Toby into a hug too. My anime series soon became a huge hit. With success came money, and my parents were shocked that what they considered a waste of time could actually be a full-time career opportunity. So, do you guys still want me to be a space scientist? Yes, but only in an anime. It started off as a dare, but it went too far. I was trapped in a trunk, and there was no way of escaping. They piled more and more luggage on top of the trunk. I beat on the trunk, trying to force it open. I even screamed and shouted, but it was so loud that no one heard me. By the time things quieted down, it was too late. The jet's engines began to rumble. My heart sank. We were getting ready for takeoff. I suddenly regretted this whole idea. Why did I want to meet a millionaire in the first place? Let me explain. My best friend's brother works at the airport. He lets us help out in the special hangars from time to time. We carry luggage and pack the small aircrafts for a bit of money. Today, he told us we were packing a private jet that belonged to a millionaire. I've always dreamed about meeting a millionaire. My friends and I joked around with the idea of hiding in the luggage compartment. Then he dared me to do it. I don't like backing down from a challenge, so I climbed into one of the millionaire's unlocked trunks and hid in there. It was only meant to be for a minute, and then my best friend was called away. Now there was nowhere to go. I felt the aircraft take off, and then I imagined what the police of another country would do when they found me. With nothing else to do and nowhere to go, I calmed down, measured my breathing, and started counting in 1, 2, 3, out 1, 2, 3. It worked. At some point, my adrenaline-drained body got tired. I passed out. I woke up in the dark, cramped trunk. My body was aching. My phone was in my pocket. I reached for it and found that it didn't have any signal. We traveled like this for what seemed like days. But when I checked my phone, 5 hours had passed. That was when I felt the jet touch down. I heard the luggage doors open. Then people were talking in a strange language. Soon they rolled the trunk I was in down a ramp. I was loaded into a car, I think. My heart was racing. I knew that any moment they would open the trunk and find me here. But no one opened the trunk. I remember hearing an elevator and someone grunting when they tried to pick up the trunk. Some guy sat on my trunk and farted. It was terrible as the smell seeped in. I had to stifle a grunt of displeasure and hold my nerve. A few minutes later, I heard the sound of people stopped. I heard a door click shut. I waited a few minutes to make sure, then I pushed open the trunk to peek out.
This time, it opened. I was in a hotel room, a very nice one. This was a penthouse suite filled with beautiful furniture, Persian rugs, and the most breathtaking view of the city. And lucky for me, the suite was empty. I walked around and looked out the windows and figured out by the language I was seeing that I was somewhere in France. I found the hotel's Wi-Fi password and logged in. I remembered that my parents would be looking for me soon, so I sent my parents a message. I told them I was going on vacation with my best friend's family. They didn't mind. It was summer vacation and they'd encouraged me to get away for a bit. I called my best friend. He couldn't believe my story. He begged me to tell the millionaire what had happened. I couldn't, though. If I did, my best friend's brother would lose his job. No, I was going to need another plan, and I needed it fast. As a kid, I was always great at playing hide and seek. I knew how to be quiet and steer clear of people. So far, my hiding skills had worked. With a bit of planning, I thought I could keep hiding and have a nice little holiday in the process. I decided to try this out. What did I have to lose? Now that I was in the suite, there was no need to get back into the trunk. I found all the hiding places in each room and was always ready just in case the door opened. I ordered myself room service and charged it to the room. I ate quickly and hid the evidence. I hoped that no one would notice the extra billings. I went through the millionaire's luggage, trying to find out who she was. It was definitely a woman. She had a good fashion sense, but a weird obsession with sweets. Half of her luggage was filled with gummy bears, licorice, and other exotic candy. I wasn't proud of what I did next. I took some money that she'd left in the hotel room. Not to spend it, but to have as a backup plan to get home. If this blew up in my face, I was going to need some cash to get me back home quickly. At 9 p.m. that night, the door opened and the millionaire came back. I couldn't believe my eyes. She was a fashion designer. I remember seeing her in different magazines. Fashion wasn't my thing, but this lady stood out. She was eccentric and colorful. She was also known for being impatient and even had a temper when it came to answering silly questions. In the photos, she always wore the most extravagant, even ridiculous outfits. Tonight, she was so exhausted that she literally flopped onto her bed and started snoring. When I was sure she wasn't going to get up, I fell asleep in the far corner of the next room. The knock on the door the next morning woke me up. I heard the millionaire fashion designer speaking to someone from the hotel. She was telling them that she didn't know what they were talking about. She didn't order any room service. She sounded irritated. My heart started beating faster. The door closed, and she started getting ready for the day. I relaxed. It was a close one. I was going to have to be more careful from now on. I spent the morning watching TV and reading the documents that she'd left behind from her meetings the day before. I also found her diary and looked at her schedule. I saw that this would be her final day in the city. For the next month, she would be visiting 15 countries around the world. Part of me was excited by the idea of all this travel, but another part of me cringed. It meant a lot of time hiding out in the trunk. The silver lining was that with her busy schedule, I may get a chance to see cities I never dreamed of visiting. Now I just needed a way of affording this little holiday. It didn't take me long to think of an idea. My best friend back home is a computer geek who's obsessed with auctioning stuff online. I was sure this fashion designer had raving fans from around the world who would pay good money for her belongings. I went online and found recent photos of her. I matched what I saw in the photos to what I found in her wardrobe. Rainbow-colored stilettos, a blouse that reminded me of a blue marshmallow, and a scarf that looked like an electrified boa constrictor. I contacted my best friend. Within an hour, he had created an online auction for these items. I hoped it would work, and within 2 hours, I couldn't believe what was happening. People from around the world were making huge bids for these items. I didn't feel great about stealing from her, but I knew that right now I didn't have many choices. We sold the stilettos to someone in India an hour later. My friend wired me some of the money. I snuck out of the hotel, making sure that I had a spare room card with me. I found a company that packaged the shoes and shipped them off to the lucky bid winner. While I was out, I bought myself new clothes and saw different parts of the city. I knew my host would be out until 7 p.m. that night, so I arrived back at the hotel with plenty of time to spare. Over the next few days, the millionaire followed her schedule like clockwork. She may have been eccentric in the way she dressed, but she was seriously organized. We traveled to a new city. The trip was much shorter and my time in the trunk was easier. I wasn't so stressed out this time. I opened the trunk in a new hotel suite. It was just as luxurious. Lucky for me, just as empty. Days passed like this. I snuck out, saw a bit of the city, and got back before the millionaire arrived home. We traveled through 5 famous cities in this way. I was getting used to this routine. Well, I was until the millionaire decided to do something that wasn't in her diary. On a Saturday afternoon, I listened from the closet as she changed her plans. She was going to have a party in her suite, and it was going to start in 30 minutes. I had nowhere to go. I was stuck in this closet. I listened as people flooded into the suite, bringing food, music, and entertainment. The party began. I listened from the closet. It sounded like people were having a good time. I would have fallen asleep like this if I didn't hear the closet door opening. I held my breath. It was the millionaire. She was trying to hang up her coat, but she kept missing the hook inside the door. She giggled as she did this. She was behaving very differently to the way she normally did in her room. She was much more relaxed. I tried to make myself as small as possible, but the coat kept falling. It landed on me. She reached for it and squealed when she touched my hair. I tried not to move, but I couldn't help it. She pulled the coat off me, seeing me hiding in the corner of this tiny closet. I knew that it was over now. My mind raced with what would happen next. Would she send me to jail once she found out I had stolen her items? I was about to apologize to her, to tell her that I was sorry for hiding out and selling her things, when she interrupted me. "My dear, what are you doing in the closet?" she said to me. "Don't be shy. Guests need to mingle." She helped me out of the closet and welcomed me to the party. She told me that there were better places to hide if I didn't want to speak to people, like the balcony because of its view of the city. I noticed the glass of wine in her hand and I felt relieved. The alcohol was making her a lot friendlier, even to someone she'd found in the closet. There must have been 100 people there. I don't think she knew more than 5 of the guests, and she thought that I was one of them. I spent most of the night talking to the millionaire fashion designer. It turns out she was a pretty cool person. We actually had a few things in common. In fact, we were both from the same small town, the home that she grew up in. She told me how boring most of these parties were, but she was really enjoying this one for a change. We spoke about what she planned next in her business and how she'd become so successful. We danced, laughed, and had an amazing time. I met some very interesting people at this party. I also ate a lot of candy, and eventually I fell asleep on the couch. It felt great not having to hide for the first time in almost a month. I woke up the next morning on the couch. There was a cleaning crew tidying up the mess from the night before. Most of the guests had left. Some were still sleeping on the couches in the suite. The millionaire was dressed and getting ready to leave. She saw me and thanked me for the company last night. She told me that the next time she was home, she'd stop by and visit me. She called the reception, and a few minutes later, 5 men were carrying her luggage out of the room. They took everything, including my traveling trunk. I tried to keep cool and smile, but seeing them carrying out my travel trunk made me panic. I shouted for them to stop. The millionaire looked at me strangely. I smiled at her and told her that it looked like something that belonged to me. Then she stopped and turned back to me. She asked me if I had seen anyone wearing a pair of rainbow stilettos. By the way she looked at me, I was sure she knew that I'd taken them. I took a deep breath and shook my head. She paused for a moment and then shrugged. She said it was one of the reasons she didn't like these parties. So many strangers would take little souvenirs home with them. They were her favorite pair of heels. She shook her head and gave me a goodbye wave. I waved back and watched her leave. Standing there in the middle of this empty hotel room, a knot was forming in my stomach. The knot was still there as I walked out of the hotel. I didn't need to sneak around anymore. I felt great about that, but at the same time, my holiday was officially over. The good news was that I wasn't far from home. I was at least on the same continent. I took 4 trains and 3 buses to get back. It took me another week of traveling. Eventually, I arrived. Standing outside my house, I realized how much I actually enjoyed all the traveling. My best friend was relieved to see me. He told me how much money we'd made from auctioning the millionaire's stuff. I couldn't believe it. We were almost millionaires now too. And I had an idea then, one that my best friend liked. About a month later, my doorbell rang. It was the fashion designer. I couldn't believe it. She told me that she remembered me telling her where I lived. She invited me out to lunch. I'll be honest, it was kind of strange to be speaking to her again. Strange because I felt kind of guilty for everything I had done. But at the same time, it was fun. We really got along quite well. She told me about her recent trips and the new clothing line that she was launching. She brought up the rainbow stilettos again, telling me how hard it was to find a good pair of shoes. I tried not to look guilty, but I think it showed. The fashion designer told me about how traveling was becoming more and more of a pain because of all the luggage that she carried around with her. So many people were always giving her things that she didn't want, but she didn't want to hurt their feelings by refusing the gifts. And then I had the idea, a way that we could work together. My business idea was simple. I would take some of the items that she didn't need anymore and auction them online. She listened carefully and nodded. She liked the idea. All she asked was that some of the money be donated to her favorite charity. I agreed. Together with my best friend's help, we began auctioning off her unwanted items. Over the next few months, she sent me all sorts of clothing, shoes, and jewelry, along with photos of her wearing these items. items. My best friend loaded them up onto the online auction site. The lucky winners received a box, along with a real letter from the fashion designer, thanking them for their purchase. What started off as stealing turned into a legal business for my best friend and I. Within a year, we were millionaires. And best of all was that we now had a millionaire business partner. There was something that bothered me though. The rainbow stilettos, I still felt guilty about them. So I tracked down the original buyer. By now, we had the money to buy back the rainbow stilettos from her for twice what she paid for them. She agreed to sell them. You should have seen the fashion designer's face when I gave her a box with the rainbow stilettos. She was so happy. She asked me how I found them. I told her it didn't matter. She paused, closed the box, and pushed it back to me. Keep the shoes. Just remember to send a fraction of the money that you gain from the auction of these to the charity. My gaze dropped, and I shook my head furiously as she sipped her coffee. Did she even know what I had gone through to get these silly shoes back? We sat in silence, wondering how much she knew. Then I relaxed. It didn't matter now. As I looked back at the past few months, I realized how crazy this all was. From being locked in a trunk to being business partners with a millionaire fashion designer. Sometimes, life takes you on a wild ride. All you have to do is hold on tight and see where it goes.
Hey everyone, my name is Eden, and this is my story. The day I was born, the biggest rainbow appeared over the hospital, and my parents thought that I was really special. They always treated me like a princess. Mommy, I want an airplane. And the very next day, my room was full of all the toy airplanes my parents could find. I always felt loved and had everything in the world, but sometimes I couldn't help wishing I had someone to share it all with. Mommy, I want a little sister. Oh, baby, trust me. You don't need anyone. Our lives are perfect just the way they are. But only they weren't. Soon after that day, I'd often hear Mom and Dad fighting with each other, and I noticed they started to drift apart. So I tried my best to keep them together. Mom, Dad, you guys want to watch a movie with me? Your dad's busy, but I can go with you. Maybe we can go tomorrow when you're both free? I think it's just better if we go on our own, love. And my biggest nightmare came true when I turned 14, and my parents announced that they were getting a divorce. It crushed my heart. Mom decided to move back to her hometown in Missouri, and since Dad was moving away for work, I had no other choice but to go with Mom. But the minute we got there, I got the shock of my life. Mom was freaking rich! She owned a huge house and farms in the town. Mom, how come you never told me about any of this? Well, I just didn't think it was that important. But this was huge to be kept from me. And turns out, that wasn't the only secret she had. Later that evening, I was taking a walk across the grounds when suddenly my legs got caught in a rope and I fell down in cow poop. What the heck? Just then, I saw a girl my age running towards me, and she stumbled and fell too. Ouch, my butt! Hey, are you okay? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I was practicing rope throwing, and I didn't see you there. That was you? Ugh! Now get me out of this! Okay, hold your horses. Well, I have good news and bad news. The good news is, this is the best knot I ever made, and I might have a chance at winning at the rodeo this year. But the bad news is, I have no idea how to undo it. What? Are you crazy? Cut it or something. She ran away to look for something and came back with her mom. But just as the lady was untying me, Mom came running and pulled her away. What did you do to my daughter? Get away from her. Lily? What are you doing here? It's my home too. I can come here anytime I want. And from what I've heard, you've been running the farm at a loss, so I thought I should come look into it. Oh, so you just turn up out of nowhere to tell me my business? I'm shocked you're even showing your face here after what you did. Christy, shut up. Mom took my hand and pulled me out of there. That's when I learned this lady was Mom's sister, Christy, and that girl was my cousin, Nancy, and they lived in the house next to ours. And you didn't think this was important to tell me too? What else are you hiding? Do you have another husband and kids too? Eden. I had so many questions, but she was refusing to answer any, and it was driving me mad. So I called Dad to ask, but he just said, "Oh, honey, I can't tell you much, but just remember, your mom needs you." I had no idea what he meant by that, and I was so annoyed at all these secrets. So I just stormed out of the house and went towards the fields. But suddenly, I noticed one of the scarecrows in the fields was moving. Holy freaks! I screamed and started running away, but the scarecrow kept following me, and suddenly, it fell on the ground. Ouch! My knees! Nancy, why are you dressed like that? I can't tell you that. My mom told me to stay away from you. Oh, yeah? Then what are you doing here talking to me? I thought you were hurt when you screamed, so I came to check up on you, but now I'll have to go. Bye. Nancy, wait. I thought she'd know what was going on between my mom and my aunt, but turns out she was just as unaware as me. I offered to be friends with her, and she agreed, as long as we kept it a secret from our moms. Now, tell me, why were you actually here? My friends dared me to do this all night, but then they all left me here. She was really innocent and super funny, and always made me laugh so hard by mimicking the animals at the farm. At night, she'd sneak into my room with homemade cookies, and we'd eat them together while watching our favorite videos. By the time summer was over, we were BFFs, and when Mom enrolled me into the same school as Nancy, we both were super excited because now we didn't have to meet in secret. But at school, I learned that Nancy was really naive, and a lot of people took advantage of her. Nancy, you shouldn't be doing your friend's homework. It's all right, Eden. My friends say practice makes a man perfect, and if I write all these things so many times, I'll become a genius. Sometimes she'd make me want to bang my head against a wall. But at home, it was much worse with Mom and Aunt's constant fighting. I've been making the decisions regarding the crops all these years. Why did you sell this lot without even asking me? 'Cause you're dumb and we're suffering losses, so I need to take charge. Suddenly, Aunt Christy picked some tomatoes and threw them right into Mom's face. Soon, the view looked like a tomatina festival, and out of nowhere, Nancy threw a tomato at me too. What the heck? Come on, it's fun. It'll convince them we hate each other too. Join in. God, she was crazy. A few nights later, Nancy and I decided to go out for a movie, and we had a blast. Oh my God. It was my first time in a movie hall, and I loved it so much. We should totally do it again. But then suddenly, a stray dog came barking at us, and before I could move, Nancy jumped over the fence and ran at the speed of light, leaving me behind. I wasn't as fast, and the dog caught my skirt and ripped it. Just then, a guy came running and shooed the dog away. Hey, are you okay? He helped me off the ground, and I couldn't help noticing how cute he was. He had patches of white hair all over his head, and it looked gorgeous, like art. He introduced himself as Randy, and when he saw me looking at his hair, he explained it was because of a condition called poliosis. Oh, I see. Well, it looks good. Thanks, and here, take this. He took off his jacket and wrapped it around my waist. I hope you'll feel more comfortable now. Cute and such a gentleman. He then walked me back home, and as we talked, it turned out he was a senior at school and a national-level baseball player. When we reached home, Nancy was waiting for me at the doorstep, but as soon as she saw me, she ran to her house. And now I wasn't going to talk to her either. Later that night, as I was sleeping, I suddenly woke up to see Nancy waving a torch in my face. What the heck is wrong with you? What the heck is wrong with you? Why were you with that jerk, Randy? You know him? Yeah, he's a bad guy, and you need to stay away from him. When I asked her to explain more, she refused to tell me and ran away. The next day, I saw Randy in the cafeteria, and I was curious to know if he also knew her, so I asked him. Nancy? Doesn't ring a bell. But before I could ask more, someone dumped an entire tray of food over me. Nancy! What is the matter with you? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just slipped. Well, obviously, I knew she didn't, but I didn't want to make a scene, so I just ran to the washroom to clean up. But the moment I stepped out, Randy was waiting there for me with a change of clothes. I had some clean clothes in my locker. They'll be too big, but they should work for now. This guy was just perfect, but I had no idea why Nancy was behaving this way. So that night, I went to see Nancy and forced her to tell me why she hated me getting along with Randy. And she gave me the most shocking reply. 'Cause he's into guys. What? Yeah, I knew his secret, but I didn't want to be the one to break it to anyone. That's why I lied to you that he's a bad guy, so you'd keep away from him and won't get your heart broken. She then showed me pictures of him laughing and holding hands with a guy in a park. What? You could have just told me sooner, you know. I tried to, but you were pissed at me for running away. I'm really scared of dogs because I got bit by one when I was 5. Oh, Nancy. I told her not to hide things from me anymore, and I was so glad to have my bestie back. From the next day, I started avoiding Randy whenever I'd see him around school, but one time, he caught me on my way back home. I have no idea why you've been avoiding me, but if I've made a mistake, you should let me know. No, Randy, it's not like that. He then told me it was his birthday, and he invited me to the carnival happening in town. At first, I was hesitant, but then I remembered how nice he'd been to me, and I decided to be a good friend at least. Later that night, when I joined him, I realized it was just the two of us, but we had a blast. We played so many games together, and Randy won a giant teddy bear for me. After that, we went on the Ferris wheel, and when we reached the top, Randy held my hand and pulled me in for a kiss. Randy, get away from me! I'm sorry. I thought you liked me too, and... I do. I did until I found out you like guys. What? Who told you that? I told him about those pictures, and he burst out laughing. Oh my God, who took those? That's my cousin who visited me quite a while ago, and I was holding his hand on our walk because he's blind. I'm not into boys. I like girls, okay? I really like you. And suddenly, I realized I got played by Nancy, that little witch. Later, when I got home, I stormed off to Nancy's place and went straight to her room. I can't believe I trusted you and you lied to me. You did this because you like Randy too, right? Yes, I liked him too, but... Before she could say more, I jumped onto her and we broke into a wild fight. And soon our moms came running to separate us. Girls, stop it. What's going on? I told Mom all that happened, and Aunt Christy started to laugh hysterically. So, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I guess. I knew you'd be just like your mother, stealing boyfriends as usual. What did she mean by that? Mom, please stop it. But Aunt went on to tell us that my dad was originally her boyfriend, but Mom made him fall for her. Their parents asked Mom to dump my dad so the sisters could stop fighting, but instead she ran away with him and never came back. I have apologized to you 1,000,000 times. I'm sorry I hurt you, but we really loved each other. He was my boyfriend. You had no business loving him, and I'm never forgiving you for that. I watched Mom's eyes fill with tears as Aunt Christy asked us to leave. Later at home, I asked Mom if she regretted marrying Dad. No, I don't regret it at all, sweetie. Your dad gave me the best years of my life, but sometimes good things also come to an end. I just wish it hadn't cost me my family. I was too young and stupid to not consider my sister's feelings. I hugged her tight and comforted her, and the next day, I knew just what to do. I walked up to Nancy's room and told her I was going to stay away from Randy. I don't want a boy coming between us. Oh, Eden, it's all my fault. Like I said, I also liked Randy, but my friend showed me all those pictures and I believed them and thought he's gay, and I've lost feelings for him now. But you threw all your food over me that day. I thought you were jealous. It was a genuine accident, I swear. I'm happy if you guys like each other. Oh my God, my little sister was such an innocent baby. But there was one more pair of sisters that we had to reunite, and I had just the perfect plan for it. I called Dad and told him everything and asked him to come visit us. Thank you so much for coming, Dad. You don't have to thank me, honey. I should have done this sooner and made things easier for your mom. We then walked towards the fields where both our moms were working, and they looked super shocked to see Dad. What are you doing here? I'm here to apologize to you, Christy. I was the one who fell in love with your sister first, and I was the one who broke your heart. So don't resent her so much, and please forgive both of us. Yeah, I'm sorry too, Christy. Really and truly. I could see tears in Aunt's eyes as she hugged Mom, and Nancy and I joined in too. After what felt like a lifetime, I saw Mom and Dad smiling at each other, and it made my heart so full. We should never give up on people we love. They are always worth the fight.
Lots of little kids say they want to be an astronaut when they grow up, but I was one of the only ones who actually did it. Hi everyone, I'm Marisol from Dallas. Please like and subscribe. Okay, so I wasn't technically an astronaut yet, but I was getting close. I've gone to space camp every summer since I was little. While the other kids were doing basic algebra, I was solving complex calculus equations just like the engineers at NASA. My heroes were Valentina Tereshkova and Sally Ride, two of the first women to go to space. I wanted to follow in her footsteps and inspire other girls one day. My parents thought I was strange for only eating freeze-dried space food, but I didn't care. Maybe I wasn't an astronaut yet, but no one could say I wasn't living the lifestyle. I had to hide the food though because my little brother was always chasing our cat around the house and squirting her with space ketchup. Rodrigo, that only works when there's no gravity. My dad didn't approve of my dream to go to space. He wanted me to aim for somewhere more practical, like a courthouse or a hospital. But being a lawyer or a doctor just wasn't my dream. One day at school, I saw some students gathering around the bulletin board. I pushed through to see what they were looking at. It was a flyer for Space Cadet Tryouts? My heart leapt into my throat. This was exactly the opportunity I'd been searching for. The tryouts were this weekend at the Space Center in Houston. Now I just had to convince my dad to let me go.
Absolutely not. It's out of the question.
But Dad, an opportunity like this might only come along once in a lifetime.
You need to focus on your studies.
I have straight A's.
You have chores to do.
So if I get all my chores done before the weekend, you'll let me go? I could tell my dad was trying to think of another reason to say no, but I didn't give him a chance. Thanks, Dad. I mowed the lawn, trimmed the hedges, and vacuumed and scrubbed the floors faster than I ever had before. The house was spotless. But every time I told Dad I was finished, he just gave me a longer list of chores. Oh, so annoying. If he thought I was gonna let a little housework stand in my way, he was sorely mistaken. Finally, I'd finished everything. My dad looked up from his newspaper and handed me another piece of paper. Dad, come on. I've done everything you've asked. This is getting ridiculous.
Look at what you're holding.
It was a bus ticket to Houston.
This doesn't mean I approve, but a deal's a deal.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. That Saturday, as the bus approached the Space Center, I watched the launch pad come into view on the horizon. It was incredible. A piece of history right in front of my eyes. And there was Mission Control. Once we got inside, I got into my uniform and glanced around at the other cadets. There were about 100 of us. Most of them were boys. They looked tough, disciplined, almost like soldiers. But I was tough too, in my own way. I made my way towards one of the girls. Hey, is it okay if I sit here? Go for it. I'm Marisol, Jessa. This place is so cool. I can't believe I'm really here. No offense, but I'm not here to make friends. Sorry, I won't bug you anymore. Just then, an intimidating-looking officer approached, and a hushed silence fell on the cadets.
My name is Commander McLean. I'll be your training officer. Out of everyone in this room, only 10 will make the cut for Phase 2 of training. If you fail, you'll be leaving at noon.
That made me a little nervous. It would be so embarrassing if I came all this way just to leave before lunchtime.
Of the 10 who make the cut, only 1 will be chosen for the mission. Here at NASA, we only take the best of the best.
And before I knew it, we were completing an obstacle course. A lot of the cadets had an advantage over me because they were taller and stronger, but I was smarter. I noticed on the climbing wall that the ropes were frayed. Most of the cadets grabbed the ropes to scale the wall, but I used the handholds instead. While I climbed, I glanced back to see the ropes break, and a bunch of cadets crashed to the mat below. A boy was climbing right beside me, and he winked at me. Who did he think he was? If he thought that was going to distract me, he was wrong. I hit the ground running. The other cadets were coming up fast. Whoa, Jessa was way ahead of the rest of us. I pushed myself as hard as I could, and I finished right behind her.
Congratulations, you just made it to Phase 2.
I stopped myself from jumping and cheering loudly, but on the inside, I was throwing a party. I glanced around to check out who else made it to Phase 2. Some really tall and athletic cadets were still here, which wasn't surprising, and the boy who had winked at me. I was so excited and really wanted to chat with Jessa, or someone anyway. Here I was, in a room with 9 other people who shared my passion for space exploration. But maybe Jessa was right. They were my competitors, and I needed to be serious if I was going to be the top performer. Forget about everyone else and just focus on training Marisol. After lunch, the same boy winked at me again. I could feel myself blushing, but I was annoyed. I'm not here to make friends.
Okay.
Our next training exercises made the obstacle course look like a piece of cake. We had to master all kinds of skills, like working the life support systems, orbital mechanics, and space medicine. Thankfully, all my time practicing calculus equations gave me a huge leg up here. The next exercise was the one I'd been most excited to try: zero gravity training. We floated around the chamber like it was a sea without water. It was amazing.
Be aware, your bodies are not yet used to the effects of zero-G. Most of you will get space motion sickness.
Sure enough, when I looked over at the boy who'd winked at me, his face turned green and he threw up. I didn't mean to, but it made me laugh. I caught the boy's eye and he grinned at me. Jessa was floating around like this was just another walk in the park to her. She was the only one who didn't get sick. During our next break, I decided to explore the Starship Gallery. There were a bunch of spacecraft and even a real moon rock on display. I thought I was alone,
But then I noticed the boy checking out the lunar module. It's incredible, isn't it? I'm Nick. It really is. I'm Marisol. It's so wild to actually be here. I've been dreaming of this since I was 2. My bedroom is covered in planets and stars and model rockets. I'm embarrassing myself, aren't I?
Your room sounds a lot like mine. I've been obsessed with space ever since my dad bought me my first telescope when I was little. I think he regrets it because all he talks about now is me becoming a lawyer or a doctor.
He probably worries about you. This is a dangerous job.
It's not that. He doesn't believe it's a realistic dream.
Not for most people, maybe. But he didn't see how impressive you were in training earlier.
It's nice to talk to someone who cares about space like I do. I felt Nick's fingertips touch mine. It gave me butterflies. Surrounded by all the spacecraft, in the dark with the little starlights on the wall, it was almost like we were really in space. Nick leaned in to kiss me, but at the last second I turned my head. I'm sorry. I really do want to, but I can't. This is my dream. I can't afford to get distracted.
No, I totally get it.
I was glad he took it so well. He really did seem like a great guy.
Under different circumstances, I would have kissed him in a heartbeat.
But this wasn't the time or place.
You know this means I'm gonna do my best to beat you, right?
I'd expect nothing less. Our break was over. Now it was time for something super cool. The space flight simulator. It was awesome at first. It was so realistic that it was easy to forget we were on the ground. But then an emergency alarm started to beep. Mission Control, we have a problem.
There was an explosion in the service module. It ruptured oxygen tank number 2.
I redirected power to our primary oxygen tank, but then a second alarm started beeping. Red lights were flashing everywhere.
There's a line ruptured in your primary oxygen tank. You're losing oxygen fast.
I did my best not to panic. My hands were shaking. Wow, this was intense. All the cadets were scrambling to figure out how to solve the problem.
Remember, only one of you will be chosen for the mission, but this is a group exercise. If you can't work together as a team, you won't survive.
Jessa and I locked eyes. Marisol, can you calculate how much oxygen we have left? On it. Nick, I need you to shut down all non-critical systems to conserve energy.
Copy that.
At our current rate, we'll run out of oxygen in 10 hours. That's not enough time to complete our mission. I'm gonna try and bring us in for an emergency landing. All of us got to work, nervous and sweating, but we were in sync.
It's too rocky. There's no safe place to land.
You got this, Jessa. We believe in you. Even though it was just a simulator, I had to admit, it was scary. What if this happened on a real mission? That's what you're preparing for, Marisol. So if it does, you'll be ready. Suddenly, the emergency signals were silent. We all looked around at each other, breathless.
Congratulations, cadets. You've just successfully executed an emergency landing.
All of us cheered. I even gave Nick a hug. We really pulled together and overcame the odds. It made me stop seeing the other cadets as my competition. They were good people who wanted the same thing I did. And when one of us succeeded, we all did. Later, I was hanging out in the observation area overlooking the launch pad. The sun was setting outside and it cast a beautiful glow on the shuttle.
Mind if I join you?
Of course not.
I'm sorry if I was rude earlier. The truth is, I was afraid if I opened up, it would make me vulnerable. And it's already hard enough, especially for girls.
I know what you mean.
You really had my back in the simulator.
We're a team. When one of us succeeds, we all do.
Friends?
Friends.
You know, I think you have a really good chance of being chosen.
Really?
But you're like the best pilot here. I can't do math like you can.
Let's make a pact. No matter which of us wins, or if neither of us do, we'll still support each other.
Deal.
The next morning, it was time for the announcement. We gathered around and waited for Commander McLean. I think everyone was too nervous to chat. Finally, the commander approached.
All of you did good work here. I want everyone to walk out those doors with their heads held high. But as I said, there can only be one.
I tried so hard to keep it together, but I was dying to know who was chosen.
Cadet Jessa, congratulations. You're our top performer and you'll be joining our crew for our next mission.
I felt all the wind go out of my sails. Don't get me wrong, I was happy for Jessa, but I'd wanted this all my life. I'd gotten so close, and now it was out of reach. Still, I told Jessa I'd support her, and I meant it. I gave her a big hug, and we promised to keep in touch. Nick and I exchanged numbers too. When I got home, I looked around my room. Maybe it was time to grow up. I took down my space stuff and put it in a box. Then I decided to take one last look through my telescope. Orion and the Big Dipper were shimmering in the sky. It was so hard to say goodbye.
What are you doing?
You were right. I should find something more realistic. Please, don't say I told you so.
Oh, Marisol, I wasn't right. You were.
What?
Maybe being an astronaut isn't the most realistic goal, but that doesn't mean it's not achievable. This world needs dreamers. If anyone can make it happen, it's you.
From that moment on, I never doubted my path again. I was gonna give it my all, no matter what the odds were. And maybe, just maybe, one day I would inspire a little kid, just like my heroes inspired me. Once when I was 5, I was at the grocery store when suddenly I heard loud voices behind me. A mean-looking woman was screaming at my sister Nancy for taking the last toilet roll. Oh no, I knew what was coming next.
Don't you shout at her, you witch! She's gonna faint!
I caught Nancy just before she hit the ground. The woman looked shocked and someone started calling an ambulance.
Don't worry, I can take care of this.
And with that, I started rocking Nancy and singing in a calm voice.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, you're a dummy, yes you are.
Everyone was looking at me like I was crazy, but Nancy opened her eyes soon. I helped her get up, and as we were leaving, I stomped on the woman's foot. Hi, my name is Mira, and I was born 15 years after my sister Nancy. And ever since I can remember, Nancy's had this crazy problem called cataplexy. Every time she's really angry or stressed, she faints. One time, a bully in the park pushed me off the swing, and as Nancy stepped forward to yell at her, she just fainted on top of her. I couldn't stop laughing as the girl screamed till her parents came to her rescue. Mom worked as a maid, and we were poor, but we were happy together. I was especially close to Nancy because she always had my back, and I had hers. Soon after I'd passed 8th grade, Nancy came home with some great news one day. She'd been hired as a teacher in a private school, and I could attend it for free. I was awestruck on my first day there. Everything and everyone was so fancy. When the bell rang for recess, a girl named Lexi shrieked.
OMG, let's go outside. My parents must be here with my birthday present.
And she and her minions rudely pushed me aside on their way out. I followed them out of curiosity, and my jaw dropped when I saw a pink sports car drive up and her parents jumped out. But suddenly, Lexi went ballistic.
Are you kidding me, Daddy? A Mercedes? My name is freaking Lexi, and I wanted a freaking Lexus with a number plate saying Lexi. Are you guys morons? You're ruining my life.
And then she started pulling her dad's hair, and he started crying and apologizing. Gosh, what planet were these people from? Well, now I was on the planet of jerks too, and Lexi was the president. One day in class, the teacher was testing out our mental math skills and asked, "What's the probability of rolling an even number on a dice?" Lexi's hand instantly shot up.
I don't know, but it's definitely higher than the probability of you ever finding a boyfriend. Loser.
As the teacher's face turned red, I felt terrible. Hey, that's really rude. Didn't anyone teach you any manners? The class fell silent, and Lexi stared at me like I'd killed her cat.
You think I can't tell how poor you are? Someone like you shouldn't be messing with someone like me. That was stupid times infinity.
After that, she made it her life's mission to make me miserable. I'd find stinky tuna in my locker, orange juice all over my notebooks, my bag in the toilet. And even though I was doing great at school and the teachers loved me, no one dared say anything to Lexi because her parents were big donors. But then she went too far. One day, I was having lunch when Lexi came over, and she climbed onto the table and kicked my plate away.
Kiss my shoes, loser, and I'll make you part of my gang. We could use a nerd to do our homework.
I'd had enough. I got up to kick her butt when suddenly Nancy walked in and pulled her down. "What do you think you're doing? Stay away from my sister."
Sister? Wow, I do see the resemblance actually. You both look like some homeless people let you borrow their clothes.
Nancy looked furious,
And next thing I knew, she'd fainted smack onto Lexi with her food tray. Lexi went mental and stormed off straight to the principal.
That teacher attacked me, and she ruined my limited edition Gucci dress. I'll report her to the police. She has a health issue, you psycho. She didn't do it on purpose. I want her fired.
Even though the principal was sympathetic, she said she had to let Nancy go. But since I was a good student, she'd let me stay on scholarship. I was so furious. I decided I was gonna leave anyway, but Nancy wouldn't hear it. You have a chance to get a great college scholarship if you study here, Mira. I'm sorry I made things worse for you, but you have to go. With Nancy losing her job, I knew money would be tight again, and I didn't want her and Mom worrying. So I found a tutor's job and started teaching math to a couple of super spoiled brats. One evening when I was leaving their house, their snooty mom handed me a bag of trash and a large painting. Someone gave me this butt-ugly painting as a gift. Be a dear and throw this on your way out. God, why were rich people so awful? She didn't even say please. I shoved the stuff in the garbage dump, but then I turned around and picked up the painting. Nancy would probably like it, but I wasn't expecting her reaction when she saw it. This artist is really famous, and it looks like an original. She asked you to throw it away? We took it to an art gallery the next day, and the owner confirmed that it was an original. He told us to sell it at an upcoming auction, and we did. As the number went higher and higher, Nancy fainted. It was finally sold to the highest bidder for freaking $2 million. What? We went into complete shock for a minute, and then we started hugging and dancing for joy. We were rich from some rich idiot's trash. And just like that, our lives changed. We moved into a better apartment immediately and decided to spoil ourselves a little. The three of us went on a shopping spree, got spa treatments and makeovers, had a few fancy dinners. We had a blast. And when I walked into school after the weekend, I could instantly feel all eyes on me. As I put my stuff away in the locker, I closed the door to find Lexi standing behind it like a creep. And then I saw we were wearing the exact same outfit.
You have to take your clothes off. What? How can you even afford this? And no one is allowed to wear the same clothes to school as me. Now, just take these gym clothes and go change.
Lexi, you can bully your friends and parents and teachers to get your way, but it's never going to happen with me. Like, ever. To make things even better, someone posted a picture of us and started an Instagram poll of who wore it better, and the majority voted for me. When Lexi saw that, she snatched all of her friends' phones and smashed them into the wall one by one. And just like that, a war had started between us. I already had better grades, and now I had just as many friends and boys around me. One time at a big football match, Lexi was busy flirting with all the jocks, but the minute I sat down on the bleachers, the whole team came running towards me. I'll be playing for you today, Mira. Don't miss my moves out there, babe. That was weird, but it seemed to be making Lexi livid. So I blew them all kisses and said I'd be cheering them on. And when they won, they literally carried me off on their shoulders to the celebration party. But the final straw was when the student council elections came around. Usually, no one even bothered to stand against Lexi as president, but I decided to run, and I won by a freaking landslide.
This is not possible. I want to recount. I smell foul play.
Lexi, it's about time you understood that people might fear you, but they'd rather vote for someone they actually like, and that's not you. I won fair and square, so deal with it. Well, she did deal with it. In a way, I didn't see coming. I'd been working for months with my teacher on a math research paper for a university competition. Winning it could get me a full scholarship after high school. So when my teacher called me one evening to say that I'd won first prize, I fell off my chair at the dining table. Mom and Nancy were so proud of me. But when I went to the principal's office to meet the university dean, I was shocked to find Lexi there with her parents. What are you doing here, Lexi?
What are you doing here, Mira? I'm here to talk more about the prize and scholarship I just won.
I looked around at everyone in shock, and then I just snapped.
Oh my God, you mean the scholarship you just bought with mommy and daddy's money? Because you sure as heck aren't smart enough to win anything. Lexi snarled and attacked me, pushed me straight onto the principal's desk. I grabbed a bottle of ink and flung it into her eyes. As the principal screamed and Lexi's parents tried to stop her, she just kicked them. When the grown-ups finally managed to pull us apart, the principal was furious. That's it. I don't care how much you donate, sir. One more incident like this and Lexi will be expelled. And with that, she pushed us all out. As I was about to storm off angrily, I turned to Lexi's parents. You guys have raised a monster. Can't you see she has no respect for anything or anyone? Not even you? You can buy her everything she wants, and she's never going to love you or thank you for it. For the next few days, I pretended like Lexi didn't even exist. And then she didn't come to school for a week. No one was happier than me. But one night, Nancy and I were driving through her neighborhood when we crossed her house, and it seemed pitch dark. Had she left town? I asked Nancy to stop for a minute, and I walked up to the house to look through a window. I found Lexi sitting with her parents on the floor, eating with candles on. There was no furniture. What was going on? I can't even see what garbage I'm eating. How can we not have any electricity?
This is what it means to be broke, Lexi. We can't pay for things.
Ugh, I hate you, Dad. I can't live like this. I wish I'd never been born to a loser like you.
It's not my fault the market crashed. You want me to put you up for adoption? That girl Mira was right. You're awful.
I sneaked away from her house, feeling super weird. Lexi was poor now? The next day at school, I saw Lexi was back, but she was cornered by the other girls from class. Is it true, Lexi? The paper said your dad is totally broke. Are you too poor to afford shampoo now? Your hair looks like it hasn't been washed in a week. Gross. I was about to walk away, but something about Lexi's tear-stained face made me stop, and I pushed through them. Can everyone please, for once, stop being a big jerk around here? You don't have to punch somebody when they're already down. With that, I took Lexi's hand and led her away from the rest. She wiped away her tears and stared at me in shock. Why did you do that? Why would you help me? You certainly don't deserve it, but it was the right thing to do. I don't think someone as heartless as you would really understand that. That was the last I ever spoke to Lexi. Her locker was cleared up soon after, and she and her parents left town for good. But I got a call the very next day from the university dean, offering me the scholarship again. No thank you, sir. I've lost all respect for you and your university, because anyone could buy you if they had enough money. And 2 years later, I'm graduating high school with honors and going off to my dream university.
Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks. Fine, I won't do it. I'll think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears dropped, Caleb sighed and sat down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it?
Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk, ever.
Okay, fine. I'll agree on it now, but on one condition.
What is it?
There should be no touching.
Natalie was surprised at how jealous Caleb could be. But he wants me to convince everyone that we're really dating. How can we do that if we can't even hold hands?
I just realized that I sounded ridiculous. Never mind.
It won't mean anything, Caleb, I swear. And I'll give you a part of the payment for your mom's expensive treatments.
Nat, no. You're the one who'll work for this, not me.
We promised to protect and help each other, remember? Just support me on this for a month and we'll get you some money for your mom.
I support you, of course. You're mine, okay?
Always.
Natalie was nervous to meet Duke the next day. He was already at the cafe when she arrived. You're 7 minutes late. Now, first order of business, I need you to transfer to my school.
What? Is that necessary for a month's job?
Yes, it is. Don't worry, I can easily transfer you back and forth. My family has all the connections.
Oh, yes. Your family rules this place. How can I forget that?
Here's the contract. Read it and sign below.
The contract was short and simple. It was valid for a month but could be extended if needed. And if she'd break it, she would have to pay back Duke's $50,000 debt. This jerk has pulled a checkmate on me, and there's no backing out now. But I'm not gonna make it easy for him. He'll wish he wasn't stuck with me as his girlfriend. On her first day of work, she was awestruck at how big Duke's school was, and everyone was wearing clothes that looked more expensive than 1,000 cows. As she was walking towards the main building, a fancy sports car suddenly dashed into the parking lot. Natalie's jaw dropped as the driver stepped out. It was Duke, and he looked dashing. Girls started to surround him, but to everyone's surprise, Duke walked up to Natalie and put his arm around her. There you are. Did you sleep well last night? I didn't, because I couldn't stop thinking about you. Can you stop being so adorable for a second? It's killing me. Dude, who's that? This is Natalie, my girlfriend. In one corner, Duke's sister Harper was fuming.
Of all the girls in the world, he chose her? I've seen that dumb peasant a few times on the farm. How can Duke be so stupid?
On their way to class, Natalie suddenly pulled Duke to a corner.
Why did you kiss me? What are you doing?
Making things convincing? Have you read the contract that you signed? Holding hands and kisses on foreheads and cheeks are allowed. Natalie didn't take that part seriously. She wanted to ask more questions, but she remembered the rules in the contract. Don't ask personal things. Later that day, while she was putting things in her locker, Harper and her friends appeared behind her.
Is it just me, or does it smell like mud in here?
It definitely smells like dirt.
Oh, farm girl, I didn't see you there.
I'm sure you saw me, Harper.
Don't get smart with me, farm girl. Just because you're my brother's girlfriend doesn't mean I need to be nice to you.
But you could be nice to me just out of basic human decency, right? Or are you unfamiliar with that? Natalie started to walk away, but Harper got mad and pulled her hair.
You little...
What's going on here?
Tell your tacky girlfriend to behave herself. And why are you dating her anyway? Did you just pick the first girl you saw on the farm or something?
Mind that mouth, Harper. And what's wrong with her? She's literally perfect.
You could have chosen anyone, Duke. She's nothing like us.
I'd rather not spend my time listening to someone who talks about bags and 10 different shades of pink all day. Natalie is so much more interesting. Wow, he's a really good actor. But God, I'm being humiliated here. I will make sure that this Duke regrets this decision. Duke then warned everyone to be good to Natalie, including his sister and her friends, and they had no choice but to obey the king of their school. The next day, Natalie prepared embarrassing couple shirts for both of them and gave it to him during their basketball practice.
Happy 200th day, my baby king!
Everyone started laughing, and she thought Duke would be really annoyed. Oh, now I get it. It's because you literally worship me. I like the shirt, babe.
Yeah, okay.
So let's wear the shirts now? Suddenly, Duke accidentally tripped and spilled his bottle of juice over the shirts. Oh no. Too bad they've become dirty. Maybe next time, but I appreciate the gesture. Natalie felt mad because her plan of embarrassing him had completely backfired. Maybe she needed to try harder. So later that day in the canteen, she just stared at him intensely.
I can't believe I'm dating the most handsome man in the universe. Just look at his eyelashes. They have the perfect length and curl, and don't even get me started with his beautiful nostril hair.
Natalie didn't care if everyone thought she was an obsessed girlfriend, as long as she was pissing Duke off. Duke is very private. So, any exclusive info? Oh, he's a screamer, especially around 8-legged living things. What?
Don't be shy, Dukey. We all have our fears, right?
Actually, I have a collection of spiders at home. See? Sorry, guys. She really loves to joke around sometimes. That happens when she forgets to drink her meds. You know, for her crazy problem. Natalie kicked his foot under the table.
Just crazy for you, baby king.
But she really went overboard a few days later when Duke was part of a school play. He was playing the role of a prince, and just when he was about to kiss his princess, Natalie screamed from the audience.
My baby king, please, don't kiss the witch. Your lips only belong to me.
Everybody stared at her in shock, including Duke. He tried to resume his acting, but forgot his lines and became embarrassed. He then turned to leave and tripped over something that sent the whole set crashing down on the princess. Oops. And right after, Duke came marching to her angrily. What do you think you're doing? Who asked you to act like some crazy melodramatic girlfriend? You just embarrassed me in front of everybody. We've been working on this play for months, and you ruined it. What is wrong with you? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't think I'd have such a strong effect on you that you'd forget your acting. I was just trying to be convincing, like you said. Don't play these stupid games with me, Natalie. I know what you're trying to do, and it's not gonna work. You agreed to be my girlfriend, and unless you have $50,000 suddenly, you'll act like a normal girlfriend or you'll go to jail. And trust me, I won't feel bad about your poor butt rotting in there for a second. You better behave. I don't need people to think I'm dating an obsessed psycho. Fine, I got it. Can you let my arm go now? He did, and she pushed him away as she left. Duke was still really mad at Natalie when he got home, but he started feeling bad for the way he'd spoken to her. And to make matters worse, he instantly had his mom breathing down his neck. Where's this girlfriend you've been telling us about? It's been a week. Invite her for dinner tomorrow. Duke knew he and Natalie needed to bond more so things would be more natural between them, or his mom would be able to tell in a second that it was fake. He convinced his mom to give him another week and spoke to Natalie the next day. Listen, I'm sorry for the way I spoke to you. I was just disappointed about the play, and I've got some things on my mind. But it's not a great excuse for my behavior. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Just don't talk to me that way again, and we're cool. I won't, I promise. But we need to meet up after school today, so you can get to know me and my whereabouts better. Mom wants to meet you soon, and she can ask you anything. Over the next 3 days, Natalie memorized Duke's schedule. He was taking acting classes after school, and on weekends he was managing an orphanage in town. One day, as he was driving her home, Natalie found herself talking casually to him. Duke, do you mean to pursue acting professionally? I thought you'd just take over the family business. Yeah, acting is my dream. I'd love to be able to do that freely, but Mom wants me to build malls on farmlands, and I don't really want to do that. I'd like to be able to help farmers become more productive so they can have better lives, not take away their lands and leave them jobless. The more Natalie spent time with Duke, the more she realized that he actually had a heart of gold. She felt bad for judging him and making things difficult for him. Since then, she had become genuinely comfortable with him. He was just so good at acting, and there were times when she'd forget that it wasn't real. In school, he'd hold her hand, kiss her head, stare at her lovingly, and Caleb had never been this openly affectionate. It gave her a funny feeling in her tummy. One day, he even took her to a secret place, an abandoned house that he planned to renovate and give to one of the farmers someday on his retirement. Those weird feelings started bothering her. No, I'm just amazed at his good qualities, but these thoughts mean nothing. After dinner at a restaurant, Duke drove Natalie back to her house, and as she stepped out of his car, she suddenly tripped. But he caught her just in time. Natalie's world stopped when she realized how close their faces were, and her heart was racing. She snapped out of it and immediately pulled away. Sorry about that. I can be clumsy sometimes. Only sometimes. Excuse me? I said you're cute. You just realized that now? Duke just chuckled at her and started walking to his car. See you around, babe. Natalie suddenly forgot how to speak. Just then, Caleb suddenly appeared from the shadows. What was that, Nat? Jeez, you startled me. What was what? I saw you and Duke. Did you forget this is just pretend? It is pretend. That didn't look fake to me. That is the point. I am paid to make it believable, remember? Natalie walked close to Caleb and took his hand. Come on, Caleb, you know how I feel about you. I love you. And how do you feel about him? Like I want to push his privileged butt on cow dung. The two of them laughed, but Natalie was still worried because Caleb kept glancing at her a bit suspiciously. Later that day, Caleb went to talk to his stepdad. Something bothering you, son? I'm scared, Dad. Nat says she hates Duke, but I can tell she likes him enough to be able to be close to him, even when there's no one around. Well, they are pretending to like each other enough to be convincing. It's just an act. I know, but still, it's Nat, and this is hard for me. Hey, none of that. Their pretend relationship is not forever. Focus on the end goal. A week later, Duke invited Natalie over for dinner with his family. As they stood in front of the door, he noticed how nervous she was, so he reached for her shaking hand and smiled. She felt a lot better instantly, and they walked in. Harper and his parents were all waiting for her in the living room, and they all looked so sophisticated and intimidating, especially Mrs. Harrison. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, darling. You're even more beautiful than the way Duke described you. I heard your mom sells root crops in the market and used to work for one of our ranches. Yes, sir. Oh gosh, I feel sorry for us the way we have such a low-class guest.
Harper, behave yourself, please.
Whatever. As they had their dinner, Mrs. Harrison kept asking about their love story and relationship, and their answers thankfully matched. The Harrisons were surprisingly nice, except for Harper, who kept throwing death glares at her. After their dinner, Mrs. Harrison walked up to Natalie and took her into the kitchen. I want to give you something, my dear. Sure, ma'am. When they got there, Natalie was surprised to see a knife and a lot of onions on the counter. And then suddenly, Mrs. Harrison started chopping them herself right in front of her. They say onions can give overflowing wealth and beauty. This is my gift for you, my future daughter-in-law. Please take it. Natalie started tearing up as she took the chopped onions from her. Are you crying? You look so pretty with those tears in your eyes. No, it's just because of the onions. It's okay to be emotional, darling. Let it all out. Natalie was now freaked out at Mrs. Harrison's creepy behavior. She excused herself and headed back to the living room where Duke and his dad were talking. She told them that she had to go, and Duke volunteered to walk her home. Mrs. Harrison and Harper watched them from the balcony. I don't know if you remember, but I think she's that little girl who ruined your birthday, Mom. I remember her, and that just gives me another reason to get rid of her. Did you manage to scare her away? Oh, darling, why do you think she left so early? And I've just started. The next day, Natalie went to the bleachers expecting to find Duke there, but she didn't. He had asked her to come meet her there so they could discuss the next course of action after meeting his family. She went looking for him when she heard familiar voices behind one of the school buildings. She silently walked closer and peeked around the corner. It was Duke and Caleb talking.
Do we have a problem? You're getting too close with Natalie. Well, she is my girlfriend. Fake girlfriend. Remember the part where it's not real? What's your problem anyway? You told me she's just a friend. Are you interested in her? Not at all. But I still care about her and don't want her getting involved with someone like you. Okay, in that case, you can stop acting like her worried dad. I'm not interested in getting involved with her. Good, because that's not part of the plan. Neither is you cornering me and telling me unnecessary things, dude. It wasn't easy staging the whole statue thing and making sure Nat was there at the right time to take the blame for it. You owe me for that, don't you forget it. I'll pay you the exact amount after this, as promised. But I didn't ask for your opinion on how I'll be handling my plan from there. So buzz off with the attitude. Duke stormed off, and so did Caleb, while Natalie stood there reeling in shock. What? They set me up? Caleb helped me set up some deal with Duke?
When I was 4 years old, Dad started taking me out for walks every day, and I loved them at first because we'd play a really fun game. Keep an eye out for change on the ground. Whoever collects the most coins wins. But one day, we came across a nickel that was stuck to the pavement, and Dad just wouldn't let it go. We spent an hour trying to scrape it off and screaming, "Come off, you stupid jerk! Help me, Elena!" I soon realized that Dad wasn't crazy. He was just cheap. And we weren't poor. Mom and Dad owned a large shoe business, but that didn't stop him from pinching pennies. On my 6th birthday, no one came because the birthday invites Dad had emailed to my classmates said, "Bring cash presents only and your own food." One time when I was 7, he took me to a McDonald's and handed me a coupon. "Go place your order while I grab the mustard and ketchup sachets, and then you stuff as many as you can in your pockets." But instead, I went to the counter and told the guy that some lunatic was stealing their stuff. Dad was thrown out immediately, and I skipped out a minute later with my Happy Meal. His cheapskate ways made me really angry, but one day, I totally lost it. Dad was really weird about tissue paper. He kept all the paper rolls in his cupboard, and Mom and I had to ask his permission to take them. I was in the 3rd grade when I had a friend over, and she accidentally knocked over some juice. I quickly ran to Dad's room, snuck out a roll, and started cleaning up. But just then, Dad walked in, and he screamed at me till he turned blue. My friend started to cry and said, "Sir, I'll pay for the roll. Take this $1. Please forgive me." And Dad actually took it. "Oh my God, Dad, why are you so cheap?" But just then, Mom walked in, looking really excited. I've got some great news! We're going to have a baby! Dad looked like he was having a stroke. This is too much! She used a whole paper roll, and you got yourself pregnant, and I can't deal with this! He took his car keys and left, while I ran to Mom and hugged her. Sadly, he came back, and he kept talking nonstop about how expensive another kid would be. When little Macy arrived, we were psyched, but then we found out something sad. Macy was born with partial blindness. To be honest, I didn't think it was really a big deal. I took Macy in my arms and started loving her right away. Once at the dinner table, 3-year-old Macy grabbed a fork and started waving it about. It hit Dad's nose and he started bleeding. Dad had to wrap a Band-Aid across his nose for a few days. He looked hilarious. Since Mom and Dad were really busy with their business, they often made me miss after-school activities and parties to take care of Macy, and I usually didn't mind at all. But when I was in 8th grade, my best friend had planned an amazing birthday bash, and I was really excited to go. When I told my parents, though, they said I couldn't because they had something really important. It wasn't fair I'd be missing my best friend's birthday. I love my sister, but I really wanted to go this time, so I came up with a plan. As soon as Macy fell asleep, I wore my favorite outfit and ran out the door. I'd be back before my parents were. I completely lost track of time, and when I saw my watch, I knew I was in so much trouble. But something much worse than getting caught was waiting for me. An ambulance was parked outside our house. I rushed towards it to find Macy on a stretcher, her head bleeding. She'd woken up and had fallen off the stairs looking for me. The doctor told us that Macy's head would be okay, but she had lost her eyesight completely. What? I couldn't believe it. To make things worse, Dad turned to me and started shouting. So, Elena, was it worth going to this party that has cost your sister her eyesight? And do you have any idea what this is going to cost me in medical bills? You're so selfish! I felt like my heart was about to explode. But just then, Mom hugged me tight and glared at Dad. We're the parents, not Elena. We're responsible for both our kids. Don't blame her. But Dad just wouldn't stop making me feel guilty. One day when I was about to go meet my friends, he suddenly stopped me. After everything you've done, how can you even think about fun? Think about poor Macy, who can't have any fun. And it's all your fault. Dad, that's not really fair. Don't you talk about what's fair. Do you think it's fair that I have to pay for 2 daughters? One selfish and one blind? I turned away and ran up to my room, slamming the door behind me and crying tears of anger and guilt. Mom always made me feel better, though, and she told me to just ignore Dad and do my own things. But it got harder to take care of Macy as she grew older. She was the naughtiest little kid. My parents hired a nanny for her. But one day, when Macy accidentally sent some food flying on Dad's shirt, he threw his napkin down. That's it! I don't think that nanny's teaching Macy any manners. I think we should send her to some institution. Mom and I were horrified, and I covered Macy's ears. Send her away? How can you even say that? Well, I'm not paying for that nanny anymore. No, I'll take care of her. She's not going anywhere. So after that, I canceled all my after-school activities to stay home with Macy more. Well, except one. I joined the Young Doctors Club, where we were introduced to medical professionals and taught about health sciences. I found it super interesting and fun. But I got home a bit late one day, and Dad was furious. You wanted to be Mother Teresa and take care of the burden? You do it now! Forget about your stupid club and find something to do at home. Take up writing. An idiot can write stories. I did take up writing, and I wrote funny little stories that made Macy laugh. But I'd also research different biology topics and write about them. I'd even discuss them with Macy, who, as it turns out, was quite the little genius. She actually gave me some ideas that helped me with my research. One day, when I took Macy to a park, she said she wanted some ice cream. As I paid the guy and turned around, I saw that she was gone. I looked around in panic, when suddenly I heard her giggling. I ran towards the sound and found her talking to a boy around my age. Hey, you! Get away from her! Is that how you thank someone who just saved your little sister? The boy explained that Macy was running towards the busy road and he'd stopped her. I immediately apologized and thanked him, and he just smiled and left. A few days later, my biology teacher came across me in the school library and saw the notes I was writing. She looked completely stunned. This is brilliant, Elena! You wrote this yourself? She said my research was on a topic scientists had been struggling with for ages, and I was really onto something. Research a bit more on the areas I've highlighted, and let's meet in a week. When she left, I was floating through the bookshelves with joy, and I crashed into someone. Ouch! It was the guy from the park. Apparently, he was my senior at school, and his name was Kevin. I'm so sorry I didn't see you. I'm just so excited about something. I couldn't hold it in, so I told him all about my research. Turns out, the bio teacher was his aunt. He said he loved biology too, and could probably help me. For the next few days, we met in the library and discussed ways to improve my work. It would sometimes get hard to focus because Kevin was just so darn cute. One day when I got home after our session, all my happiness vanished suddenly. Dad was waiting for me at the front door, holding my research papers in his hand. He threw them in the air and screamed loudly enough for the entire neighborhood to hear. "So this is what you've been doing all this time? This stupid research? What a waste of paper! And you think you'll go off and be a scientist one day? You can't, because you have a sister to take care of, who was blind because of you. Remember?" Why did Dad have to be such a jerk? I turned around and ran away, and the only place I could think of was Kevin's home. His aunt was there too and was rather surprised to see me. He quickly took me up to his room and told me something shocking. "I think my aunt is trying to steal your research and publish it under her name." Turns out, some papers had fallen out from her bag, and when Kevin saw them, he realized she'd copied all my notes and written her name on them. How can she do this? As angry tears poured down my face, Kevin suddenly pulled me close. "Don't be upset, Elena. We won't let her get away with it." And then he kissed me. I forgot all about my troubles for a moment and kissed him back. The next day, we went to the principal and exposed the biology teacher. She got fired on the spot, and the principal made sure I got my research back. After that, I didn't care anymore about what Dad said. With Kevin's help, I worked hard on my research proposal and submitted it along with my university application. And to my shock, I actually got accepted on full scholarship. Guys, would you listen to this? Harvard Medical School thinks I'll be a really valuable addition to their university. Mom and Macy gave me a big hug as they cried tears of joy. But Dad, well, he looked livid. "Congratulations, Elena! You can finally pursue your dreams and only think about yourself. Go live your selfish life." That's when all the years of anger came bubbling out, and I snapped. "I'm selfish? I want to be a doctor so I can help people like Macy. But you are the world's worst dad and a cheap little man. I will chase my dreams, and without taking another penny from you. And that doesn't make me selfish. I love Macy, and nothing will ever change that." A month later, I packed my bags, kissed Macy goodbye, and left. After years of hard work, I finally became a practicing neurosurgeon. Kevin helped me through everything and was the best boyfriend ever. Mom and I kept in touch, and I was so happy to see Macy growing so big. But one day, Mom told me that Dad had made some stupid investments and lost the business. I started sending her money and decided that as soon as I was financially stable, I'd move Mom and Macy in with me. A few weeks later, I was shocked to see both my parents at the hospital looking really upset. "Oh, Elena, Macy has a blood clot in her brain and needs surgery immediately. We didn't know where else to go. How will we even afford it? My baby sister was in danger? Mom, don't even think about it. I'll take care of all the expenses, and I will do her surgery myself." During the surgery, I also discovered a tiny tumor pressing on her optic nerve, and I removed it along with the clot. And now we could only wait for her to wake up. When Macy finally opened her eyes and I called her name, she looked at me directly and said, "Elena, I can see you. I can see you all." It turned out that the tumor I'd removed had restored most of her vision. It was truly a miracle. I hugged her tightly, and so did Mom and Dad. This was the first time we'd ever had a family group hug, and I thought maybe he changed. But then he turned to me and said, "Oh, my darling Elena, I always knew you were a selfless angel. You will take care of us all. How soon can we move in with you?" I looked him straight in the eye. "I'll take care of you, Dad, and I'll be much more generous than you ever were. But you will not be living with us." Well, long story short, Dad moved in with his sister, and I sent him an allowance every month. Fast forward a few years, and I've published several groundbreaking research papers and became a well-renowned neurosurgeon. Hi, my name is Esfir. Ever since I was born, my parents have been so busy pampering my brothers, they didn't care about me at all. In fact, once I was 5, they forgot to pick me up from school, and when my teacher called, Mama asked her if she could courier me home. But all that changed on my 9th birthday when, in 5 minutes, I became their favorite kid. For my 9th birthday, Mama and Baba had been planning a huge birthday party for months. It was such a big surprise that we weren't even allowed near the hall during the preps. But on the day of the party, as soon as I entered the room, I nearly passed out. From the balloons to the tables and even the walls, everything was blue and red and Spider-Man themed. Just then, Mama and Baba rushed excitedly towards me singing, Happy birthday to you! Mama, I hate Spider-Man! But to my shock, they just rushed past me and hugged my older twin brothers Farhad and Zach, who were 10. How do our boys feel about our little surprise? Wait, what? It's not their birthday! It's mine! We know! That's why it's a surprise for them! It's their pre-birthday. Now out of the way. It's time to cut their cake! But, what about my cake? What do you need a cake for? Our boys will grow up and make money. You're basically useless. I'm not useless! I'm smart and pretty! Farhad, my brother, patted my back. Yeah, Baba, that's really mean. You want to cut the cake, Yasfir? Just then, the door flew open and an old woman with white hair and the darkest red lipstick hobbled in. The minute Mama and Baba saw her, they literally turned to little yapping puppies. It was my Nana. I couldn't help rolling my eyes at my parents. They always acted weird around her because she was so rich and scary, and she loved me. She was always getting me presents and candies. Where's my granddaughter? I've got a present for her. Mama glared at me, but I ran to Nana. Nana! Happy birthday, darling. You're a real Spider-Man fan, aren't you? Zach jumped in and said, No, Nana. Farhad and I love Spider-Man. This is our pre-birthday. Nana looked shocked. Why? It's Yasvir's birthday. Yeah, but we're more important because we are boys and she's just a girl. Just a girl? Who's been feeding you this nonsense? Without another thought, Nana turned to Mama and Baba and said the craziest thing imaginable. I've decided that I'm going to give all my money to Yasvir when she turns 18. You know it's worth so much. Millions, maybe billions. I've lost count. Then she marched straight out of the house with Mama and Baba at her heels, crying and begging for forgiveness. But Nana was gone. As soon as the door closed behind her, Mama and Baba turned to us. I gulped. I just knew I was in so much trouble. But to my utter shock, she came and hugged me. My eyes have been opened. If your lovely Nana thinks you're special, you must be. I love you. Behind her, Baba was on the phone with the decorators. I want you here with the Harry Potter decor in 5 minutes. Do you get it? 5 minutes! My princess shouldn't have to wait for anyone. Were they for real? Apparently they were. And suddenly, my life turned upside down. My parents were always ignoring me, started to worship me. I was moved to my brother's room, and all their beds were shifted to the attic. My old room became my walk-in closet. My oldest brother, Omar, who was 13, tried to protest. It's not fair, Mama. We're 3. She's just 1 and tiny. I don't see why she needs the biggest room. Mama looked like she'd found out he was pregnant. How dare you say that? From now on, you have to give her presents every day till she forgives you. And you all need to spend 15 minutes every day praising your smart and beautiful sister. Get it? But Mama, they already love me and play with me. It's you and Baba who don't. Nonsense. We obviously love you. What will boys give us anyways? It's always the girls who come through. Now give your Mama a hug. After that, whatever she said just got wackier and wackier. When I was in the 3rd grade, some robbers broke into the house and threatened to harm me. Mama started to cry loudly. Leave her! Take one of the twins instead! We don't need 2 of them! During all the commotion, I snuck away and called 911. As the police were leading the thief away, I proudly turned to the twins. I saved your life! Farhad looked at me like I was a hero, but Zach pushed me away. No, you didn't! We were in danger because of you! I hate you and will never play with you again! Finally, when I was in the 6th grade, I made my first ever friend in school, Brittany, and immediately invited her over. Little did I know what a dumb mistake that was going to be. As soon as Mama saw Brittany, she let out a screech and pulled me away from her. Get your filthy paws off my daughter! Look at her clothes, Yasvir! She clearly lives with the squatters! Mama, Brittany is my only friend and I like her! Stop being mean! Stop being stupid! She's just your friend because she thinks she can steal your money. But I won't let this beggar child be near my girl! She turned to Brittany and yelled in her face. Get out of my house, right now! As Brittany ran off crying, Mama just slammed the door behind her and said, It's better not to have friends than to be friends with poor people. Baba added, I think you're right. Maybe we should homeschool Yasfir. There's too many beggars trying to steal out her money in the world. No! I want to go to school! But the look on Baba's face told me that wouldn't happen. Omar came to me and offered me an ice cream from the fridge. Don't be sad, Yasfir. Mama and Baba just want to keep you safe. Just then, a shoe came flying and knocked it right out of Omar's hand. Are you out of your mind? You want to make my girl fat and ugly? Omar rolled his eyes and walked away. But I angrily grabbed the cone from the floor and started to lick it. I want the ice cream, Baba, and I don't care what you say. Over the next few years, I wasn't allowed out of the house or to have friends because I was too rich for anyone, even my brothers. By the time I was 15, I decided I couldn't put up with homeschooling anymore. So for my 16th birthday, when my parents asked what gift I wanted, I told them, I want to start high school. Absolutely not. I'm not a dumb kid anymore. I want to go to school. I have rights. Honey, we're just trying to protect you. Yeah. But if you stop me, I'll run away and marry the first poor man I see. By the look on their faces, I knew I'd won. Fine, but your brothers will be with you 24/7. We can't have you getting pregnant or something. Farhad and Zach both screamed together. What? No! Baba, we're seniors. We can't look after her. It's either that or you're all homeschooled. That got Farhad and Zach to agree. But Omar just went to his room and came back with his bags. I'm already in college. I don't need to stay here and see my crazy parents drive everyone insane for money. Sorry, Yasfir, but I'm done with this family. Upset as I was about Omar leaving, I couldn't help thinking that at least being at school would make things easier, right? Wrong. As I walked into my class, I heard someone whistle softly. Who's this cutie? I turned around to see the cutest boy ever smiling at me. You want to sit with me? You bet you're cute, but I did. First day of high school, and I already had the attention of a heartthrob. But just as I sat down, a loud announcement erupted. Yasfir, step away from that boy! I will not let you get pregnant by a poor boy who dresses like a beggar! Remember, you're a princess! The boy turned red and I gasped in horror. It was Mama! I got up and ran out of the classroom. I barged into the broadcast room only to see Mama sitting in front of the CCTV cameras. What are you doing here? I can't trust your dumb brothers. I had to see what you were up to myself. Why won't you just leave me alone? I hate you! I'll never let you stop me! I turned and ran back to the class and asked the boy his name. William? I pulled William closer. Will you be my boyfriend? Over the next year, it seemed like my parents were on a mission to embarrass me, and I was on a mission to fight back. I snuck out with William whenever I could, only to have Mama and Baba eventually find out and drag me back. They even threatened to destroy his family. But luckily for me, William wasn't scared. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, Yasfir. I hate my family anyways. Eventually, when I promised not to get pregnant or run away, Mama and Baba backed off a bit. But the year I turned 17, everything changed. Both Farhad and Zach graduated high school and practically ran out of the house, leaving me alone with Mama and Baba. To distract myself, I started to participate in school projects with William. After one project we presented together, a beautiful woman approached William and I, and she asked if we'd like to do some modeling with her agency. You're the most beautiful couple I've ever seen. Come to New York with me. I rushed home to break the great news to Mama and Baba, but they looked furious. You're not going anywhere with that boy. I always knew he was trouble. No, Baba, that's not true. In fact, we'll make huge piles of money if we both become models. At the mention of more money, Baba looked thoughtful, but Mama jumped in and snatched the agent's card from my hand. No, we love you too much to see you going away. You're our baby and not big enough to face the world. If you push me, I'm going to have that boy expelled and you'll be getting homeschooled again. Then she ripped up the card. At that, I freaking lost it. All the years of anger bubbled up inside me. How dare you? I'm sick and tired of you two pretending to love me when you really just love Nana's money. Omar was right. You both are crazy and have done nothing but drive us all apart. Then I rushed to my room and packed up my bag. It was time for me to move out too. I drove straight to Nana's place, who looked surprised to see me, and I told her everything. You should have come sooner. From now on, you stay here with me. Just then, Mama and Baba barged in. If you're going to be such an ungrateful brat, then you should at least give back all the money we've spent on you. We even drove our sons away for you. You didn't do it for me. You did it for money. Whatever. Just pay up. Ask your darling Nana to pay us. To my utter surprise, Nana burst out into laughter. What money? I've never had any money. Mama and Baba looked like they'd seen a ghost. What? But you said... I lied. I gave it all away years ago. I just wanted you to treat her better. But you idiots still didn't. Now get out of my house before I call the cops. She pushed them out and slammed the door as Mama yelled, You'll be speaking to my lawyer now! Then Nana turned to me and said, Those morons. I can't believe they are this stupid. I have the money, but I'll only spend it on your studies. And you said you're interested in modeling? I'll help you out with that, too. Oh my God, Nana, you're the best! A few months later, I was permanently living with Nana, and when my 18th birthday rolled around, William and Nana said they had a surprise for me. I rushed to the door and screamed with joy. At the door stood my 3 brothers smiling at me. I pulled them all into a hug as Zach whispered, "Sorry for hating on you for so long, sis."
Hi, I'm Ellie, and I've got an unbelievable story for you with mystery, suspense, and backstabbing betrayal. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I'm an only child, and I live with my mom, who is an amazing pizza chef. She has her own cookbook and a popular YouTube channel, and when I was 6, she started a pizzeria with her best friend. The two were inseparable, and Mom's friend also had a daughter my age named Gia. Gia and I couldn't be more opposite. I was shy and quiet, and she was weird and loud, but she was my ride-or-die friend. One time in 3rd grade, I spilled chocolate ice cream on my shirt, and this mean boy in the neighborhood called me Poop Girl.
Hey, you big jerk, pick on someone your own size.
The boy looked at Gia and couldn't stop laughing.
You pint-sized twerp? I'll smash you like a bug!
Then Gia whistled, and a giant stray dog appeared out of nowhere.
Attack, Fluffy, attack!
The dog chased the mean boy down the street, and he never messed with me again. Gia was always there right beside me, for better or for worse, but sometimes she could be a bit much. Since we were little, Gia was different. While I played with Barbies, she played with bugs, which totally creeped everyone out. On our first day of middle school, I wanted to make a good impression, so I spent hours getting ready. But on our ride there, Gia pulled out a huge jar of cockroaches.
Look, Ellie, my little babies are so excited. I think they'll love math class.
Maybe you should leave your bugs at home.
No way! What are they supposed to do? Crawl around in the mud all day?
Isn't that what stupid bugs do?
Don't be rude. Apologize to my babies now.
And just as I expected, all the kids thought Gia was a freak, and our first day was a total disaster.
Ew, gross! She has a cockroach on her shoulder!
Actually, I have 10. Want to see?
Gia, don't! But of course, Gia didn't listen. She pulled her jar of bugs out of her backpack. I tried to snatch it from her, but it slipped out of my hand and shattered on the floor. Kids started screaming. The bugs scattered everywhere. One jumped on my nose, a few got caught in a cheerleader's hair, and a big one crawled down our math teacher's pants. Gia and I were sent straight to the principal's office and suspended for a week. All the cool kids avoided us after that. As we got older and reached high school, things didn't change much. The bugs stopped making public appearances, but Gia was still odd. She spent most of her time in the science lab working on secret projects, which I thought was cool, but frankly didn't help her social life.
Sniff this, Ellie.
Yuck, it smells like feet.
But how does it make you feel? Do you want to climb a mountain or run a marathon?
No, I want you to get out of my face. Guess it needs work. Gia always spoke her mind, and sometimes it was so cringe. She had no filter. Like this one time, I went shopping with Rachel and her squad, the ultimate popular girls at our school, and I was getting along with them great. But then, Gia appeared just as Rachel had tried on this pink dress and was modeling it for us. Isn't this perf for the homecoming dance? I look stunning.
Not to be a buzzkill, but you kinda resemble Peppa Pig. Oink oink.
Seriously, Gia?
I was just being honest. Is it just me, or does anyone else suddenly have a taste for bacon?
Ellie, we have to go. Your weird friend is freaking us out. Rachel and her friends couldn't leave fast enough.
What's wrong with you? Why did you say that? Forget about Rachel. She's lame and her perfume stinks. Come on, let's go down to the pizzeria and say hi to our moms.
As much as Gia drove me nuts, I couldn't stay mad at her. She made me laugh, helped me with all my homework, and when our moms were busy working late, Gia always came over to keep me company. She was like an annoying sister. The first day after the shopping disaster, my first period teacher had an announcement.
Class, we have a new student. This is Billy Fiss. He just transferred here. Make him feel welcomed.
He took the empty desk next to mine. Hi, I'm Ellie. If you need to know where your next class is or anything at all, just ask.
Thanks, Ellie. I'll be sure to.
I did end up showing Billy where his next class was, and we hit it off. After school, we had lunch at Mom's Pizzeria and talked for hours. He was super interested in everything about the school and my life. I felt so special with all the attention he was giving me. I told him all about myself, my mom, the pizzeria, and of course about Gia.
I know this is really fast, but I saw the posters for the dance this weekend. Do you want to go with me?
Would I? I was low-key freaking out, but I kept it chill. Well, I was going to go with a group of friends, but I guess I can change my plans. Billy picked me up for the dance in this fancy car that probably cost more than my house. He was dressed like $1 million. Then he gave me a corsage and a really expensive diamond necklace. I was so shocked, I was speechless.
Sorry, is the necklace too much? You don't have to wear it if you don't want to. It's just that when I saw it, I thought of you.
Hey guys, you think you can give me a ride to the dance? My bike's busted. I lost my bus pass, and my date, the love of my life, just broke up with me. Gia pretended to cry, and my blood boiled. Gia didn't even have a boyfriend. Just as I was about to snap, Billy said the sweetest thing.
Forget about him, Gia. I don't know you, but if you're anything like Ellie, then you must be extra special. And you deserve much better than that jerk. Of course you can ride with us.
Aside from Gia being a third wheel, the dance was pretty awesome. Billy was a dancing superstar. After that, Billy and I hung out all the time. We'd stroll in the park, go out for dinner, cute couple stuff. He was the perfect boyfriend, and his father was so nice. They even came to eat at the pizzeria. Billy's dad took one bite of my mom's pizza, and he was so impressed that he wanted to invest in the business.
I tell you, this place really has potential, and I think I can make it a huge success. We can take this pizzeria worldwide. By the time we're finished, you'll be millionaires.
Millionaires? No way, you're joking.
I'd never joke about a thing like that.
Then Billy's dad dropped a wad of cash on the table, then left his business card.
Call me in the morning, and we can talk business.
After Billy and his dad left, me, Gia, and our moms were so excited we danced around the store like maniacs. That night, I dreamed about being a millionaire and traveling to tropical islands with Billy on my yacht. The next few weeks were a blur. Billy's dad brought in these fancy accountants and lawyers to help my mom and Gia's mom with their business plan. I even started helping out at the pizzeria after school so I could do my part. Gia, on the other hand, was named president of the science club, so she wasn't around much. To be honest, it was nice getting a break from all her silly antics. With working after school and all my homework, I didn't get to see much of Billy either. He sent me sweet texts all the time, but I missed hanging out with him. Then one day, I was passing by the science lab and I heard Billy laughing. I went inside and found him sitting with Gia. They were doing some kind of experiment with this green goo that exploded everywhere. They were laughing uncontrollably and having the greatest time. Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, Elle, why didn't you tell me that Gia was so awesome?
Billy went on and on about Gia's stupid science experiment. I barely understood a word he said. I sat down and tried to help, but they totally ignored me. I felt like an idiot, and seeing them together made me jealous. I stormed off, and they didn't even notice that I'd left. A few days later, things got even worse. I texted Billy to see if he wanted to come over and watch MSA videos, but he said he was too busy to hang out tonight.
Sorry, babe. I've got a ton of homework and I'm really tired. Maybe we can hang out next week.
I told Billy that I understood and wished him a good night. It was nice out, so I decided to take a walk and get a chocolate sundae at my favorite ice cream shop. But I stopped short in shock when I looked through the window. Gia and Billy were sitting in a booth, sharing a banana split and laughing like a pair of hyenas. Hot rage coursed through my veins as I marched toward the door, but just as I was about to open it, I got a call from my mom. She was with Gia's mom at the pizzeria, and she was in tears. Mom, what's wrong? Before she could answer, the phone disconnected. I raced to the pizzeria, and what I saw next blew my mind. The sign on the pizzeria had changed to Fitz Pizza, and these huge, scary men were shoving all our things into a huge trash compactor. Gia's mom was trying to make the men stop, while my mom sat on the curb crying like a baby. What happened here?
We lost our business. Billy's dad took everything.
How could this happen?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. We can't even afford to hire a lawyer to fight back. All our bank accounts are empty. We're ruined. Our lives are over.
The police showed up and arrested Gia's mom for punching one of the men in the face.
Get your hands off me. This isn't fair. It's not right.
Then, Mom fainted. I called an ambulance to take her to the hospital. The doctor said she'd be okay, but they had to keep her a few days for observation. I was devastated. I couldn't believe that Billy's dad was behind this. I called and texted Billy. There had to be some explanation, but Billy didn't answer. I even went to his house, but no one was home. Mom was right. We were ruined. I was so exhausted that I went home to get some sleep. But guess who I found waiting for me on my front porch? That backstabbing witch, Gia. That rage that coursed through my veins before, well, now it was 20 times stronger. I raced toward Gia like an angry bull and tackled her to the ground. You evil witch! I tried to punch Gia, but she grabbed my arms. Ellie, you have to calm down. There's something I need to show you. It's about Billy. I've already seen enough. I knew you were weird, but I never thought you were evil. I saw you with him at the ice cream shop. Oh, that? It was all part of my plan. What plan? To save the pizzeria. Gia led me to her house and into the basement. Take a look. I caught a toad. Billy was tied up to a chair and gagged. He had green slime all over his face, and he smelled
smelled like a gym sock. Gia, what the heck? Listen up. I'm sorry for hurting your feelings with Billy, but you need to know why I did it. When Billy started hanging out with you, I started following you two and then him. You did what? Shut up and listen. Billy's dad is in the mafia and needed a front to hide his shady deals and launder his dirty money. That's where our moms and the pizzeria comes in. He thought snagging the business was the way to go, and the whole thing was totally Billy's idea. That's why Billy was hanging out with me? I feel so stupid. Don't, Ellie. Smooth talking runs in that family. Billy's dad tricked our moms into signing over their business. Too bad for Billy and his dad that I'm not so easily played. I recorded them talking about their scheme for weeks, and I even convinced Billy to confess. How did you get him to spill? First, I poured my truth serum all over his head, but that didn't work. It just stunk up the place. I really should open a window, huh? Gia, stay focused. Oh yeah, so since the serum was a dud, I asked my friends for a little help. Gia pointed to a tank full of giant winged cockroaches. Billy started to struggle and yelled through his gag. You should have seen Mr. Tough Guy crumble. Gia sent Billy's taped confession and the rest of the evidence she found to the police. Billy and his dad had been scheming small businesses for years, but no one could ever prove it until now. The police arrested Billy and his dad. The movers dropped the charges on Gia's mom. Our moms got the pizzeria and all their money back, and things went back to normal. Well, kind of. After the news got out that Gia and I took down a mob boss, our popularity at school went through the roof, and the pizzeria became busier than ever. My friendship with Gia grew as strong as an ox, and eventually, I didn't mind her eight-legged friends. But one thing was clear. With Gia around, my life would always be an adventure, and that was fine with me.
Hi, I'm Aisha, and I live in India. My dad passed away when I was 4, so I don't really remember him. But since then, my mom has been obsessed with only one thing: my marriage.
Oh, my poor baby doesn't have a father. The only way you can do well in life now is to get married.
She started looking for potential husbands everywhere. We couldn't go to the grocery store without her distributing my picture. At the park, she'd take the numbers of all the moms who had boys my age. I'm only 5, Mommy.
I know that. You'll get married when you're 18, but we have to start looking now, or all the good ones will be gone.
Mom was crazy and had a marriage fever. I wished she was normal. But one day when I was 11, I came home to find a necklace on the table with a note. You're a lost cause, Aisha, but I found myself a husband and he doesn't want kids, so leaving you with Aunt Pinky. P.S. This necklace is for your dowry. Don't touch it till you're married. What? Mom had just left me for some strange guy? I just put the necklace away when suddenly the kitchen door flew open and a woman barged in. I recognized Aunt Pinky because we'd met once. She was my mom's older sister, and I knew she and Mom hated each other. Behind her was my cousin, who came running to me and knelt down on all fours.
I'm Maya, remember me? I'll be your sister and we'll be BFFs for life. Come on, it's going to be our friendship game.
Auntie Pinky pushed Maya away.
Just get up, you idiot.
Then she pushed Maya's bags into my hands.
Take these to your room and take your stuff to the attic. And hurry back. I'm hungry.
I don't want to move to the attic, and I don't know how to cook.
Your mom said you could. Stop lying.
Mom, Aisha and I can share her room. Right, sis?
Auntie Pinky glared at me and walked away. Phew, at least Maya had my back. Over the next few years, life was horrible. Auntie Pinky was always making me do chores around the house and wouldn't even let me hang out with my friends unless Maya begged for me. This one time, we had to get our school trip permission slip signed by Auntie, but as soon as she signed Maya's, she threw the pen on the ground and clutched her chest.
Oh, my poor heart. I can't breathe. I'm dying. Leave my room, you two.
But my slip.
That's what you're worried about? You heartless child. Get out.
Of course, I missed the trip, but that night, I added sugar instead of salt to dinner, and seeing the look on Auntie Pinky's face, I had to admit, revenge was sweet. Maybe Mom was right. Marriage was the only solution for an orphan like me. I just had to wait a little longer to leave, for good. But things really got to my head on my 16th birthday. It was the first time that Auntie agreed to let me have a party. But when I got to the lounge all dressed up, I saw all the banners had been changed to Happy pre-birthday, Maya. Just then, Auntie Pinky pushed me into the kitchen.
Dinner won't cook itself. We can't keep Maya's guests waiting.
I was furious. Suddenly, I knocked over a bottle of juice by accident, and it went spilling everywhere. The door flung open just then, and AJ, our super rich neighbor's son, walked in.
Hey, let me help you with that.
And before I knew it, he'd taken off his shirt and was mopping up the mess with it. I was having trouble not drooling because, boy, he was ripped. But I quickly reminded myself that Maya had a huge crush on him.
Aisha, isn't it your birthday? Why are you always doing chores?
Oh, I'll do lots of fun stuff once I'm out of this stupid place. You know, once I'm married.
That's your exit plan? It sounds terrible.
Okay, do you have a better idea? He stepped closer and pushed a strand of hair behind my ear, making my heart skip a beat.
Yeah, actually, I do.
Right at that moment, Maya and Aunt Pinky barged in and they looked livid. We were just cleaning up some mess. Aisha, how could you make AJ work? You should have told me.
Look at that boy's expensive shirt. Why do you always act like a helpless princess? Go to your room, now. No, it's not her fault, I promise.
You're just making things worse. Please, stay out of it. And I stormed off to my room angrily. Worst birthday ever. When Maya came to bed later that night, she looked super mad. What's the deal with you and AJ? He just left after you came upstairs. Maya, I don't care about him. He's all yours. Listen, I've just decided something. I gotta find a boy now so I can get married soon. I can't live with your mom much longer. She looked thrilled and promised to help me. My plan was simple. Find a boy, marry the boy. At first, it wasn't tough. All I had to do was comb my hair and put on some makeup, and every boy in school was practically fighting for my attention. My first date was a dream. The guy was totally into me.
You're so beautiful. I think I want to marry you someday.
I immediately plopped my ring onto the table. Why wait? I have my great-great-grandmother's ring right here. For a second, he looked shocked, and then excused himself to go to the restroom, and he never came back. After that, it was a new date every night, and always the same thing. They were all declaring love at first sight, but the minute I brought up marriage, they were gone. Soon enough, everyone stopped asking me out. I was so bummed out. Until one day, as I was walking down the hallway, someone grabbed my arm and pulled me into the janitor's closet. It was AJ. What are you doing?
Me? What are you doing? Are you crazy?
Listen, I've no idea what you're talking about, but let me go.
It's crazy how you're chasing every guy at school, but you run away from me when I...
He stopped mid-sentence, and suddenly I realized his face was just inches from mine. You what, AJ? He leaned in closer. Oh my God, was he going to kiss me? But instead, he pushed me away.
When I'm only looking out for you, there's rumors that you're desperate to get married because you're pregnant.
What? I'm not pregnant. I've never even kissed anyone.
Really? Well, in that case.
He stepped close to me again, but just then, Maya opened the door and she was staring daggers at me. Oh, Maya, AJ was just telling me about the worst rumor. Everyone thinks I'm pregnant. This will ruin my chances of finding a boy. What? That's horrible. I promise I'll find out who's spreading that rubbish and make them pay. For the next few weeks, all I did was avoid AJ and try to find a decent guy. And then one day, the school's biggest jock, Zane, slid next to me during recess.
Say you'll go out with me? Not leaving until you do.
I grinned back at him and whispered, I do. We started dating, and he was sweet and romantic. A week later, I decided to bring up the marriage issue soon. But instead, Zane marched up to me in the cafeteria during recess and got down on one knee.
Will you marry me, Aisha?
Of course! Zane twirled me around and kissed me. It was my first kiss ever, and it was not that great. Where were the freaking fireworks? Later that day, I was looking at my ring. I heard someone behind me.
That's a really ugly ring.
What's your problem, AJ?
My problem is that you're being stupid and getting married for all the wrong reasons. You think marriage will solve your problems, but it will only give you new problems.
Hey, you don't get to judge me because you don't know what it's like to be in my shoes. You're a millionaire's spoiled son, and I'm an orphan. Now I'm about to get everything I've ever wanted, so why are you trying to ruin it for me? Suddenly, he took my hand and looked into my eyes.
Because I think you're amazing, Aisha, and you deserve so much more. I hope you realize that before it's too late.
And with that, he left. Ugh, the stupid boy. The next few months were crazy. Zane was even more excited about our marriage than me. One day, he was taking me out to hunt for the perfect dress. Another day, he was picking up card designs. He even brought his parents over to meet Aunt Pinky. Hey, Zane, take it easy, will you? We've still got 2 years to go before we can get married.
Oh, babe, I'm just so excited because I love you so much. I'll try to be cool, okay?
As he kissed me, all I could think was, geez, even being near AJ was more exciting than kissing this guy. And soon enough, I found out why. One day after school, I was looking everywhere for Zane when I suddenly stopped short in my tracks. I spotted him under the bleachers kissing another dude. Wait, what? I stormed over to them. The other guy ran off, but Zane looked completely calm.
Oh, it's just you. Okay, you caught me. I'm gay. Of course, I was gonna tell you, eventually.
You're gay? Then why are you pretending to be in love with me?
Because, sweetie, this is perfect. I want to hide that I'm gay, and you just want to get married. We both get what we want. Maya suggested it. The girl's a genius.
Maya? I threw Zane's ring at him and ran home to confront that witch. Oh, you found out already? Boo-hoo. What are you so angry about, Aisha? I was only helping you get what you want. I suddenly snapped. I always knew Aunt Pinky hated me, but I never knew you were such a snake. Did you spread that rumor about me too? Duh. I wanted AJ to think you were just a desperate loser. And it's not even a lie. Listen, Aisha, you're just a poor orphan, and Zane is your ticket out of here, so don't mess it up. No, I'm my own ticket out of here. Someone once told me I deserve more, and he was so right. I packed my bags and marched out. And I sold the necklace Mom had left me and moved to a hostel. I started studying harder at school and trying to show AJ that I had changed. The next few months flew by and the end of the year party came around. I was standing by myself in the corner when suddenly someone took my hand.
What have you done, Aisha?
What did I do? I swear, whatever it wasn't me. And then suddenly he pulled me close and kissed me.
I haven't been able to stop thinking about you, and I can't avoid you any longer. I'll marry you if that's what it takes to be with you. So, Aisha, will you marry me?
By then, everyone around us had stopped to stare as AJ went down on one knee. But I pulled him up. No, you were right about everything. And I'm done with all that silly marriage nonsense. But AJ, will you be my boyfriend? He laughed and twirled me around, and Maya screamed and passed out. We graduated high school and went to different universities. And then on our 5th anniversary, he popped the question again. And this time, I said yes. Hi, I'm Sophia from Romania, and I'm here to tell you something you probably aren't aware of. Each one of you has the power to change people, even the jerk ones. But before I continue, like and subscribe because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. People in my little town thought that I was the cutest girl with red hair, and they completely doted on me. Everyone would notice me wherever I went and would start talking and laughing with me. Yes, I enjoyed it, but honestly, sometimes it got overwhelming. One day when I was 3, I was at my neighbor's place and her son put a paper crown on my head and offered me a horseback ride. All hail Sophia, the Queen of Romania! Just then, his jealous little demon sister came running out of nowhere and pushed me off his back.
No, she's ugly.
Then she squirted glue in my hair. I pushed her and was about to attack her when my mom took me away. All evening, my parents cried and I tried to comfort them.
It's okay, Mom, Dad. It will grow back, prettier than before, I promise.
Eventually, they just had to cut my hair, and it did grow back all lovely and thick in a few months. When I was 4, Mom started taking me to a small farm 2 hours away from our house just to have my hair washed with goat's milk. That was insane, but being around sheep and goats was fun. I refused to let them wash my hair unless I milked the goat myself. It took me 4 hours though, but I did what I enjoyed. Dad's favorite thing was to spend every evening brushing out my shiny curls as we sat around the fireplace, but I only agreed if he read me stories. One day, Dad sent my picture for a modeling job, and I got accepted. I told my parents that I was only 5 and I had a childhood I wanted to enjoy. They promised the job wouldn't affect anything, and it would make them proud and happy. So I agreed. And just like that, I started modeling for the following years. By the time I was in 9th grade, I was a pretty popular hair model for all sorts of shampoos and hair products. But I never enjoyed having makeup slapped on my face and posing in front of a camera. One day, I was determined to tell my parents that I was done. But then, Dad got off the phone with my agent, saying that there was an audition for the role of the Little Mermaid. Mom, Dad, I'm just done with all this. Please, just let me live the life I want, not the one you want. With that, I stormed off to my room. And no, I didn't go to that audition. Months later, Dad said I got an acting job offer in LA. I knew there was no use protesting, but I thought to myself that the States is the land of freedom, and the moment I would arrive there, I would be more free. And just like that, we'd flown across the world and settled in LA. It was really different from anything back home, but all I was thinking about was school. I wanted to do well so I could study law in college. As I walked down the hallway on my first day of school, suddenly someone came rushing straight at me on rollerblades. The only thing I could register was the most beautiful pair of blue eyes before we both rolled onto the floor. For a minute, we gazed into each other's eyes as my heart beat furiously. Someone slammed a locker door somewhere, and we both snapped into reality. He jumped to his feet, and I held out my hand. "Oh, sorry, He smiled and took my hand to help me up. "Yeah, I'm sorry too, for not pushing you harder, ketchup head." And with that, he let go, and I fell back on my butt. He just smirked and skated away. I stared at him in disbelief. What an A-class jerk! I really hoped I wouldn't have anything more to do with him. But to my horror, it turned out that he was in my class. I just knew he was going to make my life miserable. The teacher asked me to introduce myself, and I stepped in front of the class. "Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia, and I'm from..." Before I could even finish, the boy burst out laughing. "What planet are you from? Do all the aliens there have hair like Elmo's fur? And does everyone talk like they're stupid? Brian, that's no way to talk to a girl." "That's no way to talk to anyone. I've never met anyone as what you call it? Handsome, breathtaking, dreamy, as rude as you. And don't make fun of my accent. I'm proud of where I come from." "Wow, now your face is as red as your hair. Do all ketchup heads get this angry?" "Only if they meet stupid people like you," someone from the back called out. "Geez, get a room, guys." "What room? I'm new here. Can someone guide me?" "Oh yeah, I will." Everyone started laughing as he got up. I didn't really understand what was so funny, but the teacher was banging on the table to make everyone quiet. "Brian, that's enough. You'll be staying back for detention today. Tell me something new." The teacher glared at him, but decided to ignore him for the rest of the lesson. Later at lunch, I found out from all the girls that Brian was the bratty son of some rich businessman, and he was just always getting into trouble. But even the principal doesn't really say anything because his parents are big donors. I'd be a bit worried if I was you. You seem to be his next target. I'm not scared of some stupid jerk boy. Just then, Brian walked over to my table with a blonde girl and said, "Here, a new friend. She speaks like a robot, but not like a ketchup head. Maybe more like a mustard head? Listen, I have to be honest here. You guys do have a beautiful accent. See, I can be nice. How about a kiss?" I felt my temper flaring up again and rose from the bench to punch his face. But before I could attack him, he turned around to leave, and I decided to let it go. The next day, I walked into the classroom for the chemistry lesson to find no one was there. It turned out that it had been shifted to the lab, and I was 15 minutes late by the time I finally found it. "Ah, Sophia, you must be the new student. We're doing the experiment in pairs, and the only person left is Brian." Ugh, I couldn't believe I was stuck with him. Things were going smoothly enough for a while, and when Brian handed me a beaker, our fingers touched for a second, and I could swear I felt sparks. I sneaked a glance at him to see that he was also looking at me. "Is there something you want to say?" Suddenly, he came a little closer, and my stomach did a few backflips. Was he going to kiss me? I was just wondering. Why do you breathe like a dragon? I can hear your nose whistling. Ugh! Well, I can hear your face choking, so I guess we are even. And with that, I stormed off to the teacher with my lab result. I was just done experimenting with this boy. For the next 2 years of high school, he kept being a jerk to me. He would call me names all the time or pull stupid pranks. I knew he was just trying to get a reaction out of me, and the best way to deal with bullies like him was to pretend he didn't exist. One day when I was in the library, holding my head over a really puzzling math question, someone suddenly pulled my notebook away. What are you crying over, Tomato Queen? Your sappy diary? Dear diary, Brian is so mean to me. Give me back my notebook. I don't have time for your nonsense. Seems like you're as stupid as you look. You've done the question all wrong. Oh yeah? And you're going to tell me how to do it right? Since you're practically begging me for help, sure, I can't say no to a damsel in distress. And with that, he just sat down and started scribbling away furiously in my notebook. A minute later, he threw the pen down. And that's how it's done. Give me that. Wait, what? That's actually the right answer. I stared at his smug face in complete shock. How come you're always getting such bad grades? Why do you let everyone think you're dumb? That's none of your business. But Brian, wouldn't your parents be really proud to know you're so smart? Suddenly, Brian got up from his chair, looking furious. What do you know about my parents? Nothing. They wouldn't care if I was as smart as Einstein. They're too busy fighting with each other to have any time for me, so just stay out of it, and I don't think you know anything about me. And with that outburst, he stormed off. For the first time, I felt a bit sorry for him. A few days later, the teacher gave back the last math assignments of the term, and she slapped Brian's on his desk. Brian, you're going to have to repeat the school year now. I want to give you one last chance. I'll give you another assignment, and if you do well, I'll give you a passing grade. Thanks, but no thanks. See you again next year. I tried to stop myself, but I just couldn't. Brian, you know you can do it. I can help with it. But I don't think you even need any help. Miss, he's practically a genius. He really doesn't deserve to fail this grade. Everyone was staring at us now, and Brian looked livid. No, I'm not. Who do you think you are, ketchup head, my guardian angel? I just don't want you to be left behind, dude. Why do you care? I don't want a second chance. Stop acting like Mother Teresa. And with that, he stormed out of the room. What a stubborn idiot. When I went home that day, I had some shocking news waiting for me. Dad was really unwell and was given time off work. And to make matters worse, I found out that he'd gotten sick because our immigration status had been under threat for a few months and he'd been trying to deal with it. If we lost the case, we'd have to go back to Romania. I felt devastated. I skipped the next few days of school to help Mom take care of Dad. But when I finally returned, I was taking some stuff out of my locker when I heard Brian behind me. Oh no, you're back? My eyes were feeling so much better because they weren't hurting every day looking at your hair. I started walking away, but he kept following me. Come on, what's the big secret? Where were you? Growing tomatoes? Making ketchup? If you must know, Dad has been working too hard lately, and he fell sick, so I was taking care of him. Oh, I feel so sorry for your dad. Sorry that he has such a dumb, ugly daughter. And he brought her all the way from Romania and worked so hard just so she can have a good life. You made him sick, ketchup head. You make me sick too, actually. He'd really stepped on a nerve, and I snapped. I turned around and gave him a hard slap. You're just a spoiled, ungrateful brat who's been given everything in this world, and you just want to waste it and make others miserable. To think I ever felt sorry for you. I hate you, and don't worry. Soon enough, you won't ever see me again. I stormed off, and this time, he didn't follow me. A few days later, we went to court to fight our immigration case. But to our dismay, the judge ruled against us. Just then, a well-dressed man came running into the courtroom. Your Honor, I'd like to submit an appeal in this family's case. They deserve to stay here. We just stared at the stranger, and he started firing some legal mumbo-jumbo and handed papers to the judge. And to our shock, the judge actually changed his decision, and we won the case. We didn't have to leave. As we hugged each other, we turned to the man and thanked him over and over again. But sir, if I may ask, who are you?
I'm your friend Brian's private family lawyer. The boy has been after me non-stop for the past few days to look into your family's case."
Oh my God, Brian? Did he really do that? I headed straight for school after that. I looked everywhere and finally found him sitting alone on the bleachers. He looked stunned to see me as I sat down beside him. "Brian, why did you do that?"
I don't know. Maybe because you tried to help me, even though I've been nothing but a complete jerk to you. And maybe because I've had a crush on you from the start.
My face broke into a huge grin. "I always knew it. You like ketchup head." With that, I pulled him in for a long, steamy kiss. So I have been living in LA for a good long time. I've become a lawyer and mostly deal with people's immigration cases because I want to help others like me. Oh, and I'm married to Brian now, and we have a beautiful daughter, Leah. I'm teaching her both English and Romanian because learning different languages makes you smarter and changes the way you think. As I entered the classroom, I could feel everyone's eyes scanning me from head to toe, and I felt like an alien. Had I walked into New York Fashion Week, all the girls were so dressed up and fancy, and here I was in my farm girl overalls. The teacher asked me to introduce myself, and I pushed my hair back nervously. "Hi, my name is Jenny, and I just moved here from Texas." I could see a few kids snickering at my accent. A pretty blonde girl smiled at me and said, "Were you raised on a farm, Jenny? Were you friends with the cows and the horses?" "Yeah, actually I was. I really miss my pals already." When I saw more kids laughing, I realized they were just making fun of me. What was so funny about being friends with animals?
Let's see how well you guys remember the last lesson. Who can give me the answer for this in 5 minutes?
As everyone frantically scribbled away on their notebooks, I raised my hand after 30 seconds. "I have the answer, miss." Everyone suddenly turned to look at me. The two numbers are 14 and 5. The teacher looked stunned.
Well, that's quite remarkable. Can you please solve it on the board for everyone?
As I walked up to the front, I stopped for a second by the blonde girl's table. Just because I talk slow doesn't mean I'm stupid. "Hi, I'm Jenny, and I was born and raised on a farm in Texas. And this is the story of how I made the most popular, meanest girl in school beg me to love her." But before I continue, click like and subscribe. Later that day in the cafeteria, I walked around cluelessly with my lunch tray. People in the city seemed a lot more unfriendly than back home. I decided to go to the bathroom and eat alone when someone called out to me. "Hey, Jenny, come join us." It was that girl from my class. I reluctantly walked over, and she introduced herself as Katie and her friend as Amanda. "I didn't mean to make fun of you, Jenny. I think you're absolutely adorbs, and you should hang out with us. We're the most popular girls in school. We'll help you fit right in." I was really surprised, but also uber grateful that someone wanted to be friends with me. So I started hanging out with them. And she wasn't lying when she said she was the most popular girl in school. Anything Katie wore or did became an instant fashion trend. One day, she came to school wearing a ridiculous hat, saying it was all the rage in Europe. And the next day, everyone was wearing the most abnormal hats I'd ever seen. Another time, she broke the heel of her shoe and was seen walking around the corridor wearing only one. And the next thing I knew, everyone was going around wearing only one shoe. These city people were so weird. Everyone was just nicer to me now that I was by Katie's side. I was getting invited to parties all the time, and I was always getting compliments on my wardrobe, picked out by Katie, of course. I was doing really well in my classes, too. In fact, the math teacher put me in the advanced class and urged me to join the Mathletes competition. It'll look so good on your college applications. But Katie was horrified when I told her. "Ew, that's social suicide, babe. And boys don't ask out nerds." That was sad news for me, because I really had my heart set on one cute jock in our class, Alex. Every time he smiled at me, I had butterflies in my stomach. But I didn't want him to think I was some geek, so I didn't join the Mathletes. Besides, with my busy social life and tutoring Katie and Amanda after school, I really didn't have too much time. One afternoon, the two were over at my place and I'd gone downstairs to grab some snacks. When I came back, I heard them saying something that made me stop in my tracks. "Ugh, Katie, how long do we have to hang out with this loser?" "Shut up, Amanda.
She's practically doing all of our math assignments right now. Do you want to fail math again? My dad will kill me if I do. We need the lame farm girl. Furious, I flung open the door to my room. I'd rather be a lame farm girl any day than a two-faced, backstabbing city witch. Get out of my room before I kick your skinny little butt. Jenny, come on. We were just kidding. Get out. Now. I took all the clothes and shoes she'd picked out for me and dumped them in a large garbage bag. I was so stupid for trying to fit in and being like her. Just then, I noticed that something was missing from my shelf. Oh, no. Feeling panic, I looked for it everywhere. In my drawers, under my pillow, under the bed. I turned my whole room upside down and I couldn't find it. Oh my God, this was the worst thing that could have happened to me. Katie had stolen my diary. I was sweating bullets thinking about what she'd do with it. Just then, I got a message from her with a picture from my diary. I lost my heart to a city lad's smiles. Alex, your blue eyes are so divine. You look at me and give me butterflies. Send me shooting straight to cloud 9. Let's meet tomorrow for lunch as usual. Shall we? This girl was pure evil. The next day when I met her and Amanda at lunch, I really wanted to throw my traitor smug face. Katie, I want my diary back. Babe, of course I'll give it back. You just have to do one little thing for me. I want you to steal the final math exam. My jaw dropped open. Are you crazy? I won't do that. Her face looked really menacing. Oh, yes, you will, if you don't want posters of your little love poem everywhere. There's only a week left, and I can't study for it. I need you to steal it tonight. Amanda will go with you. Of course, Katie. I'll just go steal the key from the principal's office from his secretary's desk, and we'll sneak into his office at night. Easy peasy. Seriously? This girl would jump off a bridge if Katie told her to. My stomach churned at the idea of breaking so many rules, but I really didn't have a choice if I didn't want to be utterly humiliated. That night, as we snuck into the school and headed to the principal's office, I felt absolutely terrified. But Amanda was in her element. She confidently unlocked the door and we crept in. She headed straight for the file cabinet and told me to hold up the torch while she looked for the paper. Just then, we heard some noise outside and we both froze. We heard footsteps coming closer. I instantly switched off the torchlight and dragged Amanda behind the big desk. As the door slowly creaked open, I closed my eyes and started praying to all the gods out there. This was it. I would be expelled. My parents would disown me. My life would be ruined. Whoever had opened the door suddenly closed it, and I let out a huge sigh of relief. And then we heard the lock click. Oh my God, I left the key in the door. It's probably that creepy janitor who lives here. What are we gonna do now? I completely lost it. Oh, we're just gonna have to wait till morning for the principal to find us here and expel us. And you know who gets to save her butt? Katie, your best friend is a bully who doesn't care about you or anyone, Amanda. Friends don't get friends into trouble. That's not true. You're just jealous. Oh yeah? Then why didn't she come with us and sent you instead? I'll tell you why. She doesn't care about you. She doesn't care. Amanda stared at me silently for a moment. You're right. Katie really only does care about herself, and she's not even nice to me. I'm such an idiot. Listen to me, Amanda. We're not stealing anything. We have to figure a way out of here, and then we can deal with Katie together, okay? We tried opening the window, but it wouldn't budge. Suddenly, Amanda pulled at my hair. Ow! What was that for? Nothing. I just needed this hairpin. Why didn't you tell me you were wearing one? And with that, she marched towards the door and started tinkering with the lock. That stuff only works in movies. Just then, the lock clicked and the door opened. Amanda turned to me and grinned. Let's get out of here. The next morning, Katie was waiting for us at the bleachers for the math paper, and we certainly had one for her. You see, Amanda and I had spent the whole night making one up. I handed the exam to her and said, "Now can I have my diary back, please?" Not so fast. You're going to help me solve the paper and learn all the answers. You'll get the diary right after the exam. I'd kinda expected that, so it was time for me and Amanda to launch part 2 of our revenge program. She would follow Amanda secretly and find some dirt on her, and she would catch it on camera. I helped her prep for the exam all week, while Amanda hung out with her as usual, acting completely normal.
One evening, Amanda turned up at my house looking super excited. I got it. I caught her on camera. I watched the video of Katie sneaking into an empty classroom, and minutes later, a boy showed up. I recognized him as Katie's boyfriend's best friend, and then the two of them started making out. Seriously, this girl was just the worst. On the day of the math exam, just before it was about to start, Katie winked at me. Wish me luck. Not that I need it. I grinned as I got the math paper and started working on it. Oh boy, this was gonna be so much fun. As soon as it ended and we all went out, Katie came charging towards me like a mad bull. She grabbed me by the arm and dragged me to an empty classroom. What did you do? I didn't know a single answer on the exam paper. Are you crazy? You made me fail the final. I'm going to completely ruin you. Not if we ruin you first. We turned around to see Amanda walk in. What are you talking about, stupid? This is your fault too. You couldn't even steal the right exam. Oh yes, I could. I just didn't. And this is what I'm talking about. And she thrust her phone in Katie's hands and played the video. Katie's eyes went wide in horror as she watched herself. Amanda quickly snatched the phone from her before she could smash it into a wall. Give my diary back, Katie, or this video is going to be making all the social media rounds in no time, and everyone will know you're a cheater. Katie screamed in frustration and took the diary out of her bag and threw it at me. Also, you just lost the only real friend you had. Being pretty or fashionable means nothing if you're a jerk on the inside. You're always going to end up alone. And with that, I put an arm through Amanda's and we walked out of the classroom. I decided I was done trying to be anyone but me. I joined the mathletes and actually won the competition for the school for the first time in years. And I'm friends with all the math nerds now. We're a pretty cool bunch. Oh, and on Valentine's Day, I wrote my lame love poem to Alex on a card and asked him out. We've been dating for 2 months now.
Hi, I'm Hannah from California. Please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. I was born to one of the most beautiful women in the world. Yeah, everyone thinks about their moms, but in my case, it was actually true. Everyone said so, and I was just like her. Dad adored us both, and we lived in a beautiful house. Life was good, almost perfect. But when I was 14, everything changed one day. I slipped on something on the pavement outside and fell to the ground. And when I woke up, I discovered that I had small scars all over my face. And the doctors said they may never go away completely. I was in shock for a few days. Once the scars were healed, Mom took me to the mall to buy makeup. But just putting on some concealer wasn't helping much. You could still see them. The next few days, I spent hours watching YouTube makeup tutorials. I studied the way makeup artists transform their faces with layers of makeup. And once I'd applied it on myself, my parents were stunned. Hannah, I hardly recognize you. But honey, the stuff will rub off when you play outside. True. So I guess I won't be doing that anymore. A week later, my parents sat me down for a talk. Hannah, we have some difficult news. Our company is not doing well, and we'll have to sell the house. While we're taking care of all this, we think it's best that you go to my sister in Seattle for a while. Honestly, it was a lot to take in, but a part of me was relieved. I'd never met my aunt or been to Seattle, but it meant a fresh start where no one knew what I looked like before. 2 days later, I flew to Seattle and a driver picked me up at the airport. Aunt's house was basically a mansion. I knew Aunt owned a skincare company, but I had no idea she was so rich. A maid led me to my room, and as I was unpacking, I suddenly jumped when I saw someone's reflection in the mirror. It was a really short woman with an unpleasant expression. Hi, can I help you? Help me? How would you help me when you've come to live on my charity? Wait, this woman was my aunt? She looked nothing like Mom. Oh, I'm sorry, Aunt. I've just never seen any pictures of you. Of course. Why would your vain mother keep pictures of me? All she ever cared about was herself and her looks. Judging by all the makeup on your face, I guess that's what she taught you too. Not exactly. Since I'll be living with you, you might as well know. I took a wet tissue and cleaned the makeup off my face. Aunt stared at me, and then she started laughing. Oh, ho, 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 ho. This must bother your mother so much. She couldn't even stand it if she had a tiny pimple. She was obsessed with perfection. Well, she's not like that now, really. I'm guessing it was her idea to get you all this makeup? Trust me, I know your mother better than you do. With that, she just turned and left. Well, yeah, Mom had bought me the makeup, but it was what I wanted too. Aunt was just weird. And over the next few days, I realized she was really weird. She'd ask me to do the oddest tasks. I only eat the brown M&Ms, so pick those out and throw the others away. Get me 6 blueberry muffins from the bakery and then pick out all the blueberries. I'm allergic. You have to read me 22 pages every night before I go to sleep. I tried doing whatever she asked, but then one night she woke me up by calling me. I need 3 apples from the tree down the road. You need them now? It's 3 a.m. I'm not going, Aunt. And I hung up, but moments later she appeared in my bedroom. If I were you, I'd do what you're told, Hannah. I've been doing that, but I think you're just enjoying torturing me. You and your parents owe me. They're nearly bankrupt, and I've been sending them money, and also offered to send you to school. So, I want those apples now. I climbed out of bed and went out. I didn't realize my parents were in so much trouble, and I didn't want to add to their stress. I got some relief from her when I started school. I was looking for my class the first day when a boy approached me.
Are you new here? You look lost.
Yeah, I'm extremely lost. His name was Eric, and he was really nice. He showed me the way to my class, and as we parted, he said,
"Hope I get to see you around later."
Maybe Seattle would be bearable after all. As I was looking for an empty seat, a gorgeous girl waved at me. You come and sit right here, new girl. I'm Tracy, and honestly, I'm the only person worth knowing in this class. Everyone else is boring. By the way, I just love your makeup. Wow, this Tracy was definitely full of herself, but she was kind of fun, and soon we started hanging out every day. A few weeks later, she proposed a sleepover, but it had to be at my house. Sure, but be warned, my aunt is weird. The night started off pretty fun, but then Tracy turned to me and said, I want to know how you do your makeup. Here, use this to take it off and show it to me from the start. Before I could reply, I heard Aunt yelling, Hannah, I can't find my underwear. Help me find it. When I got to her room, I found her sitting on the bed. Don't show that girl your face without makeup. Ever. Why not? And wait, how did you know what we were talking about? Not important. Now listen to me. I own a skincare company, and I promise everyone perfect, flawless skin. I can't have customers knowing that my own niece is, well, not perfect. It will be bad for my brand. So I'm just supposed to hide my face from my friend? Please, don't make me remind you about everything I'm doing for me and my parents. Yeah, I won't tell anyone. I went back and told Tracy I was tired and wanted to sleep. You're not gonna take your makeup off first? Nope, it'll last me another day. Luckily, Tracy didn't push it, and I was glad to have her as a friend. But the best part about school was Eric. One time, he caught me looking at the track team's flyer.
Do you like to run?
I think it's something I could like.
I love running. Race you to the gym?
You're on. Suddenly he sprinted and I followed, but he was too fast. When I finally caught up with him, he was leaning against the water cooler.
Amateur.
I didn't say I was a superstar.
But you had fun, didn't you?
Before I could say yes, I wiped sweat off my forehead and saw my makeup start to run. Oh, no. I gotta go. I ran like crazy and only stopped when I reached the bathroom. I was able to fix my makeup just in time. But when I was leaving for home that day, Eric caught up with me.
Hey, why'd you run off like that before?
Before I could reply, a car honked loudly, and it was my aunt calling out to me. Why are you here? I can't pick up my favorite niece now. And who's that boy? Just a friend. You're obviously lying. You like him. Well, don't tell him about your real face if you want him to like you back. Maybe not everyone's as shallow as you, Aunt. Oh, yes, they are. Trust me, I know. I got mocked for my appearance all the time. I couldn't change other things, but I could change my skin. And I really did with my creams.
But unfortunately, you only have makeup, and that rubs off. She made me so mad. But what if she was right? Maybe Eric wouldn't like me if he knew the truth. But something totally unexpected happened the next day. Tracy had bought some new foundation, and she kept insisting at lunch that I try it. I told you, I don't want to take my makeup off right now. Can you drop it?
Why are you like this? It's weird that you never take off your makeup in front of anyone. It's almost pathetic.
Suddenly, I felt mad. I'm pathetic? What about you? Is there anything even real about you?
I'm more real than you are.
Really? Are your eyelashes real? And what about your nose job? Is this even real? I tugged on her hair just for effect, but suddenly half of it ended up in my hands. Oh God, I had no idea Tracy wore hair extensions. Tracy, I am so sorry.
You knew, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm insecure about my hair. You're insecure about your skin, but I'd never take your makeup off like that. How would I know? I'm sorry. But it was too late. Everyone had seen me. They all thought I was a bully now and had exposed Tracy's secret on purpose. I tried to apologize, but Tracy completely ignored me. No one else was talking to me either, and even worse, Eric was being cold to me. Hey, it seems like you've been avoiding me. Well, yeah, I have. That was a really messed up thing you did to Tracy. I promise, I didn't know. I'm not sure I believe that. How could you not know? She's your best friend. You're just not who I thought you were. That hurt me more than anything else. I felt super lonely, so I just started having my lunch in an empty classroom while watching MSA videos on YouTube. It was the only thing that made me feel better. A few days later, I saw Eric going into the gym, and I decided I'd tell him everything so that he could get to know the real me. He hadn't seen me yet, and just then he started rolling up his pants. He had scars all over his legs. Suddenly, he realized I was right behind him. Hannah, you weren't supposed to see that. Please don't tell anyone. It happened in an accident and no one knows. Eric, I would never tell anyone. I wouldn't even have done that to Tracy if I'd known the truth about her hair. I want to believe you, but I don't think you understand what being insecure about something feels like. You look so perfect all the time. And then I wiped off my makeup to show him my real face. Oh, Hannah, I had no idea. You're beautiful. Thank you for showing me. He pulled me into a tight hug, and for the first time since my accident, I felt seen and accepted as me. The next day at school, I came with my makeup as usual, but Eric showed up in shorts, exposing his legs for the world to see. What was he doing? Hannah, I wanted to thank you. When you showed me your scars yesterday, I just became less afraid to show mine. I don't want to hide them anymore. I don't know what to say, especially because I haven't been so open about my own scars. Maybe you can take your makeup off now. We can take this step together. I wish I could, but I can't let anyone see me without makeup. I told him how my witch aunt had instructed me to never take off my makeup in public, or she'd stop helping my family. We can keep it a secret, as long as you reapply it before you go home. She won't know, right? At first, most of the kids at school didn't even recognize me without makeup. When they realized who it was, they were stunned. But I was surprised by how many people told me I was brave. Tracy looked shocked when I walked up to her. Here's my secret. Will you believe me now that I would never have let yours out on purpose? Yeah, I suppose you wouldn't. I thought things were finally back to normal, but the next day, I was about to go home when someone told me to check Tracy's Facebook page. She'd posted a picture of me without makeup and a caption that said, "Guess Miss Perfect isn't perfect after all." Wow, so she hadn't forgiven me after all. I was gonna kick her butt the next day. But when I got home, Aunt was waiting for me, looking like a tiny dragon. You want to explain this picture to me? Not really. You were wrong about everyone, Aunt. No one judges me for my scars. In fact, they think I'm awesome for not hiding them. And Eric thinks I'm beautiful just the way I am. They're lying. They're laughing behind your back. And you messed up big time by not listening to me. I'm gonna withdraw you from that school and stop sending money to your parents. Excuse me? What's this about you sending us money? Aunt and I turned around in shock to see Mom behind us. Hannah, has she been treating you badly? Why didn't you tell me? When I told her everything, Mom was furious. You petty, petty woman. As if you'd ever offer a single penny to anyone. I've been sending you money for Hannah's school. I know you've always envied me, but I didn't think you'd stoop so low and take it out on my daughter. And why would I envy you? I'm successful and have all the money in the world. Yeah, but you're gonna rot alone in this mansion. Good luck. Mom took my hand and we left. I was so glad to be out of that house. Honey, our business is doing much better now, and we even found a house. I came to get you so that you could see it before we bought it. I'm so happy things are better, Mom. But do you think we could move to Seattle? I finally feel like I fit in here. Mom looked really surprised. Yeah, I think we can do that. But are you sure? I thought about Eric and smiled. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm the smart one. Or that's what my mother always told me. I'm one of 4 sisters. There's my older sister, Kathy, and the twins, Debbie and Joy. And me, Stacy, stuck right in the middle. We were all born within a few years of each other, and honestly, I think my parents had trouble coping with so many little kids running around the house. When I was 4 or 5, my mom started to define us, and not in a good way. Kathy was the pretty one, I was the smart one, and the twins were special. As we got older, it only got more intense. My mom would always tell me that the world is harder on smart girls, so I should expect to fight for everything I wanted. You'll be a scientist and make a big discovery. No, Mama, I want to be a pilot one day. That would be a huge waste of time. The world has plenty of pilots. My mom would then predict the absolute opposite future for my sister Kathy. She would tell Kathy over and over how much the world loves a pretty girl. High school years were the worst. Kathy easily fell in with the cool crowd, and everything was working out for her pretty much as my mom had said. But not for me. Not so much. In the beginning, the smart kids let me hang with them, but after a while, I couldn't keep up. I mean, physics is just not my thing. Dissecting little animals in biology freaked me out, and I had no idea what Shakespeare was talking about most of the time. The smart kids figured out the truth and quit hanging out with me. It turns out that I wasn't any smarter than most of the kids in my class. I had to study really hard to ace a test and work long hours into the night on my homework. It didn't help that Kathy told all of her girlfriends that I was the smart one, and they started asking me to do their homework. At first, I said no, but these were mean girls on top of being popular girls, and they spread a nasty rumor about me. Even my sister spread the rumor around just to make me do her homework. The other kids believed the rumor, and I either got teased or ignored. High school is hard enough without that kind of pressure. I caved. I started doing my sister's homework and special project homework for her friends. They went around school and started taking back the rumor. It worked, and kids no longer whispered behind my back, but I still had no friends at all. It made me think that my mom had been right. My life was hard, and Kathy's was pretty sweet. But it also confused me because I wasn't off the charts smart, just your normal above-average student. The truly crazy smart kids weren't having a hard life. They were all looking at futures with fancy colleges and great jobs. I would just sit in my room and just get so angry about how unfair everything seemed. I tried. I really tried to be happy, but I wasn't. I was just lonely and overwhelmed. I tried to talk to my mother about it. I explained that I didn't feel that smart, and yet everyone was expecting me to perform at this really high academic level. I asked her if we couldn't bring those expectations down a notch because I felt like I was drowning. My mom barely heard me, and she certainly didn't understand. Oh, Stacy, I told you that your life would be hard because of your intellect. Just be patient. Things will get better when you're a grown-up. Don't you get it? I'm not super smart. The future you keep talking about isn't mine. Her eyes narrowed. She got really angry and grounded me for 2 weeks because I raised my voice. I never tried to talk to her about my troubles again, but I had to do something. My sister and her friends kept loading their homework onto my pile. I felt like I never slept, and I had big, dark bags under my eyes to prove it. To make matters even worse, My twin sisters were now in high school with Kathy and me. Whenever they got stuck on something in their homework, they'd go to Mom and ask for her help. Go ask Stacy to help you. She's the smart one. So they did. And I'd always help them because it was expected of me. I would always help them, even if it meant staying up really late to finish my own work, because that's what sisters do. One day, my dad was out working in the garage on one of his vintage cars. I slid onto a stool and watched him fiddle with the engine. Finally, I asked my big question. Dad, do you think I'm smart? Really, really smart?
Sure, Stacy. You're the smart one. You solved that puzzle before your sisters even got started when you were 5. You've always been the smart one.
I literally jumped off the stool. What? All of this smart one stuff because I solved a puzzle when I was 5? He looked at me for the first time, surprised, I guess, that I didn't know the puzzle story.
Well, yeah, Stacy. That's when your mom figured out how smart you are.
I stood there, stunned. All the pain and struggle of the past few years flooded through me. I ran out of the garage straight to my room and fell on my bed, crying. I wasn't super smart. My parents were super stupid. Okay, that's harsh, but still, my whole life had been shaped because of some silly kids puzzle. I changed that day. The next day, the twins came to my room with a project they wanted me to do for them at the last minute. Nope, I'm going to bed. They looked at me in shock, and then, "You can't go to bed," the other twin finished her sentence, "because we'll fail the class if you don't help us." I walked over and turned out the lights and crawled into bed. They went crazy and started jumping on me. Get up! You can't do this to us!" Watch me. The twins were furious and stormed out of the room. I heard them complaining to my mother, and she came into my room a few minutes later to take their side. What's wrong with you, Stacy? Get up and help your sisters. They're your sisters and deserve your help. This is no time to be selfish and lazy. I ignored her too and dug deeper into the blankets. She finally left and slammed the door. I just lay there breathing heavily. It was scary to say no, but I'd done it. The twins barely spoke to me after that, just because I wouldn't do their homework. My mom never stood up for me, ever. Pretty much the same thing happened when I turned down my sister and her friends. They trapped me in one of the hallways at school. They threatened to start rumors again if I didn't get busy with their work. They were way more frightening than the twins. These girls had expected me to do their college applications and even do their final essays. They had a lot on the line and wanted me to make it all happen for them. Finally, I'd had enough. No. I won't do your work. My work is hard enough. Just leave me alone. I jerked free of my sister's grip and ran away from them. But I never got free. They did start telling horrible stories about me at school, and my sister was the worst of them. My whole time in high school was lonely and pretty horrible. But guys, don't feel sorry for me because I have good news for you. My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one who will subscribe in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, tell your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. When I got to college, I had a chance to make a fresh start. I made sure not to act too smart around anyone. Whenever the professor asked me a question in class, I always answered, "I don't know." But I ran into a big problem. I didn't really know who I was. I thought goth girls looked cool, so I tried being a goth girl. I started going to classes dressed in all black with black lipstick, black nail polish, and a spiked necklace. I even met a cool goth guy named Lizard. Not his real name, of course. He was my first boyfriend. It was cool for a while, but the real goth kids sensed I wasn't fully on board and started keeping their distance from me. Being goth wasn't really working out or even that fun for me. Besides, I was getting sick of wearing all black. So one day, I showed up in class wearing a pink sweater set and lavender capris. No more black lipstick or pointy jewelry. A couple of the kids didn't even recognize me. This was fun. People smiled at me more, and the teacher even called on me a couple of times. She didn't even look annoyed that I gave my standard, "I don't know" response to a question. A cute guy from class named Eric invited me to go get coffee with him afterward, and I said yes. I don't think he even realized that I'd been in the class with him all along. We had a great time talking about how hard the class was and just general life things. He asked me out to dinner, and I almost said yes until I remembered that I had a date that night with Lizard. I suggested another night and we made a plan. All of a sudden, I was dating 2 guys. Of course, there was a catch. I dressed as a goth when I had a date with Lizard and a preppy girl when I was out with Eric. It got a little crazy around my dorm room. One time, I was all dressed in my goth gear when I got a text from Eric saying that he was running a few minutes late. Oh my gosh, I thought the date was with Lizard. I had to change everything. I crazy fast switched my clothes, hair, and makeup and was literally out of breath when Eric arrived at the door 15 minutes later. It all came to a head when I was out at the club with Eric. We were dancing and having a fun time when I see Lizard come through the door. I freaked out and tried to stay out of Lizard's sight without Eric noticing that I was trying to hide behind him. For a while, it seemed to work. Lizard hung out with his friends and didn't really notice me. I almost had Eric convinced that I had a headache and we should leave the club when Lizard appeared in front of us. You are the most fake girl I've ever met. I stood there not knowing what to say. Eric jumped to my defense. Don't talk to my girlfriend that way. Well, when she's my girlfriend, she dresses goth. Is this true? Wait a minute. Are you the goth girl that used to be in class? I'm still in class. Look, I apologize for not being totally honest with both of you. Too late. Too embarrassed to even look at Eric, I reached out for his hand and he jerked back. Stay away from me. I don't even know you. I ran to the bathroom and sobbed. They were right. I had become a fake. When I finally came out and made my way to the door, I felt people staring at me and saw them whispering behind their hands. The next time I went to class, I wore my old jeans and a t-shirt. When the professor called on me, I knew the answer and so I just said it. I tracked down a small flight school and finally took my first flying lesson. It was magical and I was finally free. I finished college and kept up my training until I actually got my license to fly helicopters. All my mom could say was, "What a waste." I took a deep breath and just smiled at her. She'll never change, but I can. Now I fly rescue and recovery because I know how it feels to be lost. Learning how to fly is the smartest thing I've ever done.
I had been working as a driver for this rich boy called Brian, and one day, while I was sitting at the side of the pool outside their mansion, he and his friends jumped in, splashing water all over me. At first, I was mad. But then, more people joined the pool party, and among them was the Juliet to my Romeo. Her name was Victoria, and she was just so perfect. She turned to me and smiled before jumping into the pool, and I swear I felt my heart jump out of my chest. Suddenly, she screamed in pain, and the water around her started turning red. Hi, my name is Caleb. Before I continue with the story, please like and subscribe. If you don't, your crush will ignore you forever. So, back to the story. Victoria was screaming as everyone else around her laughed. Those jerks. I immediately dove into the pool. While I checked for injuries, I asked if she was okay, but Brian and the others were still laughing. Brian said, "It was just a prank for her TikTok, loser. Relax." I turned to Victoria and saw she was smiling with one eyebrow raised. She said, "That was attractive, but stay away from me, idiot." Feeling embarrassed, I walked away. Brian wanted to drive Victoria home, and during the ride, I stole a glance at her through the rearview mirror, only to see that she was also looking right at me and smiling. Suddenly, Brian moved closer and whispered, "Wake up, dummy. If I see you looking at her like that again, I swear." I tried to concentrate on the road instead. That night when I got home, I was shocked to see my little sister Candace sleeping on the top of the fridge. My mom told me she won't come down unless I give her ice cream, but we don't have the money for any. My heart broke. I checked my wallet and realized that I only had a few dollars left. I decided I'd find an evening job soon. Mom couldn't work after her accident, so it was all up to me now, and it drove me to work harder. One night, I drove Brian and Victoria to a party, and Brian told me to wait in the car. An hour had passed when I saw her coming out of the door with a guy, and I noticed she looked uncomfortable. Suddenly, the jerk started pulling her hand and trying to kiss her. I got out of the car and ran towards them. I pulled Victoria away and shouted, "Get off her, man!" The guy yelled back, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Victoria tried to calm me down. "Caleb, don't!" But I was furious. The dimwit then shoved me to the ground, making me scrape my elbow. I got up and was about to punch him, but Rachel and the others came out and stopped me. I stormed off and got back into the car. Victoria joined me a little later and started helping me with my small scratch on my elbow. She said, "You didn't have to do that, Caleb," but I wasn't listening to her. All I could hear was the loud beating of my heart as I stared at her beautiful face up close. I looked away when our eyes met. I had to stop this dream before it was too late. For the next several months, I ignored Victoria whenever she hung out with Brian. One day, I went home to our landlord screaming at my mom. He was throwing her things outside. My mom begged him, "Please, give us 2 more weeks." He replied, "I already gave you a month." I ran to hug my mom and desperately asked for another extension. When he finally agreed, I was forced to get another job as a part-time janitor at McDonald's. One afternoon, while I was mopping the floor, Brian, Victoria, and their other friends came in. After ordering, Rachel, Victoria's best friend, asked, "Hey Brian, we didn't know that your driver was a janitor too." I waited for Victoria to say something, but she avoided eye contact with me. Brian then called me over. "Hey loser, clean this up!" He started pouring all of their drinks on the floor. They were all laughing at me as I mopped the floor, except for Victoria, who kept herself busy on her phone. I felt like I'd been stabbed in the chest. She was so cold. Everyone suddenly fell silent as someone approached their table. It was my boss, Brian's dad, and he looked mad. He told them, "I don't think that's how we treat people." Brian bowed his head in shame, while the others looked guilty. He then apologized to me privately and promised to arrange a scholarship program for me at Brian's school, which he actually owned. I immediately told Mom the good news. I was finally going back to school to finish my final year. Brian and Victoria were shocked a month later when I was introduced as a new student to their class. While walking to my locker, I heard some students talking. What is he doing here? He was Brian's driver, right? I wanted to tell them that I wasn't Brian's driver anymore. Jeez, I had a name. I suddenly bumped into Victoria, and before I could react, she shoved me into a janitor's closet and joined me in there. I asked, What are you doing?" She ignored my question and instead said, "And now we're even closer, and you can't ignore me anymore." I had never been so confused in my whole life. I asked, "What do you mean?" She gave me a half smile, and before leaving the closet, she kissed me on the cheek. I couldn't get that kiss out of my mind for the next 3 days. It made me so nervous that I had to avoid her because these feelings were scaring me. One day, our science teacher paired me up with Victoria for a project, but to my surprise, Victoria requested a different partner. I was disappointed and relieved at the same time. As I was about to leave the room, she walked up to me and said, "I hate you." What did I do? My heart then skipped a beat when she suddenly leaned in and kissed me on the lips. I was going to kiss her back, but then our teacher saw us and kicked us out. It was so embarrassing. Victoria then held my hand and giggled as we ran out of school. A black limo stopped in front of us, and I gasped when she shoved me inside. I asked, "Am I being kidnapped?" She chuckled, "You're really cute. Now, take me somewhere else." Suddenly, feeling brave, I told her driver to take us to my secret hideout. When we got there, we sat next to each other silently for a while, admiring the view. I said, "You know, Vic, I've always been crazy about you." I finally decided to give in to my heart's desire and kissed her. But then she said she wanted our relationship to be a secret. She promised me that she'd tell everyone soon. Her parents would hate her if they found out, and she wasn't ready for the backlash in school yet. I tried my best to make her happy, but whenever she was around her squad, especially with Brian, she treated me like I didn't exist. One time, she got angry with me because I wasn't answering her calls. I told her my phone was broken. She turned up with the latest iPhone, which came with a bonus, a key to a Porsche. She said, "Tell everyone that it's yours. You also need brand clothes, bags, watches. We have to go shopping later." I told her that I didn't want all that stuff, but she insisted and said, "Do it for me." We headed to this high-end shopping mall after class, and on the way, she let go of my hand when we saw Rachel and her other friends. Rachel asked, "Hey girl, what are you doing here with Brian's driver?" Victoria then whispered something to her, which I heard. "I don't know, he kept following me and begging me to buy him clothes." Rachel whispered back, "Aw, he's a hopeless case, girl." She gave me a disgusted look, and they all walked away, taking Victoria with them. I was furious. But that instantly changed when she sent me a message saying, "Just stay right there. I'm going to the police to report you for stealing my heart." A few months later, I left McDonald's and got a new job as a waiter in a 5-star restaurant. During an afternoon shift, I was shocked to see who had just come in. It was Victoria and her parents. It was my first time seeing them, and they looked so sophisticated and intimidating. Suddenly, I felt insecure again. How the hell would they accept a guy like me for their princess? I took their order with shaking hands, and while serving them, I accidentally spilled a drink on her dad's shirt. "Oh, damn!" he shouted at me. "Look what you've done! Where's your manager?" Victoria defended me. "Dad, calm down. He's Caleb, and he's my friend." I was shocked at her dad's response. "Stick to friends from your circle, young lady." Victoria started to cry, while my face looked like someone had punched me in the stomach. The next day, when I woke up, I noticed that my mom was talking to someone. It was the most unexpected person, Victoria's mom. I listened to their conversation from the stairs, and my heart broke when I heard her final words. "This is a warning. Keep your son away from my daughter, or else." Mom tried to talk to me that night, but I just wanted to be alone. I didn't go to school for a few days and ignored Victoria's calls. She showed up to our house and forced me to come with her to her secret place, a hidden hot spring. She apologized about her dad. I was about to tell her what her mom did, but suddenly, someone appeared from the tall grass. "Victoria? Are you there?" It was Brian. I immediately lowered my head into the water. I came up for breath after a while and was shocked. Brian was trying to kiss my girlfriend. How dare he? Victoria pushed him and said, "Stop it, Brian. How did you even know I was here?" He answered, "I've been tracking your phone." What? Instead of being mad, Victoria just said, "I'm tired. I want to go home now." She left me a text saying that she still needed to prepare for a girls' party tonight. The phone pinged again. It was another message that said, "Get home safe." Later that night, I took my phone out and checked Instagram. I saw Rachel's stories. I thought it was a girls' party, but why were Brian and the other boys there? And then there were other stories that showed Victoria getting chummy with Brian. I felt so betrayed. I looked at my gift that I bought for her birthday next week. I saved up for months just to buy her it. We had a huge fight the next day because of Brian, and I told her I would not be attending her birthday. It was all a lie though. I wanted to surprise her by turning up at her birthday and telling her parents how serious I was about her. But little did I know that things were about to become a total mess. It was an exclusive formal party in their mansion. I rented a suit and bought an expensive bouquet of roses for her. My heart was beating out of my chest as I entered their mansion. Everyone looked so sophisticated, which made me feel totally out of place. I felt breathlessness when I finally saw Victoria. She looked so drop-dead gorgeous in her beautiful red dress. I waited in one corner when I noticed she was still busy talking to Brian and her parents' visitors. I met her mom's eyes across the room. She glared at me. She then whispered something to Victoria's dad, and moments later, her father walked up to the front. He got everyone's attention, only to announce something that made my world come crashing down. Brian and Victoria were getting engaged. What? I waited for Victoria to say something, but she just stood there with tears in her eyes while looking at Brian. Heck, she didn't even know I was there. I silently left with a broken heart. The next day, everyone was talking about the newly engaged couple. I went to the library to calm myself by reading a book. Suddenly, Victoria appeared and dragged me to the back of the bookshelf and said that she missed me. She tried to kiss me, but I pulled away. She asked, "What's the matter? You're going to prom with me, right?" I smiled bitterly. "Why don't you ask Brian instead?" Looking guilty, she answered, "Babe, don't believe the rumors. It's not true." The blood drained from her face when I told her that I had actually been there at her birthday party last night. She suddenly stepped away from me when some other students appeared. How could I love a person who was ashamed of me? It felt like there was a stone in my chest. I walked away and ran out of the building. I just wanted to be away from her. She called after me and asked me to stop. I said, "I can't do this anymore, Victoria. I'm sorry." She looked shocked. "What do you mean?" I answered with a cracked voice, "You deserve someone better. Someone who can give you the whole world. I can't do that. Brian can, and your parents know that." She said, "I don't care about all that. I love you, Caleb. I just need you to trust me and give me more time." It hurt to hear her cry as I walked away. I really believed that I had done the right thing, but after graduation, I was utterly miserable. Victoria and I hadn't seen each other since that day. I got another job as a bartender downtown, and one night, when we were about to close, I noticed a familiar guy slouching at the bar counter. I asked him for his order, but I was shocked when he lifted his face. It was Brian. He told me that he'd come because he wanted to talk to me. He revealed, "I love her so much, bro," and I thought she felt the same way. And now, it doesn't feel right, because I think she loves someone else. I froze. He added, It really hurts a lot, but I'm finally letting her go." He patted me on the back and said, "Take care of her for me, please." That night, I couldn't stop thinking about what Brian had told me. It was already 4 in the morning when I finally decided to pick up my phone and dialed a number. The soft voice answered, "Hello?" With closed eyes, I breathed in and said, "Hello, Victoria."
Hi, my name is Tracy, and this is my story of how I went from rags to riches in the craziest way possible. For as long as I can remember, Mom and I have lived at a shelter. I never knew my dad, but I did know that he must have been a massive jerk to dump Mom, because she was a legit angel. She was always taking medicine for her heart problems, but she was also helping people at the shelter even though they didn't pay her. She taught me that the most important thing in the world was to always be kind. On my first day in first grade, I noticed that everyone was wearing the prettiest clothes, while I was wearing an oversized t-shirt and shorts that came to my feet. As soon as Mom left, I took a deep breath and walked over to a bunch of girls. "Hi, I'm the prettiest girl in the group." Amy turned to me and said,
Ew, you look like a cartoon. And so did your nanny.
"That's not my nanny, that's my mommy." She burst out laughing.
You're as ugly as your mommy.
Before she could say another word, I attacked her. The teachers pulled us apart and made us hug it out. For the next few years, school continued like that. Amy became my biggest nemesis and was always trying to be a pain in my butt. One day when I was in the 8th grade, I was walking to school when I suddenly heard a strange scratching sound from behind the dumpster. I decided to take a look. It was an adorable little puppy trying to hide under an old cardboard box. I picked it up and wrapped it in my school jacket. "Hey there, little guy. You lost?" Just then, I noticed it was wearing a collar made of diamonds. "Aw, baby. Someone loves you." Just then, a manic-looking man in a suit came running out and out of another alley. The minute he saw me, he charged straight towards me and snatched the puppy from my arms. "Hey, what are you—" Before I could finish, a woman dressed in really fancy clothes and heels came running after him, and she started screaming when she saw the puppy. Had these crazies broken out of some rich people's mental hospital? "Oh, my kushushu, pushushu boo-boo, baby, mama missed you." And then she turned to me angrily. You were trying to steal my dog." "Excuse me, I wasn't trying to steal your dog. I just picked him up from the street." "To steal him? Or his collar?" "No, to help him. I'm not some common thief." Finally, the woman looked like she believed me, and she said, Fine. You saved my Jimmy, and I don't want to owe you any favors. My car is parked there. Come with me, now." I said no, and that she was a stranger. Then she nodded to her driver, who made me get in the car immediately. "Take us to the big bazaar, and let's get her whatever she wants." We reached there, and as the driver was walking in with me, I spotted the nearby pharmacy and said I wanted to go there. When she asked me why, I said the only thing I wanted to buy was medicine for my sick mom. I even took out the prescription and showed it to him. The driver walked back to the lady and explained everything to her. She looked really surprised and then nodded. Once I'd bought the meds, she offered to drop me back home. As soon as we got there, I realized the bridge between our two worlds, her fancy car and my old shabby shelter home. I felt kind of embarrassed, so I quickly thanked her and ran inside. But to my surprise, the woman was waiting for me outside the shelter the next day, and she had a doctor with her. She had brought him to check up on my mother. After a thorough examination, the doctor said the meds were not the right ones, and he immediately changed them. After the new prescription, Mom started to feel better in a few days. I felt so happy and relieved. I called the woman up and thanked her for her kindness. She laughed and said, "Don't go soft on me, kid. Consider this a favor repaid." I thought that was the end of it and I wouldn't see the woman again. But to my surprise, the next day her car was outside the shelter again. As soon as I saw her, I rushed towards her and hugged her. She hugged me back. I gave her a flower I'd picked up on my way, and her face lit up. "Now that your mom is taken care of, I hope we can buy something for you today." We went inside the mall and had so much fun together. She took me to every boutique and shoe store in the mall. After I had literally shopped till I was ready to drop, she dragged me to the ice cream place and then we went to the arcade. We spent hours playing every game we could, although she was even worse than I was. Over time, we grew quite close. One day when I went to school, Amy was lazily leaning against my locker waiting to torture me as usual. Hey, Patches. How many times are you going to patch up that ugly coat? It's beginning to look like a quilt now. I completely ignored her as I removed my coat, and then suddenly everyone gasped. I was wearing some of the new clothes the rich lady had bought for me the day before, and then they noticed my Prada bag.
What did you do, Tracy? Rob a bank?
Oh, I just decided to take fashion a little seriously. And let me give you some advice. That shade of green on your face is a really ugly look. Everyone was suddenly taking me more serious now that I was better dressed, and even coming over to me for fashion tips. I knew it was pretty shallow of them, but seeing how much it bothered Amy made it worth it. One day when we were at lunch, Amy and her minions walked up to me. She glared at me as though she'd eat me alive. Suddenly, I realized we were wearing the same outfit.
Admit it. You're wearing a cheap copy. There's no way you can afford an original limited edition.
I don't know, Amy. Yours looks like the wrong shade of white. Are you sure you're not wearing a copy? The minions' eyes widened and they started to whisper, and Amy turned a horrible shade of red.
How dare you! I'll tell you what the wrong shade of white is.
And with that, she dumped her cup of coffee on my white outfit. I was furious. And before long, we had broken out into a full-fledged food fight right in the middle of the cafeteria. The kids gathered around us, screaming and yelling. Suddenly, 2 teachers broke us apart and dragged us to the principal's office. Oh no, I knew what this meant. Our parents would be called in. Sure enough, 30 minutes later, Mom came rushing in. She took one look at us and started apologizing to the principal. Then she turned to me. I'm so disappointed in you, Tracy. I always told you to be kind. But Mom... No buts, young lady. Then to my sheer horror, she turned to Amy, who was scowling in the corner. Where's your mom, sweetie? I'll say sorry to her too. Those stains will be a pain to wash out. But Amy shook her off angrily.
Don't touch me, and mind your own freaking business.
The principal told Mom that neither of Amy's parents had time to come. So Mom just smiled and said it was okay. Then Amy and I apologized and walked out. Outside, the rich woman was waiting for me. As soon as I saw her, I ran to her. Suddenly, I heard someone say,
"Are you freaking kidding me?"
I turned around and saw Amy glaring at us.
You hypocrite. You didn't have time for me, but you do for these down and outs.
Wait, what was going on? Hey, watch your mouth. Who do you think you are, huh?
Oh, great question. Why don't you tell her who I am, Mom?
What? Are you her mom? You said you didn't have any kids.
Oh, am I dead to you for good?
Amy, stop it. Amy stared at her mother with rage in her eyes.
No, you don't get to tell me anything anymore. Don't act all mommy dearest now when you haven't even bothered to talk to me in ages.
What? You don't talk to your own daughter? What kind of mother are you? Tracy, Amy, I can explain. I was all so confused and puzzled. She'd been going around acting like a great mom figure to me, while she acted like her own daughter didn't even exist. I just turned around abruptly and ran home. I kept ignoring the rich woman's texts and calls because I was still reeling with shock over what had happened. But eventually, I decided that she deserved a chance to explain herself. And I told her that I would meet her after school. But as I was heading out of school the next day, I felt someone pull me by the back of my shirt. It was Amy, looking like a psycho.
And where do you think you're going? To meet my mother?
I shook her off. It's none of your business, Amy. And whatever is going on between you and your mom is not my fault.
You better not meet her ever again, Tracy, or I'll have you and your mother kicked out of the shelter.
Oh yeah? How do you think you can even do that? Her face twisted into an evil smile.
Oh, my dad's a really powerful person on the city council. And once he tells the shelter people that you and your mom robbed my poor poor mother to buy branded clothes. They definitely won't be keeping thieves there.
Just looking at her face, I knew she meant what she said. I hated being bullied by Amy like this, but I couldn't afford to land myself and Mom on the streets. I texted the rich woman to never contact me again. I even sent back everything she'd given me and went back to being my old, invisible self at school. Days turned into weeks, and before I knew it, 2 years had gone by without talking to the rich woman. Even though I kept my end of the bargain, Amy kept bullying me at school. And the psycho even started following me around in her car. Once I was buying ice cream at the grocery store when she popped out from behind a shelf and completely startled me.
Aha! That's my mother's favorite ice cream. I know you're still seeing her.
She kept accusing me of still seeing her mom, and of course, nothing I said could convince her otherwise. I was just glad I was leaving school soon. On graduation day, I ran to hug Mom after receiving my high school diploma. I heard Amy's voice and turned to see her standing behind us.
Aw, isn't this such a sweet mother-daughter moment? Sorry to ruin it, but I have some news that's too good to keep from you any longer.
And with that, she shoved a paper in my hands, and Mom and I stared at it in horror. It was a notice from the city council saying that our shelter would be permanently shut down because it had lost its funding. How can you do something like this? Do you have any idea how many people will lose their homes?
I forgot the part where that's my problem. All I care about is you losing yours, and Daddy will make sure it happens.
And I will make sure that it does not. We all turned around to see the rich woman. She took the paper from my hand and said she would pay whatever funds the shelter needed to stay open, and there was nothing Amy's dad could do to stop that. Amy looked like she was about to explode. Amy's mom turned to her and said, "Your dad is always trying to make you just like him, Amy, but I know you're better than that. He kept you away from me, but you're old enough to decide now, darling." Amy looked into her mom's eyes and shrugged off her hand.
No, I'm going to stay with Dad. You can be a mother to 100 street rats like her for all I care.
Just then, the principal came running towards us and said, "Oh, you must be Amy's mother. I've been waiting for one of her parents to show up. I wanted to let you know that Amy can't graduate. She will have to repeat a year."
What? You can't do that.
And then she left crying like a little baby. I was really happy to see the rich woman again, and I apologized to her for cutting her out of my life. "There's no need for explanations, Tracy, and I'll save your shelter. But why don't you and your mom come to live with me in my big, lonely mansion?" Long story short, we did finally agree to move in with her, and I was actually really glad that the two had each other's company as I moved away for a few years for university. I met a wonderful guy there, and after graduation, we moved back to my hometown so I could help the rich woman manage her business. I'm a successful businesswoman now with 2 beautiful kids and 2 doting grandmas who are always happy to babysit. Hi, I'm Tulip, and I live with my mom and twin sister Jasmine. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. My dad has always worked abroad, so growing up, we would only see him once every 2 years. If cameras hadn't been invented, I would have forgotten what he looks like. Growing up, I was a really naughty kid, but Jasmine was my mom's dream child. She'd always have perfect grades and perfect manners, and Mom just adored her. But she found fault with everything I did and kept comparing me to stupid Jasmine. Like once in 5th grade, our mean old English teacher walked in and hit the desk loudly with her stick. "Quiet! Take out your notebooks and start writing a letter to your mom." But I just put my legs on the desk and replied, "Miss,
Why would I write a letter to my mom when I already live with her?"
And then I burped loudly. The whole class burst out laughing. And of course, the teacher wasn't amused. I was immediately sent to the principal and Mom was called in. "Even a gorilla has better manners. Please teach her to act like a lady." As we left school, Jasmine smirked at me while Mom screamed, "Tulip, is this what I've taught you? Were you born to embarrass me? Why can't you be more like Jasmine?"
"Oh, Mom, I respect you so much, and just look at her. She's just shameless. I feel sorry for a great woman like you."
"I'm talking to you, Tulip." And then I was grounded for a week. I didn't have good grades, but I had an amazing eye for fashion, and I could make dresses for myself out of anything. Once at Halloween, I made myself a beautiful costume, and even Mom looked impressed. But then suddenly, her expression changed. Where have I seen this cloth before? Wait, oh my God. Tulip, did you use my favorite gown?
Yes, Mom. Sadly, your gown had to die for my new costume.
She started screaming at me, and I just ran away. I didn't really change much until high school. One Sunday, we received a letter from Dad, and Mom looked super excited. Jasmine and I started snatching it from each other because we both wanted to read it first, and it got torn to pieces. Mom scolded us a lot. She glued it back and then read it out loud. I am not coming back. I found my true love. Please don't wait for me. Wait, what? Jasmine and I stared at each other as Mom turned paper white. She felt dizzy and crashed straight to the floor, hitting her head. We called an ambulance and took her to the hospital immediately. She was conscious soon, but then we had the most shocking news. It turned out that her brain had suffered an injury, and now she had the mind of a 5-year-old. Mom was now practically a baby. She was acting really fussy, so the next day, we took her to a restaurant to cheer her up. When the waitress said we'd get our food in 20 minutes, Mom looked furious. She started banging her spoon on the table and shouting, "I want food now! I want now! Now, now, now!" I tried to calm her as everyone stared at us, but then suddenly, Jasmine rose from her seat and shouted at her, "Just shut up, you crazy woman! God, this is so embarrassing. I'm out of here." I was stunned. She stormed off, and as Mom's eyes filled with tears, I quickly hugged her. "Mom, our food is almost here. You just have to count to 10. Come on, count with me. 1, 2, 3, and by the time we got to 10, thankfully our food arrived. I realized then how serious Mom's condition was, and I just had to grow up and take care of her the best I could. Jasmine took no interest in Mom, but I would drop her at her neighbor's when I went to school and pick her up on my way back. I started searching for stuff about Mom's illness on the internet, and the only possible cure was a head surgery that was super expensive. I vowed that I would work really hard so I could afford it for Mom one day. I started focusing on my studies, and within weeks, my grades were the highest in class, and all my teachers were praising me. This clearly made Jasmine jealous, because soon after I found her in the cafeteria with my biggest rival, Eva. She'd always hated me because kids liked me for my jokes and pranks, while no one liked her much. She was just a mean jerk, and now Jasmine and Eva were chatting away like they were best friends. My enemy list was updated. One day at the cafeteria, I noticed that I'd forgotten to bring my wallet and wouldn't be able to buy lunch. But just then I heard Mom behind me. "Tulip, Tulip, I got you money. No more rats in your tummy." She was running towards me, waving my wallet, when suddenly she slipped and fell on the floor. I rushed to her to make sure she was okay, but I heard people around me laughing, and the loudest was Eva. "Is that your mom? She looks like an idiot. Please hire a nanny for your stupid baby mom." Hearing that, Mom burst into tears, and I snapped. I pounced at Eva and pinned her down to the floor, twisting her arm behind her. "Say you're sorry to her. Say sorry now, or I'll really make you regret it." "Ow, okay. I'm sorry, Tulip's mom. I'm very sorry." I left her and ran to Mom, who was still crying. "Mom, you're not supposed to follow me to school, okay? You have to wait for me. Come now, let's go home." As I took her hand and let her out, I stopped by Jasmine and gave her a kick that made her howl with pain. That's for being the worst daughter on the planet and being friends with people like Eva. Shame on you. And I left with Mom. A few days later in school, I saw a poster on the bulletin board about a fashion competition where each contestant had to design one gown. The winner would get a chance to do an internship at a big designer company. I immediately signed up for it, but just then, Eva pushed me aside and signed up too. Ugh, get lost, loser. Why would someone like you know about fashion? This competition is meant for beautiful girls like me. I really enjoyed beating your butt that day, Eva, and I'll make sure you're crying at the end of the competition too. I just walked away before she could reply. I'd show her. A couple of days later, as I was leaving school, I saw Jasmine and Eva from a distance, and they seemed to be having a huge fight. I just ignored them and went home. But later that evening, there was a knock on my door and Jasmine walked in, looking embarrassed. "What do you want?"
Listen, I know you're really mad at me. I haven't handled Mom's situation well, and I was a coward for not standing up for her. But today, Eva made fun of her again, and I just lost it. I slapped her so hard, I don't think she'll ever mess with me again.
Well, I'm just glad you've finally come to your senses. She's a mean, jealous brat. She could never be a good friend to anyone. I got up and hugged her. And when Jasmine saw I was working on my sample for the competition, she offered to help. I told her I wanted to make a really unique design that would help me win the competition, and she seemed super excited by my idea. We worked really hard on it day and night, and I was happy with the result. At the competition, everybody presented their designs one by one, but when Eva's turn came before mine, I saw that her sample looked exactly like the one I'd prepared with Jasmine. The two looked at me and gave me devilish smiles. Okay, so my sister was a poisonous snake who'd pretended to fight with Eva, and then stole my design and gave it to her. I climbed onto the stage with a defeated face, and just then, I took the cloth off my mannequin, and Eva's and Jasmine's jaws dropped. It wasn't the one I'd prepared with Jasmine, because I knew exactly what she was up to. My real sample was far more beautiful, and the judges looked really impressed. And when the results were announced, I was declared the winner. I was given some prize money and the internship. Oh, you look so happy, Tulip. Like you're some big designer now. You're just a big fool. An internship isn't gonna get you anywhere. The fashion business needs money. I have a filthy rich mom, and what does your mom have? Forget money. She doesn't even have a brain. Something really stinks, Eva, and I think it's you. I smell a really sore loser. Just then I saw Mom standing in a corner, clapping really hard. I pushed Eva aside and ran to her. Mom, how did you get here? I told you not to leave home without me. I wanted to see your shop. I wanted to buy one dress from you. See, I have $1. There's no shop, sweetie, but you can have this dress for free. You'll look like a princess in it. Come, we'll go home and try it on. Later that evening, I found Jasmine taking out some cash from Mom's drawers, but the minute she saw me, she stuffed it into her pocket, and I tried to take it away. What are you doing? Give that back. Ugh, you're such a what? A witch? Do I look like a witch? I might look like a witch, but I'm not one. Let me go. And she pushed me away really hard. I am gonna go live with Eva. She's rich and has a great business plan. Within a month, my money will be doubled and I will rule the fashion world. A crazy dumb mom and an ugly sister won't get me anywhere. So, you're taking $500 from here and after 1 month, you'll rule the fashion world? Take it and just go away. You're such a selfish moron. I pushed her aside really hard and stormed off. A few minutes later, I saw her leaving with her suitcases. Good riddance. My internship started after a week, and it was a great experience. But I realized Eva was right about one thing. Starting your own business isn't easy for people with no money. Then I got an idea. I bought a few used clothes and transformed them into beautiful pieces. I took pictures of them and went back with my portfolio to the bank for a loan. But the loan officer took one look at my folder and tossed it aside.
Sorry, ma'am. We can't just give you a loan on the basis of this trash you're showing us. If your startup idea fails, you won't be able to return our money.
But sir, just give me a chance. I'm sure I'm not gonna fail.
Yeah, that's what every loser who comes in here says. Please, don't waste our time, ma'am. Good day.
And they literally pushed me out of the bank. I was walking back home feeling completely defeated when suddenly a fancy car stopped by me and someone rolled down a window. I saw it was one of the competition judges. Well, hello. A Tulip, right? Yes, you were the winner, but honey, why do you look so upset? She asked me to get into the car and I told her everything on the way. As she flicked through my designs, she looked really impressed. Those bank people are idiots. You're clearly really talented. And then, to my shock, she offered me a job at her company for a really good salary. And of course, I instantly accepted. I worked for her for the next few years, and I even got my fashion degree by studying on the side. After graduation, I had enough experience and savings to start my own little business. And over the years, it grew more and more. One day, I had to interview a candidate for the post of a manager. She was waiting for me in my office, and when I walked in with my secretary, I was shocked to see the candidate was Eva.
Tulip, you're here for an interview? Well, I told you starting a fashion business isn't for you, but you just wouldn't listen to me. Just then, my secretary spoke up. Miss Tulip is the owner of the company. She will be taking your interview.
And Eva's eyes nearly fell out of her head.
Miss Tulip, this lady informed me that her fashion company failed miserably, but it means that she does have some experience in the field. She might be a good candidate.
This interview ends now. I know Miss Eva really well, and I wouldn't hire her to even pick up my garbage. I only want good people on my team, and you, Eva, just don't belong here. Now please, get lost. And Eva burst into tears and went out running. She deserved it. A few days later, Mom's surgery was scheduled, and we were flying to New York for it. Just as I was taking the luggage out, I saw someone hugging Mom. It was freaking Jasmine. Oh my God, Mom, I missed you so much. And you too, Tulip. I went by your office and they told me you were taking time off for Mom's surgery. Is it true? She'll be fixed now? We'll have our amazing Mom back, the one who used to adore me? I pulled her away from Mom. That amazing Mom never left. You did, Jasmine. She would have loved you and adored you if you had let her, but you didn't want anything to do with her when she needed you the most. Jasmine suddenly fell down on her knees and started crying. I made a huge mistake, Tulip. Huge! I can't believe I was such a fool and turned away from my amazing family. Please forgive me, and I promise I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you both. No, Jasmine. I'm afraid you'll only spend the rest of your life regretting your bad decisions. Your crazy dumb mom and ugly sister have no space in their lives for you. And with that, I took Mom's hand and we got into the cab waiting for us and left.
What would you do if one day you found out your dad had a secret wife? Well, I thought it was the worst thing that could ever happen, but I thought wrong. Wait until I reveal how things escalated to a complete disaster that no one expected. I'm Ivy, and it all started one day at school. I was sitting eating lunch alone because my friend Sarah had been avoiding me all week. Every time I looked over at her, she ignored me. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I walked over to her table and said, "Sarah, seriously, what did I do wrong?" Her face turned bright red, and she said she had to go. But I refused to leave her alone until she told me. Well, soon enough, I regretted ever asking, because what she said freaked me out. You see, Sarah lives just outside the town near a forest. There are only 2 houses out there, and it's super creepy. Anyway, she told me that she'd seen my dad's car parked outside her neighbor's house for the past week. I was shocked. I told her she was lying because my dad was on a business trip in Paris, and he'd even sent me selfies from the Eiffel Tower in the background. But she said it was definitely him, and when I called her a liar, she started crying. That's when I knew she was being serious, and that the only liar around here was my dad. This whole week, I'd been staying at my grandma's, and yet my dad had been in town the whole time? I couldn't believe it. Soon, Sarah stopped crying, and I told her it was okay. I wasn't mad at her. I asked her if I could come over to her place after school to confront my dad. She said that was fine, as long as I didn't get her involved. She was such a goody two-shoes. So after school, Sarah and I took the bus back to her place. But my dad's car was nowhere to be seen. Then Sarah took me into her bedroom and pointed to the back of the house. Oh my God, his car was there! I could feel the anger rising up inside me, and I ran out of Sarah's house towards the neighbors. Sarah tried to get me to stop, but I was very angry. I marched right up to the front door of the house and was about to knock when I noticed a big photo through the glass. It was my dad and some woman, and they were wearing wedding clothes. I almost screamed. Was this some kind of joke? I needed to think. I had to get out of there. What else was my dad hiding from me? I started walking away quickly, but then I tripped on a rock and almost fell. Through the window, I heard a woman's voice saying, "What was that?" I just panicked and started running. I jumped behind a bush and saw my dad open the door and glance outside. "Nothing, honey," he said. "It must have been a bird." I had to literally grip onto the tree to stop myself from running at my dad and shouting. I waited until he'd gone back inside and ran back to my friend's place. I was crying and shaking as I texted my dad saying, "So, how's Paris? When are you back, Dad?" He replied right away, "Not for a month, sweetie, but the time will fly by. Be good for your grandma now." My dad was such a liar. He promised me that after Mom was gone, It would just be me and him forever, and that he would never remarry. Well, now I was going to make him pay. I went home that night and decided to confront him the following day. I was going to embarrass him so much. But when I got to Sarah's house, his car was nowhere to be seen. Where had he gone? I tried to call him, but it went straight to voicemail, and I started to panic, thinking maybe his new wife had done something to him. She did look like the gold digger type. Sarah could see I was worried, so she asked her mom if she'd seen a man next door recently. And Sarah's mom just giggled and said, "Oh, you know what Janelle is like. There's always some man on the go, but it looks like she's finally settled down and gotten married. I saw him leave with a suitcase early this morning, but didn't get a good look at him. He looked handsome, though." Sure enough, later that night, I got a phone call from Dad, and he was actually in Paris. For real. He even put me on video and showed me the view from his hotel room. I was too shocked to actually say anything, though, and just told him I wasn't feeling well and hung up. All I could think about was how I needed to find out who this monster of a woman was that had stolen my dad away from me. And then it hit me. This woman was my stepmother now. I couldn't just go knock on her door, though. What if she recognized me? I mean, surely my dad had mentioned me, right? But then, why hadn't I been invited to their wedding? I had so many questions, and I needed to find a way to befriend my new stepmother and get my answers that way. Sarah suggested I break into her house, which was just ridiculous, but I had an idea. The next day was a Saturday, so I gathered up some cleaning supplies from my grandma's place and then dug in my old dresser box, where I found an old blonde wig. Then I took the bus over to Sarah's. Except I didn't go to Sarah's. I went to pay my new stepmother a little visit. I must have looked ridiculous, carrying a giant feather duster and wearing a blonde wig, but I didn't care. I had bigger things to think about. I marched right up to her door, trying to be as confident as possible. I knocked. She ran to the door and was dressed up all fancy. And then when she saw me, her face fell. "Oh, I was expecting someone else. Sorry, I'm not interested in buying anything. Have a good day." She was about to close the door, but I said, "Wait!" Then I told her I was from the local school, and we were doing some cleaning jobs to raise funds for a charity to help animals. I could tell she still wasn't interested, so I said, "Please, those animals need all the help they can get." She said, "Fine, but make it quick. I have plans today." As soon as I was inside, I started cleaning the photo of her and my dad, and she saw me staring and told me to hurry up. So then I headed upstairs and started cleaning. When I got to her bedroom, I spent longer there, even sneaking a peek inside her closet. What kind of woman had my dad fallen in love with? It looked like she had lots of fancy clothes. And then I saw something familiar. My mom's favorite dress! I thought I was going to be sick. What was it doing there? Without thinking, I took it and shoved it under my sweater. I hoped she wouldn't notice. But it was not okay that she had this. I tried to do the best job possible so that she'd invite me back. And to my complete surprise, she did. She saw that I had actually done a good job cleaning. "Thank you, Grandma, for teaching me well," and laughed and asked if I could come again 2 days later. I couldn't believe it. That was too easy. Of course, I gave her a fake name, and as I walked away, I almost laughed. I was officially my stepmother's housekeeper. Oh, this was good. I knew I'd reveal who I really was at some point, but I needed more time. What if she was hiding things from my dad? I mean, had my dad given her my mom's dress? I needed to find out. 2 days later, I was cleaning, and afterwards, she asked me if I wanted to stay for some tea and cake. She seemed kind of lonely, and for a second, I felt sorry for her. I mean, Dad was away a lot, so she must have been missing him, just like I was. That day, she asked me lots of questions about myself, and even complimented me on how pretty I was. Afterwards, I felt kind of guilty for lying to her. I mean, she actually seemed quite nice. I could see why my dad had fallen in love with her. But still, my dad had kept this hidden from me, and that wasn't okay. The following week, when I was cleaning, I heard a car pull up outside. I froze. Was Dad back already? I ran over to the window to take a look, but it wasn't my dad. It was some other man. Suddenly, my stepmother shouted upstairs to me that she had a meeting now and would be in her study and that I wasn't to disturb her. I was very curious, so as soon as I heard her study door close, I crept downstairs and looked through the keyhole. They were sitting opposite each other, and it did look like a business meeting. But then my stepmother put her finger to her lips to say, "Shh," and pointed up towards the ceiling. And then the next second, she got up and went over and started kissing the man. I couldn't believe it. I almost gasped. I couldn't stop watching. And then the man pushed her away and said, "Babe, please, you gotta take those pictures of your husband down. I feel like he's watching us. It's creepy." And then my stepmother just told him to ignore the pictures and said her husband was away so much he'd never find out anyway. Well, that's what she thought. I'd just seen and heard more than enough. If my dad knew what she was up to, he'd be heartbroken. I had to tell him. This was sickening. I ran back upstairs, And then the man left. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest. This was all too much. A few minutes later, I heard a phone ringing, and then my stepmother answered. It was clearly my dad on the line because she said, "Oh, I miss you too, baby. Please hurry home." I felt so angry hearing that. I picked up one of the perfume bottles in her room and threw it on the floor. It smashed and pieces flew everywhere. Of course, my stepmother came running upstairs, and that's when I realized she was on a video call. I threw myself under her bed, pretending to clean up the bits of broken glass. No way could my dad see me here. But then Janelle bent down and said, "Let me introduce you to my husband." But I just mumbled that I was cleaning up the glass and would meet him later. My God, if my dad saw me, he would freak out. I thought about not returning after I'd seen her having an affair. But I wanted to collect evidence for my dad. So over the next 2 weeks, I kept visiting and cleaning. And that man was there all the time. One night as I was leaving, I asked her who he was. And she blushed and said he was just an important client and that they were signing a business deal. Yeah, right, I thought. Then one day, just before my dad got back, I was at her house cleaning. I'd started to clean the toilet with her toothbrush after I'd caught her cheating, and it gave me so much pleasure to scrape the toilet bowl with it. It served her right. I was polishing the toilet seat with it, when suddenly I heard her running up the stairs. I quickly hid the toothbrush just in time because she came storming into the bathroom and started vomiting. I got such a fright and asked her if she was okay. Then I headed home. The next day, I decided I was going to quit. My dad was coming home, and I couldn't risk being caught by him. Plus, I was sick of being around her and her lies. I did one last clean for her because I also needed the cash. And as I was cleaning her bathroom, I noticed something in the trash. My jaw almost hit the floor. It was a pregnancy test, and it said 1 to 2 weeks on it. Oh my God. She was pregnant. I did the math and realized there was no way this could be my dad's baby. I was so shocked, I lost all track of time, and the next moment, I heard my dad's voice downstairs. I had to get out of there without him seeing me. I waited until he was in the kitchen, and then I ran as fast as I could down the stairs, out the door, and over to Sarah's. The worst part of it all was knowing that he came to see his wife before coming to see me. Did he love her more than me? I watched as they went out into the garden and started hugging, and I quickly took a photo of them. And then I saw her showing my dad the pregnancy test, and he looked happy. He picked her up and swung her around, and all I could think was how the baby was not his. Later that night, Dad came to pick me up at my grandma's and take me home, but I told him I was fine staying at grandma's and didn't want to come home. He could clearly see that something was up, and just before he left, I decided that was the moment. I showed him the photo I'd taken of him and my stepmother, and he almost dropped my phone in shock. He turned to me and said he could explain, and then he broke down and said he'd been wanting to tell me for so long, but he was afraid that I wouldn't be okay with it, and that he really loved this woman. He so badly wanted me to meet her. I didn't tell him I'd already met her, because I had a plan. This week, my dad kept apologizing, and then he asked me if I'd be interested in meeting his wife that weekend. I told him I'd love to, and he seemed relieved. Then he said he'd chosen a special restaurant and promised that I'd love her as much as he did. When the weekend rolled around, I put on my mom's dress, the one I'd stolen out of my stepmother's closet, and wore a pair of big sunglasses. Obviously, I didn't wear my blonde wig because I didn't want to give myself away. My dad told me to take my sunglasses off, but I refused, saying it was part of my outfit. And then he complimented me on the dress and said it looked as good on me as it had on my mom. So my stepmother had stolen the dress then. At first, things went well. She didn't recognize me and she was acting very sweet towards me. And then she said she and my dad had something to tell me, that I was going to be a big sister. I decided that was the perfect moment. I pulled off my sunglasses, reached into my bag and pulled out my wig and said, "Oh yeah? And is this baby definitely my dad's?" Well, you should have seen the look on her face. She literally screamed and pushed herself away from the table. Then she started pointing at me saying, "It's you? But you're my cleaner!" Then she turned to my dad and started shouting at him, saying, "Did you set this up? Were you spying on me? Using your own daughter to keep an eye on me? And she even stole my dress!" The whole time, my dad looked so confused. He clearly had no idea what was going on. So I told him everything, that the baby wasn't his, and that I'd seen his wife cheating on him over the past month. My dad was so furious, he grabbed my hand and we left the restaurant. As we stormed out, I turned to my evil stepmother and said, "By the way, I didn't steal your dress. You stole this dress from our house." My dad was so disgusted by the whole situation, and I thought he'd be angry. After all, I had pretended to be someone else just to get some info about my stepmother. But he was actually very grateful. He apologized to me about 1,000,000 times and said he'd been such a fool to fall for such a terrible woman, and of course for lying to me about where he'd been and the fact that they'd gotten married. Well, now they're divorced. Thank God. As soon as the divorce was filed, my dad turned to me and jokingly said, "Next time I meet a woman for a date, I'm going to hire you as a spy to go and clean her house, okay?" At least my dad still had a sense of humor. And thank goodness for Sarah living so close. Otherwise, would we ever have discovered what a liar she was?
But before I could say anything, we were in a car off to the airport. I was furious. I wasn't going, no matter what. They were being ridiculous, but who could play at that game? We were already on the plane, and I knew I had to act fast. Oh no, there's a bomb on the plane. It's in their bags. Isabella, what are you doing? Hi, I'm Isabella, and I'm like Indiana. No, Isabella Jones. I've lived in almost 60 different countries, and my story is truly insane. But before I begin, please like and subscribe. I've got a weird family. We moved around a lot, and I mean a lot. When I was 4, my parents adopted my brother Patrick. It was so cool, but he was weird, just like Mom and Dad. Sometimes I thought he might be a robot because whenever I hugged him too tight, he'd make a beeping sound. I told you, he's weird. Even though my family seemed to get more and more strange every time we moved, Patrick loved moving around. Dad always said it was for his job, but I never saw him go to work. Whenever I asked, he'd just make some annoying excuse to leave.
Sorry, I really have to fart. It's gonna be a bad one.
Ew, Dad, gross.
As if that wasn't strange enough, they changed their personalities with each new move.
Everyone needs a fresh start every now and then.
You know, now and then doesn't mean every next week or month, right?
Isabella, stop talking back to your mother and start pogo sticking with us.
This is my favorite family personality yet.
My mom homeschooled us, and it was great. But I kept dreaming of going to a real school and making friends. But anytime someone found out just how weird my parents were,
Girls, come on in. Grab a candle. We're having a seance.
or when we encountered minor setbacks,
This guy messed up my grocery cart.
we were pretty much guaranteed to move the next day. By the time I turned 13, watching MSA videos became my favorite pastime. I saw these characters my age going to high school. I felt like I was missing out on the most important part of being a teenager, socialization. I wanted to go to the mall for hours and blab on and on to my BFF about how cute Johnny was from the science labs. On my 15th birthday, I realized my window to lead a normal teenage high school life was closing. So I decided to convince my parents to settle down. I watched a lot of Shark Tank to prepare for my parental pitch. Then I sat my parents down. Hello, sharks. I mean, Mom and Dad. You know when you go on a roller coaster, but there are so many quick moves that you feel like you're gonna throw up? Well, that's kind of like my life right now. What if we just stayed put for a while? Maybe just while I finish high school? This was doing nothing. I had to bring in the big guns. My brother. Come on, Patrick, help me out here. What do I get in return? Ugh, so annoying. Fine, anything. I want you to dress up as a gorilla and run through the mall screaming, "I'm a stinky sister." Really, Patrick? You're 13. Surely you're a little more mature than that, right? But I was desperate. She's right, and I want to stay here too.
We had no idea us always moving around affected you kids this much. All right, we'll stay.
Are you sure?
We've had no run-ins for years. Let's give it a shot for the kids.
I had no idea what they were talking about. It was pretty suspicious, but I let that thought go. Soon, Patrick and I enrolled in public school. Normalcy, here I come. On the first day of school, I was so excited. I went to wake Patrick up so we could go to school together, but he just went back to sleep. So I got there, and sure enough, it was locked. I guess 4 a.m. was a little too early, huh? But I was already dressed, and there was no way I was turning back. Luckily, I found an open window. And by that, I mean it was open after I broke it. I found my classroom and picked a desk right up front, so the teacher would know I was super serious. I could rest my head for a few minutes, right? But I fell asleep and woke up to this annoying girl poking me on the head. Hey, you're in my seat. No, this is my seat. I got here extra early. They're assigned. Is this your first day on planet Earth? Or what, weirdo? How dare she call me that? Doesn't she know? This is me being normal. I am not a weirdo. Yes, you are. What are you even wearing? You look like a troll booger. My mom made this for me. She took it way too far. She chucked my stuff around like a rag doll, then attacked me. I was so angry that I grabbed her hair, but it came off. She was wearing a wig. Everyone started laughing at her. Ugh! I'm gonna end you. I got a bit scared and did what smart people do in that situation. I bolted, but she started chasing me down the hall. Please move. Thank you. Sorry. Coming through. I turned down a hallway and hit a dead end. Oh no, my high school experience was about to come crashing down before I even had my first class. Just then, a strong hand grabbed me.
Quickly, in here.
And I was pulled into a janitor's closet with the most handsome kid I'd ever seen. He placed a tattooed hand on my shoulder. It was so cool, but I didn't even know high school kids could get tattoos. shoes. I guess he saw me staring.
Like what you see? My dad gave me permission and we got matching ones. Anyway, are you okay?
I felt like my face had frozen solid, and my drool was now an icicle hanging from my lower lip.
I just saw you take on Kelsey. That was brave. She's a total brat. We'll be safe here. I'm Daniel.
I'm, Isabella. It's my first date. I mean day.
It's really scary for a first day. Here's my number if you want a friend or...
Was this what it felt like to fall deeply and madly in love with a boy after knowing him for less than 5 minutes? He leaned toward me. I didn't pull away. I was just about to close my eyes, but then Patrick opened the closet door.
Hey, this isn't algebra.
Gross. My sister got a boyfriend and gross cooties.
Patrick, stop embarrassing me.
You have nothing to be embarrassed about. Hey, Patrick, want to go play catch in the quad?
Sure. I've always wanted to pass a ball around with a bro.
Aw, isn't it so sweet when a guy is nice to your siblings? That's my #1 green flag. What are your green flags? Comment down below while I get back to the story. Daniel walked me to my classes the rest of the day to protect me from Kelsey. He was so perfect, from his completely poreless face to his luscious locks of hair that he just loved to play with, even if they looked like a mop. But when he brushed it back, he looked regal. The next day, Daniel and I took things up a notch.
Hey, I was wondering, would you and Patrick like to come over for dinner tonight?
What? Patrick too?
Oh yeah, I mean, you and your family.
You want to meet my family? Why?
I like you. Isn't that what people do?
Yeah, but it seems kind of fast. We haven't even had dinner yet, just the two of us.
So, is that a no?
But just then, I was called into the principal's office. What am I gonna do? I have to leave, but I wanted to take that next step with Daniel. But also, my parents are so weird. Quick is? It's a yes. See you tonight at 7. Text me your address. I ran down to Principal Weatherbottom's office, but when I entered, I saw that Mom was already there.
I heard that you ripped a girl's wig off yesterday. Isabella, is this true? That is unacceptable. You're suspended.
What?
Hold up. At least let her explain. Don't need to. I know a rotten family when I see one.
Excuse me? I am supergluing my butt to the seat until you take that back. But before I could even stop her, Mom had whipped out the glue gun. I forgot my mom's new personality is intense arts and crafts lady. Mom, stop! I needed her to stop making things more difficult for me, so I pulled her out of the room as fast as I could. You're not helping at all. Let's just go home. Actually, first, let's get this chair off of you. But it was really stuck to her. Patrick and I ended up attaching wheels to the bottom and riding that home instead of Mom's car. And then we all spent the rest of the afternoon detaching it from her butt.
Great. Now I don't even have time to make dinner.
And that's when I remembered. You know, my new friend Daniel actually invited us all over for dinner tonight, but you're probably busy crafting a spaceship or whatever your thing is this week.
Did someone say free dinner?
Did I forget to mention to you guys that my dad's new personality is a professional cheapskate? Our family went to Daniel's a little later. As he opened the door, dread washed over me because Daniel's mom was the principal. Welcome. You! Mom threw the flower she bought right in her face and stormed off. I'm sorry, Daniel and Principal Bottom, but I think dinner may have to wait. We ran after my mom until we got home. Mom, calm down. You're being ridiculous.
That's it, Isabella. We must leave.
What? This wasn't fair. I had fought so hard just to stay at a place longer than 2 weeks. This time was supposed to be different.
We need to be careful of people who call us rotten. I'm sorry, but one day you'll understand. We're moving, and that's that.
But before I could say anything, we were in a car off to the airport. I was furious. I wasn't going, no matter what. They were being ridiculous, but who could play at that game? We were already on the plane, and I knew I had to act fast. Oh no, there's a bomb on the plane. It's in their bags.
Isabella, what are you doing? This is serious.
But I didn't care. I left the 3 of them there and ran off the plane. I knew Mom and Dad would be fine after the police found out the truth. I got back home and called Daniel to apologize about dinner, but he wouldn't answer. Was he also mad at me? And what's worse, when my parents or Patrick didn't come back after 24 hours, I started to feel really, really guilty. Were they okay? Tears welled up in my eyes. What if my family never came back? What if they were locked away forever and it was all my fault? I was so worried, so I called Daniel again, but he didn't answer. I texted him my address and asked him to come over. Suddenly, I heard a knock on the door. Hello? I opened the door, and 2 giant men tackled me to the ground.
Gotcha!
Let go of me!
Yes, boss. We've got her too.
Hi-ya! Mom! Dad! They burst in through the door and kicked the 2 burly men straight in the face, knocking them out instantly and tying them up. What? How?
We took self-defense classes. Remember all those Jackie Chan movies I used to watch?
Yeah, how could I forget? I wore pillows for shoes all that week since she kept breaking vases when she was practicing her karate moves.
Are you okay?
Mom, Dad, I'm so sorry about the plane. And who are these guys?
We should have been honest with you.
Honest? About what? And that's when my mom told me everything.
When you were little, Dad and I were key witnesses to a trial
trial that led to the arrest of a notorious biotech engineer known as the Dragon. He was doing unethical experiments on babies and children. The FBI found him with a child, and since no one claimed the child after the trial, we decided to adopt him.
Patrick!
Yes, but since then, some men have been chasing us, so we moved and changed personalities to help keep us safe. We never told you to protect you. The less you know, the better.
My heart was filled with shame that I judged them so harshly.
Wait, where's Patrick?
You mean he's not with you?
No, he ran after you off the plane. We thought he had come home.
We rushed to the police station to report the incident, but when we got there, we were surprised to hear that a detective was already on the case. Apparently, someone had witnessed him being kidnapped. They even showed us the CCTV footage of Patrick being chased and taken by someone in a van. There was something familiar about the guy driving, but I couldn't place it. I felt like this was all my fault, but surely there was something I could do to fix this. I could put Patrick's face on a milk carton, but that would take weeks of coordination. Maybe I should just tattoo a picture of Patrick to my face as punishment. Wait a second. That's it! That guy in the van! He had the same tattoo on his hand as Daniel? No, Daniel was too nice to have anything to do with this, and anyone could have a weird tattoo on their hand. But it was about Patrick. I had to tell the cops. So, they said they'd meet us at Daniel's, but when we got there, the police were sure taking their sweet time. I can't wait any longer. My baby may be in there. Mom, wait! I ran after her to stop her, but before I could, she burst through the surprisingly unlocked front door. Inside, Daniel and the principal, along with masked, muscular men, stood next to Patrick. Mom leapt at the goon. Daniel, let him go!
This is for putting my dad in jail.
Am I hearing this correctly? Daniel's dad is the Dragon?
And for escaping my men when I sent them after you. We had it all mapped out. School was the start, then dinner. But your mom had to ruin it all the time. So we came up with a new plan, and that's how we got Patrick. And that's how those two goons were at your house.
You? I trusted you. You're gonna pay for this. And you, Miss Weatherbutt, you're a horrible principal.
I'm not the principal, you idiot. And this isn't really Daniel. We kidnapped them, then used their faces by making realistic masks of them to steal their identities.
How is that even possible?
See, my dad was a genius. He even made this voice-changing device. If he hadn't been put away, imagine what he could have done for the world.
No wonder people at school didn't suspect anything. Mom tackled her mortal enemy, and I reached out and ripped off Faye Daniel's mask. Yuck! Such a sinister face underneath it. He went for me, but I used my mad bite skills to good use. And just then, the police barged into the room and tackled them all to the floor. Behind them, Dad entered triumphantly.
Cops got here just in time. Glad my girls held them off.
The fake criminals were taken away in handcuffs. It turned out that Dragon's wife and son had been tracking us all these years through Patrick, as Dragon microchipped him before getting caught. But we moved so much that as soon as they were there, we were gone. Until this time, relieved, we ran over to Patrick.
Whoa, that was intense. But you know, you could have just breathed on him. One whiff of your morning breath and they'd surrender immediately.
Ugh, still annoying as ever. Well, that beeping noise now makes sense. I pulled my family in for the biggest bear hug ever. I'm so sorry for everything I put you through. I want to stay in one place, but only if that means we can all be together. That's what matters most.
You know, Isabella, now that those two are locked away, I guess we don't have to hide anymore. That's right, we can stay here as long as we want.
Staycation! Seriously? OMG, thank you, thank you, thank you! I'll never call you weird ever again!
Wait, you were calling us weird? Kidding, we love you.
And that's the story of how everything got back to normal. Well, at least after Patrick got his microchip surgically removed. Then everything was finally normal. Hi, I'm Miriam, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born and brought up in London till I was 10. My dad's a doctor and mom's an artist. Both my parents loved me to bits, so much so that they decided to move to the countryside to ensure I grew up in a pollution-free, stress-free environment. And I wasn't complaining because I loved being close to nature. Also, I loved painting. Being around nature was a great inspiration. On my first day at my new home, I met a girl in the yard who looked my age. Her clothes were dirty and her hands were full of strawberries. She smiled when she saw me, stuffed the strawberries into her mouth, and held out her sticky hand. Hi, I'm Stacy. Are you new here? Yeah, we only just moved today. Do you see these horses? They're all mine. This one's Stella, he's James, this tiny one's Marco, and that brown one over there, he's Philip. Wow, aren't you scared of them? What? No, they're my friends. I'll show you. Actually, Those horses were all ours, and Stacy was lying through her teeth. But I decided to play along. Stacy took out an apple from her pocket and went straight to the tiny horse.
Oh, sorry. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. See, he loves eating from my hands. You know what? I can even talk to animals, and I understand what they're saying. Like the other day, Philip said he wanted to marry Stella. So I told Dad.
Just then, our new housekeeper appeared. Stacy, what are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to feed the hens? He then turned to me. Morning, Missy. Sir's looking for you.
Dad, you know her?
Of course. She's Miriam, Sir's daughter. Stacy's face went a bit red because her lies had been caught, and she rushed off while I couldn't help laughing. I found her super interesting, and we soon became really good friends. We even went to the same school. I'd always been a bright student while Stacy sucked at studies, and she wore clothes that were very ungirly. Baggy pants and loose t-shirts, that's what made her the butt of jokes in school. A girl named Jennifer was particularly mean to her. One day, she stopped Stacy in the school corridor.
You're the daughter of Miriam's housekeeper, right? So technically, you're her servant.
I was not going to let anyone bully my BFF, not under my watch. We're closer than sisters, and she's my best friend. But what would you know? You don't have any. I guess it would be better to have no friends than to have one that looks like her. This made me so angry that I slapped Jennifer, and we broke into a huge fight. Stacy also jumped in, and by the time we got separated by teachers, Jennifer's hair looked like she'd gotten an electric shock. The three of us ended up in detention together, where Stacy went on her lying spree once again.
You know, Miriam, when I was 5, I got lost in the woods for 4 days. I met an old woman there who taught me how to cast spells.
I almost burst out laughing, seeing the horrified look on Jennifer's face.
When my dad found me, I was floating in the air. He almost died of a heart attack. Then when I came home, I cast a laughing spell on him, and he couldn't stop laughing for days. People thought he'd gone mad.
Do you remember that spell?
No, but I remember one that will make a person dance nonstop for days.
Jennifer sat as still as a mouse after that, and we rushed out the second detention was over. We both laughed so hard, and we knew we'd made an enemy in school. That evening, I asked Mom if we could buy Stacy some new clothes. She immediately agreed, and we all went shopping. We got Stacy some nice dresses that made her look so nice and different. On our way back, Stacy couldn't stop thanking Mom. She told me although she had a few of her mom's dresses, she didn't wear them because she didn't want to get them dirty. Do you miss her a lot?
Sometimes. I keep myself busy so that I don't miss her too much. I've taught myself lots of things because I've always been a genius. Like when I was 2, I could recite poems and write letters. I studied so hard that I became a master of algebra and psychogalli.
You mean psychology?
Yeah, that too.
I laughed and hugged her tight. She was such a bluffer. I guess bluffing was her way of coping with the loneliness she struggled with since she was a baby. With her dad being busy with work all day, she literally had no one for company, except of course horses, cows, and hens. I was her first human friend ever. When I was in 10th grade, Stacy and I were discussing our science project in school when I accidentally bumped into someone in the hallway. As I looked up, I saw the most beautiful blue pair of eyes staring at me and annoying Jen.
Hey, don't you have eyes? Or has your silly friend cast a spell on you that made you blind?
It's okay, Jen. She didn't kill me. Hey, I'm Chris.
He's my brother, and he's strictly off limits for weirdos like you.
Stop embarrassing me, Jen. I can take care of myself.
Chris, you know nothing about these two. If he's your brother and still likes you, he clearly doesn't know anything about you either. Shut up, you witch.
Jennifer was holding a cup of coffee that she threw on my dress. Jen, what's wrong with you?
Oh, I'm so sorry. It was an accident.
Just then, Stacy stomped on Jennifer's foot so hard that she screamed out loud.
I'm sorry. It was an accident.
We both high-fived and went away. But before that, I caught Chris looking at me and smiling. For some reason, his smile melted my heart. The next few days, Jennifer followed Chris like a shadow. I got to know that Chris had been studying abroad and had just come back. He was 1 year senior to us. And once, when I was sitting alone in the library, Chris came and sat beside me. Hey, I've heard a lot about your mom, and I would love to see her creation someday, if that's okay with you.
Gosh,
I just couldn't stop looking into those big blue eyes. Snap out of it, idiot. Of course. You can come home and I'll show you her paintings. But won't Jennifer be mad?
Don't worry about her. I don't know why she's acting so strange lately. She sometimes forgets that I'm the elder sibling, not her.
When I told Stacy that Chris was coming home, she wasn't too thrilled because he was Jennifer's brother. She already knew I had a huge crush on him. That evening, I told Mom that my friend would come over to see her work, and she readily agreed. When Chris finally came, Mom greeted him warmly. But all of a sudden, Chris started shouting,
Ma'am, I'm a big fan of your art. I've seen some of your paintings at a London art gallery.
That's so nice. Miriam, why don't you go take him upstairs to show him the paintings?
Thank you, ma'am. It was a pleasure meeting you.
I was so confused at his weird behavior. But then I saw Stacy laughing crazily just outside the door, and I knew she had something to do with it. Did you meet Stacy on your way here?
Yeah. In fact, she was the one who told me that your mom has a hearing problem.
Good Lord, I swore I'd kill Stacy for this. Chris and I started going out after that day. He was funny and a nature lover like me. Jennifer didn't like our budding relationship one bit, but she couldn't really do anything about it. Once, Chris came to pick me up for a movie night. When I entered the car and tried putting on the seatbelt, it got stuck. He leaned in to see what the matter was, and suddenly, we were so close that I almost forgot to breathe. Just then, Chris looked into my eyes, and we kissed. It was my first kiss ever, and it was freaking amazing. I knew I was totally in love. Then Chris told me his biggest secret.
Miriam, I want you to know something. I was 8 when I had a terrible accident. Doctors had to cut off half of my left leg to save me.
Chris pulled up his left trouser, and I was shocked to see that he had a prosthetic leg.
I'll understand if you don't want to date me after this, but I couldn't keep this a secret from you any longer.
Hey, don't be silly. This doesn't change a thing. And then I kissed him again. The next day when I came to school, I saw Stacy waving wildly. I ran to see what the matter was. You heard about Chris? He has a fake leg. What? I mean, who told you? Everyone at school is talking about it. I was horrified that a secret was out now, but who could have done that? I frantically searched for Chris everywhere, but he'd just vanished. I even asked Jennifer, but she pushed me aside angrily. My brother trusted you, and this is what you did to him? You'll never get to see him again. I felt devastated. I even went to his home hoping to meet him, but one of his servants told me that he'd moved to London for good. I missed Chris so much that I cried for days. Stacy tried to cheer me up with her silly stories. She'd force me to go on hikes with her, and she encouraged me to paint more often. With her help, I started to get better. Soon after, we had an art competition where the winner would get a chance to study in a prestigious art school in Milan. Stacy, if I win this competition, I'll literally get to go to the university of my dreams. Don't get your hopes too high. I'm participating too. She then revealed that she was planning to paint a pig rolling in mud. Turned out that Jennifer was also participating in the competition, and I had to admit, she painted quite well, but I was confident of my art skills. So I just focused on my painting, and it turned out to be more amazing than I'd expected. Our art teacher asked us to wait outside for an hour until the judges came and reviewed the paintings. I went to the cafeteria to grab some lunch, and Stacy joined me there. And just then, I heard an announcement.
Miriam, I want you to come quickly to the auditorium, please.
It was our art teacher. I jumped with joy, thinking I'd won the competition. But when I got there, I got the biggest shock of my life. Someone had ruined my painting by throwing ink all over it. I burst into tears as soon as I saw it. Stacy also looked really upset, but she tried to console me. It's okay, Miriam. There's always next time. You can participate in the competition next year. Who do you think could have done that? I worked so hard for this day.
Miriam, I'm so sorry for what happened, but don't worry. We're looking into the CCTV footage, and we'll know very soon who did it.
And sure enough, we found out the culprit, and it was Stacy. I couldn't believe it, but the proof was right there in front of my eyes. Stacy deliberately spilling ink on my painting. Stacy, why? Why would you do that? You knew how important this competition was to me. How could you? Why? I did that so I could win. My paintings are so much better than yours, but you just think that you're the greatest artist and I'm nobody because I'm your servant's daughter, huh? Wow, so you've just started assuming things now? You know what? Just forget it. I'm so done with you. I stopped talking to Stacy after that. Our parents figured out that our friendship had turned sour, but we didn't tell them exactly what happened. I just told my mom that my painting wasn't selected and I'd try again next year. The next few days were the worst days of my life. I missed Chris, and in spite of what Stacy had done, I missed her too, especially when I watched MSA videos alone. It was usually our favorite thing to do together. One day, as I was out in the stable feeding the horses, I heard a familiar voice behind me.
Miriam?
Chris, what are you doing here?
I hope you're not still mad at me for vanishing like that.
What? No, but you do owe me an explanation. And then, Chris told me that the day he'd come to pick me up, he was talking to Jennifer on the phone. She was really mad at him for dating me.
When your seatbelt got stuck, I put the phone aside without realizing the call was still on. She heard me telling you about the prosthetic leg, and I guess she thought that if she let the rumor about my leg spread, I'd just blame you for it, which is exactly what happened. I'm sorry.
My goodness, how can anyone be so evil? But how did you figure out that Jennifer was behind all of this?
I didn't. Stacy did.
Stacy?
Yeah, she sent me a recording of Jen's confession. I think you need to go talk to her. I'll wait here.
A recording? What had Stacy been up to? I hugged Chris quickly and went looking for Stacy. I found her sitting under a tree. Stacy, I need to talk to you. Yeah? About what? How do you know that it was Jennifer who spread the news about Chris's fake leg? Well, she admitted it herself. What? How? And why? That day after I ruined your painting, she came up to me and told me what an excellent job I'd done by showing you your place. I just knew she had something to do with you and Chris breaking up, so I decided to pretend to be friends with her for a while. And sure enough, one day she started boasting about how she'd managed to break your relationship with Chris. She told me everything. Stacy, I don't understand you. On one hand, you ruined my chances of getting into my dream university, and on the other hand, you reunite me with Chris. Why? I ruined your painting so that you wouldn't move to Milan. You were the only friend I had, Miriam, and I didn't want to lose you. I already lost my mom. I didn't want to lose more people I love. Stacy was the strongest girl I knew, and it hurt me deeply to see tears in her eyes. You weirdo. You could have just said that and I wouldn't have even participated in the competition. In fact, I decided right then that even if I won, I wouldn't move to Milan. City life is just not for me. I'm happy here with my horses, cows, and my wacko best friend. I hugged Stacy as we both cried, and Chris smilingly looked on. Hi, I'm Sasha from Florida. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. My mom always told me that when I was born, I came like a ray of sunshine in their lives. My parents were struggling financially and were the poorest in their families, but I was a special kid. They could tell from the start that I was super bright, and I could read and count when I was only 3. This made them so proud, especially since my brother Damien, who was 2 years older than me, was just a troublemaker. Once when I was 5, Damien and I were playing baseball in our small yard, and I told him not to throw so far, but he wouldn't listen.
Relax, Sasha. Don't be such a nagging baby. But Damien, the neighbors...
He threw it again, and this time it broke the neighbor's window, which my parents had to pay for. Damien, you're not getting a Christmas gift this year after that stunt. You're always getting into trouble and costing us money we can't afford.
I told him not to throw so high, Mom.
Of course you did, baby. I wish your brother was smart like you.
Damien looked at me with pure hatred, and ever since then, we fought like cats and dogs, and there was no peace in the house with us around. I kept excelling at school, and with time, my parents' struggles also started getting easier. Dad got a job in the city planning department, and he had a good salary now. The only one getting worse was Damien. He failed 10th grade twice, and now we were in the same class.
If you fail another year, you'll have to find a part-time job and pay for your own school fees. I am not spending my hard-earned money on your failures.
Sasha, why don't you help Damien with his math?
Heck no, I don't want any help from Little Miss Perfect.
It's not like I'm dying to teach you, but this is just getting embarrassing, bro. Take my help if you ever want to leave high school. I tried my best to help Damien, but he was such a thick-headed student. How could someone's IQ be this low? One day, while we were sitting at the local ice cream shop going through his homework, this fancy, overdressed girl sitting at a table opposite us started yelling at the waiter for accidentally spilling a milkshake on her. "You stupid fool! Look at what you did to my Gucci top!" Even though the waiter apologized 10 times, the girl kept being a jerk and told him she wasn't paying for her food. She started walking out, and just as she was passing by our table, her shoe's heel broke and she tripped. But Damien moved at some lightning speed and caught her just before she fell. It was like watching a Bollywood movie in slow motion. The two were staring deep into each other's eyes till I interrupted. "Hey, Superman, these algebra exercises won't solve themselves." "Thank you so much. You really are my Superman. You saved my life. I'm Chanel." Watching Dumb and Dumber making gaga eyes at each other was making me nauseous. So I left them and took the bus home. But I was surprised to see Damien and Chanel already there. How did you get here so fast? Chanel drives a Lamborghini. Didn't you see it parked outside? What surprised me even more was that my parents were smiling from ear to ear at her. Her father is actually one of the richest people in town. Yes, and your brother and Chanel are dating now. Isn't that amazing? Dating? They just met. I had no idea what this girl saw in my brother or what she wanted from him. So when she was leaving, I caught up with her. "Excuse me, Chanel, right?" "Yes, and you're Sasha. Your parents tell me you're so smart." "Yeah, and I love my family very much. And even though my brother's dumb, I don't want to see him get hurt. So what's your deal?" "What do you mean?" "I just like him, and I'm gonna ask my daddy to transfer him to my school." I didn't think Chanel was serious, but a month later, Damien was going to her school and she was coming over to our house for Sunday lunches. My parents started giving Damien all their attention, and I stopped existing. "Damien, my darling, we're so proud of you. We always knew that there was something special about you." "Hey guys, I got selected to participate in the international math competition." "Oh, that's nice, dear. Oh, and Chanel, thank you for speaking to your father. Because of you, I now have a good job at the bank." "But Mom, you don't even have any banking qualifications." "Who needs qualifications when you know people in high places?" My house was turning into a fake zone, and everything was about Chanel and Damien now. I wasn't used to this at all. When I was in 11th grade, Chanel invited us to her mansion for her birthday party. We were welcomed warmly by her mother, but her father was forever on a phone call. While my family were busy mingling with the rich, I found a quiet place on a balcony. Just then, this tall Superman-type guy appeared beside me, and I immediately felt nervous. The view is beautiful from here. I'm Clinton, by the way. I haven't seen you at any of Chanel's parties before. I'm her boyfriend's sister, not really a close friend. How are you related? Oh, I'm her ex-boyfriend. Why would you come to her party? Her father and I are very close, and he still wants me and his daughter back together. What? But she's with my brother. Chanel's father has helped me and my family a lot, so I'd do anything to help him out. Like, break up my brother and Chanel? Is that what her dad wants? And you'd do it? That's just crazy. They've been together for a year now, and they're in love. That's what you think. Sasha, what are you doing here with this jerk? He's obsessed with Chanel and keeps asking me to break up with her because he wants her back. You are such a fool. I'm just trying to help you, dude. Damien lunged forward to punch Clinton, who pushed him away roughly to defend himself. Just then, Damien tripped on a rug and landed hard on the floor. Damien! He was unconscious, and we quickly called an ambulance. While my parents and I sat in the hospital waiting room, I went to get some water when I found Chanel in Clinton's arms. You lying, cheating snake! My brother's seriously hurt, and you're here playing makeup with your stupid ex. You can't talk to me like that, Sasha. Oh, drop the act, you witch. Sasha, why are you making such a commotion? Because your son is in the hospital, and it's all because of this stupid girl you adore. Just then, I spotted Grandma's pearl necklace around Chanel's neck. Hey, what are you doing with that necklace? It was a gift from your mother. Mom, why would you give her that? You always said it was mine. Sasha,
please calm down. Chanel has done so much for our family since she came into our lives. You need to be more thankful.
Chanel is fooling all of you. She is not who she seems.
Enough of your jealousy. Not everything is about you, Sasha.
After my dad said that, I suddenly lost it and pulled the pearls off Chanel's neck, sending them flying everywhere. I ran away before my blind, foolish family could say more. When I went to see Damien later, he did not look great. You bruised like a peach, bro. But I'm glad you're awake.
Where's Chanel?
Listen, there's something I need to tell. I'm right here, Damien. Oh, you had me really scared, babe. Damien, don't trust anything she says. Just hear me out first.
Sasha, just mind your business, okay? Chanel is the love of my life. Now please, get out.
I saw that I was just wasting my time with my family, so I stopped talking to everyone and minded my own business. But a week later, everything came crashing down. Damien came home looking devastated because Chanel had broken up with him without any explanation. And when Mom returned, she said she'd also lost her banking job.
I should have listened to you, Sasha. Chanel just threw me away like a toy she got bored of. And now, I'm back to being nothing.
But you were never nothing, Damien.
Yes, I was. I was always a disappointment next to you. But once I started dating Chanel, they finally noticed me. I was worth something.
It was true. I'd enjoyed all their attention without ever thinking about how he felt. And for the first time, I hugged him. Just then, Dad appeared, looking frantic.
Chanel is a bigger traitor than we could have imagined. She stole some important work documents from my study, which proved that our entire neighborhood was built on some illegal land decades ago. Her father has those documents now, and he's planning to demolish the whole neighborhood to set up his factory here. Son, I think this is why she was dating you all along. And now we'll lose our house, and I'll definitely lose my job.
I couldn't believe how far Chanel had gone to deceive us all, and I had to do something. I was sitting at the local cafe wondering what could be done when I spotted Clinton in the corner looking upset. Why do you look like you've been crying? Aren't you back with Chanel?
No, I'm not. That day at the hospital, I was only hugging her because she was really upset about your brother.
Whose heart she broke, by the way. Upset my butt. She totally used him.
You don't know everything. It's all because of her dad. Anyway, I told him I didn't want to get back with Chanel because I don't love her, and he fired me from his company.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. But right now, I have to figure out how to save our entire neighborhood from getting bulldozed by Chanel's dad.
I know how you can stop him.
Look, I still don't really trust you, but I'm listening. Clinton told me that Chanel's father had some important documents in his safe at home, which proved he'd committed fraud to steal people's lands.
I still have the access card to his home office, and the whole family goes to the golf course every Saturday morning. That's when we can get in. If we expose him, he'll be ruined.
I was very nervous about this whole plan, but a lot of people were about to lose their homes, so I had to try. When the day arrived, we managed to get into his office and get the documents from the safe when suddenly Chanel walked in. What are you doing here? Chanel, I should call the police. I was scared out of my wits, but suddenly she took my hand. But I won't. My dad's been using me for his dirty business all this time, and I'm sick of it. I don't want anyone to lose their homes. So go and save your neighborhood. I suddenly hugged her. Thank you, and I'm sorry. No, you had every right to be angry, but you have to know, even if it started off as an act, I really did fall in love with your brother.
Come on, Sasha, we have to go. They'll be back any moment now.
The documents we had were enough proof to get tons of lawsuits slapped on Chanel's dad and shut his illegal businesses for good. And our neighborhood was safe.
You did it, Sasha.
We're so proud of you, love. Well, I wasn't alone. Clinton helped me. And Chanel. Just then the two walked in and Damien looked furious.
What? Why would you have anything to do with these people, especially her, after what she did?
She only hurt you because of her father, Damien. You have to give her a chance.
Yeah, and all that time I warned you about breaking up with Chanel, I was just trying to protect you from her dad's plans. Because you're a good guy, Damien. Also, you should listen to your sister because she's strong and smart.
I was taken aback by Clinton's words, and the way he looked at me gave me butterflies.
We don't know about Damien,
but we will never forgive her. Mom, Dad, you weren't completely innocent here either. You only started giving Damien attention when he brought a rich girlfriend home. And you accepted all kinds of favors from Chanel, even though you didn't deserve them. Let's just all forgive each other and start over, okay? We left Damien and Chanel to talk things over, and I was certain things would be right between them because they truly loved each other.
We make a good team, don't we?
I guess you could say that.
We should, team up more often.
Okay, I'll contact you next time there's another neighborhood that needs to be saved.
Or, how about you try to understand what I'm saying and realize I'm asking you out?
Yeah, I understood that the first time. And sure, why not? While Mom was at work, I crept into her bedroom and searched her closet and all her drawers for evidence of something. I lifted up a blanket from her bed and almost had a heart attack. Hi, I'm Ming from China. See, my mom, she was the prettiest girl in our whole town. She literally won the Chinese beauty pageant 5 years in a row and became rich from it. Everyone would stop her in the streets to tell her how beautiful she was. Best of all, Dad adored Mom to bits and was always showering her with gifts. And then I was born.
Oh, darling, she looks exactly like you. Same lips and cheeks.
You and Ming should compete in pageants together when she gets older. Well, that's exactly what we did. When I was 3, Mom and I competed in duo pageants, winning every time and soaking up the glory. Then one day when I was 10, I was in my dressing room when I heard Mom had to be rushed to the hospital. What's going on? Is she hurt? It's her skin. It's become completely wrinkled and inflamed. The doctors think she has a rare and untreatable condition. What do you mean untreatable? I want to see my mom now! No, Ming. The pageant is in 3 minutes. You'll have to go on without her. I was totally powerless, but I did end up winning first prize. Sadly, everyone was too depressed to celebrate. Mom looked like a freaking 80-year-old with red lumps on her face. It's obvious I won't be able to compete with you anymore. Look at me. Mom, don't talk that way. You'll always be beautiful in my eyes. Oh, spare me, Ming. I don't want your pity. I felt so awful. And as I continued competing in pageants, people constantly compared me to my mom, especially my grandma. It's heartbreaking what happened to my daughter's skin. It's too upsetting for me to visit her these days. At least you look the way she used to. Their comments made me furious. I could feel Mom's growing resentment. Worst of all, the tension was affecting my parents' relationship, and they started fighting all the time. Finally, when I was 16, my parents divorced. Mom got custody since she'd been my primary caretaker, mostly because she'd always been driving me to our pageants. And it was then I decided I'd had enough. I don't want to be in pageants anymore, Mom. I only did them in the first place because of you, and I don't like how bitter and jealous you get every time I compete. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Why would I be jealous of my own daughter? Gee, good question. All I know is it just got worse as I got older. I quit pageants, and then Mom decided to move to the US, which was a big adjustment. And as soon as we settled, she became even more of a nightmare to be around. That's a disgusting amount of makeup, but I'm just wearing lip gloss. Well, you're wearing too much for a girl your age. Wash it off right this second. I don't understand how you can eat all those pancakes and not blow up like a balloon. Enjoy it while you can. See what I mean? Luckily, my new school became much happier than my home life. One day at school, I asked around to see if I could get an English tutor, since I still wasn't comfortable with the language. All the kids recommended the same guy, someone named Gavin. He tutors for volunteer hours, so it won't cost you anything. Plus, he's gorgeous. Every girl at school has a crush on him. Oh, well, I'm not looking to date at the moment. I just want to pass my classes. But when I met Gavin in the library that day, my heart skipped 10 beats. He looked like a storybook prince. How could I concentrate on homework with that smoke show up in my space?
Are you okay? Your cheeks are bright red, and you look adorable.
I do not look adorable. I mean, can we get to work, please? My homework's not going to do itself. We sat down to study, and I had to admit, Gavin was as brilliant as he was handsome. But when I started doing my math homework, he kept staring at me with his twinkling dark eyes, which made me nervous.
So, are you free to go out this weekend?
Excuse me? I don't want to go out at all. You're just here to tutor me.
I know, but I can't fight my attraction for you. I've never believed in love at first sight, until now.
Seriously? Does anyone fall for your cringy pickup lines?
Face it, Ming. I'm smart, I'm funny, and I have great hair. You won't be able to resist me for long.
I couldn't help rolling my eyes at that. Maybe I should get a new tutor. Except that same week, I ended up getting an A on 2 exams.
See, I don't disappoint. Now will you go out with me?
Just because you helped me get a good grade doesn't mean I owe you anything.
Come on, just one date?
With that, Gavin pulled out 2 tickets from his pocket. And holy crud, they were to a Sasha concert, my favorite singer.
I've been saving these for someone special, Ming.
Okay, I'll go. But only because I'm a huge Sasha fan. But this is not a date. The night of the concert, Gavin came to pick me up at 6, but the second Mom saw him, she looked furious and pulled me aside.
Where do you think you're going with that boy?
To Sasha's concert? I already told you I was going with a friend.
Please, do you really expect me to believe Mr. Heartthrob here is just a friend? He'll break your heart just like your father broke mine. You're not going to that concert.
But Sasha's my favorite singer. And you and I both know Dad didn't do anything wrong. That comment made Mom so angry that she sent Gavin home and me up to my room. I was so mad I was shaking. Then suddenly, I heard a noise from my bedroom that was coming from the dog door. It was Gavin.
Hey, I think I'm stuck. You're gonna have to give me a hand.
Oh my God, are you trying to crawl into my room?
Well, you want to go to that concert, don't you? You said you're a huge fan, and if you can fit through this door, you probably won't get caught.
My heart fluttered as he smiled up at me. There wasn't any harm in going on a date with him, was there? So I crawled through my dog door and let Gavin drive me to the concert. But soon we hit traffic and we're running over an hour late. This is all Mom's fault. It's because of her we left during rush hour. She's becoming even more of a train wreck since the divorce.
Your parents are divorced? Wow, small world.
Your parents are divorced too?
Well, actually, Mom left us a couple of days ago. She met some guy at work and is leaving my dad to be with him.
Wow, I'm so sorry.
It's fine. I'll get through it.
Gavin didn't seem like he wanted to talk about it anymore, so I turned on the radio. The concert was nearly over by the time we arrived, but Gavin had an idea.
We're parked right above the stadium. If we just sit on my car, we'll have time to hear the last song.
The last song was a slow one, and I closed my eyes, swaying my shoulders in the wind.
I know your mom isn't perfect, but you sure are beautiful like her.
Ugh, I hate it when people compare me to my mom. Can I be my own person? I'm more than just a pretty face.
I know that. You also have pretty hair.
I slapped him right then, and he leaned in for a kiss. I felt fireworks between us. Then suddenly, Gavin pulled away.
No, I can't do this.
What do you mean?
I don't want to fall for you. I'm scared of getting hurt. I don't want what happened to my parents to happen to us.
Dude, we're in high school. I'm gonna run off with some other guy. Your parents' failed relationship doesn't mean you have to live in fear. But Gavin just said taking me to the concert was a mistake and started driving me home. I felt like such an idiot. He was the one who'd asked me out. I'd let him drag me hours away from home at midnight so I could give him a chance. Thankfully, Mom was in bed when I got home and I fell asleep with no trouble. Then at around 5 a.m., I felt someone's hands on my head. It was Mom.
Ming, go back to sleep.
At that second, I spotted a pair of scissors in her hands. What are you doing with those? And why are you holding a strand of my hair? Are you cutting my hair in my sleep?
I just need a couple of strands.
What? Why?
Please don't ask questions.
No, I will ask questions. You can't just cut my hair in my sleep without telling me why.
Watch your tone, young lady. I'm not doing anything wrong here. You need to learn to respect your elders and bite your tongue.
Mom stormed out of my room and slammed the door. She grounded me for a week, but I wasn't gonna let her scare me. While Mom was at work, I crept into her bedroom and searched her closet and all her drawers for evidence of something. Then finally, I lifted up a blanket from her bed and almost had a heart attack. On her bed was an open cardboard box with a pile of my hair strands. How long had she been collecting my hair? I wasn't sure what she was gonna do with it, but I knew one thing for sure. I needed to get away from her. I thought about booking a flight to China to go back and live with Dad, except what if he didn't allow me to? The next day at school, I was in the library when suddenly I saw Gavin sitting across from me reading a book. Oh darn, I'd forgotten to cancel our tutoring sessions.
Ming, hey.
Hi, look, I won't be needing any more tutoring sessions. I'm moving back to China.
Wait, what? You're leaving?
Yes, and I don't know when I'll be back. You made the right choice not to kiss me at the concert. We would have both ended up hurt. Everyone I've ever been close to in my life has done me wrong or got separated from me. You were right to protect your heart, Gavin. He stared at me with sad eyes, and I couldn't bear being around him anymore. I went back to the house so I could secretly pack my bags and leave home. But that night, Mom knocked on my door.
Do you have a minute?
What's going on? What's in that box?
Your 18th birthday is tomorrow, so I made you a present.
Oh man, my birthday. I'd completely forgotten. What's this?
You asked why I was collecting strands of your hair. Well, it was to make a quilt with something called dongtai hair embroidery. It's an old Chinese practice. You sew hair strands onto a piece of white silk. My grandmother started a tradition where a mother would embroider a piece, pass it down to to their daughter, who would continue the work and keep working on it until it was finished. Then, the next daughter in line would receive the quilts as a gift. And that's you. I was shocked. Mom hated me. There was no reason she'd want me a part of any family tradition. I don't even remember the last time you gave me any presents, let alone something like this. Well, it's your 18th birthday, and it's an old family practice. My mother used to tell me, back when we were close, that she wanted me to continue it, and you are my daughter after all. Mom hugged me awkwardly, and I tried to feel happy. Maybe I didn't have to run away from home after all. My mother loved me. This was proof she loved me, but I still couldn't sleep that night. I felt in my gut something was off, that Mom didn't give me that blanket for the reasons I thought she did. Suddenly, I heard voices coming from the other room that sounded like a FaceTime conversation. I can't believe you made me go through all that work to give Ming that dung-tie blanket. She barely even said thank you. I shouldn't even have to ask you to pass that blanket down to your own daughter. I had to offer to take Ming for the summer so you'd agree to do it. Like I haven't already passed down enough to her. Ming is prettier than I ever was and won more pageants than I ever did. I did what you told me. I gave her the stupid quilt. What more do you want from me? Well, that all made more sense. Of course Mom hadn't changed, and of course she hadn't grown to love me. I refused to speak to both her and Dad that week, and one night, after Mom went to sleep, I threw the dung-tie quilt into the fire with my strands of hair and 2 generations worth of work. At school, I still saw Gavin, but I avoided him too. After all, I told him I was leaving the country. On the last day of the semester, I was taking my finals, but I was panicking because I didn't know any of the answers. I hadn't been able to find a tutor as good as Gavin, and now I was the last one in the exam room. I tried to calm myself with deep breaths when suddenly some kids ran in screaming, pulling the examiner's arm. Miss Benson, someone broke into your car. And that's when Gavin walked in and sat next to me. We only have like 2 minutes tops. Give me your test. I'll finish it for you. No, Gavin, I can't ask you to do that. But he'd already taken my test and was filling in the answers. Why was he helping me? So obviously, you didn't move to China in the end. No, not yet, but I still might, just to get away from everything and everybody. I don't understand, Gavin. Why did you do this for me? Because I still care about you, Ming. I know I wasn't ready to kiss you that night at the concert, but part of me regrets that. Really? Yeah, I don't want my parents' divorce to scare me away from falling in love. You told me that night, nothing is worth living in fear for. Gavin pulled me close, and I felt my heart skip a beat. Maybe you're right, Gavin. Just because my mom didn't know how to love me doesn't mean there aren't other people out there who do. You mean like me? Slow down, buddy. We're not there yet. I leaned over and kissed him right then. For the first time in ages, I walked home feeling happy. But when I entered the house, I found Mom sitting in front of the fireplace, crying. I can't believe you burnt the family quilt. A 3-generation quilt. It wasn't a 3-generation quilt because you were never gonna pass it down to me. You only did it because Dad told you to. You know what? I'm done putting up with this. I'm moving out of this house. I'm not gonna live with you anymore. That summer, Dad let me stay with him in China as he promised, and Gavin and I applied to the same college and got in. Even after returning to the US, I didn't see Mom, and I also blocked her phone number. But one night at college, I was awake studying when I got a freaking message from Mom on TikTok begging me to call her. Jesus, she created a TikTok just to get a hold of me? I finally gave in, just to get her off my back. Oh, honey, I'm so glad you called. I've been wanting to talk to you and make amends for a while. It's a little too late for that, Mom. I really don't have time to talk. I have midterms tomorrow. Ming, you didn't let me finish. I've been seeing a therapist and working through my issues. I want to be better. I want a fresh start. Well, I am glad to hear you're finally getting help. I know you've been suffering for a while, but I can't just forget the way you've treated me all those years. Maybe one day I can forgive you. I just don't know when that'll be. I understand. Well, if you ever do want to start over, my home is always open to you. I love you, and I'm sorry about everything. Thanks, Mom. I've always wanted to hear those words from you.
Hi, I'm Brittany from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by my single German mom who moved to the US before she had me, and she wasn't a very conventional mom. For starters, I was allowed to call her by her name, Julia, and other people just didn't get that.
Carol, excuse me, can I please go to the bathroom?
It's Miss Carol, honey. You don't call adults by their first names, like you say Mom. You don't use her name.
Yeah, I do. I call her Julia all the time. What's wrong with that, Carol?
She thought I was being cheeky and got mad, and I really didn't understand why. But after that, I started using Miss, Mr., or Mrs. with names of everything in her class just to be on the safe side. Mr. Apple, Miss Banana, Mrs. Pencil, and for some reason, that annoyed her too. Mom always treated me more like her BFF than her daughter, and we could have candid conversations about anything.
How many boyfriends have you had, Julia?
5.
Can I have a boyfriend?
Sure, but I warn you, boys are annoying.
Was my dad annoying?
He was the worst. Lazy, stupid jerk. He always stole my chocolates.
I'm glad he's not around. Okay, is Santa Claus real?
Ugh, of course not. I buy your amazing presents, not some fat old man.
I thought so, Julia.
Life was pretty good till a woman moved next to us in the 3rd grade. She had a son who seemed to be my age, and Mom and I were excited to welcome them to the neighborhood, but the lady didn't seem too happy to see us. What is it? You woke me up from my nap. Oh, we just brought you a butter pecan pie. A what now?
A butter pecan pie.
That's just her German accent. Sounds really weird. I'll return the dish once we've eaten it. Okay, danke. What did you say? I said okay, danke. Who are you calling a donkey, you weirdo? And then she smashed the pie in Mom's face. Mom lost it and attacked her, and several neighbors had to stop them from ripping each other's hair out. I tried telling the lady and her son that danke means thank you in German, but they just wouldn't listen. And that was the day an endless war started between the two houses. Alan's mom worked the night shift and slept during the day, so Mom made sure she did everything noisy during that time, like mowing the lawn, hammering nails in the wall for hanging pictures, and playing the drums. Yeah, she bought a drum set just for that purpose. And in turn, we'd often find our washed laundry in the mud, dog poop on our doorstep, our newspaper crosswords always done, and trash outside our gate. Hey, you pick this up before I come and kick your bottom. You should go back inside. There's already enough garbage on the street. Our moms also kept calling the cops on each other. They were playing their music too loud. We were not. They're keeping an illegal animal in that house. We just own a cat, you moron. But you've been keeping lice in your hair and spreading it in the neighborhood. Officer, arrest her. We shared a wall, and one time, Mom was playing music and Alan's mom started banging on the wall. Mom got pissed and banged even harder. Then Alan's mom punched a hole through the living room wall with a broom. You stupid cow. You've ruined my wall. It's not your wall, it's mine. Alan and his mom tossed a bunch of trash through the hole, and of course, we returned the favor. And for me and Alan, our feud didn't even stay at home. We made each other miserable in school with stupid pranks. One day, I discovered slime in my locker, and just then, I heard Alan talking trash about me to his friends in the hallway. I'd had enough, so I threw toilet water on him.
Wow, you smell terrible.
I'll get you for that, Brittany.
Ooh, I'm scared. You gonna get your mom to punish me, you mama's boy?
I can take care of myself, you ugly monkey. There was never a moment of peace between us. And then in 9th grade, our moms both came to school for the school play and started fighting over a seat. Hey, that's mine. It doesn't have your name on it. If it did, how would you know? It's not like you can read English. They started shoving and scratching each other. A couple of teachers had to drag them out of the auditorium as Alan and I looked on in horror. Seemed like everyone was talking about us. I don't think I've ever felt so embarrassed in my entire life. Seriously, I wish the ground would swallow me whole. Wow, look at us. We actually agree on something. And honestly, I was getting a little sick of it all. We had done about as many nasty things as we could to each other, and I was beginning to wonder what the point of it was. Julia, why don't we just move and put all this behind us? No. That's exactly what that woman wants, and I won't let her have it. But there were more and more days where I saw Alan, and it wasn't my first instinct to glare at him or call him stupid or throw my drink in his face. And I started noticing a similar change in Alan. I think the two of us had reached the same conclusion. We had outgrown this feud. We weren't friends, like not at all, but we weren't really enemies anymore either, which somehow led us to being partnered for a class project. Oh, great. Stuck with you. Are you gonna set my notebook on fire or stab me with a pencil? Look who's talking. You threw rotten eggs through my bedroom window and put a dead fish in my mailbox. I'm not exactly thrilled about this either. Whatever, let's just get it over with. We knew there would be a huge fight if either of us told our mothers we were working together, so we kept it a secret and met up in parks and cafes. I didn't expect to enjoy myself, but weirdly, I did. One day, I caught him staring at me. What are you looking at? I always thought your face looked like a rotten tomato, but when you smile, you're kinda cute. Oh yeah? Your face looks like a raisin. Raisins are sweet, and they're good for you. The next day, Alan gave me a basket of golden raisins with a silly note that made me smile. Alan was actually really funny. funny. He made me laugh more than anyone else, and I could almost forget all the things he'd done to make me angry over the years.
Brittany, I know our moms hate each other, but I was thinking.
You mean you finally got that brain of yours to work?
Haha, very funny. Truth is, I don't hate you. I'm not sure if I ever really did.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Even after the project was done, we kept sneaking around and hanging out as much as we could, watching movies and taking long walks, and the more time I spent around him, the more I started realizing that I liked him. Alan, I think
You've fallen head over heels for me. You've been struck by Cupid's arrow. You can't get enough of me, and you think about me all the time.
I wouldn't say all that.
Okay, fine. If you were gonna say that you liked me, then you should know that I like you too.
So, what should we do about it?
I have some ideas.
Then Alan pulled me close and kissed me. Our moms were still getting into fights, but that didn't mean we had to be a part of it. When we were in school, we could totally pretend none of that drama was real. And afterwards, we would hang out in places where our moms weren't likely to find us. Sometimes we'd even use the whole connecting our houses to talk after our moms had gone to sleep. Things seemed to finally be going well, mostly. When should we tell our moms?
Don't you think it's too soon?
Considering that they hate each other, it seems like any time would be bad. Besides, aren't you sick of sneaking around behind their backs? I'm not really used to keeping secrets from my mom.
I guess you're right. Why don't you come over for this big family dinner Mom's hosting tomorrow, and I can introduce you as my girlfriend then. She won't make a scene in front of so many people, trust me.
That night, I showed up at the party all decked out, and Alan greeted me at the door.
Wow, you look amazing.
You look good too, aside from the sweat on your forehead.
I'm just a little nervous. I'll be fine.
The house was filled with guests, and they were really nice to me. A few minutes later, we all went to the dining room, and that's when Alan's mom walked in with the roast chicken and saw me.
What is that awful girl doing here, Alan?
Alan was about to speak, but then suddenly he pushed me away instead.
I have no idea, Mom. She must have snuck in. She has a crush on me, and she's just obsessed, like a psycho stalker.
I was so shocked and hurt, I couldn't even move or speak.
You horrible child. Get off my property at once or I'll call the police.
Alan's mom picked up a bowl full of spaghetti and hurled it at me. I ducked just in time and went running out the door in tears. And when my mom found me sobbing on my bed later, I told her what had happened. She was beyond furious.
I'm not going to let them both get away with this.
Julia, can't we please just move away? I'm so sick of all this fighting.
No, we are staying right here, and we are planning revenge.
She came up with all these crazy ideas for how I could embarrass him at school or out in public, and some of them involved his mom. I was getting so frustrated that my brain was about to explode. Just stop!
What do you mean, stop? You haven't even heard the rest of the plan.
I'm sick of this! I don't want to be part of your stupid plan!
There's no need to be rude to your mother. If you have a better plan, share it.
OMG, you are not hearing me. I'm tired of this stupid feud, and I don't care about getting revenge on anyone. And I wish you would act like a mother for once. I ran outside and bumped right into Alan. What are you doing here?
Brittany, look, I don't have much time. My mom's out, and I wanted to say,
I don't care about what you have to say. We decided to tell your mom about us, and you chickened out and lied about everything.
Wait, please. I know, I was a jerk and a coward, and I shouldn't have acted like that. I just froze up.
Congratulations on your self-awareness. Now get out of my way.
You don't understand. My mom's terrifying. She gets that crazy look in her eyes. I can't make her mad. She's really hard on me. But I know that's not a good excuse, and I really am sorry. I love you so much. I want to shout it from the rooftops. I hate hiding things and living like this.
What if we didn't have to hide it?
Our moms will never see eye to eye.
We need to find a way, if you really care enough.
Of course I do.
Both our moms were on alert because of what had happened, so we had to be extra careful sneaking around and meeting up, which led to some pretty close calls. One night, I even had to climb a tree and leap over Alan's backyard fence when his mom got home from work early. And then a day came when we were hanging out at the park, and suddenly my mom popped out of a bush.
Aha! I knew something was going on. How could you, Brittany?
Mom, Alan. Suddenly, Alan's mom appeared from behind another bush.
Why would you associate yourself with that awful girl?
Because we love each other.
Your evil daughter has brainwashed my son. More like, your demon son has brainwashed my daughter.
Our moms fell into an all-out fight, pulling hair and screaming and trying to gouge each other's eyes out. It was insane. But Alan and I looked at each other and just ran away from there. We were done. And for the next 3 days, we hid at my friend's house and and made her swear not to tell our mothers. After a while, our moms reported us missing and flyers of our faces were posted all over the city.
You know we can't do this forever, Brittany.
I know, but I'm not sure I'm ready to go back yet.
I'm not either, but we have to eventually.
The next morning when we went home, both our moms came running out, pulling us into hugs and sobbing. Brittany, where have you been? I was very sick.
Alan, how could you do this to your poor mother?
Alan took my hand as we faced them together. Alan and I are together. That's not gonna change just because you can't get along with his mom. We've always been so close, Julia, but you're ruining our relationship and making me miserable. I need you to stop being so selfish.
Don't make us choose between you two and our relationship. You both need to respect our decision. You don't have to like each other, but you need to respect and tolerate each other if you want us in your lives. You got it?
Our moms looked at us and then at each other, and for the first time that I could remember, they didn't start fighting. Instead, they shook hands. All right, this doesn't mean we are friends though, but can we call a truce? Gross. Why would I think we're friends? But yeah, truce.
Sorry about that, guys. Is the setup back up? I hope no one's hurt. Can you also move this vase and this coffee cup away, please? I'm kind of clumsy, but you already know that. So, we're here to talk about my life, huh? It's quite a roller coaster, let me tell ya. Anyway, I'm Maisie, and before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. My story starts in a small apartment in Washington, D.C., where I lived with my dad, who worked as a computer expert with the government. Dad and I were close, mostly because we both loved computers and would spend hours chatting about codes, algorithms, applications. Well, let me tell you something interesting. There are over 700 computer languages, and the first bug found in a computer was an actual bug. Okay, that's not interesting. I can see you're yawning. That's because you took my coffee away. I would have broken that cup. I was 6 when I accidentally broke the toilet because my butt was too fat to fit inside. And then at 10, I went to a wedding, tripped on my own foot, and crashed into the wedding cake. You should have seen the bride. Some crying mess she was. So, you're clumsy and annoying? Do you want the story or not? Yes, please continue. So, yeah, my dad and I were close and things were going perfectly. I was acing my classes. By 13, I could crack the toughest codes. And by 16, I'd already developed an application where you could paint your own cat pictures. Because cats are cute. Life was good. But then I turned 17 and everything changed. Dad and I were working in his lab when his screen started glitching, and suddenly it went blank. Dad sprung into action, but it was too late. And then minutes later, out of nowhere, the FBI crashed open the lab and handcuffed Dad.
You're under arrest for leaking important government files. You have the right to remain silent, and whatever you say will be used against you in the court of law.
No way! My dad is innocent! Tell them, Dad!
Maisie, I'm sorry. Take care of yourself, and I promise you everything will be fine.
The FBI dragged Dad away, and a week later his case went to trial. I used all our savings to hire the best lawyer for Dad, but it was useless. The evidence against him was stacking, and he was sentenced to 20 years in jail. Do you want a tissue? Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry. I just get really overwhelmed. It was a tough time. Anyway, the day Dad went to jail, I couldn't sleep a wink. And the next morning, news of his arrest spread like wildfire. My friends turned their back on me, and everywhere I went, people whispered all kinds of things about Dad that made my blood boil. I was losing my mind. So that week, when I met Dad, I told him everything, and he suggested I move in with his sister Gina to New York. But I'd only met Aunt Gina once when I was 6, and it wasn't a pleasant experience, mostly because her daughter Claire was such a prude. I was nervous, but somehow made up my mind and hopped on a plane. I reached Aunt Gina's mansion and saw her waiting for me with Claire. I walked up and hugged Claire tight, but she pushed me away. Oh my God. Have you heard of personal space? 2 steps back, please. I'm sorry. That's just the way I say hello. Maisie, that's a funny noise. No, my name's Maisie. We met when we were really young, and you told me I have the nose of a seahorse. And then I asked you if you wanted to play with the computer, and you told me that was geeky and you'd rather eat a bag of worms than stay with me because I smelled like a farm. Ring a bell? But Claire just gave me a weird look and left without answering. The next morning was no good either. Aunt Gina and Claire were sinfully boring people, and they hardly spoke, so I decided to start a conversation. Such beautiful weather. I can already smell the winter in the air. Perfect time for some hot chocolate and sandwiches, right? It's the weather to curl up and die. The leaves have ruined the garden, and I feel like throwing up at the thought of wearing 10 layers so I wouldn't freeze to death. Oh God, I'm having flashbacks. Oh, sweetums, do you want a handshake? It will make you feel better. Yes, thank you. See what I mean? Oh, thankfully, I still had my computer, so I wasn't totally losing my mind. And a few days later, Aunt Gina enrolled me in the same school as Claire, and I was happy to finally get some time away from the house. On my first day, I was in the cafeteria figuring out what to eat when I saw the last piece of pie. I reached out for it, but someone else did too, and for a moment I forgot how to breathe. Standing in front of me was the most gorgeous guy.
Wow, we're in a fix.
You can have the last one.
It's okay, you were here first. Besides, this pie is the only thing edible in this cafeteria. You know, one time I ate the muffins here and it gave me such bad gas I almost pooped my pants. Okay, that's not a very funny thing to say. I have a weird sense of humor.
So do I. I'm Maisie.
Noah, pleasure meeting you.
Noah and I sat down on one of the tables and ended up having a great time. He told me he was a year senior and had only recently moved to New York. We had a lot in common, but the best part was when he said he loved coding, just like me. After that day, Noah and I were inseparable. It felt nice to have someone to talk to, and as time went by, I slowly started to like him. Soon after, Noah asked me out, and I gladly said yes. We went to this video game parlor near school, and I totally owned his butt.
Those were some crazy moves. And where did you learn all those cheat codes?
My dad taught me. He loved video games, and he was a coder too. He's not around anymore though, and that's why I'm stuck with my aunt and my cousin who are worse than a statue. They don't talk to me, and I have no one to share my feelings with, and I just...
Hey, I can understand. Please, calm down.
Noah pulled me into a hug and I melted into his arms. I wanted to tell him everything about Dad, but I knew he's going to judge me, so I stayed quiet, and soon after we left. Noah held my hand tight throughout the ride back home, and I couldn't help myself falling for him harder. I was super excited to see Noah the next day, but surprisingly, he kept avoiding me. He wouldn't talk, wouldn't laugh, and every time I tried having a conversation, he would make up some silly excuse and run away.
I gotta go. Class. Wish I could talk, but I have to go home. A raccoon came flying and knocked my grandma off a rocking chair. She broke her hip.
A flying raccoon?
Yeah, it's an Australian raccoon. We live next to the zoo, so I guess it broke out or something.
Is she okay?
Nope, she tried to get up with a broken hip, then lost balance and hit her head on the door, and now she's unconscious. I just got her text that she needs me. Okay, bye-bye.
And before I could say anything, Noah just ran in the other direction. He was clearly lying, and I needed to know why. So that evening, I went to his place to talk to him. But the guard told me that Noah was out of town with his dad. I tried texting him, but he didn't reply, and he didn't even answer my calls. I was losing my mind over the situation when a week later, I walked into school and saw Noah talking to that trash cheerleader Whitney.
You know what, handsome? I've always had my eyes on you, but you were so busy with the new nerd Lazy or Hazy or something. Anyway, now that you're available, you and I should hang out this weekend.
Over my dead body? And you, why are you not answering my calls?
Jeez, Mom. Relax, stop being so clingy.
Sorry, what? I'm being clingy? You're the one who asked me out, and then you totally ghosted me. Something's up, and you owe me an explanation.
I don't owe you anything, okay? And yeah, I took you out on a date, and you basically blew your nose into my shirt. That's disgusting, and I don't date disgusting girls. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm late for class.
Noah started walking really fast. I tried my best to keep up, but then he opened the door to the classroom, walked inside, and the door swung back, hitting me in the face.
That oughta hurt.
Oh yeah? I'll tell you what hurt actually feels like. I flew into a rage and punched Whitney's stupid nose. She tackled me to the ground, and we started fighting like a pair of wild dogs. The teacher pulled us apart, took us to the principal, and we both ended up in detention. After that horribly bad day, I went home, stuffed my face in a pillow, and cried like a baby. I was wiping my nose when Claire barged into my room.
I heard what happened at school today. I don't understand. Why are you so worked up about a boy you just met?
Why do you care?
Because I hate seeing intelligent girls make dumb decisions for some boy who hardly respects them.
He isn't just some boy, okay? He's my soulmate. He even likes pepperoni pizza. It's my favorite.
So does homeless Willie down the street. Is he your soulmate too?
That's not it. He likes strawberry ice cream. How many boys like pink ice cream, huh? He's definitely the one for me.
You know what? He's doing this thing I've read about in books. Just agreeing with everything you say. Does he stop to smell every flower and gaze
at stars at night? Yeah? Oh, yes, he's definitely faking it all. I haven't dated anybody, but I've read all the books there are to read about male psychology. I mean, I've only read 2, but I know they all must say the same things. Men aren't that complicated or diverse. He thought you were cute, and then he found someone cuter. This is not helping. Claire, trust me, Noah's different. He's lying, and I have to know why. I've already lost my dad, and now I can't lose Noah too. You also have me and Mom. I mean, I get why you're so hungry for love. The only people you love are in jail, and we both know my mom's as warm as an ice cube. But we're here for you, and that's why, if you're so sure that Noah's lying, then I will help you. You will? Oh, thank you. Just please don't hug me. I hate that. What started next was a series of things that Claire suggested, and even though some of them made no sense to me, I decided to go with the flow. The first thing on the list was to make Noah jealous by dating someone else, and for that, Claire hooked me up with her childhood friend Lance. We were standing by the lockers when I noticed Noah staring at me from the corner of his eye. I quickly took Lance by his arm and pulled him close. So, Lance, are you an appendix? I don't know what you do or how you work, but I feel like I should take you out.
Seriously?
Shut up. Is he looking?
Not really.
Hold my waist, now.
He's digging his nose. Disgusting.
Oh God, this isn't working. And with that, I pulled Lance in for a kiss. I was sure this would work, but then I turned around and saw Noah walking out. I followed him and found him beating a trash can to death. What's wrong? Are you mad?
Why? Why would I be mad? You can kiss any random jerk you want. I don't care.
Then why are you turning red?
Because of the heat. Duh, stop asking stupid questions. You're giving me a migraine.
Saying that, Noah just turned around and left. But that whole day in school, he kept giving me death stares, and I could tell that my little trick worked. I updated Claire on the progress that evening, and she suggested we take our game up a notch. So the next day at school during lunch, just as Noah walked in the cafeteria, I let out a huge scream and fell to the ground. Noah came running towards me and started rubbing my cheeks. When I didn't wake up, he lifted me in his arms and took me to the school infirmary. As he laid me down on the bed, our faces were so close. I just wanted to grab him and kiss him, but Claire walked in and spoiled the moment. Get away from her, you creep! You're the reason she's so stressed, that she hasn't eaten anything in 3 days. You know she has Lavaria?
What?
It's a rare disease where if the patient loses their appetite, their brain turns into mush, their heart starts beating rapidly, and they can even lose their life. This is all your fault.
I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry, Maisie. I never meant to hurt you.
Noah leaned in to kiss me. Then I opened my eyes and jumped out of the bed. Gotcha!
Are you crazy? I thought you were dying. I can't believe you staged this whole thing.
I was dying, silly, of a broken heart. But now that I know you care about me...
You can't just take a hint, so let me spell it out for you. I don't care.
Then why are you here? You and I both know we had something special, and you're just trying to sabotage it for some godforsaken reason. Just be honest.
You want me to be honest? Fine. I only helped you because I felt sorry that I hadn't been the nicest to you, but you're clearly out of your mind. You're a crazy lovesick puppy, and it's pretty pathetic, and you totally wasted my time.
I wasted your time? You're the one who made me fall in love with you and then threw me aside like some cheap trash. And now you're being a jerk for no reason. You don't want me around? Okay, but at least give me a reason.
I just don't like you, and I have nothing more to say.
Fine, then you won't see my ugly face ever again. And I just covered up my face with a sheet as Noah walked away. I spent 2 days in my room crying and stuffing my face with ice cream. Every time I saw Noah at school, my stupid heart fluttered. Then it would break again the moment he was out of sight. I didn't want to feel like that, so I plunged myself into studies and applying for college, but it still wasn't enough. Then one evening, Claire thought it would be a good idea to go out and clear my mind. But on our way to the restaurant, I saw Noah talking to some shady-looking men. And then one of the men punched Noah in his stomach, and the other pushed him in the back of a van. I have to go. No, Maisie, this is not your problem. He's in trouble. I have to save him. Who do you think you are, Rambo? Did you see the size of those 2 men? They would crush us with their pinky fingers. Then you stay here, but I'm going. I took a cab and asked the driver to follow the van. Minutes later, we stopped in front of an abandoned building. The shady-looking men dragged Noah inside, and I was right on their tail. I hid behind the pillar, totally confused, when I saw a middle-aged man walk in.
What is this I'm hearing? You don't want to work for me anymore? Have you forgotten why I adopted you? No, I know you only need me for my skills, but I've done enough already. I can't hurt Maisie anymore. Well, my little boy is in love, it seems. I wonder what your girlfriend would say when she finds out that you're the reason her dad's in jail. If you wouldn't have hacked into her dad's computer and leaked those files, he'd still be home with his dumb daughter. I did what I did to save your butt. Macy's dad knew that you were supplying confidential information to enemy nations, and if I wouldn't have leaked those files, he would have outed you and you'd be rotting in jail. So be thankful. And I will be once I get rid of you.
The old man snapped his fingers and a bunch of bodyguards surrounded Noah. One of them held Noah's arm and the other was about to punch him when I flung my bag at him and hit him smack in his face. Bullseye!
Maisie, why are you here?
I followed you and shouldn't be asking me questions. How dare you lie to my face? Watch out! Noah ducked a punch and ran towards me while I picked up a stick and started hitting people with all my strength. But it wasn't enough. There were too many. Just then we heard police sirens, and seconds later a team of officers barged in with Claire right behind them. It's okay, you can thank me later. Let's just get out of here first. The police surrounded the building, and Noah's testimony was enough to get everyone arrested, including himself. But just as they were taking him away, I asked if I could talk to him and went to the side. Why didn't you just tell me the truth?
And say what? That I'm the reason your dad's in jail? The day you told me your dad was a coder, I went home and checked you out on the internet. After I found out who you were, I couldn't be around you. But I couldn't let you go either. I know I messed it up, but can you forgive me?
No, Noah, I can't. I lost my home, my family because of you, and nothing can compare to that pain.
I can understand. Have a good life, Maze. God knows you deserve it.
Noah turned around and left, and I never heard from him again. Claire took me home, and a week later, Dad was released. Dad got his old job back, and I went back to being the computer nerd I was. Developed 100 applications, got rich, famous, gave interviews, but Noah always remained in the back of my mind. So you never met him again? Nope, but I still miss him a lot, and I wish I could have said that to his face. Let's see if we can help with that. What are you doing here? When did you get out?
Last week, I helped with the investigation, so they reduced my sentence. The crew got in touch with me an hour back and sent me the address, and here I am.
And I'm glad that you're here.
Maisie, I'm sorry. You know that when you're away from someone for so long, you make a mental image in your head about how they would look, and you think that no one can be that perfect. Well, you are. You are perfect, and I wish I could have said that sooner, but...
Can we not talk at all? And let's just agree that we've both been stupid?
I'd like that.
And can you also just pull me closer and...
True friends are those who care without hesitation, who remember without limitation, who forgive without explanation, and who trust without communication. The woman had a baby in her arms and ran as fast as she could, never looking back. At last, we are safe, my love. We are going to America, the land of opportunities. Our future will be different now. That's what Robin's mom had hoped for when she ran away from her husband in Brazil and moved to the USA. But making a living in the USA wasn't as easy as she thought it would be. At age 4, Robin and her mom were living in a shelter home and had trouble making ends meet. On the day of Robin's 5th birthday, her mom saved enough money to take her to a playland, a place Robin had wanted to go to for a long time. Well, the playland rides were super fun until the card was exhausted. Just when Robin's mom was about to take her off the ride, the woman came and swiped her card. No, you didn't have to. We were done. Please, let me. Hey, kid, take as many rides as you want. I need to finish this card today, or else my daughter, Summer, will have me stay here for the rest of my life. Seeing the lady's daughter jump up and down like a kangaroo on a sugar high, Robin knew what she meant. Soon the girl went running towards the jungle gym, and her mom got Robin in there too. As Robin was having fun, she heard a scream and instantly ran towards the sound to find the other girl stuck in one of the tunnels.
Are you all right? Please help! Oh, thank God you're here. I was so scared. It was so dark, but also colorful. Oddly like the witch's house from Hansel and Gretel.
Robin pushed, and in no time the girl was able to get out of the tunnel. Both became good friends, and seeing how much both girls liked each other, Summer's mom soon offered Robin's mom a job at her home. She had to work as the cleaning lady, but she also got to have a room in the big mansion. As time passed, both girls became inseparable. Soon they started going to the same school and were like two peas in a pod. But the kids there always had something to say about how different Robin and Summer looked, especially Anya, who was mean as a snake.
Together, you both make the number 10. Does Summer eat all of your food, Robin?
Jerk, her weight is a temporary caloric imbalance, but your stupidity is a permanent genetic malfunction. If you say something to my friend again,
Let it go, Robin. It's not worth it.
Such mean comments didn't affect their friendship until they joined ballet classes together in the 8th grade. Come on, Summer. There are just 5 ballet positions we did this year, and you can't even get one of them right. Look at Robin. Her posture is like a delicate swan. But no buts. Come on, you can do it. Let's try it again. Seeing how hard Summer was pushing herself, Robin couldn't just sit by, so she started doing ballet and ended up landing straight into her teacher on purpose.
Oops, I am so sorry. I guess lesson's over now, right?
Come on, Summer. But Summer wouldn't budge. She remained standing in that awful position until there were tears in her eyes, and that's when Robin had had enough.
I swear, if you don't stop, I'll never talk to you again. Then don't. I guess it would be better that way.
Saying that, Summer kept on repeating the ballet steps till she was out of breath. That was the day something between the girls changed, and Summer started to spend less and less time with Robin. Worse, she got into all kinds of diets and started to hang out with Anya, the same girl who used to make fun of her. Once during lunchtime, as Robin started to enjoy her chocolate muffin, she could see how badly Summer wanted it, so she offered it to her.
Oh, no. Don't tell me you're gonna eat that.
And why can't she eat that? She doesn't have to starve herself.
How can she eat that? You touched it. Aren't you her maid or something? Or her mom, like they clean your toilets? Summer, that's so unhygienic.
Yeah, gross. Her mom does scrub our toilets. What was I even thinking? Thanks for rescuing me, girl. Come on, let's go have some detox water. As Summer left with her new friends, Robin was left in shock. That was the day Robin promised herself to turn her life around, so she focused hard on her studies and soon started acing her exams. By the time the girls reached high school, Summer was the official queen bee of the school. She had it all: a hot body, designer clothes, designer bags. She even had followers carrying her bag for her. But there was one thing Summer didn't have: Calix. Summer had a huge crush on the school's heartthrob. The guy was the perfect combination of beauty and brains, a jock and a straight-A student, and Robin had a crush on him too. Even though Calix might have smiled at her once or twice, Robin never spoke to him, knowing how much Summer liked him. One time, Robin was running late for school and was rushing when suddenly a car zoomed by and someone threw juice on Robin.
Hey, jerk, watch where you're going.
Oh, it's you. Of course.
Ugh. I didn't do it on purpose.
Hey, come on, we're running late. And Robin, don't worry. You look the same trashy as usual. Robin hoped that Summer would say something in her defense, but she just avoided her gaze and drove off. When Robin reached the school, she caught her reflection in a window and saw her hair was a mess. As she fixed herself, she spotted a smiling face. It was Calix behind her.
Hey, what happened to you?
Nothing. Just started the day on the wrong foot, I guess.
Well, you still look amazing. Never mind.
Saying that, Calix walked away, leaving Robin stunned. Whoa, did the Greek god-looking hunk tell her she looked amazing? He sure did. After that day, Calix and Robin's paths started to cross almost every day. One time, Robin ended up accidentally stepping on Calix's heels in the crowded lunchroom. Another time, they were paired together in the science lab. And once in the cafe, Robin was buying a donut when she realized she'd forgotten her wallet, and Calix came to the rescue.
Oh, you didn't need to. This is so embarrassing. I forgot my wallet.
Come on, it's 50 cents. You need to loosen up a bit. So I'm throwing this party, and I would love if you could come, please.
She isn't gonna come. She's always too busy studying, but I'll come. Would you like that, Calix?
Of course. Robin, do try to come, and I'll see you guys later.
Just as Calix left, Summer's sweet smile faded and she glared at Robin.
You know I like him. That's why you're running after him. You are pathetic, Robin.
Robin felt like slapping Summer, but controlled herself. Later that night, she was all dressed for Calix's party. She wasn't doing it to make Summer jealous, but because for the first time, someone from school had invited her over. Just as Robin reached Calix's place, she spotted him and was swept away when the boy came running and took her hand.
Whoa, and I thought you looked pretty in glasses. You look mesmerizing in this dress.
Thank you. Calix then took Robin to the dance floor, and as she was having the time of her life, Robin spotted the look of hatred on Summer's face. But once the song ended and Calix leaned in and kissed her on the cheek, it looked like Summer would explode. Oh no. Robin needed to explain to Summer that she wasn't after her crush. Calix, I need to go.
Wait, Robin, I wanted to tell you how much I like you.
But Robin was more worried about Summer. As she ran after Summer, she bumped into Anya. Well, what do we have here? A little birdie told me that this dress you're showing off is courtesy of Summer's mom. So I guess you wouldn't mind perhaps taking it off? Saying that, Anya ripped Robin's dress, and in seconds both girls were tangled in a fight, but Summer came and pushed Anya away. Robin, stop. You're better than her. And I'm sorry I told Anya that my mom gave you that dress. I shouldn't have. Wanna go home? Yes, I would like that. Summer and Robin sat in the car and talked after such a long time. And for a while, Robin thought everything between them would be all right. But just then, it started raining like crazy, and Robin realized that they were going towards a cliff. That particular cliff had a bad reputation among the townfolk for being haunted by ghosts. Why are we going there? Summer, you're so scared of horror stuff. Why do you want to see it? Just wanted to look at the city from up here. Ever since I learned how to drive, I wanted to go there. I've heard the view is to die for. Once the girls reached the cliff, they both enjoyed the view, but then suddenly, someone kicked Robin out of her car. It was Anya. She had been hiding in the back seat. What are you doing? It's raining. Summer, let me in. I'm scared. This place, it's creepy. Oh no, you witch. You thought you could just steal my guy? Walking back home in this rain will teach you a lesson. Or maybe make some friends with some ghosts. What? No, she can't walk back. It's raining. Let's just drive around for 5 minutes and come back for her. No way. She tried to steal Calix? I say punish her. Saying that, Anya took the steering wheel and they both drove off while Robin kept begging for her to stop. She even ran after the car, but exhausted, she fell to her knees. The next day, when Summer woke up, she was sure that Robin would be sick and tired from walking back home. But to her surprise, she saw Robin's mom all worried. Summer, did you see Robin last night? I've been waiting for her all night, but she didn't come home. What in the world? As her mom and Robin's mom called all their friends and then the cops, Summer felt her world shake. But before going to school, Summer saw a shadow enter Robin's room. Perfect, she's back. Got her mom worried for nothing. But upon entering Robin's room, she saw nothing except wet shoe marks on the floor and all the way up to the ceiling. Whatever you're up to, it won't work on me, Robin. Ugh. Saying that, Summer left for school. But when the announcement of Robin's disappearance was made, she felt confused. What? If Robin was still missing, who was that at home? During break time, Summer told Anya everything, only to be laughed at. So, you're saying Robin turned into a ghost who can climb walls? Or is she now Spider-Man? I don't know. I just think we should tell the police about last night. Police? Don't be crazy. She'll be back in no time. Don't be so dramatic. A few days later, Calix visited her at night, and right then, an officer also came to speak to Robin's mom. But as she opened the door, Summer saw something behind them. A person. Robin. Oh my God. She's here. She's coming here.
What? Who's here? Kid? You all right?
Scared witless, Summer ran into her room and shut herself in there. The next day at school, Anya came to Summer. You're trying to blackmail me? I'll ruin you, Summer. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I got this note in my locker. I know you're trying to spook me. Seeing the note, Summer's heart leapt into her throat. It was Robin's handwriting. I am coming. Everyone will pay. I swear it's not me. It's Robin. It's actually Robin's ghost. She wants revenge, I think. OMG, what have I done? All because of you. You left her there and she isn't back. This was all your idea. Shut up. And my idea? You were the one who tricked her. Keep your mouth zipped, or else. Or else what? You're horrible. I wish I could have seen your real face earlier. Robin was the only true friend I had. Yeah, and she's gone. Boo-hoo. This was the point Summer realized what a jerk Anya was, and she hoped and prayed her real friend would return, alive. A week later, in the evening, her mom was out and Summer was alone, when all of a sudden the lights went off. Summer immediately lit a candle and looked out the window. She almost fell on her butt. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was
Robin. Robin looked deathly pale, like a ghost.
You betrayed me. Summer, you betrayed me. Why did you betray me?
No, I didn't. It was a...
And then there was a loud bang on the door. And in the split second where Summer looked at the door, Robin was gone from the window. But the banging kept going on, driving Summer mad.
No, I won't open the door. Never.
Just then the lock turned, and Summer screamed. But her mom entered and seeing her crying on the floor, hugged her.
Mom, Robin was outside on the porch. Oh, Mom, I did a terrible thing. Anya suggested, but it was all me. I could have said no, but I was so blind in jealousy.
What? What are you talking about? And then Summer told her mom the entire truth.
Mom, I am so sorry. I miss Robin. I wish she could come back and none of this had ever happened. I now know that jealousy is a disease, and because of it, look what I did to my best friend. Oh, Mom.
Well, I am glad you learned your lesson. Hearing Robin's voice, Summer's eyes widened and realized Robin was in fact alive. Summer was stunned.
You're all right. Oh, thank God. Robin, please forgive me. I crossed the line, and I shouldn't have done this.
You shouldn't have, but, oh, Summer, I'm just glad all of this could open your eyes. And then Robin explained how Calyx had followed her that night and picked her up. Even though Robin could press charges on Summer and Anya, she chose not to and decided to teach Summer a much-deserved lesson. So she hatched the whole plan with Calyx. Even Calyx's cousin, who was in the police force, was in on the plan, and even both of their moms.
Okay, you really got me there. I was scared out of my mind.
But your absence told me the worth of your presence. Come here.
Hi, my name's Chloe. People say that my head is always up in the clouds. I guess I do spend a lot of time fantasizing. But you would too if you were in love. I'm in love with Michael. Isn't that just the most romantic name? I can't help but think of the day when he'll finally ask me out. I bet we'll end up together. They say that 25% of women marry their first loves. Watch out! A voice cried from behind me. I felt a pair of strong hands pulling me back. A moment later, I was down on the floor and a car horn was blaring in my ear. I scrambled away from the curb. That car nearly hit me. With my heart painfully pounding, I turned around to see who pulled me back. OMG, it's Michael. Are you hurt? He cried. Didn't you see the red light? You can't cross the street yet. I'm okay, I stammered. My heart wasn't just pounding because of the car now. Michael's face was just a few inches away from mine. Suddenly, he sucked in his breath. Is that your phone? He gasped and pointed to something on the ground. Oh no, I moaned as I gingerly picked up my phone. The screen was completely shattered. I must have dropped it. Michael helped me up, but I could only stand there and look horrified. Michael lightly touched my shoulder and asked me if I was okay. I could only nod when he said that he had to go because he was late for the game. I didn't know if I was feeling more horrified with Michael seeing me so stupid or for my phone getting destroyed. I dreaded going home. I knew I was going to get an earful from my parents. True enough, when I got to the kitchen, I told my mom about needing a new phone. What happened this time? She asked with irritation. I swear, Chloe, that's the third phone you've ruined. I couldn't even tell her that I almost got run over. That would get me so grounded for the rest of my life. Can I get a new phone? Please, I begged. It worked the last time, but my mom just shook her head. If you want a new phone, you'll have to earn the money to buy your own, she said. We're not spending any more because you're not paying attention to your surroundings. Chloe, you have to focus on the real world. Stop daydreaming. I felt too sad to argue. How was I going to survive without my phone? Then I remembered my AirPods. Oh no, they were connected to my phone. I tried to disconnect the Bluetooth connection, but the screen was shattered. I guess I'll have to save up more money for AirPods as well. I sadly placed my AirPods on top of the flour canisters on the kitchen counter. I didn't want to hold them anymore. A few hours later, I was lying on my bed when Jasmine came in. I've been calling you the whole day. Why aren't you answering? she asked. So I heard that you broke your phone again, an irritating voice said at the doorstep. I turned and saw my brother Chris. It's none of your business, I told him. Even if he's just a year older than me, he always acts so superior. He's such a pain. Just leave me alone, I muttered. I'm going, he grinned. I just can't wait to tell Mac another Klutz Chloe story. Stop using that name, I shouted back as he closed the door. And stop telling people about me. I sighed and realized that there were other, more important things to think about right now. Jasmine and I had to think about a project for our business class. We needed to make a real business and make it happen. Whoever earned the most money from that project gets an automatic A. I hope we earn enough from this, she said. I nodded. I needed some money for a new phone. We just needed a great idea for a business. Our first idea was simple. It was walking dogs. I mean, how hard can that be? But apparently, Jasmine and I didn't think it through well enough. On the very first day of dog walking, we had to walk 8 dogs. Neither Jasmine nor I realized that we might have a problem making these dogs obey. Stop barking, Jasmine cried to Miss Penny's Chihuahua. Mr. Elliott's Labrador can eat you for breakfast. But all that shouting and pulling at leashes didn't work. The dogs were going crazy. A few moments later, Jasmine and I were in the middle of a furry island and the dogs were trying to jump on each other. We couldn't even move because our legs got tangled up with the leashes. Can I offer you ladies some help? Said a voice from nearby. I turned around and saw Michael. I can't believe he's seeing me again, looking like a complete idiot. He whistled and whispered a few words to the dogs. He must have done some magic. The dogs started to calm down, but I was getting hypnotized by his voice too. Hey, Jasmine hissed as she elbowed me. We're loose now. She thanked Michael and practically pushed me to keep on walking. Let's get this dog walking over and done with today, she said, looking and feeling angry. Let's give these dogs back to their owners. This is a terrible idea. So I guess Jasmine and I were back on square one. We needed another business idea. I got it, Jasmine cried when she saw me the next day. I thought about it last night. I couldn't call you though. Don't remind me. I sighed. I still can't believe that I'm surviving this long without a phone. I felt so detached from the whole world. But Jasmine's idea was actually kinda cool. We decided to make cute picture frames with strips of colorful paper and glue. Jasmine saw some online, and they were in demand. We can use these beads and glitter too, I added. We were sure that people would line up to buy our creations. We spent the next few days making them, and they turned out really well. I bet even boys will buy these for their girlfriends, Jasmine said while we were lining them up on the porch to dry. Suddenly, I had the perfect vision of Michael giving me the pretty pink frame that I had just made. Of course, I would choose the best picture of us to put in it. Maybe we can take a picture in the park at sunset. I was so engrossed in my fantasy that I don't even remember Jasmine going home that day. So I was startled when my mom started shouting by the front door. Chloe, it's raining so hard now. Didn't you hear the thunder? She yelled. Are these your crafts on the porch? They're drenched. I ran outside and felt my heart drop to my stomach. Mom was right. Some of the frames were on the floor. Some of them were drowning in puddles. Even my favorite pretty pink one was ruined. Jasmine's going to kill me, I groaned. But oddly enough, she didn't. When I told her the news the next day in school, she just shrugged. It's a blessing in disguise, actually, she said. I thought it over and realized that my idea was pretty lame. I mean, who needs a picture frame when you've got pictures on your phone? I wouldn't know, I reminded her with a sigh. I was starting to realize that I would have to live a few more months without a phone unless we made some real money. Come on, Chloe, Jasmine said. This is supposed to be an easy project. We just have to think of a business. Once we have a great idea, it'll be a piece of cake. I jumped up and squealed. That's it! It was the best idea ever. The easiest way for us to make some money and an automatic A was to provide people with what they loved the most. The answer was food. So Jasmine and I got working. We had an avalanche of recipes, baking materials, flour, eggs, sugar, and tons of sprinkles. For one whole day, it was whisk, mix, and bake. I promised Jasmine that I would focus and not even think about anything else except up making the perfect chocolate cupcakes for our bake sale. After 6 hours of baking, we were almost done. I just had one last batch to pour into the cupcake molds. Unfortunately, that's when my brother decided to appear in the kitchen. "What's with all the cupcakes?" he asked. "Don't touch anything," I said, whacking him with a spatula. But Chris tried to swipe one anyway. I tried to grab it back, but ended up knocking the boxes of ingredients all over the counter. "Stop it!" I cried, and I heard something plop. "Hey, I just wanted a taste," Chris replied, laughing. His eyes were twinkling with some mischief as he ate one cupcake. He kept looking at my batter. Finally, my mom came in and shooed him away from the kitchen. "Mom, I'm going to hang out with Mac and the guys," he added. Then he grinned at me. "See you later, loser." I was so upset with my brother that I wasn't paying much attention to the batter. I just wanted to finish this so I could think of something nasty to get back at Chris. The next day, Jasmine and I set up a table outside the cafeteria. People loved our cupcakes. Money was pouring in. "I bet you can buy a new phone with all the money we earned," Jasmine told me happily. But I wasn't hearing her anymore. I spotted Michael walking to our table. "Hey," he said with a heartbreaking smile. "Can I buy one?" I blushed and offered him the best-looking one from the table. I expected him just to pay and leave, but suddenly he pulled up a chair. "I heard that you were slaving away to make all of these," he said. "They're good." I smiled shyly and offered him another one. "I'll eat another one if you eat one with me," Michael added with a wink. So I grabbed the nearest cupcake and took a bite. But even before I could chew, Michael suddenly asked me the most amazing thing. "Would you like to grab some coffee later? I'll pick you up at home." I gulped and practically choked on the cupcake. I started coughing. Michael gently patted my back. "Yeah, sure," I replied somehow and took a big sip of water to stop my coughing. "But I'll just meet you in the coffee shop." "Okay," Michael said, standing up. "See you later." I watched him walk away. When I turned to Jasmine, she had the biggest smile on her face. "We have the best project, and you're finally going out with Michael," she squealed. "I'm so happy." The hours couldn't pass fast enough. But finally, all our cupcakes were sold. Jasmine offered to add up all the money herself so I could go home and get ready. But that's when I started to feel funny. It felt like there were huge butterflies in my stomach. I figured that I was just excited and nervous about my date. I prayed that I wouldn't humiliate myself in front of Michael. I was massaging my grumbling stomach when Chris popped inside my room. "What's wrong with you?" he asked. Then he saw my phone on my desk. "Hey, someone's calling you." I told him not to mind it. I wouldn't be able to answer it anyway. Chris suddenly looked at me, then back at the phone. "What?" I groaned. "Nothing," he said, and there was a twinkle in his eyes again. "What's with the fancy face?" he added. "Do you have a date or something?" I nodded once, still massaging my tummy. Chris made a gagging noise. "Who'd want to date you?" he asked with a smirk. I smirked back at him. "You'd be surprised," I replied as I left, praying that my stomach would settle down. I finally got to the coffee house and sighed happily when I saw Michael. We sat and sipped our coffee. We talked and laughed. I've known him for a while now, but I had no idea that he would be this great. My tummy kept groaning and buzzing, but I tried to ignore it. When I checked my watch, I sighed. I didn't want our date to end, but I had a curfew. Michael offered to drive me home. I was starting to feel all tingly and excited. Will he kiss me goodbye? He opened my door like a gentleman and walked to the driver's side. Suddenly, in the quiet of the car, I heard a voice. "Kiss him! Kiss him!" I looked over at Michael, who was just getting in. "Kiss him," the voice said again. The voice sounded oddly familiar. Oh my goodness. Was it fate or was God talking to me? I looked at Michael again to see if he noticed anything, but he was busy fiddling with the stereo. "Kiss him," I heard one more time. So I did. His face was just inches from mine. I bent my head to catch his lips. I closed my eyes, and that kiss was the most wonderful thing in the world. Then suddenly, I felt a jolt in my stomach. I covered my mouth and started to heave. "What's wrong? Was I that bad?" Michael gasped. I tried to shake my head, but I couldn't. The only thing that my body allowed me to do was to lean down and puke. Coffee came out, the cupcake came out, and I felt something else pop out. I was too horrified to open my eyes and look. "What's that?" Michael said while looking at the yucky brown gunk on his car floor. I opened my eyes. "Is that an AirPod?" he gasped. My eyes flew wide open and I looked closer. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. How did I ever manage to eat an AirPod? Then I remembered the cupcake. A lot of things fell on the kitchen kitchen counter while I was baking. The AirPod must have landed on one and I ate it. Michael became very quiet as he started the car. All the while, I sat and felt absolutely humiliated. I took a quick glance at him, and I was surprised to see his shoulders shaking. "I'm so sorry," I gasped. Michael couldn't keep it in anymore. He pulled over and started to laugh. He laughed for so long, and each second that passed made me feel worse. "You're really something else," he said between gasps. I felt so hurt. How could he be so mean? "No, wait," he hurriedly added when he saw my face. "What I meant was that you're amazing. Every minute with you is like an adventure. I love how crazy and unpredictable you are." Somehow, even with puke on the floor, I managed to smile and melt with his words. Michael practically said that he loved me. He dropped me off and said that he would just have his car cleaned. He promised to come back in a little while. I think I floated all the way to the front door and found my parents in the living room. "Great news," my dad said when he saw me. "Jasmine called. She said that your bake sale earned the most money. You won." My parents went over to hug me. Then my mom took out a box. "We're so proud of how you really focused on this project, Chloe," she said with a smile. "I think that merits a reward, too. Here." She handed me the box, and there was a new phone inside. "Wow," I cried. "Thank you." They spent the next hour gushing over me, saying that I was probably going to grow up to be a business tycoon or something. Chris even came over and patted me on the head. "You're not such a loser after all," he said. I tried to take it as a compliment. "How was your date? Did he even kiss you?" I stared at Chris. Suddenly, things began to click into place. He knew all about the AirPod. He saw it falling into the batter. He saw me clutching my tummy when my phone was lighting up. He knew that I swallowed one, and it was his voice I heard. Suddenly, the doorbell rang and I jumped up. Michael grinned at me. "Hey, Mac," my brother cried. "Come on in, let's watch the game." Michael shook his head. "Sorry, dude. I have other plans tonight." I saw my brother's jaw fall open when Michael reached out to hold my hand. "Were you calling my phone today?" I asked my brother sweetly. "It was so nice of you to check up on me. My date went great, by the way. This has been a perfect day, even with all the puking. I got a phone, an A, and a kiss. And I'll never forget the look on my brother's face when he finally realized that his little sister is dating his best friend."
Hi, I'm Grace, and I'm a liar. But before that, please like and subscribe. When I was little, my mom worked for this rich woman who was the third cousin of the daughter of the king of bleep. Oops, I forgot. Mom and I signed an NDA, so I really can't say which country or what king. Anyway, the rich woman had a fabulous life. She and her daughter Gigi, who was my age, lived in a beautiful mansion. They went to the spa every week and on vacation every weekend. But the only thing was that the paparazzi never left them alone. They camped in front of the house and hid in the trees to get a glimpse of Gigi and her mom. Gigi and I looked alike, so I'd often pose as her decoy. I'd walk out the front door in her fancy clothes and smile for the paparazzi, while Gigi snuck out the back into a tinted SUV and sped off. Life was great until Gigi and her mom moved back to bleep and Mom lost her job. We moved into a tiny house and Mom had to work 2 jobs just to afford the rent. I hated being poor. It made me sick to my stomach. So I decided I had to be rich one day. I worked harder than ever in school so I could get a good job and make a ton of money. Then one day, I was called into the principal's office and she gave me the best news ever.
Congratulations, Grace! You've been awarded a scholarship to one of the most prestigious private schools in the city.
I was over the moon, but there was one big problem. My new school was filled with rich kids. There was no way I was gonna fit in. That night, I had nightmares about them laughing at me and chasing me through the halls. The next morning, I woke up and prayed that I could win $1 million. And then the craziest thing happened. I talked with your Aunt Maddie. She lives near your new school. You'll be staying with her so I can save some money. I jumped for joy. I just hit the jackpot. Aunt Maddie was a filthy rich lawyer. She was so generous that she'd recently adopted a daughter my age. That evening, Aunt Maddie's chauffeur picked me up in a limousine and drove me to her mansion. My adopted cousin Victoria greeted me at the door. She looked like a supermodel, aside from these huge glasses that were way too big for her face. Victoria took me to my room, and as I was unpacking, she kept staring at my clothes. Whoa, what happened? I've seen homeless people wear better clothes. I was so embarrassed. I started crying like an idiot. They're all I have. I'm poor. Oh, don't worry about it, Grace. I've got your back. You can borrow some of my clothes. I've got plenty. Victoria led me to her room, where she opened a walk-in closet twice the size of my mom's house, filled filled with dozens of Gucci and Versace dresses, shoes, and handbags. I was in heaven. When we got to school, I strutted like a superstar down the hallway, and all the kids couldn't stop staring at me. In class, the teacher asked us all to introduce ourselves and share something interesting about our families. All the other kids came from wealthy families that owned huge business empires. Some even had parents who were famous celebrities. When the teacher asked me to introduce myself, I walked to the front of the class. I felt really nervous. I couldn't tell them about my poor single mom who worked as a janitor at a beauty salon and waited tables at a 2-star restaurant. Then suddenly, something strange came over me, and the most unexpected words just fell out of my mouth. Hi everyone, I'm Grace, and I'm an heiress to the throne of Bleep.
Due to the privacy of the royal family, we cannot...
Jeez, can we skip the legal mumbo-jumbo and get back to the story? Now, where was I? Oh yeah, everyone in class stared at me like I was a unicorn. I took out my phone and flashed one of my photos from a magazine, and the kids went wild. Victoria appeared out of nowhere and pulled me to the side. Have you lost your mind? You just told everyone a big fat lie. My mind is right where it's supposed to be, if you must know. Plus, it's not really a lie. You were Gigi's stand-in. My mom told me all about it. You're stealing her identity. I'm just borrowing it. She won't even notice. Victoria walked away. Then a bunch of popular kids ran over to me. My plan was working like a charm. Are you really in line for the throne? Yep. It's a very real possibility. Everyone in line before me is old and sick.
I thought you moved back to Europe.
That's fake news. But aren't you living with Victoria? Yes. My mother wants me to have a more grounded experience among commoners, but it's just temporary. Ta-ta. Sorry, no more questions today. Maybe we can have crumpets and tea later. Then Damien, the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen, patted me on my shoulder and my heart skipped a beat. His sparkly brown eyes and warm smile made my heart flutter.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of coming to my party tonight?
He took my hand and kissed it. Yes, please. That night, I raided Victoria's closet and found the perfect dress. I pranced around in the mirror, flashed my prettiest smile, and practiced kissing my hand. What's up with you? I told Victoria all about how Damien invited me to his party, and she looked pissed. Don't you mention that jerk to me. He's not a jerk. He's really cool, and he looks like an angel. Listen, you'll live to regret it if you choose to hang out with that idiot. Are you sure we're talking about the same guy? Damien's at the top of our class. He smells like fresh strawberries. He's super cute and the captain of the football team. He's perfect. Never mind. I'm out of here. Victoria stormed off in a huff, but I didn't have time to figure out what put a bee in her bonnet. I had to get to Damien's party. Of course, Damien's party was awesome. We danced together for hours, and at the end of the night, he gave me the most romantic kiss.
You're amazing, Grace.
I know. People tell me that all the time.
I've never met a girl like you before.
Which made sense, because everything I told him was a lie. I must admit, I felt a little guilty for lying, but I wasn't hurting anyone. After that, Damien and I started dating, and we became the hottest couple in school. My popularity was through the roof. Even Victoria stopped shaking her head at me every time we passed each other in the hallway. Life was great until things took a horrible turn. One day, one of the rich kids invited me to an exclusive restaurant. I was busy enjoying my caviar when I looked out the window and saw Victoria and Damien having a heated argument across the street. I was about to go out to snoop on them, but our waiter Brian, this geeky kid from my math class, stepped into my path.
Excuse me, you forgot to pay for your food.
He gave me a bill of over $200. I had less than $20 in my bank account. I was invited to this party.
And we've been told everyone is paying their bill separately.
A couple of popular kids started staring at us, so without thinking, I handed Brian my bank card.
I'm sorry, but your card has been declined.
That's impossible. I'm heir to $1 million fortune.
We also accept cash.
This is no way to treat royalty. I want to speak with your manager now. I dragged Brian to the side, but I was so afraid he was going to call the cops on me that I decided to tell him the truth. Listen, there's no way I can pay all that money. Maybe we can work something out.
You rich kids always try to take advantage of people. Please pay so I can do my job. Aren't you from some royal family anyway?
I'm seriously not a rich kid. That was all a big lie. I just wanted to fit in. Suddenly, tears started streaming down my face.
Oh, geez, please don't cry. Listen, I know what it's like to want to fit in with the rich kids. I'll put it on my tab, but you have to pay me back this month.
I was so relieved. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted. It was good to tell the truth. But then It hit me. If Brian exposed me, my fabulous life would be destroyed. Could you please keep my secret?
Sure, but only if you agree to tutor me. I'm kinda struggling with calculus, and I saw you got 100 on the test.
I happily agreed. By the time I was done with this drama, Victoria and Damien were gone, and neither of them answered their phones. I called my driver to take me home. I waited in my room for hours, but didn't hear a word from either of them. I was confused, worried, and a little jealous. What on earth could they have been arguing about? A few minutes after midnight, I woke up to hear a car pulling into the driveway. I looked out the window. It was Damien, and Victoria was in the passenger seat. I saw red. I raced down the stairs and ran straight into Victoria. Why are you sneaking around with Damien? We aren't sneaking around. I saw you two arguing at the party. It's complicated, and I'm really tired. Can we talk about it later? It's not complicated at all. You're a jealous witch and a boyfriend stealer. And don't try to deny it. You hate that I'm more popular than you and that Damien's in love with me. Victoria marched to her room and slammed her door in my face. Something fishy was going on between those two, and I was gonna find out what. The next day, I asked Damien about Victoria.
Don't worry about it, babe. She's my partner for a school project. We were only talking about that. You know I only have eyes for you.
After that, Damien got really busy with football practice, so I focused on school and tutoring Brian. To my surprise, I enjoyed hanging out with Brian. He was smart and funny, and we were both huge fans of classical music. One night, he played one of Mozart's concertos on the piano for me. That was beautiful. I didn't know you were so talented.
I'm kind of a music prodigy. That's how I got a scholarship to our school.
A couple of weeks later, Brian aced his calculus test and invited me to his piano recital.
I'll be playing that piece you like, and a new song I wrote for you.
You wrote a song for me? Brian blushed, and so did I.
It's a thank you for all you've done for me.
I wouldn't miss your concert for the world. That night, just as I was getting ready to go to the concert with Brian, Damien showed up in a tuxedo. What are you doing here?
You're funny. I told you I was picking you up.
Oh God, I'd totally forgotten that Damien had invited me to be his date for his family's annual charity ball.
Come on, we don't want to be late.
Damien took my hand and rushed me to his car. When we arrived at the ball, Damien's parents were excited to meet me. They spent the whole night introducing me to all their fancy friends and bragged about how their son had landed the heiress to a throne. I needed a breath of fresh air, so I went out into the back alley for a bit to find Damien and the school's head cheerleader kissing. When they saw me, they turned as white as bed sheets.
It's not what it looks like.
Actually, it is. Damien and I are in love.
I was gonna tell you after the party. I just wanted to impress my parents by saying you were my girlfriend. You're their favorite royal, and they've been dying to meet you.
I slapped Damien hard in the face and stormed out of there. The next day, Brian marched up to me at school with a huge scowl.
I waited for you for over an hour, and you didn't even call.
I'm sorry. I had another engagement.
Like what? Your fake royal duties? If you didn't want to go, you should have just told me. You didn't have to play with my feelings. I may not be one of the popular kids, but I don't deserve to be treated like trash.
Brian stormed off. I was gutted. And just when I thought the day couldn't get any worse, I got an alert on my phone. A gossip website had done a news report on me and outed me as a fraud. All the kids crowded around me like an angry mob. I ran outside and straight into a bunch of crazy paparazzi. They chased me through the parking lot. I darted down the street and jumped into a cab. Get me out of here, please. The driver hightailed it out of there. When I got home, I raced up the stairs and locked myself in my room. Then suddenly, someone unlocked my bedroom door and turned the knob. Terrified, I hid under the bed. My lies had finally caught up with me. The police would haul me off to jail. My mom would be so embarrassed she'd disown me. The whole thing might even go on my permanent record. I closed my eyes and braced myself for the worst. Please have mercy. I'm just a kid. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. Don't be so dramatic. It's just me. I told you all this would blow up in your face. The lying. And most of all, Damien? Was he dating you too? No, gross. Damien and I lived in the same foster home years ago. That night at the restaurant, I got a text about our foster mother. She'd gotten into a bad accident and had to have a major surgery. She'd just woken up and was begging to see me and Damien. That's it. Damien hates that he was poor and he won't tell anyone he's adopted. Or that he and I know each other from a foster home. And he's always trying so hard to impress his snooty parents. You're not that different. He just wants so bad to fit in. That information hit me like a ton of bricks. At that moment, I decided to make a change. I apologized to Victoria and sent Brian a dozen I'm sorry memes. And I came clean to everyone at school. After my truth was revealed, I wasn't popular anymore, of course. I was even mocked and branded as a liar. But I had Victoria, and I eventually made friends with some nice kids, and it took a while, but Brian and I started talking again after I offered to tutor him for free for a year. In the end, I realized that being a popular fake royal didn't hold a candle to being surrounded by friends that loved me for me.
Hi, I'm Sage, and I have the wackiest condition on the planet. Every time I want to cry, I end up laughing instead. Yikes. Have you ever laughed at the wrong moment and it's been super awkward for you? Well, that's my life. Every single day. At first, my parents thought I was the happiest baby in the world because I laughed at everything. When I started teething at 6 months, instead of crying because it hurt, I'd keep my parents up all night because I couldn't stop laughing. And when I started crawling and bumped my head everywhere, I'd just burst into giggles. That's when Dad started calling me a weirdo. He hated anything unusual. What kind of kid does that? There's definitely something wrong with her. She's a crazy baby and it's embarrassing. She clearly can't help it. Can you, baby boo? But Dad didn't listen. He really started to hate me, and it wasn't just for laughing. Ever since I was a kid, I'd loved to color and paint. When I was 4, I spotted his brand new laptop and thought it was such a dull gray. So I painted the lid a bright red and each key a different color. I thought it looked beautiful, but Dad nearly had a stroke when he saw it. Who's gonna fix this? She's such a pain. Why couldn't you give me a normal child? Even though I was just a kid, his words stung, so of course I burst into laughter, which just made him angrier. But it wasn't just Dad. Everyone misunderstood me all the time. One day in 1st grade, Monica, the richest girl in my class, was crying because her dog was stolen. You lost your dog? What kind of a person steals a dog? That's so sad. Everyone hugging her turned to me in shock. Monica looked at me with sheer hatred. Get out, Sage, you're so mean! After that, I became the mean witch in class. Everyone started picking on me, especially Monica. And no matter how hard I tried to explain that I didn't mean to laugh, no one seemed to believe me. I wanted so badly to be normal. I started watching the saddest movies, listened to the most heartbreaking songs, and read the newspaper to get all the worst news. Nothing helped, because I still burst into giggles at my grandma's funeral. I was actually so sad. I loved my grandma. But as I cackled away, everyone stared at me like I was crazy, and I ran off. Over the years, Mom came up with a way to cheer me up. Every time Dad got mad at me, she put $1 in a jar in my room. By the end of each month, I had enough money to buy art supplies. But obviously I hid this from Dad because he didn't want to spend a single cent on me. In the 6th grade, I entered an art contest in school. I worked really hard to make a nice painting with my cheap paints and paper. But as soon as Monica saw I was participating, she just had to one-up me. She took classes with a fancy art tutor and brought her expensive canvas and paints. She won by a landslide. I was so disappointed that I wanted to cry. So, in the crowded hall, I burst into laughter instead. The art teacher turned to me confused.
What's so funny, Sage? Are you making fun of Monica's work?
No, I swear. She's just laughing because she's a sore, crazy loser. Well, I had a bad reputation back then, and everyone thought I was mean. I stopped entering art competitions after that. I stayed in my room all day, and nothing Mom did cheered me up. After my homework, I'd spent the rest of the evening painting away and posting pictures to my art account on Instagram. Until one day in 8th grade, I got a really unexpected message there from a stranger. I just love your painting. I want to buy it. Will you take $150 for it? Someone wanted to buy my painting? For the first time in weeks, I was flying. When I got the money from selling it, I bought more supplies and started painting my butt off. For the next few months, everything I made got sold immediately. I was so over the moon. So one day in the cafeteria, while Monica was going on and on about her fancy French art teacher, I casually mentioned I'd sold 10 paintings for $150 each. Monica was livid. She practically choked on the caviar she was eating. There's no way you and your trashy art will sell on my watch. Oh, and how do you think you're gonna stop it? You'll see. And just a few days later, I did see how low Monica could go. Someone stole my sketch pad from my bag. And right after, a new Instagram account sprung up with all my artwork on it. I knew it was Monica, obviously. I ran to complain to my teachers, but I was pretty upset and couldn't stop laughing. So they all thought I was joking. Why would I do this when I'm so much better than her? Monica convinced everyone that I was a jealous liar who tried to frame her. And then she and her minions started blaming me for all kinds of things I'd never done. One day, she put super glue on the teacher's chair, and when the teacher got up, the chair was stuck to her butt. As everyone started giggling and she tried to pull it off, her skirt ripped. Monica pointed straight at me. I saw her with the glue. You can even check her locker. As everyone stared at me accusingly, I laughed until my stomach ached. And that's how I started ending up in detention every week, because teachers thought I was rude and a troublemaker. At first, I was furious, but suddenly I realized I loved detention. No one could bother me here, and I could paint in peace for hours. As I was busy painting one day, someone tapped me on the shoulder and I turned to see a boy who gently wiped my cheek with a tissue. You had some paint on your face. I just stared at him like a dummy. Who was this cutie? I've seen your paintings and they're amazing. Well, you're amazing. Do you think you could teach me? Eugene was a new boy at school who got stuck in detention often because he'd always prove his teachers wrong. I became his detention art tutor. He was really kind and clever, and somehow he didn't judge me for my laughing. I don't think you're crazy or mean at all. It could be a medical condition, you know. Maybe my dad can help. He's a neuroscientist. I did go see his dad one day without telling my parents. He explained that I had a condition where my brain would get the wrong signal when I felt sad, and my body's response was laughing instead of crying. He said it wasn't in my control at all, and I never needed to feel bad about it. A week later, Eugene made an adorable hand-painted card to ask me to go out with him. Of course I said yes! One day, I was putting away my stuff in the locker when Eugene came running to me excitedly with a poster for a national art contest. You should enter this, Sage. You're really talented. I'm sure you can win. Just then, I heard Monica's nasty voice behind us. Ew, why are you telling this crazy loser that she's talented and raising her hopes for no good reason? Because he's my boyfriend, that's why. And why are you even talking to him? My step-cousin is your boyfriend? Are you out of your pea-sized mind? It's my turn to laugh at you. But I'd had enough. I pulled Eugene close and gave him a long, steamy kiss right in the middle of the corridor. My eyes! Ew, I can't watch this. Oh, no problem. We can just make out in the janitor's closet. And with that, I dragged Eugene into the closet while everyone was hooting outside. Obviously, both of us got detention again, but we didn't care. That was our happy place anyway. I started focusing on the upcoming competition, and I was really pumped for it. With my Instagram sales, I'd even made enough money to buy good quality materials. On the day of the competition, as soon as I started to unpack my supplies, I knew something was wrong. I started laughing. This could not be happening. My tubes of paint had been squeezed almost empty. Just then, I spotted Monica staring at me with a big, evil grin on her face. I couldn't give up. I wasn't going to let her bring me down. I did the best I could with whatever little paints I had, and miraculously, I won. But as I got off the stage with my trophy and a $1,000 check, Monica walked up to me. You think you can fool everyone, but I know you're just a big fraud. I was wondering who that idiot was who keeps commenting on your Instagram and buying your paintings. And well, I had them tracked down. All this time, you've been pretending to be a great artist when your mommy has been buying your lame art. What are you talking about? Go on, run home and ask Mommy Dearest. Monica was just a lunatic. But when I got home, I saw something that made me actually like Monica more than my own mother for a minute. Mom was carrying something down to the basement. When I followed her, I saw that every single art piece that I'd ever sold on Insta was lying there. Mom, are you my mystery Instagram buyer? She turned to me in complete shock, and then she started to cry. Yes, it's me. You were so sad after losing that contest, and I just wanted to encourage you. You lied to me. All this time, I thought I was actually good enough. Honey, you are really good, and that's the truth. I only bought these paintings to make you believe in yourself. You what? We turned around to see Dad in the doorway, looking beyond furious. You're telling me that you spent my money just To make her feel more talented? I want every cent back. Give it back to me right now, Sage. Just then, he spotted the check in my hand and leapt forward to snatch it. But Mom stepped in. Don't you dare. It's her money and her talent. Well, it's my house, and I want you both out of it. Mom and I spent the night at Grandma's. The next day, when we went back home, hoping Dad would have come to his senses, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. He'd thrown all my paintings in the yard, and he was driving over them. Mom, I'm not staying here another minute. Dad doesn't love us or care about us, and he's a maniac. Let's just leave him. We can manage on our own, I promise. We took all our stuff and moved to Grandma's for a while. After graduation, I worked super hard and built a new website to sell my art. Mom found a new job, but in another city. I was really sad to leave Eugene behind, but I knew Mom needed me. We tried to make it work long distance, but with work and school, it was really hard. Eventually, we both decided to call it quits. I laughed over my broken heart for days. Eventually, I got into a great art college on full scholarship and had my projects exhibited in many galleries over the years. On graduation day, I broke down into fits of laughter 5 times during my valedictorian speech. Soon after, someone emailed me saying they wanted to be my agent. We set up an interview at the cafe the next day. When I saw the agent, my heart stopped. Eugene! Ha! I knew you'd be surprised. I ran up to him and gave him a hug. He said he'd been following my work, and he couldn't wait to represent me. He booked me for shows that same week. During the last one, he whispered in my ear, I made a painting for you. Do you want to see it? I followed him to the end of the gallery and saw a painting of me and Eugene sitting in detention at school. I felt so moved. Suddenly, I felt something I'd never felt before. Wet tears streaming down my face. Was I finally crying? It was the best time of my life because that's when I fell in love with you. Sage, do you want to be with me again? I threw myself in his arms and gave him a kiss. Yes! Eugene was actually so excited that he'd made me cry. This had to be the weirdest romantic moment ever. 2 years later, we got married. We have 3 children, and the youngest, Freya, is just like me. No tears, only laughs.
Mom, am I weird? Everyone else gets to cry. Why can't I?
No, you're strong and you just laugh everything off, even when things are hard. You're not weird. You're absolutely okay. I made sure that not only her, but none of the kids in her school would be bullied. I studied to be an art therapist and started after-school programs for kids to help them channel their emotions into art. Little by little, I tried to make things better for our kids every day.
I was just walking out of my favorite thrift store when 2 scary maniacs jumped out of an alley and blocked my way.
Give us your necklace, or else!
I was about to make a run of it when suddenly Tom, appeared at my side. He threw a stinky egg sandwich at one of the maniacs' faces, pushed him onto the other guy, and grabbed my hand. We raced down the street and turned a corner. Just then, I saw Tom staring at my necklace with this stupid twinkle in his eye. I pulled my hand away and turned a corner to ditch him, but he caught up to me. I'm usually a fast runner, but you try running in these heels. Anyway, I was running for my life, and stupid Tom hopped in front of me.
Ava, that's a dead end. We should go this way.
Leave me alone.
I'm trying to save your life.
You're a liar. I don't believe you. All you want is my necklace.
Yeah, but I don't want to see you get hurt either.
Since when do you care about me, jerk face?
Since I realized that I like you.
Hi, my name is Ava, and before I continue, please like and subscribe. Okay, I admit I'm a little weird. It's not my fault. I come from a family of weirdos. My parents own a bug exterminator business, and they're totally obsessed with bugs. Weird, right? Like, they kill bugs for a living, and yet they adore them. They even have a couple pet tarantulas named Simon and Igor. When I was 10, my parents set up a playdate for me and all the kids from the neighborhood. Things were going fine as we played board games and danced to music, but then Dad came downstairs with his huge ant farm.
Kids, did you know that ants don't have ears and some of them don't have eyes?
Ew! Dad went on and on about stupid facts about ants, and just when I thought he couldn't get more embarrassing, he tripped on his shoelace and dropped the ant farm, which broke, and ants flew everywhere. They crawled up a kid's leg, into another kid's hair, and one picked up a handful and ate them. That's crunchy. Their parents were so upset, they banned their kids from coming over. And well, I was now known as the bug lady. It wasn't easy to make friends, and eventually, I stopped trying or caring staring. And then in high school, things got even worse. My parents lost a huge client and money got really tight. So I decided to get a part-time job to help out. I applied everywhere, but no one was hiring. And then I walked by this amazing thrift store. It had these beautiful secondhand dresses in the window, and I couldn't help staring. Once I stepped inside, I fell in love. The owner was an old lady, Miss Green, and I begged her to work there. Luckily, she gave me a job. I spent half my money helping my parents out, and the other half I used to thrift. I bought the most amazing retro dresses in all these cool colors, blouses with shoulder pads, bell bottoms, and clunky heels. Every day when I walked down the hall, I'd imagine that I was in a fashion show, but dumb kids would make stupid comments.
Oh my god, what year is it? The year fashion went to die? Are you a circus clown, or did a rainbow blow up in your face?
But I'd just pull down my sunglasses and look them square in the eye. No, it's thrift chic. Then I'd strut down the hall like a boss. Miss Green and I had a blast at the thrift store. I'd help her dress the mannequins and arrange the clothes, while she taught me the art of negotiating a good deal. She was almost 60 years older than me, but she was my BFF. Life was great until her stupid grandson Tom came to town. Tom was my age, and he thought he was super cool with his perfect hair, perfect teeth, and expensive clothes. The rumor was he had a genius IQ because he aced every test. All the teachers loved him, and all the popular girls waited in line to date him. Tom moved in with Miss Green because his parents had to travel overseas for business. He started working at the thrift store too, but he was the absolute worst. He'd complain all the time about the stupidest things.
It smells like mothballs in here. This music is so unsophisticated. Can I please have a chair? These handmade Italian shoes weren't made for standing all day.
And then one day, I came in early, and I overheard Tom and Miss Green in the office at the back of the store.
Granny, you really should consider selling this place. You're getting too old, plus you're losing money. I found a buyer who's willing to take all this clothes, off your hands. Think of all the extra money you'd have in the bank. We could go on vacation, you could buy me a car, and...
I couldn't take it anymore, so I barged in. You can't sell this place.
No one asked for your opinion.
Please, Miss Green, don't listen to him. This store is too important. Think about the customers. They'll be so heartbroken.
We're losing money right and left. We can barely make rent.
I'm sorry, Ava. Tom is right. I don't know if we can afford it anymore.
I refused to go down without fighting, so I put my thinking cap on and came up with a wonderful idea. I went online and found several chat rooms for thrifters. Then I posted a bunch of pictures with me posing in clothes I bought from the thrift store. The next day, a swarm of thrifters showed up at the front door. They raced through the aisles and bought a ton of clothes. We made twice as much money as usual. That night, Miss Green and I celebrated with a sparkling bottle of apple cider, while Tom sulked in the corner like a 5-year-old. Business was steady for a couple of weeks, but then things quickly went back to normal. One day, Tom ambushed me at my locker at school.
You won't stop me from convincing my granny to sell that stupid store, so I suggest you back off.
The store isn't stupid. Miss Green loves it, and you'd know that if you weren't such a selfish jerk.
You're so naive. You don't even know what you're talking about. I'm so sick of you filling my granny with your dumb ideas. She's only keeping that store because of you.
That's not true.
I've never met someone so lame. Your best friend is an 80-year-old.
At least I have a friend. You're so annoying and boring. I'd rather scratch my eyes out than spend another second with you.
That's just your stupid opinion. Haven't you seen how popular I am around here?
It's just because you have amazing hair, gorgeous eyes, a nice set of teeth, and a pack of abs. Lucky for you, people are dumb and superficial. Imagine if you had to rely on your personality. You'd get the Biggest Loser award.
Are you sure you'd be willing to part with the trophy? It would be hard to give it up when you've been winning 16 years in a row.
I shoved him out of my way and marched off. I couldn't stand his jerk face anymore. Later in gym class, we were playing a game of dodgeball, and the gym teacher put me and Tom on the same team. Tom kept giving me dirty looks. Then I got distracted, and a ball slammed into me and knocked me right on my butt. Tom laughed like a hyena, and I got so mad that I tackled him to the ground. The gym teacher sent me and Tom to the principal's office.
This is all her fault.
He started it.
She's crazy.
The last thing I wanted was to be stuck in detention after school for hours with Tom. This is clearly a misunderstanding. Truly, the ball is at fault. Dodgeball is a dangerous game. Someone was bound to get hurt. I blame the gym teacher. I blame society. The principal still gave us detention, and my animosity toward Tom grew even worse. A couple of weeks later, Miss Green got a bunch of new donations, and as we were going through the box, I found the most beautiful beautiful necklace that I immediately tried on. Wow, this is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. You can have it, sweetie. No, I can't take this. It's way too nice. I insist. I appreciate everything you've done for me. Consider it a thank you and a goodbye gift. Miss Green's words rocked me to my core. She told me she decided to close the store next week. No, there must be something we can do. The landlord doubled the rent. Tom and I ran the numbers. There's no way we can afford to keep the store. I felt like a knife had sliced through my heart. Tom glared at me from across the room, and then I got a text from him with a stupid meme that said, "I told you so." I put on the necklace and went straight home. All of a sudden, it was like my world turned gray. I couldn't smile or pretend to laugh at my parents' stupid bug jokes.
What's the matter, Ladybug?
You look as sad as a slug.
A sad slug? That's funny.
I told them I was fine, but I really wasn't. The next day, I was in the library, and the most surprising thing happened. The librarian walked up to me, glanced at my necklace, and suddenly her face turned white as a ghost. "That necklace, where did you get it? It was a gift. Come with me." I followed the librarian to an aisle filled with a ton of old, dusty books. She pulled one off the shelf, then showed me a picture of an ancient Egyptian princess wearing my necklace. The next thing I knew, me and my parents were whisked away to this huge lab where a famous archaeologist examined my necklace. Then he had a huge press conference. "Professor, are the rumors really true?"
Yes, we've confirmed it. The necklace is authentic, and it's worth $200,000.
After that night, my life turned upside down, and everyone around me went bananas. Camera crews camped out on my lawn, and magazines and news stations wanted to interview me. There were even conspiracy theories that said that I was a long-lost princess, and the necklace traveled through time and space to find me. Even my parents started acting crazy. One night, they barged into my room with a projector and a slideshow. "You must sell the necklace. It could pay for your college tuition, a sailboat, and a new wardrobe."
We could even expand the bug business worldwide. Cockroaches and termites, beware.
It didn't feel right spending the money on me. I wanted to give it to Miss Green to save the thrift store. The next morning, I went to the store to meet her, but I bumped into stupid Tom instead.
What are you doing here?
None of your business, jerk.
If you're looking for my granny, she's not here. She's out of town, but I'm glad I ran into you. I need that necklace back.
No way! Miss Green wanted me to have it.
That was a mistake. I don't have time to explain. I need that necklace back now.
Tom tried to grab the necklace, but I ran. He chased me around the store. I grabbed a pair of boots off the shelf and threw them at his feet. Tom tripped and fell on his face. I hustled out the door. I was wearing my new ruby red heels, so I didn't move very fast. Just when I thought I was in the clear, these two crazy maniacs jumped into the street. And you know the rest. I guess we can pick back up at the kiss. I like replaying it in my head all the time. Since when do you care about me, jerk face?
Since I realized that I like you.
Then he pulled away, grabbed my hand, and we hopped on a bus. The bus sped away just as the crazy maniacs turned the corner. We were in the clear. I turned to see Tom staring at me. I was totally confused. Just minutes ago, Tom was my enemy, the Joker to my Batman, the pimple to my forehead, and now he tells me he likes me?
Yeah, I'm as confused as you are. I hated you for weeks. Your silly clothes and your obsession with thrifting was so annoying, but then something changed. The truth is, I was just jealous.
Jealous of what?
You're smart and funny. You don't care what anyone thinks. You pull off your hideous clothes with confidence. And the way you are with my grandma, I've never seen her so happy. I've never seen anyone smile like that in my family before. And you're so brave. You never give up. I guess you inspired me.
Then why did you try to steal my necklace?
I wasn't trying to steal it. A couple of days ago, I was at the shop alone when these scary-looking men came searching for the necklace. I didn't know what they were talking about. They said they'd hurt me and Granny if I didn't give it back. I searched everywhere for that necklace, but I couldn't find it.
But Miss Green found the necklace and gave it to me.
That night you were on the news, the bad men came to the store and took my Granny, demanding the necklace as ransom. They said they'd hurt her if I went to the police. I don't know what to do.
I glanced out the window and saw the bad men tailing the bus in a car. Then I got an idea. I pulled out my cell phone and told my parents about our dilemma. They told us they'd meet us at the next bus stop.
Are you sure about this?
Yeah, I come from a family of exterminators. We know how to get rid of pests. Tom and I stepped off the bus, and just as I imagined, the scary men pulled up. Tom started freaking out.
They're coming. We have to run.
But before I could calm Tom down, we were surrounded by the bad guys.
Give up. It's over, you stupid kids.
Then my parents jumped out of the bushes with their gas masks and exterminator gear, screaming like lunatics and spraying them with insecticides.
Stop it! Stop it!
You better hold still then, or I'm gonna release Simon and Igor on you next.
They bite when they get anxious.
The men revealed where they'd been holding Miss Green, and we called the police immediately. They sent a team to rescue Miss Green from an abandoned building, while the bad men were taken to jail. After that, I sold the necklace. I tried giving the money to Miss Green to save the thrift store, but she insisted that we become business partners instead. Tom and I started dating, and he stopped being a jerk. Well, somewhat.
Your jacket is ugly, but you're beautiful, and I love you.
I'm gonna throw your pretentious shoes in the dumpster later, but I love you too.
I felt really nervous as I walked down the hallway of my new school for wealthy students. I could feel people turning around to look at me and whispering, "Oh my god, I've never seen a goddess like her in my entire life. She looks like someone on the cover of a fashion magazine." Wait, someone thought I looked like a goddess? I was really getting the royal treatment on my first day. I had girls asking me to sit with them at lunch, and boys were dropping by to introduce themselves and bring me food. These people wouldn't look at me the same way if they ever found out about my parents. Just then, a nasty-looking girl walked over to my table and leaned on it, her face inches away from mine. "I don't know who you are or where you've dropped down from, but you better not cross me. I'm the campus queen, and I rule the school." Just then, one of the boys pushed her aside. "Shut up, girl. I've forgotten your name already. All hail the new campus queen!" When I got home that day, I quickly changed into my work clothes and rushed downstairs to meet my adoptive parents. "How's your new school?" "Oh, it's so cool and fun. Everybody really seems to like me and..." "Okay, that's great. Go to the kitchen quickly now and help the cook." I walked into the kitchen to find it in complete chaos, and the cook was relaxing on her feet up on a stool. "Why is the kitchen so dirty? And you haven't even started cooking."
Don't take that tone with me, Missy. Just 'cause you're going to some fancy school, I need to rest my feet. Now chop chop!
To everyone outside this mansion, I was the only daughter of two loving parents, but I was actually their maid's daughter. A couple of years ago, Mom remarried and just left me. The rich couple she worked for, Mr. and Mrs. Richard, decided to keep me, and I worked for them so I could go to a good school. Later that evening, as the cook and I were walking back home from the grocery store, someone suddenly bumped into me, and everything went flying everywhere.
Gosh, Emily, are you blind? Sorry, sir. The child's an idiot.
The man just glared at me and walked away. As I picked up the stuff, I couldn't help thinking I had to do well at the school and get a college scholarship, so I never had to work under her again. The first week at school was going amazingly well. My popularity was on the rise, and honestly, it was all really new to me. I was doing well in my lessons, and all the teachers really seemed to like me too. That is, until the day our real science teacher, Mr. Howard, returned from sick leave. The minute he walked into the classroom, I recognized him as the guy I'd bumped into. "Today, we'll be talking about something I detest. Viruses. I mean, you kids are annoying enough, but I hate it when you're sick and come to school with noses full of snot." Wow, what an unpleasant guy. Now, something a lot of people don't know is that the same virus that causes the flu can also infect computers. So if you don't want your computers to crash, stay away from them when you have the cold. Wait, what? That was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. "Yes?" "I'm sorry, but that's not possible, sir. I've never given my laptop the flu." As a few kids started to laugh, he looked really mad. "Why? Have you never fallen sick? Are you Superman?" "No." "If you're Superman, why don't you show everyone how you can fly around? Go ahead." "But I'm not Superman, and I can't fly." "Well, then shut up." Just then, the principal walked into the classroom glaring at the teacher. "Mr. Howard, you cannot talk to Emily like that. We're very happy to have such a smart girl here. She's definitely smarter than you. Emily, if anyone tries to bother you, you come and tell me, okay?" Mr. Howard looked like he was having a fit. When the class ended, he called out to me to stay back. Oh no. Reluctantly, I walked over to his desk, and what he said left me in complete shock. "I wondered why you looked so familiar. You're the cook's little helper I bumped into. So what? You're here now pretending to be all smart and rich?" "I'm not pretending. My parents are really wealthy people, and I am smart." "Why were you dressed like a maid? Was that a disguise? Are you Superman? Oh my god, not that again. If you're really rich, answer this. What are the names of all the Kardashians? The what? Ha! I knew it. Every wealthy person knows the answer to that. I know you're just a maid, and I don't like dishonest people. So I don't like you. I'll be watching you. And he wasn't kidding. From that day on, anywhere I went in school, there he was. It seemed like he was hoping to catch me sweeping floors or something. I realized soon, though, that keeping up the rich act wasn't all that simple. These girls just seemed like they lived on another planet. We're going to Paris for Christmas this year. That sounds amazing. We're just having a party on Daddy's yacht. Emily, what did you do last Christmas? Washed 100 dishes and ate leftovers in my room with my hamster. My parents invited Lady Gaga over for a private concert. The girls screamed like hyenas and insisted that they wanted to hear every single detail. One day, they took me to the gym during cheerleading practice. Now that you're like the most popular girl in school, you've got to be in the cheerleading team, duh. Not every popular girl has to be a cheerleader, right? I'm not into this kind of stuff. I like to read books. The girls looked at me like I was an alien from outer space. They pushed me to try out anyway, and I was really bad at it. But the coach just said, "She's so pretty. She can just stand on the side and wave pom-poms. Welcome to the team, Emily." And just like that, I was a cheerleader. As I was walking out, I spotted Mr. Howard in the doorway. Well, being a cheerleader is every maid's dream, isn't it? Wait till everyone finds out about you. The next day in class, Mr. Howard suddenly dropped a book on my desk, making me jump out of my skin. "Happy birthday, Emily!" How did he know? Thank you, sir? So, I'm sure a rich, popular girl like you must be having a grand celebration, right? Everyone's eyes were on us now, and he was looking down at me with a smirk. Yes, of course! It's so big, I'm still planning it. But it will happen very, very soon. As all the kids gave me excited smiles, I stared down at my quiz in horror. What had I landed myself into? With everyone asking me about the party, I had to come up with something fast. I had no choice but to go to Mr. and Mrs. Richard. "I'm really sorry, but I need to throw a big birthday party for my friends. I'll make up for it by doing extra chores." I thought they'd be really mad, but Mrs. Richard jumped up excitedly. "Deal. Now let's throw you the biggest birthday bash this neighborhood has ever seen." And boy, did she go all out. The theme of the party was teen models, and there was a fashion show runway, makeup stations, and pink outfits for everyone. I was just really excited about the party favors because Mrs. Richard had let me choose those. As the girls tore off the wrapping papers, they suddenly fell silent. "What's wrong?" "Ew, you gave us books?" "Yeah, and not just any books. These are limited editions, signed by J.K. Rowling herself." The girls looked really disappointed. But just then, Mrs. Richard came running in and pushed me aside. "I know what teen girls want. Diamond bracelets. There, you get one, and you get one. Everyone gets one." The books were rudely tossed aside, and I nearly went deaf from their high-pitched screams. The next day, everyone was still discussing how amazing my party had been. Just then, Mr. Howard walked in with our assignments and started distributing them. I was horrified to see the big, fat D on mine. "And you get a D, and you get a D. Everyone gets a D." "Mr. Howard, my assignment is just fine. And how can we all get Ds? Are you the teacher now? How can your assignments be fine when all of you were busy partying last night?" "Oh yeah, I saw the Instagram stories." "But we submitted these last week." "That's enough. I'll see you in detention now." The bad grade and the detention wasn't even the worst part. Everyone in class was mad at me now. Like this is my fault. "Look, Em, we can't be friends with you and fail science. My parents will kill me, so we're sorry, but bye." And they all walked off wearing their flashy diamond bracelets. Ugh, these rich girls were the worst. I couldn't let him bully me and ruin my grades, so I decided to talk to the principal. After he looked at my assignment, he called Mr. Howard into his office. I was looking forward to the principal telling him off, but I was not expecting what came next. "Mr. Howard, you're fired." "What?" "You heard me. Now please pack your things and leave immediately." Mr. Howard looked completely stunned, then got up and left quickly. I was horrified. I hadn't meant to get him fired. "Don't worry, Emily. I'll have the substitute teacher fix everyone's grades." Later, as I walked down the hallway, I saw Mr. Howard leaving with his belongings. He looked so sad. I'd gotten him fired, but I just felt terrible. I decided to go tell him that I'd talked to the principal about giving him his job back. Later that evening, I sneaked over to his house and pressed my nose against the window to see him having dinner with his mom and 5 rather scary-looking sisters. "So, Howie, why don't you tell your sisters your amazing news?" He just stared down at his plate silently. He got fired, ladies. What have I done to deserve such a stupid son? Why couldn't you be a lawyer or a doctor or an astronaut like your sisters? Oh my God, Howard, it's a pretty easy job. Isn't it bad enough that you're just a teacher and now you're not even that? Seriously, bro, you're never getting a girlfriend. Loser! Oh, by the way, Ma, I got a promotion at work today. As they all clinked glasses, I saw Mr. Howard leave the table. I could not feel any worse right now, and I kinda understood why he was a bit of a bully. Just then, I heard a voice behind me. What are you doing here? It wasn't bad enough to get me fired. Now you want to see my humiliation at home? And before I could even say anything, he sat down on the bench and started to cry. Mr. Howard, I'm really sorry. I never meant to get you fired. I came to tell you that I'll talk to the principal. Oh, what's the point? I'm just a dumb teacher. Even you think I'm dumb. No, I don't. And your family is wrong. Being a teacher is just as amazing as any other profession. You can make such a difference in so many lives. He gave me a smile. You really are quite smart, aren't you? I'm sorry I picked on you for being a maid. You are a maid, right? Yes, sir. Well, who cares? You're really going to go places one day, Emily. Oh, also, can I have one of the signed Harry Potter books? Thankfully, the principal listened to me and decided to reinstate Mr. Howard. Since then, he's become much nicer to everyone, and he's hired me as his personal assistant to do the fact-checking for him. We've become really good friends, and I finally have someone to discuss books with. Hi, I'm Chris, and I live in Los Angeles with my celebrity mom. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I never knew my dad, but I totally worshipped my mom. She was a famous singer, and with her sparkly clothes and gorgeous voice, she was perfect in my eyes, except mom never seemed to love me the way I loved her. In fact, growing up, she was always so busy, she barely had time for me. Mom, could you help me with my hair? I'm late for school, and this knot is just the worst. Oh, sweetie, I'm late for a recording, but I've got an idea. And with that, mom took a pair of scissors and cut a huge chunk of my hair. I walked around the school looking like a shaved lizard for days. When I was 10, I got selected to play the lead in the play. Mom promised that she would come, but I kept waiting and she never showed up. When I got home, I saw her having a spa session in the middle of our living room. Everything is calm. You're in your happy place, in the middle of the meadows, beneath the sparkling skies. Mom, shh, she's in her happy place. I don't care. I need to talk to her. But mom just lay there, face down, completely zoned out. I felt so mad. I walked up to the massage lady and smashed the bowl of oil on the floor. What's the matter with you, Chris? Can't you see I'm busy? You missed my play for a stupid spa session? How could you be so selfish, Mom? You have no idea about the stress I'm under. Working on my new album to keep my millions of fans happy? And how about keeping me happy? Ever thought about that? With that, I just ran up to my room and shut my door. Mom and I didn't speak to each other for days, and after that, she left for yet another tour and didn't come back for 2 whole weeks. Over time, Mom and I just got more distant. She got busier with work, and I got busier with school and theater. With time, I got better and started performing in local dramas. Things were fine, but then I turned 16 and everything changed. Mom told me she was leaving on a tour for a year, and I was going to a boarding school. But I don't want to go. My whole life is here. Why are you doing this? Chris, please don't make this more difficult than it already is. You're going to a boarding school, and that's final. I kept arguing with Mom the whole night, but she didn't give a hoot, and 2 days later, I was on a flight to my new school. Mom didn't even come to see me off, but by now, I didn't care. From the moment I arrived, I hated the place. The walls were so gray, it made my eyes hurt, and the hallways looked something straight out of a horror movie. Just when I thought the place couldn't get creepier, I was on my way to the class when suddenly a girl my age collapsed at my feet. Oh my god, my head is so heavy. I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Take me to the nurse, please. The girl started shivering like crazy, and I panicked and took her to the nurse. But she was so busy with someone else and just told me to take the girl to one of the treatment beds. I'm here a lot since I suffer from fainting spells. But you didn't faint. You just dropped at my feet. Right. I mean, normally I faint a lot. But today, I just have a broken sneaker, sock, bone. Okay, fine. I'm just trying to get out of class. Please don't tell anyone. You can stay with me in Miss Class too. I'll cover for you. I'm Melody. Chris. Melody and I got talking and instantly connected over our hatred for the boarding school. Incidentally, she was also my roommate and the biggest troublemaker around. She was always sneaking out, bunking classes, misbehaving with teachers. Her dad was one of the trustees, so the teachers didn't really say anything. This one time, Melody dropped fart bombs in the class and everyone went into a frenzy. Obviously, she got busted and threw a tantrum. I was trying to hide my fart smell with that bomb. I have a very weak stomach and I fart a lot. You know how kids can get really mean about these things. You want me to get bullied? What if I start taking drugs? What if I die? And then Melody dropped like a fly to the ground, and the teacher ended up apologizing to her instead. Being with Melody was fun, and slowly I started liking my life in school. Until one day, I was on stage reciting a Shakespeare sonnet for a school play when I saw Mom walking in. I was so shocked to see her. I forgot all my lines and ran backstage in panic. But I tripped on the stairs, and the next thing I knew, I was in the hospital with Mom and Melody sitting next to me. I'm a horrible mother. I shouldn't have come and upset Chris like that. It's my fault. I called you here so we could finally tell Chris the truth, but I guess we messed up big time, Mom. What? When did you wake up? Around the same time you called my mom your mom. I didn't say mom. I said bomb, because your mom's the bomb. Shut up. I might have hit my head, but I'm not stupid. Now tell me, why did you call her mom? It's okay, Mel. I think it's time. Chris, sweetie, Melody is your twin sister. Mom told me how years ago she was in a horrible marriage with my biological father, and she had no choice but to run away from home. But after a week, she found out she was pregnant with twins. She couldn't afford to raise 2 kids, so she gave Melody up for adoption. I ran away to LA and met this music producer who helped me out. When I got successful, I tried looking for Melody, but I couldn't track her down. My adoptive dad's witchy girlfriend wanted me out of the house, so he enrolled me in this boarding school. But last week, Dad finally told me about my biological mom. I got in touch with Mom and asked her if she'd want to meet me. And you chose to meet her here, Mom? You didn't think what would happen if I found out? I thought it would be nice to introduce you to your twin sister. Mom, you paid 0 attention to me all my life, and then you show up here unannounced and tell me I have a twin sister? What part of this is nice? And Melody, you knew I was your sister and didn't say a word to me? Why? Mom asked me not to. And you listened to her? The woman who abandoned you. This is crazy. My head's spinning. Just leave, both of you. Mom and Melody left, and I just sat in my bed feeling totally betrayed. Doctors discharged me that evening, and soon after, Mom left for home. Back in school, I just avoided Melody like the plague, even though she tried talking to me a million times. Soon, it was time for spring break, and I was packing my stuff when Melody walked in. Are you done? The driver's here to pick us up. What do you mean? I'm going home. My dad is traveling for business, so Mom invited me to stay at your place. I know you hate the idea, but I've waited all my life to have a family. Please, just let me have this one spring break. I promise I won't butt in your life ever again. I wanted to say no, but Melody looked like she would break in a million pieces, so I decided to look the other way. It would be good for Melody to discover what a terrible mom we had, but I was totally wrong. Mom was so excited to have Melody around, she took a break from work, made us breakfast, took us out on shopping sprees, dinners, and she even threw a homecoming party for Melody. Mom had never paid me so much attention, and it made me so jealous watching her bond with Melody. Soon after spring break ended, and it was time to get back to school. But a day before we had to leave, Mom gave me yet another surprise. So, I've spoken to your dad, Melody, and we have decided that it's best you girls stay near home. No more boarding school for you guys. Isn't that exciting? Oh, Mom, that's great! It sucks! Mom, I begged you not to send me to that dreaded school, and you didn't listen to me. But now that you have your new daughter, you want her to stay near you? I want both my daughters to stay close to me. I've missed out on so much already, and I just want to make up for the lost time. Yeah, right? You'll just end up disappointing Melody like you've always disappointed me. With that, I just left. And the next day, Mom enrolled us in a school nearby. I just wanted to stay away from home as much as possible, so I decided to join the drama club in my new school. On my first day, we were asked to perform a dialogue from Romeo and Juliet, and I got paired up with this dreamboat of a boy, Matt. He was so cute, I could hardly focus.
Oh, my Juliet, why won't you come down? I want to see your pretty face and your beautiful sparkling eyes.
Go on.
It's your line?
Sure. Oh, Matt, I mean Romeo. You are the light of my life. Your face is so perfect, like a sculpted statue. And those arms, so strong. Do you work out a lot?
I do, but I don't think that's what we were talking about.
Then what are you talking about?
The play? Are you okay? You're not blinking.
I'm fine. I'm just getting into character. You know, Juliet and all. I'm weird. Sorry. Bye-bye. Nice to meet you. I ran in the other direction, feeling totally embarrassed. And minutes later, Matt came behind me. The two of us started talking, and by the end of the day, Matt asked me out on a date. I had the best time with Matt that evening. He was fun, cute, and a really good listener. Pretty soon, I found myself pouring my heart out to him, telling him everything about my family and Melody.
It sounds tough. I grew up without a family too. I mean, I had my dad, but he was hardly around, so I get where you're coming from.
Thanks for listening. I've ruined the date, haven't I?
Maybe there's still time to turn things around.
And with that, Matt leaned in and kissed me, and I kissed him back. We went on a few more dates, and I was over the moon when Matt asked me out officially. Every night, he'd come over, and I'd sneak out with him. We'd go for drives, parties, walks, and it helped me keep my mind off things at home. One evening, Matt invited me to this party at his cousin's place. It was a little out of town, so he told me we'd be staying the night. I was just climbing out my window when Melody walked in. Where are you going? To hang out with your hippie boyfriend? I know you've been sneaking out to spend time with Matt, but Chris, I just don't think he's right for you. I heard he's always skipping school and his grades are trash. And just last week, he almost got arrested for stealing cars. Those are baseless rumors. And you're one to talk. Have you completely forgotten what a mess you were in school? Besides, you should be happy I'm out of your hair so you can spend more time with Mom. I'm just trying to reconnect with my family. And look how great that's going. Now I'm getting late, so go back to your room and stay out of my life. And I just picked up my bag and left. I took a cab and went straight to the location Matt had sent. But when I reached the place, it was totally dark and there was no one around. I walked up to the cabin and knocked, but no one answered, and seconds later, someone tapped on my shoulder. I turned around and saw two big men staring at me, and Matt was right behind them. What's happening? And who are you?
Oh, don't worry, sugar. We'll only keep you here till your mom comes and rescues you.
Rescue me from what? Matt, what is this?
I'm so sorry, Chris. I owe these people a lot of money, and since my dad won't give me any, I had no choice but to kidnap you. Just do what they're saying and we'll all be safe. I promise you.
Are you out of your mind? I trusted you. You're my boyfriend. Oh my god, this is such a mess. Help!
Don't bother. There's no one around. Please, Chris, just sit tight and hear me out.
Get away from me! I pushed Matt away and ran for my life, but one of the two big hounds caught up to me and took me back to the cabin. Just as he was trying to tie my hands, I bit his ear and pushed him away. The other guy launched himself at me, but before I could react, a vase came flying out of nowhere and hit him in his head. He fell backwards, and I saw Melody jump in with a baseball bat. Matt saw everything and rushed out the cabin, but he was stopped by Mom and a bunch of policemen. As they handcuffed and dragged Matt and the two guys away, Mom came running and hugged me tight. I'm so glad you're okay. Thank God. I saw you getting into that cab and noted down its number. He's the one who told me about this place. Don't you dare do something like this again, Chris. I'm so sorry, Mel. I was so mad watching you and Mom together. It just made me jealous and crazy, and I just couldn't think straight. I thought you guys didn't care about me since you had each other. It's my fault. As a single mom, I needed to work hard and I got my career break, but I guess I just kind of got carried away with it. I wasn't there when you needed me, Chris, and I will never forgive myself for that. But I'm here now. Not just for Melody, but for both of you. So please, give me another chance. I'm sorry too. I should have been there for you as a friend before anything else, but I was so happy to have found Mom. I ignored how you must have felt. Hey, at least we're all here and together, and that's all that matters. How about we start with a clean slate? You spoke my mind.
Hi, I'm Marie. Growing up, I liked all things geeky. Comic books, anime, and most of all, video games. I was the kid in elementary school that would sneak behind some trees during recess to play my Nintendo DS instead of socializing. So I never really had any friends. And home wasn't so peachy either. Dad left soon after my sister Ava was born, and Mom, well, let's just say she tries. She worked as an attorney at some huge firm, so she always had money, just not enough time to look after two kids. What's wrong? Mom's cooking again. She watched some stupid show on TV, the one where they wear big hats and cook fancy meals, and now she thinks she can do the same. She's gonna burn the house down, Marie. I'm scared. I rushed to the kitchen, only to see the stove on fire and Mom desperately trying to put it out. I immediately grabbed a damp towel and threw it on top of the flames. And that wasn't all. Once, Mom tried fixing an exposed wire and ended up short-circuiting the entire house. Another time, she decided to grow her own vegetables. But a month later, she quit. And now we have a half-dug garden that turns into a swampy mud pit every time it rains. At least if you guys like and subscribe to MSA, it'll make all this a little more worth it. I always had to be the adult around at home, and basically brought up Ava all by myself. But even though my real life wasn't very cool, I kicked butt in the online realm. Video games were my thing, and no one could beat me at that, except Hero. The first time we met was on the first day of high school. He was new, and the teacher asked me to help him catch up. And I quickly found out that, just like me, Hero loved video games.
His mom didn't make a lot, so he was always jumping from one part-time job to another. And it was his dream to become a world-famous gamer. Slowly, we became friends. And every weekend I'd invite him over and we'd go bonkers on my gaming system.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'm the winner, you're just lazy.
That's not even a phrase.
But you get the point, right?
So yeah, having Hero around was fun, and I was glad to finally have a friend. But then I turned 18 and things kind of glitched. Hero and I had planned on checking out this new game store in town, and I was waiting for him at school, but he never showed up. I even tried to sell, but he didn't answer, and his social media accounts were gone. He disappeared without a trace. And as weird as it was, I decided to stop chasing after him and move on. I threw myself into my studies, topped my class, and got into a good college. With Ava in high school now, I figured she could handle herself, and I could finally get a fresh start away from home. Then one night, I was in my dorm playing video games when I got stuck on this one particular level. After my 5th attempt, I was ready to throw my controller out the window when I heard someone behind me.
Need a hand?
I turned around and found myself looking up at Adam, a senior, and easily the most charming guy on campus. What are you doing in my room?
Just came by to say hi to a friend down the hall. And then I saw you struggling, so I figured I'd stop and help.
I appreciate your not-so-called-for help, but hey! Adam had snatched the controller from my hands and started pressing buttons like a pro. Within minutes, he'd cleared the level like it was nothing.
The trick is all in the NPC interactions. They each have coded movement loops that line up with the mission objectives. You pick up on those patterns, follow the right ones, and they practically guide you to the finish line.
Of course I knew that. I was just trying to improve my timing.
Right. You know, my friends and I are playing at the video game arcade tomorrow. You could join us if you want.
Thanks, but I like to play alone.
Suit yourself. But just in case you change your mind.
And he wrote his number on my desk and left. I tried to shake off his offer, but then I thought it had been a while since I was playing solo and maybe teaming up with others wouldn't be so bad. So, the next day I called him and he sent me the address. I expected it would be a casual gaming session with a few friends, but I was stunned to see that it was a massive gaming tournament. Hundreds of gamers sat around, dead serious, fingers flying over controllers, and eyes glued to screens. Just then, Adam spotted me and ran over.
Hey, perfect timing. You're playing with me.
I nodded and took a seat next to him. And together, we breezed through every challenge. The games were tough, but our sync was on point. And by the end of the tournament, Adam and I were on top of the leaderboard.
That was incredible. I knew you had skills, but this is next level. I couldn't even tell it was our first time playing together. You know what? You've got to meet my dad.
I don't think I should. But Adam was already pulling me through the crowd before stopping in front of this tall man who looked like he ate gigabytes for breakfast.
Dad, this is Mari. I think she'd be perfect for a team.
Ah, such a pleasure to meet young prodigies like yourself. Tell me, Maria, has the world of digital gaming always intrigued you?
It's Marie.
I know, but I prefer Maria. It has a certain melody to it. Like the soft patter of keys under one's finger in the heat of play.
Sorry, what?
He just means you have a nice name. Anyway, Dad's a game developer and a professional gamer himself. He's the reason I picked up gaming. He's my hero, the legend, the person I look up to the most. Also, he'll be coaching us.
For what?
The tournaments, of course.
Adam told me he played for an international esports team. They traveled the world, competed in the biggest tournaments, and now they wanted me to join them. Playing international esports had always been my dream, so it didn't take me long to say yes, and the next few months turned into a wild roller coaster. We traveled from one tournament to the next, diving headfirst into the intense, fast-paced life of esports. And while I loved competing, Adam's dad made things really complicated.
Our primary objective is to establish dominance in the early stages by monopolizing resource nodes and obstructing adversarial progression.
What is he saying?
He wants us to capture as many resource points as we can at the start and block the other team.
Why doesn't he just say that?
That's just how he talks. You'll get used to it.
But Adam's dad's constant hovering and descriptive plans made every practice session feel like a mental marathon, and I just couldn't keep up. Then one day, after a grueling practice, I was scrolling through my phone when I came across an invite to the closed beta test of Infinity Nikki, a game that had been making waves as the coziest open-world experience out there. I was tired of playing endless battles and high-stake combat games with Adam, and I was looking for something that felt more comforting and fun. And the game seemed like the perfect escape. So I enrolled for access to the closed beta, got in, and boy was that the best decision ever. The game took me into the magical world of Mirrorland, where Nikki, the main character, went on amazing quests with her cute companion Momo. The coolest part of the game were the ability outfits that helped Nikki navigate Mirrorland, gather resources, and complete quests. I got to explore dungeons, tackle boss battles, ride vehicles, and even capture beautiful moments with the photo feature. It was so much more than a dress-up game. It was pure magic. I was so amazed by it, I even joined Infinity Nikki fan forums to know more about shortcuts and outfit combos. And I found myself chatting regularly with one user in particular, Silent Warrior. Oh my god, Momo camera is so cute. I could pose in front of that forever.
Oh, but here's something that makes it even better. Usually, you can only take pictures of the scenery in Nikki, but there are certain spots on the map where this Feywish sprite, Dakabo, will suddenly pop up and look straight at the camera while you're capturing the shot. I swear, it's the funniest and most unexpected thing ever.
No way. How did you even figure that out?
Spent hours wandering the map, taking random shots. The first time Dakabo appeared, I almost dropped my controller. You've gotta try it. It's seriously worth it.
Well, since you've been so helpful, I've got news for you too. December 6th is actually Nikki's birthday, and to celebrate that special day, all Infinity Nikki players will be getting this stunning new dress called Starlit Celebration, absolutely free of charge. I mean, talk about a sweet deal. But you have to log into the game before December 19th to redeem it, so tell all your friends to download it now. I've already told mine. It felt like I'd found someone who spoke my gaming language, and I really wanted to meet him. So naturally, a week later, I was one of the top players invited to play Infinity Nikki live at an exclusive arena. I walked in feeling excited, and I was at the snack bar getting a soda when another hand reached for the same can. I looked up and froze as I saw Hero smiling at me.
Didn't realize this one was yours.
Well, it certainly doesn't have your name on it. Just then, the announcer called all gamers to the stage for a quick face-off, and I hurried to the stage. I was settling down in my seat when Hero pulled up the chair next to mine. He opened his mouth to say something, but I shushed him and focused on my game. I entered the breezy meadow, collected a bunch of daisies, and was just enjoying my walk through the vibrant flowers when Momo told me that there was a Whimstar nearby. So I hurried through the meadow, collected the Whimstar, and upgraded to a new outfit.
Wow, you're still as good as I remember.
Oh, so you do remember me. I thought the way you vanished, you probably forgot all about me.
Okay, yes, I deserve that. But I had a reason for leaving so suddenly, Mari.
That's when Hero told me that his mom had lost her job, and since they lived in her employer's house, they had to pack up and move to a new town, almost overnight. You could have dropped a text, at least.
I just couldn't find the time to. I had to pick up jobs to help Mom out, until I figured out a way to make money through gaming. You have no idea how many times I thought about calling you, but I just didn't know what to say. So when I saw your name on the Infinity Nikki forum, I decided to send you a message as Silent_Warrior.
Wait, you're Silent Warrior? So you took me for a fool not once, but twice? That feels good.
I'm sorry, I just didn't know if you'd talk to me. I even learned the whole game just to get to this live event and meet you, Mari. So, what do you say? Can we restart? I kinda miss you.
Okay, yeah, I missed him too. Hero was the one person who always understood me, and he did genuinely sound sorry for the way he'd acted. So I agreed, and we reconnected. We spent hours chatting about games, and I told him everything about my new team and life at college. Our conversations felt effortless, and I was happy to have him back in my life. But while things with Hero got better, with Adam, it only got more tense.
Maria, grab the plasma cannon next to you. You're wasting essential resources.
I'm pinned down by these two enemies. I need to deal with them first to advance.
Incorrect. Your role is to support Adam. He's leading the mission. Provide suppressing fire, and use that weapon to neutralize the opposition.
But if I expose myself, I'll get eliminated.
Then strategize smarter. Honestly, you're making me question your tactical skills. Did we make a mistake by bringing you onto the team, Maria?
Oh, I don't know, sire. Maybe you did. So why don't you go ahead and find someone who's better than me and can understand what you're actually talking about? And yeah, for the record, my name is Marie. And I just threw the controller down and walked out. And seconds later, Adam followed.
How dare you talk to my dad like that?
He's constantly breathing down my neck, Adam. It's annoying.
He just wants you to do better. And honestly, Mari, you could use a little extra practice. Dad doesn't think you're ready for the tournament, and he might be right.
Your dad thinks no one is ever ready. And every time I talk to him, I feel like I'm in the middle of a test I didn't prepare for. I don't think I can play like this. And before Adam could get out another word, I flung my bag over my shoulder and left. I was so distracted that evening, I could barely focus on my game with Hero. I had to jump through some glowing hoops in a sequence before the time ended, and I just couldn't keep up. Hero immediately understood something was off and asked me what happened. And I told him everything.
Why are you even with them if they don't value your skills?
It's not all bad. The rest of the guys on the team are great, and Adam's a bit edgy, but he's a good player. It's his dad who gives me the ick. My mom's a saint compared to him. At least she never trash-talked me the way he does.
Mari, you're a great player, and from what you're telling me, this Adam sounds like a jerk. I think you should just quit and play with me instead. We're good.
I just laughed at Hero's suggestion. He was clearly joking. There's no way he'd actually expect me to quit my team at the last minute. Although, I'll admit, the idea was kind of tempting, considering how Adam being on the team was seriously getting on my nerves lately. Later, I ended up talking to my sister Ava about it, and the next day, she and Mom showed up at my dorm with dinner to cheer me up. I was struggling through the lasagna Mom made, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Hero? What are you doing here?
Okay, don't freak out. But I kind of put our names down together for the tournament tomorrow.
What? Why?
Because your team sucks, Mari. Adam and his dad are dragging you down, and it's obvious you're not happy. But playing Infinity Nikki with you these past few days made me realize how amazing we are together. If we team up, we actually have a chance of winning. And I found out from my sources, and the prize money on this tournament is insane.
Hero,
Planning to ditch me at the last minute?
I saw Adam standing behind Hero with a hard expression on his face. You're taking this the wrong way.
Oh, am I? Wasn't he just telling you to leave us and join him? My dad gave you the opportunity to be a great gamer, and you tossed that aside to play Infinity Nikki with him? It's that same dress-up game you keep raving about, right?
It's more than a dress-up game, Adam. It teaches you about friendship, care, and warmth. And it tests your skills and presence of mind. You have to strategize your way through each puzzle. It's not easy.
Sounds like a pretty easy game to me. Really? Then why don't you and I go head-to-head? First one to complete his quest wins. And Mari joins the winner's team.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Why? Scared I'll kick his butt? We'll see about that.
But the food's getting cold. Believe me, Mom, no one wants to eat that. And this is way too entertaining. Adam shoved me aside and took over my gaming system while Hero pulled out his laptop. And they both dove into the game. Hero skillfully switched between Nikki's ability outfits, jumping between platforms with precise timing. The puzzles were tough. Rotating tiles that moved unpredictably, hidden traps waiting to catch him off guard, narrow pathways requiring precision, and lasers that could slice through in an instant. But Hero kept his pace steady. Adam, on the other hand, was clearly struggling. The caged greed towered over him, and he just couldn't figure out how to break through its defenses. While Hero completed his challenges with absolute ease.
This is not fair. I was just getting the hang of the game. Besides, you already knew the shortcuts and how to switch between the ability outfits. Fine. Then how about we do a dress-up contest? Mari can rate which dress combo looks nicer. Does that sound fair to you? Huh. I breathe fashion. Bring it on.
The combat started, and just like before, Hero nailed this one too. He carefully curated a stunning look. A bright yellow playsuit called the Sunny Agenda, paired with a set of elegant stockings and white high-top sneakers. He finished the outfit with a sleek ponytail and the sweetest headband, creating a perfectly coordinated ensemble. I was just watching him work in awe when Adam jumped up.
That's how you do it, baby!
Adam, why have you paired the red shimmery gown with the green shimmer jacket? And what's up with these blue glitter stockings?
So, it's all glitter, and I know girls like glitter a lot.
Yeah, if you're 5 and dressing up your doll, your outfit has no synchrony, Adam. Everything looks great individually, but together, it looks like Nikki fell into a pool of glitter. It doesn't make any sense. And that's why I vote for Hero. Hero smiled at me proudly, and I was about to shake hands with him when Adam jumped in between.
You're a cheat. Obviously, you'll vote for Hero because you like him.
Hero won because he's good, and he genuinely made an effort to learn the game.
Yeah, right, liar. What's your problem, dude? I beat you in 2 games straight, and you're still crying like a baby. Be a man and just admit you suck. What did you just say to me?
And with that, Adam launched himself at Hero, grabbed his laptop, and threw it across the room. Hero lost his mind, swung back, and the two of them got into a fight. I tried to stop them, but they kept swinging at each other. And then Hero pushed Adam, and he went flying into the table with all the food.
Oh my god, I made that with my own 2 hands. It took me hours to get the flavor on point.
And somehow it still sucked. What did you just say to me? Ah! Shut it! All of you! What is wrong with y'all? And Mom, I love you, and I'm happy you're here, but you've got to stop cooking. As for you two, I'm not teaming up with either of you. I've decided to go solo.
What?
Oh, don't look surprised, Adam. After the way you and your dad have pushed us around, it's a miracle I stayed as long as I did. But I'm a gamer with ethics, so I stuck it out for my team when it mattered. And Hero, these past few days have been fun, but you can't just show up and expect me to jump on your team. You didn't even know about this tournament until I mentioned it. And now you want to participate for the prize money? I get that it's a big opportunity, but I can't make decisions like that on a whim. Maybe someday we'll team up again, but for now, I need to do this my own way.
And I totally respect your decision. I don't. It's a stupid decision, and I'm not letting you get away that easily.
Adam grabbed my hand, but I twisted his arm around in one swift motion, and he winced in pain. Guess I picked up a thing or two from your so-called combat games. Maybe you could learn a little something from Infinity Nikki and handle defeat with a little grace, instead of throwing a tantrum every time things don't go your way.
Wait till my dad hears about this.
You and your dad can both eat slugs for all I care. Now get out and don't come back. Adam left that night, but I knew he wasn't going to stay quiet. Not that I cared. I'd already made up my mind to pull my name from that stupid tournament. I didn't want to be part of something that sucked the joy out of the one thing I loved. It was time to take back my happiness, to focus on what made me feel alive again. And for the first time in weeks, I felt free. It's showtime, baby! Hi, I'm Dinah from Sweden, and I've got a story to tell you from many years ago about the weirdest parents ever. I didn't have the internet back then to keep me company, and I was just stuck with them. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I never knew what my dad did for a living, but I knew he was a weirdo and a liar. And Mom, she was worse. We would only leave the house at night and never together. It was either me and Mom or me and Dad, and we never had any visitors. Dad always said it was safer that way, whatever that meant. I used to call myself an only child, although I had a sister. Her name was Maria. She was 2 years older than me, and she never left her room, and I was never allowed to go near her. Whenever I told Mom I wanted to see Maria, she'd get annoyed. How many times do I have to tell you? She doesn't want to see anyone. I knew Mom was a crazy liar. Of course my sister would want to see me. Eventually, I just stopped asking to see Maria. It was useless. Once I started school, my parents told me to even lie about who I was. They gave me a different name to tell everyone, Jane. Now remember, talk less and listen more. In fact, if you could act like you're mute, that would be perfect. Yes, Mom, I'll do exactly that. I only had one friend named Hope, and she was nice and really talkative. Once when we were in 4th grade, she said, "So Jane, why don't you ever talk about your family? You never asked." "Okay, I'm asking now. What's your family like?" "Oh, you won't believe it. They're weirdos. Dad never lets us go outside, and we never have any visitors, except some strange men he brings sometimes. And Mom, she's insane. She does whatever Dad tells her to do. Also, I have a sister, but I kind of don't have a sister. How to explain this? Okay, let me start from the beginning." And I told her every single thing about my weird family. And the next day, Hope was gone. I asked the teacher about her, and she said that she and her family had moved to another city. I was furious. That day, I screamed at my parents and blamed them for sending Hope away. They acted all innocent and said they had nothing to do with it, but I didn't believe them one bit. I didn't talk to them for days, until one night, I sneaked into the lounge and found my parents watching TV. The news channel was showing a picture of my dad with big words on the screen like liar, hypocrite, and fraud. And even worse, my picture and my mom's were also being shown. I knew it! You're an evil man, a criminal. Finally, everyone knows who you really are, and they'll take me away. Me and my sister will be free. Mom came running to me and picked me up and took me to my room. Put me down! Pack your things, Dinah. We're leaving. What? Where? Why? There's no time for questions. I'm not doing anything you say. I slammed the door behind Mom and locked it. I climbed into my bed feeling furious, and after some time I dozed off. And when I woke up, I was in a different room. Apparently, we had moved to another city. I was so pissed at my parents. But at least I'd go to a new school now and have new friends that I could tell everything to. But one night, Dad came to my room with a gift.
This doll is for you, baby.
I'm too old for dolls, Dad. Do you even know how old I am?
Well, we have the entire year to know each other because I've decided to homeschool you.
What? There's no way that's gonna happen. Dad ignored me, but I was determined not to be homeschooled. Whenever they tried to teach me, I'd come up with some excuse. Nope, I'm sick. My eyebrows are hurting. Ugh, I had a bad dream that a chicken ate me. I'm still not over it. Try tomorrow. And it kept going on like that for a year until my parents gave up.
Dinah, you can join school now and even use your real name.
You mean my real name? And everyone would know I'm your daughter?
Yes, honey, exactly.
You guys are awful. I saw Dad on TV. Now that everyone knows he's evil, you want people to know that I'm your daughter? No way. I'm not falling for your games again. You're gonna give me a fake name, you hear me?
No, your dad isn't a bad person, Dinah. It was all a big misunderstanding, and it's cleared now.
Don't defend him. I don't believe you.
Don't believe us, but you're still going with your real name.
Fine, but I'm not showing anyone my face then. I'm gonna wear a mask and a hoodie, and no one will ever know who I am.
That's not going to happen.
I didn't ask for permission. I'm done listening to you guys. I'm going to school, and I'm wearing a mask. Period.
My parents didn't argue with me anymore, and they just left the room. And the next day, I wore a hoodie and a mask and went to school. Everyone was staring at me, but I didn't care. When the teacher asked me to introduce myself, I ignored her and went to sit at the back. And I noticed after some time that the girl next to me was constantly looking at me. Can you stop staring, please? You're making me uncomfortable.
Well, you're making me uncomfortable. But I gotta say, the mask idea is genius. It's the perfect way to hide your ugly face. But I'm sure you're not uglier than me. I should wear a mask too. I'm not ugly, and neither are you. Oh, come on. You're a liar too? Look at my nostrils. They're so wide you can see my brain. And penguins have better teeth than mine. And this dent in my chin, it looks like I have a butt on my face. My eyebrows are like a bridge over my eyes. Giraffes are competing with me for the longest neck. And see this mole? Oh, God, stop talking. Why do you hate your face so much? It's not that bad.
Yeah, it is. I have 6 sisters, and I'm the ugliest. Yeah, they told me. They're all beautiful like models, while me, not even close. I mean, look at my legs. My calves are like tree trunks, and my nails, I bite them and chew them sometimes. They don't taste that bad. The point is, my hands are the ugliest.
Please, stop talking. I'm not used to someone who talks a lot.
Why? No one talks to you? What about your family? Are they dead? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm such an idiot. My sisters say that too.
No, they're not dead. Can you please stay quiet unless I ask you something?
So, you're not going to tell me about your family, huh? I told you everything about myself. Also, you expect me to shut up so I won't annoy your majesty? Who do you think you are? You're just a weirdo with a mask.
I didn't mean to upset you. Listen, I'll tell you everything once I trust you.
Why can't you trust me now?
I just need some time, okay?
Fine. I trust all people, especially the weird ones. But whatever.
Oh my God. Her name was Nastya, and she was nuts. But at least she was helpful. She gave me a tour of the school and helped me get familiar with everything. But she wouldn't stop introducing me to everyone.
Hey guys, this is Dinah. She doesn't like talking about her family. Weird, right? And I still don't know anything about the mask. And no, she says she's not ugly.
I knew there was no use asking her to shut up, so I just waved to the kids and kept walking. Nastya and I got closer over the coming weeks, and I started to trust her a little bit. But that was a mistake. One day, we were walking down the hallway when we saw a group of girls coming towards us, and Nastya freaked out.
Oh my God, that's Eva!
Before I could ask her who that was, Nastya got down on her knees and held Eva's hand.
How are you today, our princess? How was your trip?
Oh, get up, Nastya. You're pathetic. I just saw you this morning, and you asked the same questions, and I ignored you. Can't you take a hint? And who is this weirdo?
That's Dinah, my best friend. She's at your service. She likes you so much. No, she adores you.
No, I don't. I don't even know who she is. And she doesn't seem very nice. Oh, we have a brave one here. That's a lot of nerve for someone who covers their face. Let me guess. You're the school bully. Gotcha. Nastya, let's go. We don't have time for this. I started walking away, but Nastya didn't move. I don't think you understand how things work around here. Everyone does what Eva says. Girls, catch her and take her to the bathroom. You too, Nastya. Now. The girls started approaching me, including Nastya. I couldn't believe it. No, Nastya, are you crazy? You're my friend. But as she kept coming closer with a cold face, I suddenly slapped her hard. Just then a teacher came into the hallway and Eva whistled to the girls and they all backed off and followed her, like they were her pets. And I couldn't believe that the only person I trusted a bit turned out to be as terrible as my parents. I was never going to talk to Nastya again. But I had a bigger problem right now. Eva. It looked like I'd made an enemy out of the most feared girl in school. I found out from some kids that she was 2 years older than me, and she could make or break your life here. And she was untouchable. Eva has perfect grades and perfect manners in class, and the teachers worship her. She never gets into trouble.
She put stolen exam papers in my sister's locker and got her expelled just because my sister refused to do her homework. My best friend is in therapy because of how much Eva hurt her.
Jeez, this girl seemed like a monster. And now, I was wondering what she'd do to me. The next day when Nastya walked into the classroom, I almost fell off my seat. She was wearing an avocado-shaped outfit with 2 horns on her head. Everyone was laughing as she sat down.
What are you staring at?
Why are you wearing that?
What? You're the only one allowed to look weird?
I don't care, dude. Be as weird as you like. It's not like we're friends. Why was I even talking to her? And Nastya didn't take off that ugly outfit for days. But then one day I was in the bathroom stalls when I heard some voices outside.
Eva, I've been wearing this for 4 days and it's itchy. Can't I take it off now?
A deal's a deal, loser. You begged me not to hurt Dinah, and I said I'd leave her alone if you wore the outfit for a week. Now stop whining or else. Wait, Eva hadn't hurt me because of what Nastya did? I peeked out the door to see Eva leaving, and then I came out. You've been wearing this ridiculous costume for me? Why are you doing this? You don't have to be so afraid of that witch, Nastya. I'm not.
That's because you don't know her, Dinah. She's my sister. I have to do what she says, or she'll make me miserable.
She's already making you miserable, can't you see? You can't live like a coward. Coward?
Says the girl who can't show her real face to anyone. And if you had a sister, you'd understand.
I do.
Do what?
I have a sister. I don't know what happened, but the moment I said the word sister, I broke down and started crying like crazy. And I told Nastya everything, but I made sure not to mention my parents' names. When I was done, Nastya didn't say anything. She just hugged me tight. Despite my protests, Nastya wore the outfit for the whole week, and we started hanging out again. Eva seemed to keep her distance, but I didn't trust her one bit. A few days later, Nastya came running to me excitedly at recess.
Oh my God, Dinah, you won't believe this. You know that cute jock Peter I have a crush on? The one in Eva's class? I saw him putting this note in my locker. Pinch me or punch me. I think I'm dreaming.
I saw the note, and he'd asked her out to the Valentine's Day dance.
You saw him put this there? With my own ugly eyes? No, my eyes must be beautiful if Peter likes me.
But Nastya, has he ever even talked to you before? Why is he suddenly asking you out?
What's your point, Dinah?
I mean, what if this is a prank? What if Eva planned it? And suddenly, Nastya looked mad.
Gosh, you really can't trust anyone, can you? And basically what you're saying is, why would someone like Peter ask out someone like me, right?
No, that's not what I said.
You didn't have to. I'm not as stupid as I look. You're no better than my sisters.
And before I could reply, Nastya ran away tearfully. I tried talking to her the next few days, but she just acted like I was invisible. I had no plans to go to the Valentine's Day dance. I didn't even have a date. But my gut feeling kept telling me something about the whole Peter thing was off. So an hour before the party, I decided to go. And when I got there, it was worse than I'd feared. I saw Nastya walking up to Peter and tapping him on the shoulder. He turned around and burst out laughing.
Well, hello, Nastya. I didn't know this was a party for clowns.
I didn't get the joke. Sorry, my sisters say I'm dumb.
Girl, what's wrong with your makeup? Did you do it sitting on a roller coaster in the dark?
No, my sister Eva did it.
You're kidding, right? Eva always looks perfect. And you look like a mess.
That's no way to talk to your date, dude.
Date? Are you out of your mind? I'm here with Eva, loser.
I'd heard enough. I ran forward and punched Peter in the face. Shut up, you jerk. Don't talk to my friend like that.
Just as I took Nastya's hand to get her out of there, I heard Eva whistle, and her friends grabbed me. Oh, Dinah, you're about to find out how stupid it is to mess with me. But I really want to see your face before I teach you a lesson. With that, Eva leapt forward and snatched my mask off. But suddenly, she screamed in pain. Ow! Nastya, let go, you psycho! Nastya had jumped onto Eva and was pulling her hair so hard, I thought she'd take them right off her scalp. Her minions ran to help Eva, but Nastya wasn't backing off.
I am a psycho. Don't mess with me or Dinah, or I swear, Eva, I'll chop your hair off in your sleep. I'll find the fattest rats and set them loose in your room. I'll switch all your Diet Coke with regular Coke so you'll get fat. I won't stop until you're as miserable as you've made me.
Suddenly, the other kids started cheering for Nastya and pushed Eva's minions away. And Eva looked furious. She screamed as everyone booed her and stormed off with her gang. I hugged Nastya tight, and suddenly, she gasped.
Dinah? That's the first time I'm seeing your face. Wow, you're gorgeous.
Oh God, in all the chaos, I'd forgotten my mask was off. And now everyone had seen me, and they were giving me compliments about how pretty I was. And then I heard the dreadful words. Wait a second, I know your dad. He was the famous politician who was accused of stealing public funds. We saw him all over the news.
What? Dad was a politician? And he was a thief? No. You're confusing me with someone else. My dad isn't a thief.
No, it's you. I saw the pictures too. And yeah, of course he's not a thief. Your dad is an honest, kind man. Everyone knows he was proved innocent.
Yeah, he helped a lot of people, including my cousins. He must be like a hero to you. What in the world? So my dad was actually a good man? I was so shocked and I couldn't breathe. I just ran away and Nastya followed me. I went straight back home to confront my parents.
You're not wearing your mask.
Just tell me one thing. People are saying you used to be a politician, Dad. A very kind one. Is that true?
Yes, honey. We tried telling you he was a good man, but you never listened.
Why didn't you tell me the truth from the start? Why did you treat me badly?
Sweetheart, we never meant to treat you that way. There were many people who wanted to hurt me while you were growing up, and we thought the less you knew, the less danger you'd be in. We're sorry we didn't tell you the truth. We just didn't want to scare you.
What about my sister? I want to see her, now! My parents looked at each other and then led me to her room. I saw her for the first time lying on her bed, sleeping peacefully.
She's been in a coma for years. We were wrong to keep this a secret, but we didn't want you to feel sad about her. We're sorry for all of this, Dinah. We love you so much.
She's so beautiful, just like you. I turned around to see Nastya and I hugged her. Guys, I think it's time for you to hug your daughter. Such weirdos. My parents joined our hug and I whispered, I'm sorry.
It's okay. We love you.
I love you too. I love you 3. Cheesy, but who cares?